Chapter 1, Full-Level Ninja, Traveling Through Douluo. Chapter 1, Full-Level Ninja, Traveling Through Douluo. Lan Ming, Martial Soul Azure Ivy, Innate Soul Power Level 7. In Wuhan City, in the square in front of the Wuhan Hall, many young men and women stood in rows, and in the distance, countless people were looking forward to it. The sun was shining brightly, without a single cloud in sight, and the air was filled with an indescribable feeling of oppression and heat. It seems like bad weather. But this still couldn't suppress the excitement and anxiety on those little faces. Today is the day when the younger generations in the Spirit Hall who are considered to have great potential awaken their spirits. Although the children here basically have extremely excellent parents, no one can guarantee whether there will be any mutations. After all, there is the famous blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex who is a laughing stock, right? No wonder they are nervous. Either he will step into the top level of genius and be trained by the Spirit Hall, or he will lose his glory and fall into the mud. It's all in this. Only one person is out of tune with this tense atmosphere. It was a white-haired boy. He had a tall, straight, and slender figure, his white hair was neatly combed, his eyes were as black as ink, and standing there, he was a head taller than his peers, standing out from the crowd. The most important thing is that the martial soul awakens and the future is determined. Even the three recognized geniuses are a little nervous. However, the white-haired young man has a calm expression and even looks around with an indifferent look. He seems to be from a different world from the anxious crowd. He listened to the voices on the stage with boredom, his mind already wandering away. What a hassle! How did I end up in the back garden of the Tang Divine King? Su Chen sighed. He is not from Douluo continent, but from another world. Naruto. Actually, the Naruto world was not his first world. As a native of Blue Star, he first traveled to the Naruto world after being served by the Mud Truck's time travel package. At that time, it was the 36th year of Konoha, on the eve of the Second Ninja World War. Su Chen also became a contemporary and close friend of the three great ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. He is Orochimaru's scientific research partner, Jiraiya's pen pal and drinking buddy, Tsunade's gambling partner, and the person who introduced her to medical ninjutsu. Su Chen went through the Second and Third Wars, learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and developed the Raise Nan and Chidori series. He gradually became stronger and stronger, and also created a great reputation on the battlefield. Unlike the three ninjas of Konoha, Su Chen was known for his record of killing several jonin in Uegakuer and Kumigakuer, and defeating the Ab brothers at the same time, and was revered as Silver Glitter. And with the help of abundant resources, he cultivated himself to the limit of mortals and became the strongest person at that time. The reputation of Konoha's Silver Flash instantly overwhelmed all other countries and became the most powerful nation at the time. But Su Chen knew that his strength of half a step beyond shadow level was simply not enough in this world where bloodline was paramount and eyes were legendary. Without the blood of Otsutsuki, without the Sharingan and Byakugan. At best he would be at the level of Kai, only able to bloom for a moment. But Su Chen was not content with this. He began to study soul secrets with Orochimaru, and even gave up the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze, whose qualifications were far less than his. Finally, after Naruto and Sasuke were born, Su Chen got the opportunity he had been looking for. He first used the cells and soul fragments of Naruto and Sasuke as the base, and then added the two purest Byakugan bloodlines of Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi, plus the cells of Hashirama Senju, and used cloning technology to create the strongest body. And through this body as a medium, he attracted the chakras of Asura and Indra, gathered the power of Yin and Yang, opened up all things in the universe, awakened the 9 Magadama Samsara Eye and the Sage Body, and obtained his own unique eye technique, a eye technique that touched the taboo of time. Gout Yen Yuan. Afterwards, with the blessing of the immortal body and the power of Yang, Su Chen was basically able to open the death gate without any damage, and used the day tiger and evening elephant as a normal attack. But at this point, Su Chen, who was basically invincible in the ninja world, was not satisfied. He integrated the immortal arts of the three holy places, created a new perfect sage mode, and learned all the ninjutsu, bloodline, forbidden techniques, and sealing techniques. Finally, he arrived at the moon, snatched and absorbed all the pure Otsutsuki blood, and awakened the Rin-Egan. At this point, the maximum level account has been achieved. At that time, Su Chen cosplayed as one of the 4 laughing heroes on the moon, scaring the Six-Path Sage and his brothers so much that they dared not say a word. The feeling of being surrounded by crisis for decades finally disappeared, and he could finally start to enjoy himself. But just when Su Chen was ready to kick Kaguya, punch Six Paths Madara, and then unify the ninja world and start enjoying life, a strange yet familiar system page suddenly popped up. System energy has been restored, the strongest Douluo system is at your service. Diddy dash. An error has occurred. This is not the Douluo continent world. Restart the journey. 3.2.1. Start successfully. Before Su Chen could react to the meaning of this sentence, the next second, he had arrived in the world of Douluo continent and became the son of a purple-robed cardinal of the Spirit Hall. No, buddy. I've already maxed out my level in the ninja world, and you sent me here to start over as a novice? When he came back to his senses from the confusion of becoming a child, Su Chen was stunned. God have pity on him, he lived in fear in his previous life, trembling with fear all the way, afraid that he would reveal some flaws and be targeted by Black Zetsu. Not to mention having a girlfriend, he had never even held a woman's hand. The threat of death and the intense crisis forced him to seize every minute and every second to become stronger without any respite. 365 days a year, he practices and studies, and eats the bitter improved high-quality nutritious military ration pills day after day for decades. He gets up earlier than the chickens and sleeps later than the dogs. Damn it, it was finally time for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor, but this damn system suddenly sent him to this crappy place and made him start all over again? Fuck. For several days, Su Chen kept cursing the ancestors and relatives of the system whenever he had nothing to do. He cursed for a whole week and began to prepare to cut the soul to force the system out, but after failing, he slowly stopped. The system seemed to be frightened to death. Apart from secretly displaying the compensation and data panel, it did not dare to show its head at all. After several days, Su Chen was also tired. You can curse me, but you can't just give up, right? At worst, when I become stronger in the future, I can materialize the system, pull it out and throw it into some hentai world, letting it experience the feeling of being treated as toilet paper. Then, he began to calm down and think about his current situation in the world. Douluo continent was not unfamiliar to Su Chen. After all, even people outside the circle had heard of the name of the god King Tang. This Tang Shenhuang has taken the way of seeking death to the extreme. The doorman is making things difficult, and it is a way to seek death. Kill my soul beast? It's a way to die. Injure teammates in the arena? Ways to die, etc. There are also such as the following. When I was at a low level, I went to the Haoshan sect to atone for my father's sins. It was all your fault that you went to Haoshan sect when you were at a high level. What did my father do wrong? Dare to refute? You have the means to die. Wow, this double standard ability is amazing even in version T0. As for how he tortured his son-in-law and daughter later, there is no need to say more. It can only be said that it has reached a level of insanity. Of course, God King Tang is at most the successor of an evil dragon. The real cancer is the divine world above the sky and the various god kings. This is also his goal. Only when the gods pass away can we gain true freedom. As for the destined protagonist, King Tang Shen, to be honest, he really didn't take him seriously. This is the confidence that the strongest person in the ninja world gives him. Shaking his head, Su Chen clicked on the system panel that only he could see. Name, Su Chen. Sex, male. Age, 6 years old. Realm, Level 10, Soul Warrior, becomes Soul Master after obtaining a Soul Ring. Life Energy, 1200, Standard Soul Master 100 to 500. Spiritual Energy, 300, Spiritual Communication Realm, Standard Soul Master is Spiritual Yuan Realm 0 to 50. Soul Power, Chakra 1000, Standard Soul Master 100 to 800. External Soul Bone, Sharingan, Single Megatama, improves nerve reaction speed, dynamic detection, can release illusions through line of sight, Byakugan, perspective, 360 degrees no blind angle detection, farsightedness of 1 km. Characteristic: Perfect Sage Body 10%, your self-healing ability is enhanced, your physical strength recovery speed is enhanced, your vitality is enhanced, your affinity with nature is enhanced, your cultivation talent is improved, and your Sage Mode cultivation speed is increased. The Ancestor of Eye Techniques, you can use all eye techniques without restrictions. You need the Manjiki Sharingan / Eternal Manjiki / Rinnegan, Kamui, unavailable, Amaterasu, unavailable, Tsukuyomi, unavailable. Usable skills, Suchin Style Swordsmanship, Suchin Style Shuriken Technique, Suchin Style Fluid Technique. There is nothing much to say about the pupil technique and physique, and that characteristic is the compensation of the system. And it also gives the immortal body new characteristics. In view of this, Su Chen gave up the idea of whether to start studying the soul directly and try to find the system and then peel it off. System shaking.jpg. As long as I can develop safely to the later stage, I will use King Tang to create a moon for Douluo world for fun. Hulina, Spirit Fox, Innate Spirit Power, Level 9.5. The noisy sounds in the field woke Su Chen from his thoughts. He raised his eyes and looked at the restless crowd and the radiant pink-haired girl on the awakening stage. The shadow of an enchanting fox demon hovered above her, adding an element of charm to the girl. Even though she was still young, one could still see the shadow of the person who would charm everyone in the future. It's actually the innate 9.5 level soul power. Is this the highest today? Level 9.5. It seems that she is the next generation saint of the Spirit Hall. A top-level beast martial spirit, plus a level 9.5 spirit power. Wow, this kid might be the next pope in the near future. Perhaps, this child will be able to achieve the strength of a titled Douluo before the age of 35. The Spirit Hall is booming. The voices in the distance filled with amazement and a little jealousy did not escape Su Chen's ears, and he curled his lips secretly. What's the point of becoming a titled Douluo at the age of 35? That's because you haven't seen anyone who became a god at the age of 25. Next, Su Chen. It was unknown how long it took before the commotion was finally quelled by the interference of the awakened elders, and Su Chen also heard his own name. Compared to Hulina, this name seems much more unfamiliar, but Su Chen's height, which is much taller than others, still attracted a lot of people's attention. The white-haired young man walked up to the stage slowly and placed his hand directly on the crystal ball. But after a while, the crystal ball showed no response. Okay. Is it broken due to too much use? The awakened elder frowned and reached out to check. Click. A clear shattering sound was heard in the square. The awakened elder's face suddenly changed color, and he stared with wide eyes at the crystal ball that suddenly cracked into countless cracks. The next second. Boom! The crystal ball exploded. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Soul Chakra. Chapter 2, Soul, Chakra. The clear sound of shattering resounded throughout the venue. Under the gazes of countless people, the crystal ball that the white-haired boy placed his hand on exploded and shattered into debris on the ground. However, the awakened elder who was closest to him took 2 steps back in horror. At the moment just now, he felt an extremely powerful energy wave sweeping through him, and the soul power in his body seemed to be squeezed by something and could not be mobilized at all, as if a wild beast in the wild was suppressed by a superior natural enemy. But how is this possible? Seeing that everyone present was looking at him in surprise, the awakening elder wiped the cold sweat from his head imperceptibly, and the look he gave Su Chen was no longer one of indifference, but rather some doubt. Maybe, the crystal ball is broken, right? After all, so many people have been tested. He comforted himself in this way, but he also knew that the possibility was not high. In this kind of occasion, everything is inspected to the highest standards. Try this. The awakened elder took out a new crystal ball. Compared with the original one, the texture of this crystal ball looked more transparent, and it was like a higher level detection tool. Su Chen nodded slightly and put his hand back on it. Buzz! An invisible sound suddenly sounded, and a dazzling light bloomed from the crystal ball, covering the entire awakening platform. It was like another sun. The strong light was so dazzling that even those outside the venue felt it was blinding and could not be looked at directly. What is that? The boys and girls in the front row screamed and covered their eyes, and the people watching outside the field also cried out in surprise, looking at the awakening platform that was bathed in a sea of light and shock. However, this is just a prelude. Boom! A violent storm cyclone began to roll from the awakening platform, and an extremely huge shadow slowly spread from the dazzling white light, turning into a dense energy that enveloped the entire venue. The huge cyclone was spinning slowly, making everyone's clothes rustle. Their hair also rolled like real energy, and the soul power in their bodies shrank in alertness and fear, like a wild beast encountering its natural enemy. In contrast, the flowers, plants, and trees in the field all danced gently, stretching out their branches and flowers as if they had drunk nectar, swaying in the wind, and cheering silently. Of course, this did not attract much attention. They looked at the huge light cocoon in the center with great horror, feeling inexplicably terrified. What kind of martial spirit did this young man awaken? The crowd had all kinds of mixed emotions, but Su Chen, the protagonist, felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, all the limbs, meridians are immersed in the abundant chakra. The strength of the body, the soul, and even the speed of nerve reaction are all rising rapidly visibly. The slight damage to the body caused by years of rigorous training has also disappeared. Call! Su Chen clenched his fists and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. This feeling of fullness of power gave him a sense of familiarity from his previous life. Although his current strength is not even 1/1,000,000th of that in the Naruto world, Su Chen can feel that as long as he continues, he will become stronger than in his previous life. The young man thought of something and his mind moved. A ball of tangible but intangible energy emerged in his hand, constantly changing into various shapes. Looking at the familiar ball of energy, Su Chen's mouth curled up. Sure enough, as expected. Your own martial soul is chakra. An energy system that is completely different from soul power and is unique in the world. 3-body technique, shadow clone, raise nan, flying thunder god technique. Thinking of these ninjutsu that shine brightly in the Naruto world and do not require any changes in nature, Su Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Moreover, with chakra, my research can be further advanced. However, it seems that I cannot use it now. He tried to make a seal with one hand, and the chakra in his body was mobilized, but at the last step he encountered some obstruction and it dissipated quietly. Is it because of the gap in chakra and soul power system, or is it because of the lack of soul rings? The young man frowned slightly. But he also vaguely felt that the two were not completely independent, but rather had a certain connection. To know the specific details, you still need to obtain the first soul ring and officially become a soul master. Call. After the initial experience, Su Chen clenched his fists in satisfaction and opened his eyes, only to find that countless pairs of eyes were looking at him as if he were a monster. The young boys and girls were staggering to the ground, and the awakened elder in front of him was covering his head and was about to fall. The worst off was Hulina, who had not walked far. She stopped out of curiosity and even took 2 steps. She did not have the strength of an awakened elder, and her delicate little face turned pale as paper, and she fell not far from Su Chen. This is what you are doing." The young man supported the awakened elder in a strange way, then picked up Hulina, and with a thought, a stream of chakra was injected into her body. The pale-faced Hulina moaned softly, and the color returned to her little face. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful eyes opened, and she saw the white-haired boy looking at her with concern. "How do you feel?" the young man asked in a low voice. Hulina was stunned for a moment, then she struggled down with an embarrassed look on her face, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I am fine." "Okay?" Su Chen looked speechlessly at the girl who blushed and lowered her head. "Who asked you if you were okay? I asked you how it feels when chakra enters your body?" However, even if she didn't cooperate much, Su Chen realized that his chakra seemed to have a suppressive effect on soul power, which could be removed through chakra. He kept this in mind, hoping it might be of some use in the future. At this time, the awakened elder who had recovered finally remembered his duties. He shook his head and grabbed Su Chen with excitement on his face. "You have innate full soul power. You have innate full soul power." No wonder he was so excited. Within 1 day, he first reached level 9.5 soul power, and then reached innate full soul power. This was absolutely unique in his entire awakening career. Moreover, even though no one knew what this spirit was, it could cause such a huge reaction. It is almost foreseeable that if this young man had not died, he would have definitely become the backbone of the spirit hall in the future. You have to know that when the saint, now the Pope, awakened his martial spirit, he didn't experience such a terrifying vision. But no matter how excited I am, the awakening must continue. Although in his heart, the ceremony was over, he had even thought about what kind of reward the Pope would give him after the ceremony. Let Su Chen help Hulina, whose legs were still a little weak, down. Looking at the 2 people's backs, the awakened elder's eyes were burning. These 2 children will definitely become great figures in the future. Next! He shouted with full energy. Su Chen asked a few more questions about the feeling of chakra, but he didn't know what the little girl had misunderstood. Her little face kept reddening, leaving him speechless. Of course, the boy didn't notice that among the boys and girls lying on the ground, there was a red-haired figure who clenched his fists tightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Pope Take Note. Chapter 3, Pope Take Note. There were not many subsequent awakenings, but of course there were also many good talents, including one with an innate soul power of level 9.5. Hulina's brother Ziyu. It's just that because of Hulina's example and Su Chen's dominance, everyone has become a little desensitized. A genius like the 9.5 level innate genius that is rarely seen in a century doesn't cause any big waves in their hearts. The ones at levels 7 and 8 are even worse, and basically no one discusses them. This made the red-haired boy even more indignant, especially after seeing that a certain girl's eyes never left Su Chen. He clenched his fists even tighter. When Su Chen came out, the crowd outside was still talking excitedly, and the content was nothing more than him, Xiaoyu, and Hulina, as well as speculation about his martial soul. He ignored those pairs of fiery gazes, looking for something, but the next moment, the boy's brows furrowed. "Aiken is my son, Su Xiao. How can I not understand him?" The middle-aged man with grey hair looked at the people in front of him with some anger. "You're just bragging. How old are you to be a soul king and give birth to a son like that?" Several people looked at him with disdain. "Don't dream, he must be the son of an elder in the elder hall. If he were your son, I would call you dad too." "Father." The white-haired boy pushed through the crowd and glanced at the man indifferently, ignoring the latter's face that had turned liver-colored. Then he bowed slightly and looked at the middle-aged man with a softened look. At first, Su Chen was a little resistant to this adoptive father. After all, he was an orphan in 2 lifetimes, and no one had ever cared for him so attentively. The middle-aged man in front of him had gone through untold hardships to awaken his son in the spirit hall, taking advantage of his father's promise and the opportunity for promotion, just because he believed that his son could make a big splash, be appreciated by the top management, and get a better education. It is hard to describe how much ridicule and abuse I have endured here, but when I saw the young man, I was smiling. In the eyes of Su Chen, who is used to maximizing benefits, this is a very stupid behavior. But the person who did this was doing it all for him. How can this not move people? The middle-aged man nodded excitedly. They traveled all the way here from a marginal city. Su Xiao hadn't slept well these past few days. Now that his martial soul had awakened, he felt relieved. If it weren't for his body as a soul king, he would have been lying on the ground long ago. My son is indeed a genius. The first person in the Su family to have full innate soul power. Really, really. As he thought about it, Su Xiao felt a sore nose and a little dry eyes. You can't cry. You can't embarrass your son. My son is going to become a titled Douluo in the future. Seeing that Su Xiao had basically reached his physical limit and was in dire need of rest and food, Su Chen was too lazy to argue with that man. The man also realized that he was a clown, and walked away dejectedly with his companion. Just as the two were about to leave the place under the gaze of everyone, a slightly childish roar suddenly rang out. Su Chen, wait a minute. The red-haired boy blocked Su Chen's path aggressively, raised his fist, and stared at him intently. Hey! Do you dare to fight me? The sudden movement attracted the attention of the girls and boys who came out one after another, and they all looked over with some curiosity. The blonde girl came out in a hurry. When she saw Su Chen, her beautiful eyes lit up. Just when she wanted to talk to him, she saw the red-haired boy blocking Su Chen's way. She realized something and frowned, saying angrily, Yan. Then, he turned around with a headache and said apologetically, Su Chen, I'm sorry, he may not be sober today. The white-haired boy nodded, and kept walking. He knew about the entanglement between Yan and Hulina in the original novel, and he could also understand why Yan stopped him. But Su Chen was not interested in getting involved in the disputes between these half-grown children. You coward, don't you dare! However, Yan, who was filled with anger, did not want to let Su Chen just leave like that, especially since Hulina's attitude was completely different from that of another person, which made him even more jealous. He gritted his teeth and blocked Su Chen, if you don't dare, you just... The red-haired boy stopped talking abruptly. Because at some point, a strange-looking dagger was already across his neck. You! Yan swallowed hard. The cold metal and sharp pain gave him goosebumps on his neck. His calves trembled as he looked at the indifference in the dark pupils of the white-haired boy. This guy has killed people, killed many people. Yan had seen such a look before, and the soul masters in the spirit hall who had retreated from the battlefield had also seen such a look. But compared to Su Chen, they still have emotional fluctuations that can be called human. But the white-haired boy in front of him didn't. Step aside. Subconsciously, he followed Su Chen's words and stepped aside. The dagger on his neck disappeared instantly. Yan gasped for breath and looked at the backs of the two men in fear. That rascal! It happened so quickly that before anyone could react, Su Chen had already walked away. No one expected Su Chen to use the weapon without hesitation, and no one understood when he took out the weapon. The boys and girls swallowed and looked at each other. They all made up their minds at the same time that they must not provoke Su Chen easily. Hulina looked at Su Chen's back absent-mindedly, took a deep breath, and looked at Yan angrily. If you affect others because of this kind of thing again in the future, we will no longer be friends. Not me. Yan wanted to say something aggrieved, but Hulina didn't give him a chance and just turned and left. Only a sad and depressed figure was left behind. All of this was seen by several pairs of eyes and reported to someone. One is at full innate soul power, 2 are at level 9.5, and several are above level 7. This is truly incredible. The lazy and cold voice echoed in the empty hall. The awakened elder and several others stood respectfully below, not daring to look at the beautiful figure on the stage. Congratulations, His Holiness the Pope. These children will definitely be the backbone of the Spirit Hall in the next 10 years. Whether it is Su Chen, Xiaoyu, Hulina, or Yan, they are all excellent talents. Especially this child Su Chen, not only does he have innate full soul power, but he also has a strange martial soul that can actually suppress our soul power a little bit. If we train him well, his future achievements may be great. The awakened elder thought for a moment and said with certainty, the lowest achievement will not be lower than that of the worshippers in the worship hall. Humph, he has good talent, but his heart is a bit too cruel. He threatened someone's life just for a verbal dispute. He is aggressive and aggressive. I'm afraid he won't achieve much in the future. One person spoke out against it. He had a very good impression of Yan, so naturally, he had a bad impression of Su Chen. That's wrong. The world of soul masters is all about the survival of the fittest. It's not a game of playing house. Those who are indecisive would have died long ago. I really like this kid's personality. Not right, not right. I think that girl is pretty good, and Xiaoyu is also good. Several people in the hall started arguing. All right. But in the next second, a cold and lazy voice sounded, and 2 words instantly drowned out all other sounds. The powerful aura suppressed everyone on the spot, and everyone fell silent as if they were a mouse in fear, with turbulent waves in their hearts. I didn't expect that His Majesty the Pope's strength has increased again. How old is she? Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, the 2 of you will take a few young geniuses to the Xingda Great Forest in a week. You can go down too. As the Pope commands. A gentle and ethereal response sounded. After everyone left, only that beautiful figure was left in the empty hall. Su Chen. The slender jade finger pointed at a portrait, gently drawing an arc, and the beautiful eyes met the dark eyes under the white hair. It's really fun. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Improvement of the Cultivation Method, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duel Douluo. Chapter 4, Improvement of the Cultivation Method, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duel Douluo. The Spirit Hall's reaction speed was obviously very fast. Before Su Chen and Su Xiao returned to the hotel in Spirit City, someone came to meet them and led them to a rather elegant courtyard. Please stay here with Cardinal Purple for a while. Someone will arrange your affairs tomorrow. The white-robed deacon bowed respectfully to Su Chen and Su Xiao in turn, then opened the courtyard door for them. The bathing and changing equipment is ready, and the food will be delivered soon. The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard are lush and prosperous, and the decoration is obviously the work of a master. The air is also filled with elegant fragrance, which makes you feel relaxed and happy with just a sniff. Su Chen nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the arrangements made by the Spirit Hall, both in terms of speed and attitude. An organization like this would already know everything about the talents of those who participated in awakening their martial spirits, and naturally the means to win over people were prepared in advance. But his name is definitely not in it. Even so, in the short 15 minutes between his conflict with Yan and his coming out with Su Xiao, the Spirit Hall had arranged everything he needed at the moment. Su Chen really couldn't find any fault with this attitude. It can only be said that if it weren't for the protagonist halo of King Tang, it would be nonsense to say that the Spirit Hall could be destroyed with its attitude towards talents. Excuse me. Compared to Su Chen's indifference, Su Xiao was a little flattered. Coming from a small place, how could he have seen such a scene? He rubbed his hands awkwardly, then took out a small bag and quietly handed it to the deacon in white. It's a small token of my appreciation. Buy some drinks. However, this action frightened the white-robed deacon so much that he hurriedly took a step back, waved his hands frantically, and said with a bitter smile, "Don't dare, don't dare. This is what we should do. you, just call me if you have anything. I'll be waiting outside. How dare you accept this? Can this be accepted? Your son is born with full soul power. As long as I don't die in the future, it is a foregone conclusion that I will become a soul Douluo or a titled Douluo. At the very least, I can be an elder of the Elder Hall. If I accept this, what if he holds a grudge against me? Will I still be alive? The deacon in white looked at Su Chen respectfully and hurriedly retreated. I never thought that one day I would be able to benefit from my son's influence. Su Xiao was quite emotional. Whether it was this luxurious courtyard or the completely different attitude of the butler in white, it was all because of the terrifying talent displayed by his son. The meal was delivered quickly. It included both meat and vegetables, and was evenly matched. It wasn't very sumptuous, but it was delicious. Anyway, both of them were very satisfied. After eating and drinking, the father and son washed up, and could no longer resist the fatigue and fell asleep in a hurry. The next morning, the spirit hall brought a batch of training supplies and informed him of the next arrangements. The spirit hall also attaches great importance to these geniuses and decides to spend a week helping them consolidate their bodies. It would be best if both 9.5s could be upgraded to level 10, and then they can go to the Stardo Great Forest together to hunt for their first soul ring. Su Chen had no objection to this. Although he also wanted to obtain the first soul ring as soon as possible to explore the secrets of his own martial soul, he also knew that the arrangement of the spirit hall would benefit him rather than harm him. He took this opportunity to study the cultivation methods of this world. Su Chen took the pills that moisturized his body and eliminated impurities while flipping through the booklet in his hand. That is the basic method of cultivating soul power, the method of absorbing it, also known as meditation. The operating principle is to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then circulate it through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, and after going around in circles, completely transform them into soul power. This is the exact opposite of how chakra is practiced. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual life energy extracted from 130 trillion cells in the human body, while soul power is the transformation or absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can be said that the two are completely unrelated. But the current situation is that the two are combined very harmoniously, and chakra, in the form of martial spirit, coexists perfectly with soul power. If that is the case, is it possible to transform them into each other, improving soul power through inner cultivation and chakra through meditation? If it is feasible, wouldn't it double the progress of cultivation? Su Chen's eyes lit up and he began to try it. The process was a bit bumpy. When night fell, the young man with sweat on his forehead suddenly opened his dark eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised with joy. It worked. As expected, extracting chakra and meditating to absorb soul power at the same time is completely feasible. Of course, the subtle operations involved are quite difficult. Su Chen spent another whole day before this unique practice method could run perfectly in his body. 7 days passed quickly as Su Chen was immersed in cultivation. Call. Exhaling a breath, the young man slowly opened his eyes, and for an instant his eyes sparkled, as bright as stars. Not bad. Su Chen clenched his fist and nodded. There is definitely room for improvement, but he can only continue his research after becoming a formal soul master. After changing clothes and washing up, Su Chen came to the main square of the spirit hall. Compared with the crowds a few days ago, the main square is now deserted. The white-haired boy saw several familiar people at a glance. Xiaoyu, Yan, Hulina, and a little girl who I didn't remember very well. Seeing Su Chen coming, Yan's face instantly became a little ugly, and he snorted coldly and turned away. If it weren't for the trembling of his legs, this scene would have been quite gutsy. Su Chen naturally didn't bother to pay attention to him. After greeting Xiaoyu, Hulina, and others in turn, he stood quietly aside by himself. During this time, Hulina seemed to want to say something to him, but seeing that Su Chen seemed to be thinking, she tactfully did not disturb him. It looks like everyone is here. A sudden voice suddenly sounded behind them. They saw a flash before their eyes and saw two figures in their sight. One of them seemed to be without substance like smoke, but strangely formed into a human figure, as if covered with a layer of torn black cloth, and his face could not be seen clearly. The other was a handsome man with blonde hair, tall and elegant, but the lingering femininity on his face destroyed his original beauty. The aura of the two people was as deep as the ocean. Even just by looking at it, the powerful perception of the immortal body brought extreme warning. This is Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong actually sent out these two? Su Chen was slightly surprised. He had thought about how much the spirit hall valued them, but he had never expected it to be to this extent. For a titled Douluo to help a level 10 soul master to hunt for soul rings is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. But for him, it is not a bad thing. Having a popular person like Bibi Dong around him makes it convenient for him to implement some of his plans. The young man hesitated for a moment. Some methods can be demonstrated in advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, The First Appearance of White Eyes. Chapter 5, The First Appearance of White Eyes. Wuhan Hall, in front of the main square. Look, everyone is here. Ju Douluo's somewhat feminine eyes swept across Xiaoyu and others, then stopped on Su Chen, and his eyes lit up. Hey, you've improved so much. His eyes blurred, and a faint scent of chrysanthemums rushed into the boy's nostrils. The feminine face had already come in front of him, looking at Su Chen with curiosity and inquiry. Su Chen instinctively tensed up his whole body, his muscles mobilized instinctively, the kunao slipped out of his sleeve, chakra surged and attached to it, and he subconsciously wanted to stab it directly into Yu Guan's neck. But at the last moment, he held back. Calm down, this is not the ninja world full of dangers, and Kiku Douluo is not an enemy. Moreover, with his current strength, the gap between him and the top combat power in this world is still too big. Oh, what a scary little guy. Yu Guan's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. With his strength, he naturally understood Su Chen's actions in an instant, but when that pair of black eyes stared at his neck, Yu Guan actually felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It seemed as if at any moment, a bloody mouth with fangs would bite his neck fiercely. This child is so vigilant and murderous. Moreover, the progress is so fast. Compared to 7 days ago, Su Chen's soul power has increased by at least 30%. I'm afraid that once he obtains the soul ring, he will directly jump to level 13. Looking at the others, the best performer like Xiaoyu only increased by less than 10%. Of course, this was already a very fast speed. But compared to this little monster, it seems a little inferior. There is a gap between geniuses. Patting him on the shoulder, Yu Guan smiled and turned his gaze to Hulina and the others. Little guys, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5 most talented people in this session of Spirit Hall. Well, in the next 10 years, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than you. Ju Douluo did not hesitate to praise, and the people who heard this straightened their backs immediately. Even the cool Xiaoyu and Hulina blushed at this time. Yan even wished he could stick his nose up to the sky. Ju Douluo is not as unknown as Ghost Douluo. On the contrary, he is quite well known in the Spirit Hall. The recognition from such a senior who was also very famous in Douluo continent made them very excited. Of course, this does not include Su Chen. But Ju Douluo changed the subject and became serious. Talent can only make you faster and higher than others, but it cannot guarantee that you can go further. So, your primary goal is not to become stronger, but to keep yourself alive. Seeing that everyone paused in his words, Yu Guan nodded with satisfaction. Let's get started. I hope that after you come back, you can all meet His Holiness the Pope as Soul Masters. The Xingde Great Forest was not close to Wuhan City, and since they had to take care of several children with poor physical fitness, it took them several days to reach the largest forest on the continent. After a long journey, the other little ones except Su Chen were not in good condition, but Douluo obviously had no intention of letting them rest. Alright, fellow geniuses, this is the outermost part of the Stardo Great Forest. You have to work hard on your own to find the spirit rings you need and obtain them. Of course, if you can't hold on, you can cry and call me over. Douluo looked at the dusty group with a smile, left these words and disappeared, leaving only a few people looking at each other in bewilderment. Do we have to face the soul beasts ourselves? The little girl at the end had a sad face and a trembling voice. Facing the deep dense forest, even though she knew this was the outskirts, she couldn't stop shaking all over. How about we team up? Master Yu Guan didn't stop that, did he? Yan said with some trepidation. He was originally full of enthusiasm, but after seeing this extremely large and deep forest, he was immediately poured with cold water. Especially the shrill screams that came from nowhere made him shrink back. Stupid as hell. Su Chen shook his head and waved his hand. I'll leave first, you guys can do whatever you want. Yu Guan's arrangement was within his expectations and was exactly what he wanted. Hey, what are you talking about? Yan was furious and was about to rush forward, but he saw Xiaoyu and Hulina looking at him speechlessly. What's wrong, am I right? He looked at the two of them in disbelief. Xiaoyu ignored him, glanced at Su Chen's back, and walked in the opposite direction. Hulina sighed, shook her head, and walked to the other side. Hey, tell me now. Yan stomped his feet madly. Riddler, get out of the spirit hall, you bastard. This child, really is. In the dark, Yu Guan looked at the helpless and furious Yan and shook his head in disappointment. He has good talent, but he is too impulsive and his brain is really too stupid. Could he not know that these little kids would be dead if they encountered a 10-year-old soul beast with a higher level? The reason for arranging individual actions is to tailor soul beasts for them according to each person's style and ability, and to see how they perform at the same time. Others are pretty good though. Douluo looked at the others with appreciation as they began to take action. Oh, this kid has bad luck. A sinister voice came from Yu Guan. Ghost Douluo was floating in the air, looking at the distance with interest. His gaze penetrated the jungle and locked onto the white-haired boy. There's a big guy at that location. Click. The sound of dead branches under his feet made a crisp sound. The white-haired boy carefully used the kunao to cut the branches in front of him and walked forward slowly. Su Chen felt something coming from behind. He knew it must be Douluo who was watching them all the time. After all, apart from him, letting them hunt soul beasts on their own would be simply courting death. That's right, I also want to try it, given my current level. Milky white energy surged through the boy's body, and in an instant, his eyes turned as white as jade. Roll your eyes, open. The Byakugan from the Hyuga clan in the Naruto world has the ability of farsightedness, perspective, and 360-degree vision. It can be called a magical skill of investigation. In a moment, Su Chen's mouth corners curled up slightly, and he suddenly increased his speed in a certain direction. Did that kid encounter that 50-year-old soul beast? Is he running away in a panic now? Ha 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 ha, it should be rare to see a genius in such a mess when he was a child, right? Douluo was shaking a chrysanthemum and lying lazily on the tree. However, the expected answer did not come. He turned his head in confusion, only to find that the corners of his old friend's mouth under the mask were twitching. What happened? Yu Guan raised an eyebrow. That kid, he wouldn't be so scared that his legs would go limp, right? Do not. Ghost Douluo shook his head. He took the initiative to rush towards the 50-year-old soul beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Sharingan, wielding shuriken, killing with ease. Chapter 6, Sharingan, wielding shuriken, killing with ease. Douluo was stunned for a moment, threw away the chrysanthemum in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. After a long while, he finally uttered a word. He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He doesn't think that the soul beast is like Yan, and can be threatened by a dagger, right? A 50-year-old soul beast is difficult for most soul masters to deal with. What's more, this 50-year-old soul beast is not an ordinary soul beast. Even some low-level soul masters may lose their lives. What do you mean, do you want to help him? Ghost Douluo asked while paying attention to Su Chen. Let him suffer a little and break a few bones first. Yu Guan waved his hands unhappily. Let this kid know that the soul beast forest is not a game. But don't go too far, or he'll get hurt. He squinted his eyes and smiled, as if he had already seen Su Chen trembling with fear, and then he and others descended from the sky and killed the soul beast instantly with the power of thunder. I guess this kid will definitely be shocked by being named a titled Douluo, right? Old ghost, how long do you think that kid will last before asking for help? I guess, old ghost, old ghost. After not getting a response from his old friend for a long time, Yu Guan looked up in confusion, only to find that Ghost Douluo had already opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Although the statement of seeing a ghost expression on Ghost Douluo's face is very abstract, Yu Guan said that he had indeed never seen such an expression in front of his old friend. Hey, you're not going to let that kid die, are you? Ju Douluo turned over and sat up, suddenly startled, and looked over quickly. Then, his mouth slowly opened, and the same expression as Ghost Douluo appeared on his face. This is not right. Boom! The thick tree trunk was broken violently, debris flew everywhere and hit the trees with crackling sounds. The remaining branches continued to move forward and knocked down 2 large trees before stopping. This area is already in a mess. Roar! A 3-meter-tall silver gorilla roared angrily, pounded its chest, and stared straight ahead with its bloodshot eyes. In its pupils, a small silver-haired figure was reflected. It was Su Chen. Are you angry? The young man stood nimbly on a tree branch, his silver hair blown up by the wind, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes underneath. The single megatama in the eyes slowly rotated, emitting a strong ominous aura, firmly locking onto the gorilla's actions. Sharingan. In the world of Naruto, the exclusive bloodline of the Uchiha clan possesses the ability to improve dynamic vision, nerve reflexes, and release illusions. Ho ho ho! The gorilla roared wildly, rushed over with his hands pounding the ground, grabbed a stone and threw it at Su Chen with all his strength, making a sound like a cannonball breaking through the air. The silver-haired boy moved neither fast nor slow. In his eyes, the speed of the pair of stones slowed down for a moment, and this moment was enough for him to analyze the flight trajectory and the angle of avoidance. Boom! Another big tree was pierced through, and the boy disappeared. The gorilla was breathing heavily. The continuous high-frequency attacks had greatly consumed its physical and mental strength, and it was even in danger of being attacked. But it doesn't matter, as long as that hateful human being, as long as that. Are you tired? A voice like a gentle breeze came from behind. The silverback gorilla widened his eyes and looked at the unharmed silver-haired little man in disbelief. The latter was hanging upside down on the tree, looking at it with a smile, and the megatama in its blood-red eyes made it feel a little scared. Then it's my turn to attack. The silver-haired boy kept smiling, but the megatama in his bloodshot eyes suddenly started to spin faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and countless kunai flashing with cold light attacked from all directions, all stabbing towards the silverback gorilla's eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and other vital parts with low defense. The latter quickly turned his back and squatted down with his head in his hands, but several kunai collided with each other in the air, then drew an incredible arc, bypassed the gorilla's back, and still pierced its ears. Roar! The silverback gorilla howled miserably, covering its ears and slapping them wildly. The blood and severe pain completely aroused the silverback gorilla's ferocity, and it began to attack indiscriminately. Trees were broken, dirt was flying, and broken stones and wood blocks destroyed everything around with terrible impact force. But a silver figure was like a light feathered fish, nimbly shuttling through the jungle, leaping across tree branches and gravel as if walking on flat ground, and throwing kunao one after another from time to time, adding a few more blood stains to the silverback gorilla's body. After an unknown amount of time, the violent silverback gorilla finally came to a stop and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. At this moment, it looks extremely miserable. Blood was gushing from his entire body, one of his eyes was completely blind, and his ears, mouth, and nose were covered with hideous wounds. Even if he survived today, in this terrible condition, he would not survive the next day in the Stardo Great Forest. Pat! The light sound of landing attracted the attention of the silverback gorilla. It endured the severe pain and raised its eyes, and saw the silver-haired boy who made him extremely angry standing in front of it and walking towards it with a smile on his face. Damn human soul master! A trace of resentment flashed in the silverback gorilla's only remaining eye. Roar! Just as Su Chen took another step forward, the gorilla that was dying just now suddenly jumped up and rushed towards him. Die, die! Seeing that the young man seemed to be frightened and did not dodge, the silverback gorilla showed a trace of humanistic satisfaction on his face, opened his bloody mouth with all his strength, trying to bite his head off. But in the next second, its figure suddenly stopped. Bang bang bang! Roar! Dense blood flowers burst out of its body, and the silverback gorilla let out an extremely shrill howl, twisting its body in pain. Countless blood-colored steel wires cut deeply into its body, binding it tightly and making it unable to move. Maybe it would not take such things seriously under normal circumstances, but at this moment, it has become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Su Chen walked forward slowly, raised his kunao, and stabbed it into the gorilla's head along its ear. Roar! The unwilling and shrill roar came to an abrupt halt, but the young man continued to move and stabbed the heart several more times. As a white ring with a faint yellow light floated up, he finally stopped the kunao in his hand. It's been a long time since I've used such basic things in battle. The young man recalled what had just happened with some emotion. Wire, kunao, and shuriken. Even in the ninja world, that is a very distant memory. That guy Jiraiya has suspected more than once that he is an Uchiha because of his shuriken throwing skills. He shook his head, threw away the slight melancholy, and focused his eyes on what was in front of him. Is this the spirit ring? Su Chen looked curiously at the ring engraved with strange patterns. I touched it lightly with my hand, but didn't feel anything. A special energy aggregate. It's like compressing energy into a circle, but mixed with something different from soul power. Is it soul energy? It seems that more samples are needed, preferably 100-year or 1000-year soul beasts. Su Chen thought to himself. After recording the pattern and ignoring the faint attraction coming from the soul ring, Su Chen cleaned up the place and turned to leave. He doesn't think highly of a 10-year spirit ring. The young man walked away in a cool manner, but he didn't know that he had completely shocked someone who was watching secretly. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Neon Soul Beast. Chapter 7 Millennium Soul Beast. By the time the white-haired figure disappeared into the jungle, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo had not yet returned to normal. The two of them were in silence, both with their mouths wide open in disbelief. They thought of many possibilities, such as Su Chen being injured and then running away, or Su Chen being able to hold on longer, but the only possibility they didn't think of was this, the possibility of killing the soul beast in return. This is a 50-year-old soul beast. They are extremely powerful and possess soul skills that can strengthen themselves. If you are not careful, even a great soul master will die on the spot. It is of course nothing for a titled Douluo, but it is enough to kill these little guys back and forth without leaving a dry eye. But such a powerful enemy that was absolutely fatal to Su Chen was killed by that kid. He died. After a long time, Yu Guan looked at his old friend stupidly, pointing at the mess. Just killed like that, with a dagger and some wire. Am I seeing things? Or is it not a soul beast, but an ordinary wild beast? As a titled Douluo, he is knowledgeable and experienced, but this kind of scene is the first time he has seen it. It's like a little white rabbit suddenly kills a tiger. Yu Guan didn't know whether Meng He was confused or not, but he was really confused now. Through provocation, the silverback gorilla was forced to remain in a state of rage and continuously use spirit skills, which greatly consumed its physical strength. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath and calmed his agitated heart. He looked into the depths of the jungle, his eyes showing an extremely complicated expression beneath the ghost mask. The subtle manipulation of attaching soul power to the solace of the feet to allow him to walk steadily on the tree, coupled with the superb throwing technique, allows each dagger to hit the weak and vital points. The silverback gorilla in a furious state will be less sensitive to pain. Only when its physical strength is exhausted can it realize that it has lost too much blood. And they didn't take the dying soul beast lightly. Instead, they took advantage of its violent and impulsive personality and sent it to its doom. This is a perfect battle plan made in a very short time based on the target's personality. There are no redundant steps. Even if it were a human, I'm afraid. Ghost Douluo shook his head and did not finish his words, but Ju Douluo understood what he meant. It's really scary. Is this really something a 6-year-old child could do? Old ghost, when we were 6 years old. After hearing all this, Yu Guan couldn't help but mutter in a daze. Even if this child has no talent, he will definitely be a remarkable person in the future. What's more, his talent is so outstanding. He looked at Yan, who was still screaming in fear at an ordinary wild beast in the distance, and Su Chen, who fought a 50-year-old soul beast alone but was still calm and composed, and he smiled bitterly. Is the gap between people really so huge? Click! The sound of dead leaves crushing was crisp and faint. Su Chen's ears moved, and his jade-white eyes swept across the deep jungle. Although it is on the outskirts, the trees that block out the sun still make visibility here very low. Fortunately, this has no effect on Su Chen, who has the white eyes. Although the Byakugan did not notice anything unusual, the boy still keenly felt something was wrong. He slowed down his pace, bent his waist slightly, and looked like a cheetah ready to pounce. A faint white mist appeared in the surroundings at some point, and the sweet fragrance of grass and trees gradually floated in the air. It was an addictive and wonderful scent. Hum! An almost unnoticeable sound came from underground. All of a sudden, alarm bells rang in the boy's heart. His hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he pulled the wire that had been laid out in advance and left the spot. Bang! A sharp wooden thorn suddenly rose from where the boy had just stood, shattering a piece of rock into pieces. A hair's breadth of difference. Su Chen stood on the treetop, looking at his torn clothes in shock. If he hadn't opened them in advance, he would have been the one to be pierced. What's going on? Why are you rolling your eyes? That's not right. Boom! The land began to surge, trees fell down, and soil rolled. Su Chen had to move back and forth to barely keep his body steady. A few blue veins popped out from the corners of the boy's eyes, and his eye rolls were widened to the maximum at this moment. The scenery within a kilometer radius was all taken in by his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. After a while, the shaking of the earth slowly stopped, and a huge soul beast appeared in front of Su Chen. It was a strange soul beast that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, and like a silkworm but not a silkworm. It was over 20 meters long, and radiated an emerald-like glow all over its body. It had a single horn on its forehead, but its lower body had many strange veins extending out, rooted in the earth, and tightly connected to the trees. Those emerald eyes were looking at Su Chen greedily, as if they were looking at some delicious food. It's not that Bian didn't notice anything, but that thing was perfectly integrated with the roots of the tree. As expected, novels and reality are different after all. This is a brand new world. If you still judge it based on your previous knowledge, big problems will arise. There was another slight sound, and the boy hurriedly pulled the wire. With the help of the Sharingan, he narrowly avoided a wooden thorn that came from nowhere and intentionally or unintentionally led it to another direction. Pfft! A snake-shaped soul beast that had been hovering on a tree for a long time and seemed to be planning a sneak attack was instantly pierced through and completely lost its voice without even a scream. It looks like a big guy. Looking at the deep yellow soul ring emerging from the soul beast, Su Chen took a deep breath and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Originally he wanted to divert the trouble to someone else, but now it seems that this strange soul beast is probably much more powerful than he expected. If it can kill 100-year-old soul beast in seconds, then the age of this soul beast is easy to tell. Millennium Soul Beast. Rumble. The huge vibration startled a flock of birds, and Yan was so scared that he fell directly from the tree. "Don't eat me, don't eat me!" With a pale face, he hid in the bushes and shivered until the noise stopped. Only then did he dare to slowly stick his head out. Not far away, Xiaoyu was avoiding the pursuit of soul beasts. Hearing the noise, he couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment. And a bloody scratch appeared on his back. "Damn it!" The young man groaned in pain, but did not dare to stop. Hulina had not found the soul beast yet. When the vibration sounded, the girl couldn't help but look up, and a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. Because she remembered that seemed to be the direction Su Chen was heading. At the same time, the vibration also interrupted Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo who were sighing. No, something happened to Su Chen. Ju Douluo suddenly raised his head, looked around, and his expression changed drastically. "Damn it, why is it this guy?" End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Killing, the round fan shows its power. Chapter 8, Killing, the round fan shows its power. Boom! The surging energy swept away everything that blocked the way. Trees flew away, and weak soul beasts screamed as they were affected. Two figures flashed by and violently destroyed everything on the way. He casually crushed to death a monkey soul beast that wanted to launch a sneak attack, and Ju Douluo's somewhat feminine face was full of anxiety. "Old ghost, you are fast, go and check the situation first." Although it was unwise to use such a huge amount of soul power in the Stardo Great Forest, and it might even attract the attention of some big guys, Yu Guan could no longer care about that. If something happened to Su Chen, how would he have the face to meet His Holiness the Pope? This is based on the premise that this young man has shown such talent. Fuck, why would something like this appear in the periphery? Hasn't it been extinct long ago? The usually gentle Ju Douluo couldn't help but swear. His eyes penetrated through the layers of trees and stayed on the giant beast and the small white-haired figure in front of him that was in danger. Linmu Silkworm. This is a very rare and unique soul beast. In the summer of every year, it will transform into an animal-type soul beast, the dragon silkworm, which has extremely high defense and attack power and can move freely. And in the winter of every year, it will transform into the plant-type soul beast Mu Linhua, which can only take root in the same place and has huge vitality and almost immortal characteristics. Due to the power of the two states, both the dragon silkworm and the woodland flower have few rivals. Even 1,000 years can compete with 10,000 years. But this soul beast has a fatal weakness. That is, every time it advances, within a day, it will not only lose the abnormal defense and attack power of the dragon silkworm, but also, like the woodland hua, it can only take root in one place and cannot move easily. It will also lose its huge vitality and immortality, and turn into a special nothing attribute soul beast, that is, the Linmu silkworm. The Linmu silkworm in this state is extremely fragile, and its body has extremely high energy value. It is a very useful tonic for both soul masters and soul beasts. Not only are they coveted by soul beasts, they are also hunted by human soul masters. Over the past 100 years, they have been on the verge of extinction. Therefore, it is rare for this kind of soul beast to grow to 10,000 years old. But now he appeared on the outskirts of the forest and was bumped into by Su Chen. Douluo no longer knew whether his genius was lucky or unlucky. But Yu Guan knew that this was definitely not an opponent that Su Chen could face at this stage. No matter how fragile the Linwu silkworm is, it cannot be touched by someone who is not even a soul master. On the contrary, the Linwu silkworm is even more dangerous to Su Chen at this stage. A trapped beast will still fight, let alone a soul beast. Faced with a life and death crisis, the Linwu silkworm will definitely nip all possibilities in the bud. Bang bang bang! The wooden thorns with violent energy were as dense as raindrops, covering the area. Whether it was trees, flowers, or even the affected soul beasts, they were all torn and pierced. And in the almost invisible gaps between the storm, a white figure shuttled back and forth like a dragon, performing one almost impossible move after another, dodging one fatal attack after another. Pfft! Another unlucky soul beast was diverted by Su Chen, but it also delayed a little bit of time. Phew, this is really troublesome. Su Chen breathed slightly, and the Megatama in his blood-red eyes had already turned into a residual image, but he could only barely capture some of its trajectories. He was able to dodge those attacks mostly because of his fighting instinct, which allowed him to predict them. Thanks to the immersion in potions researched in the ninja world and scientific training since childhood, otherwise the physical strength of a 6-year-old would not be enough to support him to persist for so long. Even so, Su Chen felt that he was almost at his limit. It will take about 6 breaths for Douluo and Ghost Douluo to arrive. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, the young man stared closely at the agitated soul beast, calculating rapidly in his mind. That is to say. Boom! An even more violent attack came at him at a rapid speed, and the young man narrowly avoided it, but his tattered clothes were completely shredded into rubble, revealing his well-proportioned muscular upper body. The Linwu silkworm seemed to have sensed the approach of death and attacked even more violently. For a moment, the pressure Su Chen faced increased exponentially. Several times, the attacks that were enough to smash him narrowly missed him, and the strong wind left streaks of blood on his body. But the boy's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the brief gap between the two attacks, Su Chen switched his Sharingan to Byakugan without hesitation. Perspective. As expected, you are injured. Do you want to eat me and then run away? At the root of the soul beast, there is a complex and condensed node, and the energy of the soul beast is being lost in large quantities along that node. From the beginning, Su Chen sensed the soul beast's greed for him. Rather than counterattacking the invaders, it seemed more like it wanted to completely devour him. Thinking about the strange reaction when he injected chakra into Hulina's body when her martial soul was awakened, Su Chen could basically conclude that chakra was an energy that was absolutely superior to soul power and had great attraction and benefits for living things. Even after noticing the arrival of Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the soul beast did not run away and still wanted to eat him first, which further confirmed his guess. All living things seek benefits and avoid harm. Although this soul beast seems to have difficulty moving, Su Chen does not believe that it is completely unable to move. It's more like a desperate struggle than a fight for oneself. The young man's mouth curled up slightly, and a crazy idea emerged in his mind. After remembering that node, Su Chen switched to the Scarlet Sharingan again, and no longer dodged at the edge, but rushed straight towards the soul beast's body. Fuck! Douluo, who had been paying attention to this place, had bloodshot eyes, his whole body was shining, 9 soul rings suddenly appeared, and his speed increased again, but it was too late. Ah, you little bastard, are you going crazy? Douluo roared, but he could only watch the green sky drowning the figure of the white-haired boy. It's over. Yu Guan stopped in despair. Feeling dizzy and as if he was falling into an ice cellar. Because of his own negligence, a future titled Douluo died here. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hey! Boom! Under Douluo's astonished gaze, a surging column of energy shot up into the sky, and the shock wave it created splashed everything around it, tearing a huge hole in the dense forest and revealing the blue sky outside. Under the golden sunlight, the white-haired boy stood in the center of the devastated battlefield, holding a huge strange round fan in his hand. In front of him, there was a dark purple soul ring engraved with mysterious runes. That is the 1,000-year soul ring that represents the death of the 1,000-year soul beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of 1,000 Years. Time goes back a few breaths. The strong wind blew up the boy's hair and scratched his skin, causing it to hurt. But Su Chen did not stop, instead he sped up and rushed towards the body of the huge soul beast. Close. The young man took a deep breath and poured all the remaining chakra into his wrist. He had already heard Zhu Douluo's shout, but Su Chen did not intend to stop. His wrist gradually lit up under the infusion of chakra. Seeing that the human soul master with huge life energy gave up running away and rushed towards him instead, the jade-colored eyes of Lin Washikan showed a little doubt and the ecstasy of having achieved what he wanted. As long as he ate it, his injuries would be healed instantly, and then he could quickly escape through the branches of the earth veins and leave this forest, especially the depths of this forest. Thinking of the terrifying soul beasts in the center, the Linwu silkworm couldn't help but feel terrified. But it doesn't matter, it will all be over, and I will be able to advance successfully soon. It greedily looked at Su Chen's body which was getting closer and closer, as if it was looking at a ball of extremely rich treasures from heaven and earth. Although we don't know why this human is willing to die, we can't take it lightly, as humans are the most cunning. A trace of cruelty flashed in the green pupils of the Linwu silkworm, and a yellow light flickered in its throat, and then roar. The scorching dragon breath, accompanied by a roar like that of a dragon or a dragon, gushed out from the mouth of the Linwu silkworm. The scorching heat even made the air distort and tremble as it rushed towards Su Chen, who was just a stone's throw away. At the same time, the young man took a deep breath of the hot air, his wrist shone brightly, and a huge round fan suddenly appeared in his hand, which he swung out fiercely. Uchiha rebound. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the world. The blinding white light enveloped everything, burning and destroying all the spreading roots of the surrounding Linwu silkworms. Amid the strange screams of the soul beast, Su Chen tightly grasped the round fan in his hand and curled up his body behind the fan blades, trying his best to avoid the violent shock wave. After a moment, the white light disappeared and the soul beast's screams also stopped. Su Chen then carefully came out from behind the fan to check the situation. This area, which was originally a lush bush, has now turned into a huge pit hundreds of meters deep. The soil is charred and no grass grows. Only behind Su Chen, there is still some withered green. The treetops above our heads also disappeared completely, and the blue sky and white clouds were clearly visible. The soul beast that faced the full power of the explosion had its waist blown apart, deader than dead. Specks of purple light were slowly gathering and gradually forming a ring. As expected of a treasure made from the branches of a sacred tree. No wonder Madara likes it so much. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the round fan which had become much dimmer. The round fan is white in color with black edges and an unusually long handle. There are 3 rotating black megatama on each side. The Uchiha clan's greatest treasure, the flame fan. It is made from a part of the branch of the sacred tree, and has the ability to use wind-style ninjutsu to control fire-style ninjutsu and rebound. In the original work, Madara even used this fan to rebound Naruto's tailed beast ball. Of course, it has now become Su Chen's trophy. This is also the reason why he dares to counterattack. With Su Chen's current strength, he certainly cannot use the flame fan, but fortunately he was well prepared when he first traveled through time. He used the method he researched in his previous life to charge it, and after several years, he finally got this opportunity to use it. Putting the round fan into the storage soul guide on his wrist, Su Chen couldn't help but frowned. At this stage, the research on soul guides in Douluo continent was simply terrible, especially the storage soul guides. Even this kind of treasure that cost a huge price to find was extremely crude in his eyes. Not only was the soul power communication extremely slow, but the positioning speed was also extremely slow due to the tiny space. If he wasn't extremely familiar with the control of chakra, he might have failed. It seems that we need to research the storage scroll as soon as possible, as well as the spiritual arts. The young man pinched his chin, silently memorized the plan, and then turned his eyes to his spoils. His dark eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Even though he lost a trump card, the harvest this time can be said to be very rich. 1000-year soul ring. It is a soul ring that looks very precious. After all, Su Chen has never seen such a peculiar soul beast and soul power in the original book. It is clearly plant-based, yet it has the aura of a dragon. The two completely opposite things are perfectly integrated, interacting with each other and becoming a pure energy that has no belonging at all. Originally, Su Chen wanted to find a soul beast that did not contain any elements, or contained all elements, in order to deal with possible problems with chakra and soul power. The appearance of this soul beast completely satisfied his idea. When Bian saw the wound of the soul beast, he also saw the huge energy brewing in its throat and realized that the soul beast was about to launch the final attack. Therefore, he had the idea of counterattacking. Looking at it now, the results are very encouraging. Well, since you want to eat me, now that I have absorbed your spirit ring, it's even. The young man laughed, released his soul power, and without hesitation guided the mysterious deep purple soul ring and put it on his body. In theory, only a soul master can withstand the impact of the residual consciousness contained in a 1000-year soul ring. Violent energy suddenly surged, tearing pain came from all sides of the body, and a resentful malice emerged from his heart, constantly attacking his consciousness. In the spiritual world, the black shadow transformed by the Linwu silkworm roared towards the sky, covering the sky and the sun, as if it would swallow up Su Chen's small figure in the next second. But the boy looked calm and even smiled disdainfully. But all the souls that are intact in the Pure Land will be under my control, let alone you, the only remaining soul of a beast. Kneel down. Boom. A figure as majestic as heaven and earth appeared in the sea of spirit. The white feathers were filled with a sense of holiness, and the spiral 9 Magadama eyes were indifferent and ruthless. As if the heaven was watching over all living beings. The entire heaven and earth had completely become a foil for this figure. In comparison, the huge black body of the Linwu silkworm is not as big as a small cat. Its remaining soul looked at the figure that was 1,000,000 times taller than itself with great fear. The next moment, when the pair of sacred and indifferent 9 Magadama spiral eyes looked over, it completely turned into a ball of curling green smoke and disappeared completely. At the last moment when consciousness completely dissipated, a deep sense of regret finally emerged in the remaining consciousness of Linwu silkworm. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke this human. He is not a human being. Douluo in the outside world had not yet recovered from the great shock of the death of the 1000-year-old soul beast, when he saw the young man put the soul ring on it. His heart, which had just calmed down, instantly rose to his throat again, and his roar was even a little hoarse. Fuck, don't do this to your own death. In just the next second, the white-haired boy opened his eyes, and the deep purple soul ring had already appeared on his body. The roar stopped abruptly, as if the throat was pinched. Yu Guan slowly opened his mouth and eyes, his neck tilted, and a question mark clearly appeared on his head. What happened? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Raise Nan. Chapter 10 Raise Nan. Douluo felt that today was really magical. If he had not left the spirit hall recently, he would even suspect that he was hallucinating because of the poison of that old poisoner Douluo. First, their fresh and hot genius fought and killed a 50-year-old soul beast. Although it was extremely outrageous, there were still some traces to follow. I can't do it, but others can. But what happened next was completely beyond his understanding. First, their genius encountered an extremely rare soul beast that is rarely seen in 1,000 years, and then it happened to be the time when this soul beast was the weakest and most dangerous. Being able to hold out for so long was completely beyond Yu Guan's expectation, but he never expected that the guy would actually kill it. A little brat who had no spirit rings and was not even a spirit master, fought head-on against a real 1,000-year-old spirit beast. What concept? It makes sense for a little white rabbit to kill a tiger, but it is a bit outrageous for it to kill an ancient beast, right? Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo no longer felt shocked. They even looked at each other in confusion, wondering if they had not left the house yet and were still in a dream. However, this is not the end. That kid actually started absorbing the spirit ring directly. Ju Douluo almost couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. He sat down on the ground somewhat weakly, looking at Su Chen blankly. Not. Even if you don't have common sense, your instinct should tell you that that's not something you should touch right now, right? The first ring is 1,000 years, that is a definite suicide. Ju Douluo really didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. 10-year soul beasts had come, and even 1,000-year soul beasts had been killed, but they died because of the ignorant and forceful absorption of soul rings? How did he report this to His Holiness the Pope? Despair, destruction, quickly. At this moment, he even thought about where to bury himself. But the next moment, Yueguan and Gaimei saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire life. The soul ring that was extremely violent just now turned into a docile little lamb in the next second. Its aura disappeared instantly and became a part of the boy. It actually absorbed it successfully. Ju Douluo rubbed his eyes desperately, and after a while, he pointed tremblingly, then looked at Ghost Douluo, with a distorted expression on his face. It was successful like that. The latter stared at Su Chen intently, but no matter what, he could not detect anything wrong. That 1,000-year soul ring became the boy's first soul ring without any hindrance. There was no resistance, no violence, no explosion or death, and not even any ripples. It took only a few breaths to absorb it successfully. I must be dreaming. Even if it is a perfectly compatible spirit ring, the absorption time cannot be so short. Ghost Douluo muttered incoherently, and it was unclear whether he was crying or laughing. The Douluo who was given the title of Ghost, today finally experienced what it felt like to see a ghost. Su Chen didn't know that he had completely destroyed the three views of the two veteran Douluo. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have time to care. At this moment, he was feeling the incomparable sense of power and joy in his body. The last bit of obstruction between himself and the world disappeared quietly, as if he had officially and perfectly integrated into this world. As soon as the mind moved, chakra surged to the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, smoothly and naturally, completely different from the previous feeling. He stretched out his hands, exhaled slowly, and began to form seals with his hands. Wei Si Yin. Pang. The white smoke floated, and when it dissipated, a person who looked exactly like Su Chen was already standing beside him. Clone technique. In the world of Naruto, it is one of the 3 basic ninjutsu, used to create afterimages to confuse the enemy. It is an extremely simple technique. Seeing the familiar yet strange ninjutsu appear, even someone as calm as Su Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This meant that he could recreate the glory of the brilliant ninjutsu in Douluo continent. Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, Raise Nan. The boy took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and opened the system panel. Name, Su Chen. Sex, male. Age, 6 years old. Realm, level 15, Soul Master, breaking through level to become a great Soul Master. Soul Ring, purple, 3000 years. Soul Skill, Helmet of the Linlong, all attributes increase by 50%. When taking damage, health recovery speed increases by 50% to 100%. The lower the vitality, the higher the recovery speed. Chakra attribute, none, original power. Life energy, 1600. Standard Soul Master 100 to 500. Spiritual energy, 500, the extreme value of the spiritual realm, the standard Soul Master is at the spiritual realm 0 to 50. Soul Power, Chakra 1500, Standard Soul Master 100 to 800. External Soul Bone, Sharingan, Single Megatama, improves nerve reaction speed, dynamic detection, can release illusions through line of sight. White Eyes, Perspective, 360 degrees no blind spot detection, farsightedness of 1 kilometer. Characteristic: Perfect Sage Body 12%, your self-healing ability is enhanced, your physical strength recovery speed is enhanced, your vitality is enhanced, your affinity with nature is enhanced, your cultivation talent is improved, and your Sage Mode cultivation speed is increased. The Ancestor of Eye Techniques, you can use all eye techniques without restrictions. You need the Mangeki Sharingan / Eternal Mangeki / Rinnegan, Kamui, unavailable, Amaterasu, unavailable, Tsukuyomi, unavailable. Usable skills: Su Chen Lu Sword Technique, Su Chen Lu Shuriken Technique, Su Chen Lu Flow Technique, 3 Body Technique, 8 Gates of Dunjia, 3rd Gate. After a quick read, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It is indeed a rare 1000-year spirit ring. The improvement this time is huge. First of all, the life energy, spiritual energy, and even soul power have increased a lot, and the soul power has even increased by 5 levels. What's more important is his first soul skill, which looks simple but brings astonishing improvements. It simply and crudely improves all attributes by 50% and maximizes his survivability. Coupled with his immortal body, people of the same level probably won't be able to kill him even if they attack him for 3 days and 3 nights. His basic life energy and spiritual energy are already much higher than those of normal people. Coupled with the enhanced self-healing ability brought by the immortal body, as long as the chakra is not exhausted, his life is unlikely to be in danger unless he is killed instantly. Undoubtedly a magical skill. This kind of intensity should appear in the 4th or 5th ring. It would be better to say that I really found a treasure. As for the 2% increase in the immortal's physical awakening, this is just icing on the cake. And those ninjutsu that were not difficult to begin with, such as the 3-body technique and the flash body technique, can also be used again. These are what Su Chen had thought about after traveling through time, but he couldn't release them because he had no chakra. As for the 8 gates, although it cannot be driven by chakra, physical training is common. Coupled with the enhanced physical fitness brought by this 1000-year soul ring, he is not surprised that he can now open 3 gates. In general, this wave of improvement is very huge. If I meet that silverback gorilla again, even without using soul skills or the 8 gates, I can kick it to death. And if this Linmu silkworm were to resurrect and open the 8 gates, it might be able to fight. The chakra's properties haven't changed, but it's completely different from before. It seems that the properties of the spirit ring seem to affect the chakra's properties. Looking at the new chakra attribute column on the panel, Su Chen seemed to be thinking about something. In the ninja world, the attributes of chakra are determined by test paper and are determined from the beginning, but other attributes can be cultivated later, but the power released will not be as strong as the ninjutsu of one's own attribute. In Douluo continent, it seems that it can only be used by obtaining the corresponding spirit ring. So, now we can only use ninjutsu that does not require chakra nature changes. The young man pondered, and as his mind moved, chakra began to gather rapidly in his hands according to a certain frequency and rhythm. In a moment, it condensed into a ball of high-frequency rotating blue light. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Since it is a performance, we must protect the audience. Chapter 11. Since it is a performance, we must protect the audience. Raise Nan. The genius work of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, a sealless ninjutsu that does not require any chakra changes initially. It is a ninjutsu with a very high upper limit and a high lower limit. Naruto used this trick to get through the finale. Unleashing this unique ninjutsu requires extremely high chakra micromanipulation and control abilities, and those with lesser abilities may even need the assistance of a shadow clone. As the pioneer and CO researcher of this technique, Su Chen naturally doesn't need to go through so much trouble. The blue cyclone continued to brew in his hands, gradually gathering into the size of a football, and then began to become unstable. Su Chen also felt that this was probably the limit of his control. It turns out that you can't become fat in one bite. Su Chen, who wanted to directly use the advanced version of the Raise Nan, the big ball Raise Nan, shook his head and waved his hand to disperse the gathered energy. He stretched himself and heard the crackling sound of popping beans all over his body. The boy twisted his neck and decided to go and say hello to Douluo and the others first. Ouch! Long wolf howls came from all directions, and the boy stopped where he was. At some point, several grey wolves had surrounded him. Oh, I got so carried away that I let my guard down. The young man was a little annoyed. The joy of obtaining spirit rings and researching spirit skills made him forget to check the surrounding situation. He didn't even notice the approach of the wolves. This is a big taboo and must not be done again. Su Chen shook his head, keeping this in mind silently. His black eyes scanned the pairs of bloodshot eyes that were gradually increasing around him. He saw the undisguised greed in their eyes for him and the soul beast's corpse. Were they attracted here by the energy fluctuations? They are really brave. Su Chen chuckled and focused his eyes on the wolf in the front, which was obviously larger than the other wolves. Different from other greedy wolves, this wolf is not only bigger in size and with smoother and shinier fur, but also has a bit more cunning and agility in its eyes. 1,000-year soul beast? You came just in time. The 1,000-year-old soul beast already has a strong instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, but it can't resist the smell coming from here, it is too fragrant. Ugh! It roared softly and crouched down, and the wolves around it seemed to have received some order, and they all howled, green light condensed in their mouths, and spit out a wind blade. Dense wind blades rushed towards Su Chen. Although they were all 10-year soul beasts, with only a few 100-year soul beasts mixed in, a large number of ants could still kill an elephant, not to mention that each of these strikes could cut an ordinary soul master in half. Be careful! Douluo and Ghost Douluo didn't care about the complicated emotions in their hearts. They wanted to take action immediately, but stopped at the same time. Because they saw the young man waved his hand. Don't get too cocky, kid. There are 100-year-old soul beasts in here. Douluo was furious, realizing that the boy had just been promoted and wanted to try out his soul skills. But the question is this a goal you can use to practice? This is a group of 10-year soul beasts and a 100-year soul beast, and the leader is even a 1,000-year soul beast. Forget it, forget it. Let's just wait and see. We won't attack until the situation gets worse. Don't forget, he just absorbed a 1,000-year spirit ring. Ghost Douluo grabbed him and shook his head. Yuegwen suddenly stopped his movements. Yes, the first soul ring in 1,000 years, this is unprecedented. They themselves don't know how strong they are. Afterwards, Douluo and Ghost Douluo once again saw a scene that subverted their cognition. Countless dense wind blades surrounded the young man from all directions, almost cutting off any place for him to escape. The wolf chief was no fool either. He knew that anyone who could survive in such a place must not be a simple person, so from the very beginning, he launched a thunderous attack with all his strength. However, it did not see any expression of fear on the face of the human boy at the center of the attack. He still had the same indifferent smile as at the beginning. Then, the wolf head saw that young man's eyes suddenly turned into an ominous scarlet blood color. Bang bang bang! There was no time to think about what the change was. In a flash, the attack had already arrived. Mud splashed, smoke and dust scattered, and a large amount of white smoke spread from Su Chen's position. Although he knew for sure that this kid didn't need their help, Douluo couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he saw this scene. However, when the smoke cleared, Wolf Head, Douluo, and Ghost Douluo all opened their eyes wide. The ground was in a mess after being cut by the wind blades, but where the boy originally stood, his figure was no longer there. Instead, there was a piece of broken wood. Disappeared? Hey, look here! The chuckle attracted the attention of the two men and the beast, and they saw that the young man had stood on a big tree behind them without them knowing when. Moving at high speed, or what? Douluo frowned. It can't be teleportation, right? It's a combination of the two. Ghost Douluo pondered for a moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Use the instantaneous explosive speed to leave, and then use the wood to replace myself. What a brilliant design! If we were to fight a soul master, this move would be very useful. As a titled Douluo who excels in speed, Gaimei can naturally analyze the tricks behind this. The speed of that instantaneous explosion was beyond the reach of normal great soul masters or even soul lords. As for the replacement, it was so sudden that even soul lords were unable to analyze the situation. It is a soul skill that is very practical in both offense and defense. Shouldn't we say it's worthy of being the number one soul skill in 1,000 years? It's truly extraordinary. He sighed a little. Compared to the other two people's size, the wolf head was a little terrified at this moment. Not only was the attack that was sure to be successful easily avoided, it couldn't even figure out how the human did it. Although it was only for a moment, it still felt the terrifying aura emanating from the two people watching in the distance. Do you want to retreat? It looked at the corpse of the Linmu silkworm and the white-haired young man on the ground with some struggle. As long as it ate them, it would have hope of breaking through to become a 10,000-year-old soul beast. As a 10,000-year-old soul beast, even in this forest, he could definitely be called the Overlord. If Su Chen knew what it was thinking, he would definitely tell it that the boy was too naive. A primary 10,000-year soul beast can't become a dominant force, in this forest, at most it's just a big cannon fodder. Little did they know that the 100,000-year-old soul beasts were guarding the core area. With a turn of his eyes, the wolf head looked at the followers around him who were waiting for his orders, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his bloodshot eyes. As long as one can achieve a 10,000-year soul beast, some sacrifices are acceptable. Roar! It let out a long howl towards the sky, and the wolves suddenly became agitated and split into two groups. Half of them besieged Su Chen, while the other half rushed towards Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The sudden change made the three of them slightly stunned. Su Chen's mind turned and he understood the wolf chief's plan. Are you planning to use the lives of the rubbish to interfere with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and then target me? The boy shook his head and laughed. Smart move, but a pity. Boom! Green energy burst out from the boy's body, dust flew up, and his naked upper body was stained with a faint red. His white hair floated upwards due to the impact of the violent energy fluctuations, and his blood-red eyes were also stained with a layer of high fighting spirit. Call! Exhaling a breath of hot air, the young man clenched his fists, tilted his head, and looked at the wolf's head with goosebumps. Since this is a performance, I can't let the audience be disturbed. 8 Gates of Dungia Formation. The third gate of life, open. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, The Raised Nan shows its power for the first time, killing the Neon Soul Beast in seconds. Chapter 12, The Raised Nan shows its power for the first time, killing the 1,000-year-old Soul Beast in seconds. Powerful. Unprecedented strength. Feeling the explosive force coming from his muscles and bones, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. The 8 Gates ninjutsu is worthy of being the number one physical technique in the ninja world. Just the third gate gives him such powerful abilities. The young man had a hunch that he could now hang up the 1,000-year-old wolf soul beast and beat it. It's a pity that my body is not strong enough. Now the duration of opening the third door is only about 1 minute. Do we have to fight quickly? But there's enough time. Su Chen grinned slightly, revealing his white teeth and bloodshot eyes, as he looked at the wolf head that had begun to shiver and step back. Be at ease, you are the last one. The boy tiptoed gently. Boom! The branch where the young man landed was instantly shattered by the recoil force. A green stream of light streaked across a surging air wave, carrying a violent might, and instantly appeared in front of the shocked Zhu and Gui Douluo. The strong wind blew up their hair and robes, but the two seemed undecided. Peng peng! Amid screams, the wolves that attacked the two of them flew backwards one after another, their bodies twisted into incredible angles, and it was obvious that they were doomed to fail. In a moment, there was nothing around them. The young man nodded towards the two of them as a greeting, then instantly turned into green light and disappeared. This strength is close to the Spirit Master level, right? This is also the ability of the Millennium Spirit Ring? It can raise a person from a Spirit Master to a Spirit Master in one go? What a joke! Zhu Douluo pointed at Su Chen with trembling lips. Even if it's the spirit body, it doesn't have the ability to jump 30 levels at once, right? Ghost Douluo remained silent. He didn't know what adjectives to use to describe the current situation. Just today, in just less than 2 hours, this young man had refreshed their cognition several times. If the instant body shifting technique and substitute technique were still within their understanding, they had never seen the first ring being able to raise the strength to such a terrifying level. Even the fourth and fifth rings, and even the martial spirit's true body, did not have such a powerful improvement ability. And this is just the first step for Su Chen. That really reached the true body of the martial soul. Ghost Douluo no longer dared to think about it. Screams rang out one after another, the air was surging, and the dust was flying. But within a few breaths, the only one left alive was the wolf that retreated dozens of meters. The latter's 4 legs were weak and it whimpered in fear. Too fast, really too fast. In just a few breaths, my own tribe was completely wiped out by this human, this tiny human. Escape, must escape quickly. I can't die here. My clan can reproduce even after death. I want to live. I want to become a 10,000-year soul beast. Click. After twisting the neck of the last wolf, the young man threw it away without even looking at the floating yellow soul ring, and turned his gaze to the trembling Millennium Wolf soul beast. Are you so brave? Can you resist running away even after all this? The young man looked at the Millennium Wolf soul beast that had collapsed to the ground with some surprise, then nodded in appreciation. Fortunately, the Millennium Wolf cannot understand the meaning of human language and cannot speak, otherwise it would definitely curse. Don't I want to run? My legs are weak and I can't run. In that case, I will give you a quick death. Su Chen dispersed the 8 gates formation and took a deep breath. This move feels great, but it consumes a lot of chakra and puts a lot of strain on the body. Otherwise, if he activated the 8 gates and then the first soul skill, he would be even stronger. Of course, the time you persist will be shortened by at least half. Celebrate! You should be the first creature in this world to die from this move. The young man stretched out his right hand, and chakra quickly gathered to form a deep blue, constantly rotating energy ball. The awe-inspiring fluctuations attracted the attention of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. That is, the two of them stared at the small ball of light in a daze, and both felt the enormous destructive power contained in it. Whoosh! The boy's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already above the head of the Millennium Wolf, which was still trying to retreat. The art of instantaneous body movement, and Raise Nan. Boom boom boom. Under the horrified and terrified eyes of the Millennium Wolf soul beast, a ball of blue light suddenly exploded on its body, like a meteor carrying the force of a soaring sky, cutting down hundreds of trees, flying 100 meters away, and after smashing a rock as big as a small hill, it just barely stopped. Click! The trees collapsed one after another, forming a hole that was 100 meters long. Goodoo! Zhu Douluo swallowed his saliva and pointed at the scene that looked like a natural disaster, his voice trembling. This is also the soul skill of the first soul ring. At this moment, Yu Guan deeply doubted whether his 1000-year soul ring was fake. Of course, he can now also achieve this level of destruction, or even more exaggerated, but he is a titled Douluo. Su Chen is just a soul master, a soul master. Is this the first soul ring? High-speed movement, replacement, the ability to enhance by 30 levels at a time, and this ability to attack with almost no prelude and strong penetration. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath, looked at the young man who seemed to be exhausted, and spoke like a dream. The first spirit ring has such comprehensive capabilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a fantasy. This isn't genius anymore. This child is a monster, an absolute monster. I'm afraid that in the next 10 or even 100 years, it's unlikely that someone like him will appear again. Fortunately, such a person appeared in my spirit hall, otherwise. Gaimei looked at Yuegwen, and both of them saw the complexity in his eyes. When Su Chen put the bodies of the Millennium Wolf Head and the Linwu Silkworm into the storage soul guide and came over, he found that the two titled Douluo were looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Well, it seems that my goal has been achieved. Judging from this reaction, it seems a bit too much. The young man thought to himself. Two elders, don't talk, let me take it easy first. Ju Douluo took a deep breath and looked at the shirtless, muscular and handsome young man in front of him. There was no trace of pride or excitement in those black eyes, only a calmness that was totally inconsistent with his age. Yu Guan, who originally wanted to suppress his aggressiveness, suddenly lost his temper. This guy is such a fucking monster, both in terms of talent, strength, and character. Why can you be so calm? You just killed 2,000-year-old soul beasts. Put on your clothes first. Ghost Douluo was calmer. He took out a black robe from the storage soul guide and handed it to Su Chen. You, kid, really opened our eyes. Seeing the latter putting on his clothes, Guimei couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then asked curiously, well, can you tell us how you killed the Millennium Linwu Silkworm, which is also the first Millennium Soul Beast? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell us. Su Chen shook his head. Of course, this is not a private matter. Before I set out, my father gave me a special soul guide. It contained his full strength attack and could only be used once. It was with his help that I was able to defeat the soul beast. This was the excuse he had thought of long ago, and the soul guide and Su Xiao's attack were also arranged in advance. Currently, the round fan has only shown the ability to fight against 1,000-year-old soul beasts, which is far from being coveted. Besides, it is not an important matter. Sure enough, Guimei nodded thoughtfully, is that so? I understand. Let's go back first. We can discuss the rest of the matter when we return to the spirit hall. Just as Su Chen expected, Ghost Douluo just asked casually. Although this kind of soul guide is rare, it does exist, and he is just curious. After all, the Linwu Silkworm is the best among 1,000-year soul beasts, but it is only a 1,000-year soul beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 This is the last time of forgiveness. Chapter 13 This is the last time of forgiveness. Maybe there is some secret in it, but so what? In Ghost Douluo's opinion, right now, there is nothing more important than Su Chen himself. It seems that the plan has to be terminated early. The Linwu Silkworm, a soul beast that has not appeared in thousands of years, has appeared in the periphery. Who knows what changes may have occurred in the Xingde Great Forest that we don't know about? Ghost Douluo frowned and said solemnly. Is the Linwu Silkworm the soul beast with my first soul ring? Su Chen was a little curious. But now was obviously not the time to ask questions, so he decided to look up the information himself when he got back. Since I have deliberately shown so much, I should have the opportunity to meet the Pope after I return, right? No problem. Ju Douluo nodded. Although he is still in a complicated mood, he also knows the priorities of the matter, especially after Su Chen showed such a demonic side, sending Su Chen safely back to the Dao Wuhan Palace is the top priority. Having made up their minds, the three of them rushed all the way and quickly arrived at the meeting place. After instructing Su Chen not to run around, the two Douluo Ju and Gui also hurried away. The titled Douluo helped to hunt the spirit rings, but especially when they were in a hurry, their speed was not fast. After a while, Su Chen sensed some slight fluctuations in soul power, which must be someone absorbing the soul ring. Before absorbing the soul ring, this kind of fluctuation was extremely difficult to detect, but now, all you have to do is concentrate a little. It seems that obtaining the spirit ring has had a significant impact on me. Su Chen shook his head and began to think about the next countermeasures. You need resources, money, and influence. Then, it is very necessary to expose himself to the eyes of the Spirit Hall's top leaders in advance, which is why he showed some of his abilities in front of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. If you want to have the right to speak, you must demonstrate your own value and show it to people who know what you are worth. Bibi Dong is his target. As the youngest pope of the Spirit Hall, she achieved ultimate control and expansion of the Spirit Hall's power in the next few decades, and her overall strength also increased by more than one level. Putting aside some personal opinions, this woman is the best in this continent in terms of both intelligence and strength. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist, she would definitely get what she wants. Smart partners are particularly important to Su Chen, and he doesn't want to waste his time on fools. Just like in the ninja world, after he reached a deep cooperation with Orochimaru, the first thing he did was to completely sever ties with Danzo. More importantly, Bibi Dong's weaknesses are very obvious, and in a sense, unexpectedly simple. This is a good thing for Su Chen. After all, there was no substantial conflict between his and Bibi Dong's goals. Su. The slight rustling sound in the bushes woke the boy from his thoughts, but after just a glance up, Su Chen lost interest. Ha 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 ha, I'm back. Yan struggled to squeeze out of the bushes and laughed with joy, but the moment he saw Su Chen, his laughter stopped abruptly and he subconsciously shrank his neck. After just a moment, he remembered something. His bent back straightened again, and the expression on his face became proud and arrogant. Hey you! He put his hands on his hips, pointed at Su Chen and snorted coldly. You have also obtained the first spirit ring, do you dare to compete with me? This idiot boy! Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He continued to close his eyes and rest, thinking about his plan in his mind. Tang San should have just traveled through time this year, and he still has about 10 years to make plans, but this body is still young and can only do very limited things. Even if he gained Bibi Dong's trust and support, he could only use the transformation technique to do some things, but this was somewhat contrary to his plan. 6 years old is still too young. If one wants to stand on the stage and show his face in front of the Spirit Hall, he must be at least 12 or 13 or 14 years old. Su Chen had a headache. Why, you coward, you don't dare! I knew you were a coward. However, when Yan saw Su Chen ignoring him, he immediately walked forward angrily, and without saying a word, he actually released his martial spirit directly. The tall Flame Lord was wrapped in a layer of magma, emitting a scorching temperature, and a yellow 100-year soul ring was wrapped around it, with a majestic aura. Did you see it? This is a 100-year spirit ring. As long as you kneel down and apologize now and admit that you are a coward, I will not attack you. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of a 100-year soul skill. The white-haired boy who was disturbed frowned, stared at Yan with his dark eyes, and uttered a word coldly. Roll. The coldness emanating from the young man's black eyes was exactly the same as that day. Yan was frightened and took a step back instinctively. The fighting spirit in his heart was instantly reduced by half, but he moved his ears and heard the voices of Xiaoyu and Hulina. If Hulina could defeat Su Chen in front of them, would she be able to? Thinking of this, Yan gritted his teeth, endured the fear and took a step forward. You dare! Boom! There was a sound of gas explosion, and the figure of the white-haired boy suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yan. In his raised right hand, a ball of azure blue light condensed into shape, and his dark eyes were filled with indifferent murderous intent. The strong wind was scraping Yan's face, but at the moment, he had no time to care. The murderous intent in the boy's eyes and the dark blue in his hands were like the scythe of the god of death, completely enveloping him. "I will die, I will die, I will die." Several large scarlet characters flashed in Yan's mind, and the chill of death rushed from his spine straight to the top of his head, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Ah 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 ah! Perhaps it was the bursting survival instinct that allowed this talented genius to escape from extreme fear for a moment, and the yellow century-old soul ring burst into an incomparably bright light at this moment. Hell lava rush! The red magma rushed up into the sky and rushed towards Su Chen. This scene happened to be seen by Hulina, Xiaoyu, and others who came rushing over. But things happened so quickly that they had no time to react and could only watch as the magma submerged Su Chen. Su Chen! Hulina screamed, and Xiaoyu frowned, but the next second, both of them widened their eyes in shock. The scorching hot magma that rose into the sky didn't even last for half a second in front of the azure light ball before it was completely annihilated and disappeared. At this moment, the only thing left on the field was that bright blue. Boom! The strong wind brought by the violent explosion blew up everyone's hair, their clothes rustled, smoke and dust spread out, grass and dirt splashed, and hit the trees like raindrops. Whoosh! The figures of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo appeared instantly. They waved their hands with grim expressions, and the strong wind blew away the smoke completely, revealing the scene inside. The originally flat grass had disappeared, replaced by a large spiral pit. Yan stood in the center, his face pale, his legs trembling constantly, and water dripping down. He was already between fainting and waking up. "This is the last time I will forgive you. If it happens again, you can bury yourself here." The white-haired boy slowly withdrew his right hand, slowly retracted his chakra, nodded slightly to everyone, and then sat back down. Just because he doesn't want to cause any more trouble doesn't mean he has a lot of patience. Holding back is a sign of respect and kindness to the two Douluo Ju and Gui, as well as Bibi Dong behind them. "Hey, I knew it. How could this boy be so blind?" Ju Douluo shook his head. "This kid has good talent, but he likes to commit suicide too much." Fortunately, Su Chen did not use any ruthless force, otherwise even if he was killed, the spirit hall would not be able to do anything to Su Chen. Yan is rare, but Su Chen is unique. "Xiaoyu, go help Yan. He probably can't walk normally." "Xiaoyu." Ju Douluo raised his eyebrows, turned around and saw those stunned little faces, and suddenly felt helpless. "Well, I'll do it myself." Su Chen's battle ended quickly, but the gradually fading purple ring still deeply hurt everyone's eyes. The first soul ring of 1,000 years. Xiaoyu stared at the fading purple, his throat felt a little dry and his eyes were full of disbelief. This. Hulina and another girl were completely stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Crisis from the Great Star Forest. Chapter 14, Crisis from the Great Star Forest. The atmosphere was still dead silent until they got on the carriage back. Even the two Douluo Ju and Gui couldn't stand the stimulation brought by Su Chen, let alone these young children. The 1,000-year soul ring and its astonishing destructive power all brought them unprecedented shock. After all, Su Chen is also 6 years old like them. "Old ghost, these kids won't be hurt by this, right?" In front of the carriage, Ju Douluo raised his delicate eyebrows and looked at the few people who were in a low mood except Su Chen. Ever since seeing Su Chen's almost powerful move, several people have fallen into such a depressed state. Especially Yan, when this child looked at Su Chen, there was nothing but fear in his eyes. It seemed that he had been left with a huge psychological trauma. Ju Douluo expressed his understanding. What is scary is not that there is a gap between you and the genius, but that you can't see the end of the gap between you and the genius. However, he thinks this is a good thing. People who overestimate their own abilities often die early. At least this can make him realize the gap between himself and others in advance. As for whether there are any psychological problems, that is not his concern. If you can't stand this little setback, then don't be a soul master and just lie down at home. Let's not talk about these guys for now. Do you feel that something is wrong with the Great Forest? Ghost Douluo shook his head and looked into the distance with some worry. There is absolutely no way that the Linmu silkworm is a soul beast that appears at the edge, including the 1,000-year-old wolf. Even though he was already far away, the overwhelming green still occupied his entire field of vision. This magnificent green sea, which occupies an area close to that of the Kingdom of Barak, is located in the center of the continent, dividing the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. So far, the center of the Great Forest is still a Jedi for mankind. It is a forbidden area where even a titled Douluo is likely to perish. Yes, fortunately, we got out safely with these little kids. Ju Douluo deeply agreed with this. The appearance of soul beasts like the Linmu silkworm often means a great battle. If there really is a battle of that level, they don't care, but these little guys may not be able to protect themselves. But fortunately, everything is fine now. Speaking of Su Chen, this kid, this Linmu silkworm, do you think I can have some? I heard that it is a top-notch tonic, and it is also first class for beauty and skin care. Yu Guan held her charming face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with light. If it weren't for that obvious Adam's apple, everyone would think he was a charming woman. You really? Ghost Douluo looked at his old friend speechlessly and ignored him, with the doubt still in his eyes. The previous pope died not long ago, and the new pope, His Holiness, has just taken office. There are already constant disturbances within the spirit hall, and the three upper sects and the empire are eyeing them covetously. She cannot afford to have any extra things distract her attention. I hope nothing goes wrong in the Star Forest. Snap, snap. Blood flowed and whimpers of fear echoed in the silence. The wolf with a broken body lay shivering in a pool of blood. A huge black claw as big as its body pressing on its head. Hey, you mean, your entire tribe plus that tonic were killed by a little kid? A roar like a drum exploded in its ears. The wolf beast screamed, blood gushed out of its ears, and it drooped down weakly. What a waste! The black claw pressed down suddenly, and the wolf beast didn't even make a scream, and its entire body turned into a thin piece. A huge black shadow stood up from in front of the corpse, blocking the huge hole created by Su Chen, and also blocking the setting sunlight, causing the area to fall into darkness again. What should we do? That's a tonic for His Majesty. We've raised it for so long, and now we're letting humans take it away. A muffled sound was heard, and another black shadow stood beside it. The saliva dripping from its mouth fell on the ground, igniting sparks one after another, and the soil was quickly burned into a black crystalline state by the high temperature. Damn humans! Boom! A huge roar sounded, countless birds flew away in fright, countless weak soul beasts wailed and fell to the ground screaming, and the huge black shadow with a radius of 1 kilometer had turned into a ruined land that had been completely shattered by violence. I'm going to eat you, the black shadow roared to the sky, and countless soul beasts trembled. Su Chen, it's time to eat. The girl knocked on the car window cautiously. Almost at the moment she spoke, Su Chen opened his eyes and blood and white flashed in the boy's eyes. Hulina, who was outside, couldn't help but feel cold all over and shivered. At that moment just now, she felt as if she was seen through from inside out and was firmly locked by the beast. Okay, I understand. You go first. The young man's calm voice came from inside, and although it didn't contain any emotion, Hulina felt her whole body relax, and the warmth of the sun returned to her body again. Is that his current strength? The girl was a little dazed. It turns out that he is so powerful now. Clearly, we all awakened together a few days ago, but we didn't expect that the distance between us has become so far now. Okay, then hurry up. She sighed somewhat dejectedly and turned away. Su Chen in the carriage closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes returned to those dark and bright ones. He looked towards the direction of the star forest with some feeling in his heart. In a light sleep, Su Chen felt as if something powerful had locked onto him. When he was awakened, he could no longer control his own strength. Have you been targeted? It seems that I can't go to the Xingde Great Forest for the time being. The boy muttered. He turned his gaze to the Linwu silkworm in the storage soul guide. It seems that you are an extraordinary soul beast. Stepping off the carriage and feeling the comfortable warmth of the sun, the young man couldn't help but stretching. The weather was sunny and the breeze was blowing gently. Wuhan City was already within reach. Perhaps because they were shocked by the changes in the Stardo Great Forest, they hurried back even faster, forcing the time forward by another day, and almost all of their food, drink, and accommodation were taken care of in the carriage. The situation was so urgent that even Su Chen felt a little tired and couldn't help but take a short nap. Seeing that Wuhan City was just around the corner, the two Douluo finally put down their worries, so they put the few people down, had a good meal, washed up and had a good rest. After all, they still had to meet the Pope later, and they couldn't just go there in such a state of exhaustion. After eating an extremely sumptuous meal, the little ones all smiled happily. Nothing is more soothing than delicious food after a long journey. Okay, after you go back today, take a night's rest. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the same place. His Holiness the Pope will summon you. Zhugui Douluo sent the few people into the city, gave them a few instructions, and told the guards to send them home. Then the two of them left in a hurry. Too many things happened this time, and they are all very important and need to be reported as soon as possible. The changes in the Stardo Great Forest, the Linwu silkworm, the spirit rings of several boys, and Su Chen. Exquisite body movements, clever use of soul power, miraculous dart-throwing skills, the first soul ring in 1,000 years, and more than 4 powerful soul skills. A genius with an enchanting appearance, no adjective can describe the white-haired boy. Within 10 years, this boy will be famous throughout the continent. When he thought of this, Zhu Douluo couldn't help but get excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Zhu Douluo's ability to make up stories is quite impressive. Chapter 15, Zhu Douluo's ability to make up stories is quite impressive. But it turned out that Zhuigui Douluo was happy too early. Perhaps it was the white-haired boy's low-key and calm demeanor, as well as his polite attitude towards others, that made them subconsciously ignore certain established terrible realities. For example, this child actually has the 15th level of soul power. For example, this child is only 6 years old this year. And ha 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 ha, did you two eat the poisonous mushrooms from the Stardo Great Forest? How can you say something that even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe? If you don't see something too outrageous with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Above the main square of Wuhan City, in the clouds, an extremely magnificent hall is located in the middle of it, magnificent and golden, looming in the clouds and mist, and surrounded by huge palaces guarding it. The Pope's Palace. A sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters in Douluo continent. That is the highest center of power, the pinnacle of strength, and the orthodoxy of soul masters. At this moment, bursts of laughter were heard in this magnificent hall. The clean floor was like a fine mirror, reflecting the patterns of the murals. The glazed tiles were extremely light transmitting but not dazzling. Several people were divided into 2 rows and stood in order. Even so, the hall still seemed a little empty. So that the laughter can continue to echo. 6 years old and already have level 15 soul power? 1,000-year soul ring, 4 soul skills, and you are proficient in so many techniques. Moon Pass, Ghost, I think you two should stop taking charge of criminal law and go make up stories. You are definitely good at it. Ha 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 ha, yet, you might as well just say he became a titled Douluo at the age of 16 and a god at the age of 18, isn't it almost the same anyway, ha 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 ha. Countless good-intentioned, malicious, and even malicious ridicules followed one after another, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Of course, the two protagonists were in a bad mood. In the center of the hall, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood there, with extremely awkward expressions on their faces. Seeing the laughter getting louder and louder, Yu Guan clenched his teeth, his snow-white neck flushed red, and finally he couldn't help but shouted angrily, "We'll know if that child is that talented once we bring him here. Do you think we would tell such a lie that can be easily exposed?" The ghost didn't say anything, but just nodded silently, and then secretly remembered those who laughed at them. "Your Holiness, I request that you bring that child here right now to show you what a true genius is." Yu Guan glanced at everyone with hatred, bowed, and turned his gaze to the top, the beautiful woman leaning on the Pope's throne. The latter closed her eyes and rested, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if the ridicule and arguments present had nothing to do with her. "No, Elder Ju, I'm not being too picky, but it seems that some banned drugs can also achieve such an effect, but the duration of these banned drugs is usually not long." The person who spoke was a young man in handsome clothes. The young man didn't look very old, but he was wearing a light grey robe that represented offerings. His left eye was covered with ice and snow. And there was a faint smile on his face. He glanced at Ju Douluo and spoke softly. "You." Yu Guan looked at the handsome young man angrily and said through gritted teeth, "Elder Guangling, what do you mean?" Literally, Elder Ju's ability to understand text needs to be improved. Young people should do what young people should do. Don't be too ambitious. False and empty words can only deceive yourself, not others. The latter smiled calmly, looked at the beautiful woman on the Pope's throne, and said meaningfully, "Asshole, you." At this moment, Yu Guan really wanted to punch his handsome face hard, but he also knew that this was impossible. Although he looks young, he is actually over 90 years old. Both his strength and fame are superior to those of young people like him. What's more troublesome is that this old guy is a staunch supporter of the six-winged angel lineage and has always been dissatisfied with the Pope's ascension to the throne. Such people make up the majority in the Spirit Hall. If I show my hostility too obviously, it will bring unnecessary trouble to His Holiness the Pope. This old guy pretending to be young will die a miserable death sooner or later. After cursing Guangling Douluo in his heart, Yu Guan took a deep breath, glanced at the other people in the hall, and a strange sneer appeared on his pretty face. If he really lied, His Holiness the Pope will definitely be questioned this time. But this time, you are going to be slapped in the face. What is he laughing at? Everyone present felt a little puzzled. In this situation, can you still laugh? Guangling Douluo frowned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Is it true? No, it's impossible. As a veteran titled Douluo, he also felt that Yu Guan was talking nonsense. It was not a prejudice caused by factional opposition. On the contrary, when he heard Ju Douluo's description, he repeatedly deduced it in his mind until he denied the last possibility. Only then did he decide to stand up and not miss this good opportunity to attack Bibi Dong. Not only had he read Su Chen's information, but he was also quite familiar with it. As one of the top 3 awakened people in the Spirit Hall, the information had been delivered to his desk a long time ago. From the first time the white-haired boy wet the bed to the time he began to struggle to exercise, all the details were clearly checked in the past few days, including Su Chen's father Su Xiao and his grandfather and ancestors. Looking around, there are only 2 words to describe it: ordinary. The ancestors had ordinary martial arts spirits, ordinary strength, and ordinary family backgrounds. Su Xiao was able to become a purple-robed cardinal not because of his outstanding strength. To put it nicely, it means that he had enough qualifications. To put it bluntly, your family has been working for the Spirit Hall since your great-grandfather's generation, and they couldn't stand it anymore, so they gave you the purple-robed cardinal title. Perhaps it was because he had always been working diligently, that by Su Chen's generation, a rare mutation had occurred in his martial spirit. Even Guangling Douluo could not find out what it was. After all, the continent was so vast, and the spirit hall was not omnipotent. But the innate full soul power proves that it is not a weak martial soul. The white-haired boy was indeed very smart since he was young, and he liked to exercise on his own. Overall, he is a genius, and a rare precocious genius. But being a genius doesn't mean one can be as outrageous as what Zhu Douluo said. This completely overturned his understanding as a titled Douluo. Since you want to use this kid to increase your own power, I don't mind killing your spirit. If it weren't for the order from His Majesty the Old Pope, who do you think you are to be able to sit in that seat? Guangling Douluo glanced at the absolutely beautiful woman on the Pope's throne, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Since Elder Zhu is so sure, then bring him here. I think whether he has done anything wrong will naturally escape the eyes of the elders. A cold and lofty voice came from above, spreading throughout the hall, and the noisy hall gradually quieted down. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were calm as she met Guangling's somewhat sharp gaze. A depressing atmosphere instantly enveloped the hall, everyone's expressions changed slightly and they all lowered their heads. After a while, Guangling Douluo's eyes flashed and he lowered his head on his own initiative. Of course, it is up to His Holiness the Pope to decide. But let me be clear in advance, Elder Zhu, please don't do something stupid. It's best to show what you said. He looked at Zhu Douluo, whose face looked extremely ugly, and smiled faintly. In just a few sentences, all escape routes were blocked. You humph! Zhu Douluo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He bowed to Bibi Dong, then pulled Ghost Douluo out of the hall without looking back. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist fighting with this old man who was pretending to be young. Young people are impatient, don't you think, Your Holiness? Guangling Douluo sighed helplessly, but his brows slightly frowned. How come these two people look so confident? And Bibi Dong also. He looked at the beautiful woman who continued to rest with her eyes closed with some confusion. Even at this point, after he had blocked all his escape routes, he did not panic at all. Could it be that the guy named Su Chen is really that powerful? No, that's impossible. That can't exist. Guangling Douluo exhaled lightly, shook his head, and confirmed his thoughts. This must be some kind of scam. Humph, Bibi Dong, just wait for yourself to shoot yourself in the foot. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Old Man, I'm here with a powerful weapon to slap you in the face. Chapter 16, Old Man, I'm here with a powerful weapon to slap you in the face. When Zhu and Gui found Su Chen, the latter was already resting. When Su Xiao came back in the afternoon, he almost fainted from excitement when he learned about his son's ability. It took a long time to comfort him before he returned to normal. Su Chen was just exhausted. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he really didn't know how to comfort others. So, after Su Xiao calmed down, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the rest during the day is not that good. The white-haired boy was really helpless when he was awakened by the excited and flustered Su Xiao, but when he saw the familiar duo in the living room, he immediately understood what was going on. Please wait for a moment. Without waiting for the anxious Zhu Douluo to say anything, the young man nodded slightly, turned around and went back to the room. Su. Zhu Douluo opened his mouth and wanted to urge him, but looking at the young man's unhurried back, somehow, his restless heart slowly calmed down. After thinking about it, he and Ghost Douluo sat down and waited quietly. Oh, this child, please wait a moment, sir, I will go and call him. This made Su Xiao very anxious. After pouring the tea, he quickly stood up and went to call Su Chen. Does this kid know who these two are? Not only is he a well-known strong man in the continent, but he is also a popular figure around the new pope. If he can establish a relationship with him, wouldn't he be able to rise to a high position in the spirit hall in the future? This is a big shot that you can't usually curry favor with even if you want to. I just don't quite understand why such important people would come to my house to see Aiken so late at night. Could it be that Aiken alarmed the Pope? It's okay, we just have to wait. Douluo reached out and grabbed him, shaking his head. Seeing the big shot like this, Su Xiao had to sit down somewhat awkwardly. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't let them wait too long. After a while, the boy came out, wiping his steaming hair. The three of them looked at the same time. Douluo was stunned and looked at Su Chen, who had changed into decent clothes and washed up, in surprise. Do you know where we are going? Well, if nothing unexpected happens, I should meet the Pope in advance. We can discuss the specific issues on the way. The young man nodded, handed the towel to Su Xiao who was standing there in a daze, and walked out first. Zhu and Ghost Douluo looked at each other and followed him out. Only Su Xiao stayed there stupidly, looking at the towel and then at the backs of several people. And, did it really alarm the Pope? That's what I said. Zhu Douluo said somewhat seriously. So, you need to do your best to show your abilities, and it's best to do something more exaggerated. Ghost Douluo also nodded. No danger, but... do not. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the white-haired young man's voice. His dark eyes looked at Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, emphasizing every word. There is bound to be danger. They were both stunned, and then their faces changed drastically. You mean? Su Chen nodded. That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, he should find someone to practice with me, and then take the opportunity to seriously injure me, or simply. The white-haired boy didn't say anything else, but the other two people present understood what he meant. Damn old thing! Zhu Douluo cursed angrily. Based on his understanding of Guangling Douluo, this kind of thing is not just possible, but the probability is extremely high. The situation is now at a stalemate. It is impossible to send Su Chen forward knowing that he is in danger. It is a foolish thing to destroy a future genius for a momentary dispute. But if you retreat like this, Yu Guan himself is not afraid of difficulties and punishments, but he is afraid that the already difficult situation of His Holiness the Pope will be made even more difficult. For a moment, Zhu Douluo was in a dilemma. Just let me take full responsibility. His Holiness the Pope won't blame me if he finds out. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Guan gritted his teeth and said. No matter what, we must not let anything happen to Su Chen. Let's shoulder the responsibility together, or you might lose more than just your position in the Judiciary Corps. The ghost shook his head and looked at the calm and composed white-haired boy, but his heart moved. Su Chen, do you have any solution? Although he felt that it was a bit irrational to put such pressure on a 6-year-old child, the demonic demeanor displayed by the other party was definitely not only in cultivation. With just a few words, he analyzed Guangling Douluo's deeper plan. Who knows, there might be some good solution. Yes, yes. Su Chen nodded. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes lit up when they heard this. This child keeps creating surprises. Could it be that this time? That is to do nothing. We go over there and accept this competition. The white-haired boy looked at the two of them with a calm gleam in his black eyes. Don't mention it again. Don't you understand? You are much more important than this dispute of pride. Zhu Douluo interrupted him angrily and waved his hand. The worst that can happen is punishment and loss of face, which can be earned back sooner or later. If you are seriously injured or die, where can you find another Su Chen? Old ghost, send him back and let him have a good sleep. Ghost Douluo sighed, but saw the white-haired boy reveal a faint smile. My lords, may I ask, will the person he sent out for the test be able to surpass Soul Master? Su Chen is in a good mood now. Proposing that possibility not only tells the two of them the truth, but also serves as a test. If they still asked him to take the lead without hesitation, then Su Chen would have to consider whether to cooperate with Bibi Dong, because from a long-term perspective, it would be a very stupid act to destroy a genius. He could tolerate the cold-bloodedness of his companions, but he could not tolerate short-sightedness and stupidity. Subordinates are an extension of the will of their superiors. Obviously, the reactions of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo made him very satisfied. Therefore, Su Chen didn't mind helping out a little in advance. Nonsense, it will definitely not be higher than Soul Master. How can you use Soul Master to deal with a Soul Master? Wait. Yu Guan replied unhappily, but his expression changed halfway through his words. You mean? Correct. The white-haired boy smiled and nodded. Do you think I'm afraid of a Soul Master? This sounds a bit arrogant. But Zhuigui and Douluo made a sad discovery that it seemed there was no way to refute it. This person has killed 2,000-year-old soul beasts. But combat experience. Okay, forget what I said. Zhu Douluo wanted to give some advice, but found that he was talking nonsense. The difference in strength cannot be compared with combat experience. No matter how experienced a soul master is, he cannot kill a 1,000-year-old Linwu silkworm and a 1,000-year-old wolf living with its tribe. Damn, why is this boy so evil? Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo grimaced as if they had toothache. I found a solution, but I don't know why, I'm not very happy. It feels really bad to have your IQ and talent crushed by a 6-year-old child. However, when he thought about seeing Guangling's shit-eating expression in a moment, Douluo couldn't help but get excited again. Just wait, old man. I'm here with a powerful weapon to smack you in the face. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Bibi Dong has no way out. Chapter 17 Bibi Dong has no way out. Your Majesty, the whereabouts of the Haoshan sect are unknown, and Tang Hao has also lost his trace. The law enforcement team is stepping up their search, but... Your Majesty, I think we should attack the Haoshan sect directly. Tang Hao is so bold, he must have received instructions from the Haoshan sect. Do you have a brain? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex are acting in an ambiguous manner, and Tiandu and Xingluo are eyeing them covetously. If we go to war with the Haoshan sect, do you think they will miss this good opportunity? Humph. According to what you said, our spirit hall's pope was beaten to death by others, and we should just swallow our anger? How will the world view our spirit hall then? You are unreasonable, old man. When did I ever say that I would swallow my anger? But this matter still needs to be considered carefully. I bother. In the papal palace. The heated discussion continued, but on a different topic. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo only brought a small episode. The largest soul master organization on this continent would not waste too much time on a genius who has not yet grown up. Enough. The cold and clear voice was filled with anger, suppressing all the quarrels. The peerless beauty sitting on the Pope's throne had her brows furrowed and her lips slightly pursed, as if she was trying her best to suppress her anger and pain. Her beautiful eyes swept across the people present, and everyone she stared at couldn't help but feel a chill rising from their backs. The crowd that had been arguing with red faces and thick necks just now suddenly became quiet, and some of them were afraid to look her in the eye. The gorgeous woman took a deep breath and gave her orders in an orderly manner. 6th priest, 7th priest, go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and invite sect master Ning to attend the ceremony and participate in the Pope's succession ceremony. 2 middle-aged men with imposing manners stood up and bowed. As your Majesty commands. Then she turned her gaze to the other two. Elder Thorn, Elder Ghost Leopard, the two of you go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and invite Chief Jade to come to my Wuhan Hall to watch the ceremony. Yes, as your Majesty orders. 2 more people stood up and bowed to accept the order. As for Haoshan sect, Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, parted her red lips, and said coldly. Hand over Tang Hao within 7 days, otherwise, let them disappear on their own. When these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was shocked. Everyone gasped. This is an attempt to directly force the other two of the top 3 sects to take sides. Pope, this is not the time to start a war. Now. An elder stood up in a hurry, but before he could finish his words, he was glanced at by the beautiful eyes on the high seat. He was speechless and stood back with a gloomy expression. The person who originally wanted to say something could only quietly take back his steps. Everyone knows that the former pope was the mentor of the new pope. His Holiness must be very sad about his death. Who would dare to offend her at this time? No one noticed that the beautiful woman on the high seat had a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Normally, it would be impossible to make this group of people obey. Although the beast is dead, it is not completely useless. Just think of it as the remaining energy of that beast. Your Holiness, I think this is inappropriate. However, in the quiet papal palace, an abrupt voice of opposition suddenly arose. Everyone looked in surprise, wanting to see who dared to oppose His Holiness the Pope at this time. When they saw the figure clearly, they immediately understood. The beautiful woman's smile suddenly froze, she clenched her pink fists tightly within her long sleeves, her beautiful eyes looked deeply into the young face, but she felt unspeakable disgust in her heart. Do you have any advice? She forced a smile and asked softly, Elder Guangling. The latter seemed to sigh helplessly, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Your Majesty, you are still a little too young. What if the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex are unwilling to come? Do we still have to go to war with the 3 sects at the same time? The old Pope is willing to support you to ascend the throne, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If you follow your idea, then the spirit masters of my spirit hall will suffer heavy losses, right? Bibi Dong felt sick seeing this hypocritical look, but she knew that now was not the time to turn hostile. A light feather is nothing, but behind him are the most loyal supporters of the 6-winged angel lineage. The 4th priest is Lion Douluo, and the 2nd priest who is second only to the chief priest Jiande Oliu is Golden Crocodile Douluo. That was a huge monster that she couldn't shake at all at this stage. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong could only suppress her anger and asked, can we go to war with Haoshan sect alone and the other 2 sects just sit back and watch? Kaibao Liulai and Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex's ambitions are obvious. If we don't take this opportunity to force them to express their stance, will we be stabbed in the back by them after the war starts? Of course not. Guangling Douluo showed a confident smile. In an emergency, it's not a bad idea for us to be more gentle. We need to avenge the Haoshan sect, but we don't have to become enemies with the other 2 families so quickly, right? In the name of our spirit hall, we will use both kindness and force. Kaibao Liulai and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus will surely be grateful and stop interfering in this matter. In this way, how many fewer people will be killed and how many fewer soldiers will be killed? He seemed to be very satisfied with what he said. He glanced around and the people around him understood and complimented him. What a brilliant plan, Elder Guangling. That's right, that's right. In this way, I'm afraid that no soul master will have to die, and these problems can be perfectly solved. Your Holiness's move is indeed somewhat ill-considered. Hearing the continuous voices of approval around her, Bibi Dong finally couldn't help it and her face turned ugly. Damn old thing! Not only did he completely deny her plan, he also used it to imply that she had begun to disregard the lives of low-level soul masters since she became pope. There is no doubt that once this statement gets out, her reputation will suffer a serious blow. Oh, you don't have to say that. Your Holiness is just a little young and inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have believed the nonsense of Guizhou and the other 2 guys, right? Seeing that everyone around him had almost finished talking, Guangling finally looked at the silent beautiful woman with a smile, a hint of pride flashing in his one eye. As long as your Holiness listens to our opinions more in the future, you will definitely grow up quickly, don't you think so, your Holiness? Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly, her red lips almost bleeding from being bitten by her teeth. She knew that this was Guangling's condition. Let go of any conditions that would undermine her prestige. The price is to share the current right to speak and give up the genius and the second Douluo Giju. Damn it, bastard! Bibi Dong's heart was filled with murderous intent, but she soon discovered sadly that although her future achievements would definitely surpass these old guys, now she was no match for Guangling Douluo. The right to speak doesn't matter, since she is restricted in every way now. But Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo are loyal to her. If she gives up, it will definitely disappoint them. But if I don't give up, won't all the prestige and reputation I've worked so hard to build be wasted? This is a naked conspiracy. Having their wings clipped, being gradually sidelined, or completely losing the support of lower-level soul masters. Instant death and slow death. There seemed to be only one choice left for her. Do we really have to give up Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo? And that Su Chen? A pair of bright black eyes flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, and she sighed in her heart. Try again. If it doesn't work. Your Holiness, we are back. Just as she hesitated and struggled, Ju Douluo's soft and loud voice suddenly resounded in the hall. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Is there something wrong with the person who proposed this plan? Chapter 18. Is there something wrong with the person who proposed this plan? The sudden sound broke the silence in the hall and interrupted Bibi Dong's thoughts. She exhaled lightly and calmed her expression. Come in. Since there is no choice, it is better to trust Yu Guan. Besides, thinking back to those calm and bright black eyes, she felt vaguely at ease. Maybe there will be some surprises? But compared with Bibi Dong, Guangling's mood was not so good. Just now I clearly saw that this woman was about to compromise, but was interrupted by that boy. Now it seems that this woman is hesitant again? Snort. Guangling Douluo sneered to himself and looked at the door. Since you, Bibi Dong, don't know what's good for you and are trying to use this ridiculous thing to struggle, don't blame me for being rude. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. How about it? You're stunned, right? When I saw it for the first time, I was also shocked for a long time. Ju Douluo looked at the slightly dazed white-haired boy and pointed proudly at the Pope's palace, with indescribable pride in his tone. This is the place that all soul masters in the continent yearn for. If only we could have a place there. Ghost Douluo standing aside also had eyes full of longing. Yeah, it's really shocking. Su Chen seemed to have just reacted and nodded in admiration. Hey, why do you seem not that shocked? Aren't you stunned? Ju Douluo looked at Su Chen suspiciously. Why do I feel that this guy is a bit perfunctory? No, this palace is really of the highest quality. Okay, sir, let's go in. Su Chen smiled and said. He was not lying. This hall was among the best in terms of craftsmanship and style, even in his opinion. But to say how shocking it is, for a person who can use Susanoo with his bare hands, beats foxes all day long, and occasionally goes to the wet-bone forest to see slugs, it's just that shocking. Therefore, it is indeed a bit difficult for him to express shock. As for why he was stunned just now, it was because the immortal super-perception allowed him to hear some very interesting information on the other side of the door. I didn't expect that Bibi Dong would be so embarrassed. The boy thought for a moment and quickly modified his plan. Okay then, let's go in. Ju Douluo scratched his head, feeling that there was something wrong with what the kid said, but it didn't matter, the most important thing was to go in. Pushing open the door, Yu Guan couldn't wait to shout, and the boy's gaze passed through the layers of scrutinizing eyes and stayed on the farthest and highest position, the graceful figure. Under the gilded crown inlaid with purple gems is a pretty face that can be called stunning. The snow-white skin is as smooth as a baby's, and the facial features are delicate as if carved by nature. She is charming but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. The long hair with a pink gradient falls casually, and she is so beautiful that it is beyond words. The purple and gold robe of the Pope could not hide her graceful figure at all. Her curves were in perfect proportions, her body was slender and delicate, her long and beautiful legs were crossed, and she looked both noble and cool. In her arms, which were as white as frost and snow, she quietly leaned on a purple and gold scepter, which showed her luxurious appearance. Bibi Dong, the biggest villain in the first part of Douluo, and also the most beautiful woman officially designated. Sure enough, Su Chen felt emotional. As if noticing the boy's naked gaze, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes also looked over. There is curiosity, indifference, and a hint of deeply hidden madness. Su Chen understood why. She is now at the lowest point in her life. She devoured her beastly master with her own hands and was abandoned by the irresponsible Yu Xiao gang. Even after becoming the Pope, it is still difficult for her to take a step forward. But who could have thought that this woman would almost unify the Douluo continent in the future, and even sent the destined protagonist Tang San to the Hall of Death? But she had someone in heaven to protect her, and she was resurrected in a flash. In short, this is a very dangerous woman. But she is also a very pitiful woman. Say she is a good person, at first glance she does seem quite bad, but if you think about it carefully, there are only a handful of things that can be considered bad. Is it a bad thing to overthrow the feudal empire and unify the continent? Just look at the mess after 10,000 years and you will know that unification has more advantages than disadvantages. Besides, the empire rules the continent and doesn't even provide the benefit of free soul awakening for ordinary people, let alone soul coin subsidies. Is the feud with the three major sects considered bad? His enemy is my hero. We have different positions and cannot be simply defined as good or bad. As for Tang San's family, forget it. No matter how much love there is between husband and wife or mother and child, in the final analysis, aren't they still soul beasts? There's nothing wrong with soul masters hunting soul beasts, right? When the double-standard God King was killing the deep-sea demon whale king, why didn't he think about the fact that the deep-sea demon whale king was also the husband of a female whale and the father of a baby whale? So, although Bibi Dong talks about destroying the world every day, she has never done anything bad. Unlike Obito next door, he really does what he says. He will destroy the world. After he turned evil, he started killing his master and his mistress, and the number of sins he committed is really countless. Compared to him, Bibi Dong's is just child's play. Such people are, in a sense, very simple. If they become enemies, they are extremely formidable enemies, but if they become companions, they are also trustworthy companions. So, Su Chen planned to help her once. Guangling Douluo frowned as he looked at the three figures, two large and one small. After giving Yu Guan an imperceptible glare, he set his sights on the smallest white-haired figure in the middle. Is this boy Su Chen? He has an upright posture and a handsome face, and he remains calm in the face of so many people. Regardless of his talent, his mental quality is indeed good. Considering this alone, he is a rare genius, not to mention that his innate full soul power is a foregone conclusion. Guangling Douluo nodded in appreciation in his heart. He decided to tell his men to be gentler for a while, and wait until Bibi Dong's prestige plummeted before bringing the kid to the angel lineage for training. In addition to this, there are a few others left, and he plans to bring back the six-winged angel lineage. Thinking that all the geniuses belonged to the six-winged angel, Guangling Douluo was very happy. He cleared his throat and showed a kind smile, but before he could open his mouth to win them over, the white-haired boy spoke first. Well, I just heard about the plan against the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex outside the palace. Can I ask who said that? The young man's words made the faces of the people present change, and they all looked at him in surprise. What's going on? Wasn't this child brought by Yu Guan? Why are you starting to flatter Guangling Douluo? Turn against one's side in the middle of a battle? Everyone looked at Ju Douluo with a gloating look on their face. It was really funny that the actor they had worked so hard to find was actually starting to take the initiative to flatter Elder Guangling. Guangling showed an extremely satisfied expression on his face. It seems that this boy is sensible. What do you think of this plan, little one? The supporter of Guangling Douluo stood up and asked impatiently, while raising an eyebrow at Guizhou Douluo too. All eyes were instantly focused on him. Faced with so many gazes, the white-haired boy seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. It's okay, little one. Don't worry, no one can stop you from expressing your opinions here. Guangling Douluo waved his hand domineeringly. That's fine. The boy nodded, a smile appearing on his pretty face. I want to ask, is there something wrong with the brain of the person who proposed this plan? End of this chapter. Chapter 19 The Disliked BB Dong. Chapter 19 The Disliked BB Dong. Is there something wrong with the brain of the person who proposed this plan? Under the gaze of most of the Spirit Hall's high-level officials, the young man said these words so lightly. The whole place was dead silent. All the elders and priests present opened their mouths in astonishment, and Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo even gasped. Even Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the Pope's throne, couldn't help but tremble and her beautiful eyes widened. This kid. Actually, he said in front of Guangling Douluo that he had a problem with his brain? Are you kidding? Even the old Pope was polite when he met this person. They are the 4 priests of the Spirit Hall, and among the most powerful men in this continent. The smile on Guangling Douluo's face gradually stiffened. For a moment, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. Have you been scolded? For how many years, has no one dared to scold me in person? And now, he was called mentally ill by a 6-year-old child? Little boy, you better have a reason that will satisfy me, otherwise. Guangling Douluo suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. The ice crystals on his eyes began to tremble and fall, and he stared coldly at the innocent-looking boy. I'll tell my men to attack with all their might shortly. Let this kid spend the rest of his life in bed. Sir, can't you see that? I thought you were a smart man. The white-haired boy spread his hands helplessly and looked at Guangling Douluo with pity in his eyes. Hiss! Everyone present gasped, and Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were so frightened that they wanted to rush up and cover Su Chen's mouth. Hey, white-haired boy, this is not in our plan. It's not enough that you tickled the tiger's whiskers once, now you're standing on his head and plucking its hair? This is not the way to commit suicide. Okay, kid, you're very good. I'd like to hear what you think if you can't express it. Guangling Douluo laughed in anger and said 3 good words in a row. The handsome boy's face was full of cold gloom. Even with his good self-control, he couldn't help but show sympathy when a young child looked up at him. He has already decided. Wait a minute, let this kid die. It's not an opinion, it's just an idea. Su Chen shrugged, his black eyes swept across the crowd. I would like to ask you gentlemen, if there is a country that has been the leader of all nations since ancient times, accepting tributes and worship from the surrounding countries, and being feared by the world. So, when a small country offends, what should this country do? An elder disagreed. Of course it was destroyed by the thunderbolt. But just as he opened his mouth, he remembered something and quickly stopped talking. Very good, this gentleman is very smart. But Su Chen would not let him go just like that. The white-haired boy looked at him with a smile. What if that small country also killed the king of the country? At this point, everyone understood that this country was referring to the Spirit Hall. And that small country is naturally the Haoshan sect. I think it should be destroyed. The elder who was speaking turned pale, his lips moved but he couldn't utter a word. Because opposite him, an extremely cold single eye was staring at him. Very good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being the elder of the Spirit Hall. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and looked at everyone again. You see, you know, I know, and other small countries also know. They are all waiting for the country to kill with thunder and lightning any unstable factors that dare to offend, not to mention such a life and death feud. Under this situation, the country not only did not act quickly, but instead tried to win over other small countries as allies. What does this mean? The boy's voice was soft, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. What does it represent? It means that you are no longer capable of becoming the overlord. It will become a target for other countries. Perhaps surrendering can save many soul masters from the risk of death, but it will also sow endless troubles in the future. There will be countless challengers who will come to fight against the authority of the overlord. The young man's voice was clear, but it was like thunder in spring. The people were frightened and broke into a sweat. They were a little breathless, but suddenly they understood. Seeing that no one spoke, the young man looked at Guangling Douluo with a livid face and blinked. "Sir, you haven't told me who came up with this stupid plan." "I, a 6-year-old child, can see this, but he can't see it. He deserves death. So, I suggest that the person who said this be expelled from the spirit hall. Otherwise, one day in the future, the spirit hall will be dragged into the abyss by some stupid decision. Don't you agree?" "What the hell?" Zhu Douluo and Gui were almost frightened to the point of fainting. "How dare you be so bold? It's fine if you scold me in person, but what do you mean? Killing someone but also killing your heart? Aren't you really afraid that he will kill you with one blow?" "It's too late for me to save this." On the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong leaned forward and clenched her fists excitedly. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she stared at the white-haired boy in the crowd without blinking. Su Chen's words really touched her heart. Moreover, looking at Guangling's livid face, His Holiness the Pope felt as happy and refreshed as if he had drunk an ice drink in summer. His long legs crossed and an intoxicating smile appeared on his pretty face. She just felt extremely happy. No matter what, she was determined to have this child and she was going to keep him. Even if it means going to Jiandaoliu and causing a big scene, I won't hesitate. Guangling Douluo's chest heaved violently, the muscles on his face twitched, and his expression was ferocious, completely losing his previous handsome appearance. Zhu Douluo was right. Guangling really wanted to kill this little brat. But that is no longer possible. Not to mention that since the beginning, there have been more than 4 auras locking onto him. Guangling had a premonition that as long as he made the slightest unusual movement, even if he released a little bit of oppressive aura, someone would try to stop him. What's more, if I really kill the future genius of the Spirit Hall in public, or do it out of anger and humiliation, the Spirit Hall will probably not tolerate me at all. Call. Guangling Douluo, who had calmed down a little, suppressed his murderous intent and felt extremely aggrieved. It's bad enough to be scolded, the key is that I can't refute it. No matter how much he resisted in his heart. He understood that his way would indeed bring disaster to the Spirit Hall. But being educated by a 6-year-old child, even if this kid is a genius, is a complete disgrace to oneself. He seemed to be able to see the trembling figures around him. Are you looking down and laughing at yourself? These damn bastards! Humph, kid, don't forget your business. I hope your strength can be as sharp as your tongue. Guangling looked coldly at the black-eyed, white-haired boy, a cruel smile flashing across his lips. I hope you can still be as proud as you are now later. It is not convenient for him to do it, but that doesn't mean others can't do it. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yes, no matter how good your eloquence is, strength is the first priority. The highlight is to see whether he is as evil as described by Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. Then everyone please move to the square. We will know whether it is a dragon or a snake at a glance. A clear and extraordinary voice came from above, and His Holiness the Pope slowly stood up, his graceful figure perfectly displayed under his papal robe. He lightly grasped the scepter in his jade hand, took light lotus steps, and walked over with a swaying figure. Wherever he went, everyone bowed their heads and made way for him. When passing by Su Chen, she slowly stopped, leaned over, and a beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face. Little guy, after this test, come and see me alone. I can fulfill one of your requests. If you win, there's a reward. The refreshing fragrance hit him in the face, and the boy could even feel the sweet breath between the red lips and pearly teeth blowing on his face. Su Chen frowned slightly, took a step back, distanced himself from Bibi Dong, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Holiness. I won't let you down. Just talk, why is this woman standing so close to you? Bibi Dong's breathing stagnated. Obviously, the boy's reaction was totally beyond her expectations. Am I being disliked? His Holiness the Pope was somewhat stunned. All the young men and women in the spirit hall flock to me when they see me. Putting aside my status and strength, just based on my appearance, there is no one in this world who can ignore me. Bibi Dong has this confidence. But the boy's action of taking a half step back and frowning were not artificial, but a sign of his unwillingness to get closer from the bottom of his heart. This is really the first time. The Pope's mouth curled up slightly and he became more interested in Su Chen. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, The Prize of the 10,000-Year Soul Bone, lasting for 1 stick of incense under the. Chapter 20, The Prize of the 10,000-Year Soul Bone, to hold out for 1 stick of incense under the attack of the Soul Sect. Spirit Hall, the square in front of the Pope's palace. The moon was bright and the clear night sky was cloudless. The mist that had been lingering around the Spirit Hall had also dissipated a lot. Standing here, one could still see the lights of thousands of households in the Spirit City. Just show it here. Bibi Dong smiled faintly on her pretty face, and pointed with her jade hand, I'm looking forward to your performance. The high-level officials of the Spirit Hall stood around in 2s and 3s, their eyes moving back and forth between the noble and beautiful figure and the white-haired boy, their eyes full of curiosity and exploration. Originally, such a small matter only required 2 people to monitor and verify it, but the Pope came out first, so why didn't they come out? This is the first time I see the new Pope think so highly of a person. Considering the outstanding performance of the young man in the hall just now, they who had scoffed at Douluo's words at first were now somewhat skeptical. The smart man's eyes flickered, and he already had other plans. Wait, Your Holiness. Guangling Douluo stood up again, regaining his extraordinary appearance, with a smile on his handsome face, completely different from the angry and twisted him just now. It's hard to convince people if I just show it. How about I add some spice? Coming. Everyone was cheered up, knowing that this priest would not give up. Oh. His Holiness the Pope frowned slightly. What does Guangling priest want to add to the prize? A subtle wave of soul power flashed by, and Guangling Douluo waved his hand lightly, and a dark red crystal appeared in his hand. That is. Zhu Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, then his expression changed, and he asked in surprise, Soul Bone? Soul Bone? When Su Chen heard the name, he was shocked and couldn't help but look over. The whole body is dark red and crystal clear, with a hot and powerful aura flowing through it, like a beautiful work of art. It is worthy of being a treasure of soul masters. Even though Su Chen's soul power is too low to see anything now, he can feel that once he absorbs this soul bone, his physical fitness and soul power will be greatly improved. In addition, he seemed to sense a familiar yet strange aura in it, but he was not quite sure. If it really is that kind of thing, this soul bone must be taken away. Hiss, judging by its color and the fluctuations of its soul power, it's probably a soul bone that's at least 9,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. Looking at the shape, could it be the right leg bone? As expected of Guangling worshipper, he actually took out the 10,000-year soul bone. Everyone was surprised and talked about it. 10,000-year soul bones are extremely rare, and even for a titled Douluo, they are treasures that greatly enhance one's abilities. If placed in the outside world, it would be enough to cause a bloody fight and cause a bloody storm. But Guangling Douluo was actually taken out like this as a prize for a display? This. Everyone sensed something unusual in it. Your Holiness, how about this prize? The handsome Guangling Douluo boy had a smile on his face and gently placed the soul bone on the stone platform in front of him. Elder Guangling is really generous, but for such a childish play, taking out a 10,000-year soul bone is a bit too expensive, isn't it? His Holiness the Pope's red lips moved slightly, and his beautiful eyes looked deeply at Guangling Douluo. Why don't you tell me first, how do you plan to show this little guy? She did not agree, or rather, she had already begun to find ways to refuse. Guangling Douluo was willing to take out something like this, probably because he was prepared to make it impossible for Su Chen to get it. It's very simple. The handsome young man in a light grey robe blinked, and the icicles on his single eye flew off, causing the temperature around him to drop a few degrees. He smiled and raised a finger, showing his white teeth. One stick of incense, as long as this kid can hold out against his attacks for one stick of incense, no matter what, this 10,000-year-old spirit fire fox soul bone will be his. After saying that, Guangling Douluo clapped his hands, and a tall middle-aged man with his head lowered walked out from behind him. How? Guangling Douluo looked at Bibi Dong, and finally stopped his gaze on Su Chen. Zhu Douluo frowned and felt it for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He held Su Chen behind him and could not help but said angrily, "You are so shameless to use Soul Sect to test Soul Lord." Soul Sect? Everyone was in an uproar, and their eyes turned to look over. After a moment, they all looked at Guangling Douluo with strange expressions. He is truly the Soul Sect. No wonder he dared to take out the 10,000-year-old soul bone, isn't he too shameless? This is no longer a question of whether or not he can get it, this is about wanting this child to die. Didn't you say that this child has a 1,000-year soul ring? It just so happens that this subordinate of mine has average talent, and his fourth ring is only 1,000 years old. Besides, he can only hold on for an incense stick of time, and he is not defeated. For a genius whose first ring is 1,000 years old, this should not be a problem, right? In addition, Guangling Douluo's smiling expression suddenly turned cold, and a huge and surging momentum suddenly rushed towards Zhu Douluo. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? The high-level titled Douluo and the 5 priests of the Spirit Hall suddenly revealed his terrifying power. Pfft! Caught off guard, Zhu Douluo's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath instantly weakened and his steps staggered. If Ghost Douluo hadn't reacted quickly and rushed forward to release his aura to resist for a moment, Yu Guan would probably have fallen directly to the ground. Presumptuous! An even more powerful wave of soul power emerged, blocking Guangling Douluo's momentum. Ghost Douluo, who was struggling to resist, suddenly relaxed and almost fell to the ground. On the contrary, Su Chen, under the deliberate protection of several people, was not affected at all. Is this the strength of a high-level title Douluo? It really should not be underestimated. The boy's expression was somewhat serious. It seems that we need to take special precautions against this person. The Pope's beautiful eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. And a huge spider shadow was looming behind her, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Elder Guangling, what do you mean by this? Click! The hard bricks and stones screamed under the impact of the sheer momentum, and dense cracks gradually spread. However, when the force reached the critical point, it stopped inadvertently. The confrontational aura between the two sides slowly dissipated, and the onlookers wiped the cold sweat from their heads and breathed a sigh of relief. One is the new pope, the other is an old supporter of the angel lineage. If these two people really fight, they really don't know what to do. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I was just teaching a lesson to a junior who didn't know his place. This woman has become so much stronger. Damn, she's so young. Guangling cupped his hands, a trace of fear flashing in his one eye. I hope this won't happen again. Bibi Dong said coldly. Besides, this kid won't compete with your soul sect. I knew this old guy had bad intentions. How dare you say such shameless words? The fourth ring is only 1,000 years, the first 3 are just for show, right? Wait, Your Holiness, I think we should ask the person involved for his opinion on this matter. Guangling Douluo hid his gloomy look and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Well, are you willing? From the beginning, he noticed that the young man had been staring at the soul bone in his hand. That's right, even a titled Douluo would be tempted by a 10,000-year soul bone, let alone a child. As expected, he heard Su Chen's answer. Of course I do. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Year Soul Ring appears. Chapter 21, Millennium Soul Ring appears. In the square in front of the Spirit Hall, a light smoke filled the air, and the aftermath of the confrontation between the two titled Douluo had not yet completely subsided. What? How could you promise him this? The pale-faced Jew Douluo struggled to get up and spoke hurriedly, but was held back by Ghost Douluo. The latter shook his head and pointed forward. Guangling Douluo was looking at them with a smile on his face, but there was undisguised coldness in his one eye. Yu Guan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh and shook his head weakly. Su Chen is always a steady boy, so why would he make such a mistake in something like this? How could that old thing possibly give you the soul bone? Little guy, don't you want to think about it again? Bibi Dong's brows were tightly knitted together, and the reflection of the white-haired boy was reflected in her wine-red eyes. Do you remember what I said before? Her meaning couldn't be clearer. As promised before, let alone a 10,000 year soul bone, even if it was a 30,000 year or 50,000 year soul bone, as long as Su Chen asked for it, she would be able to give it to him. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your kindness. I still want to give it a try. The young man bowed. Of course Su Chen understood what Bibi Dong meant, but only children make choices, he wants them all. Ugh! His Holiness the Pope's beautiful eyes were slightly closed and his long eyelashes trembled. Su Chen's choice was not wrong, or rather, it was the most reasonable choice. The proud genius seemed to be able to obtain the precious reward without any risk. As a 6-year-old child, his previous performance was already impressive. Only, Bibi Dong still felt a sense of inexplicable disappointment in her heart. Perhaps the boy's confident words, steady maturity, and completely different attitude towards herself gave her some wrong illusions. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, keep an eye on him. Bibi Dong waved her hand listlessly, and her pretty face returned to its noble and cold expression. His Majesty the Pope. Zhu Douluo was hesitant to speak. He always felt that Su Chen would not be so unwise. But in this situation, there is nothing more that can be done. This kid actually wants to fight Soul Sect. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This is a common problem among geniuses. What's more, he has a 10,000-year-old soul bone. I thought this kid was mature enough, but I didn't expect that he still couldn't resist the temptation of soul bones. Come on, even a titled Douluo can't resist it, let alone a 6-year-old child. Everyone was talking about it, looking at the white-haired boy with some regret. It was a good seedling, what a pity. You almost pointed at the man's nose and scolded him just now, do you think he will stop when he reaches his limit? Okay, let's invite our protagonist in. Guangling Douluo raised the corner of his mouth and clapped his hands. The tall man standing behind him walked quickly on the other side of the square with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. The white-haired boy shrugged and followed him. Looking at the two people's backs, everyone looked strange. Since he was a child, Su Chen has been using the ninja training methods studied with Orochimaru to strengthen his body and soak in medicinal baths. When his peers were only about 1.3 meters tall. His height had already exceeded 1.5 meters and was approaching 1.6 meters, with well-proportioned and upright muscles. But despite this, in front of the big man who was over 2 meters and 5 feet tall, she still looked extremely petite, like a little wolf next to a tiger. It was no exaggeration to say that the former looked like he could easily beat Su Chen to death. The worry on Zhu Douluo's face became even stronger. They all believed that if Su Chen exerted his full strength, it should be no problem for him to defeat a low-level soul master, but it was different for a soul sect. You know, the changes between each link are hugely different. What's more, this is the soul sect found by Guangling Douluo. How can he be compared with an ordinary soul sect? He glanced at Guangling Douluo standing beside them. The latter seemed to be paying attention to the field, but in fact there was a faint aura that firmly locked onto this place. Obviously, the other party will not let them take action easily. I can only hope that this kid will admit defeat soon when he sees that the situation is not good, otherwise he may not be able to save you when the time comes. In the center of the square, the two stood 20 meters apart. I don't want to do anything to a child, but I'm sorry, I can't refuse this order. The big man showed a helpless expression, and then took a deep breath. Be careful. Boom. A powerful soul force burst out, and the big man's robe fluttered up, and then exploded in an instant. Roar. The big man growled, and his already exaggerated muscles grew even bigger, looking even more terrifying. His short black hair stood up like steel needles, and a layer of dark and ferocious scales gradually appeared on his body. A long horn stretched out from his forehead, shining darkly in the moonlight. 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged one by one, shaking slowly. Although it was not the best ratio, the momentum bursting out of his body was far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. Call. With a wild beast-like panting, the big man slowly lowered his body, his dark animal eyes fixed on the white-haired boy. Wu Dai, 41st level Battle Soul Sect, Martial Soul Iron-Horned Rhino, please teach me. Iron-Horned Rhino? The moment they heard this name, the whole audience was in an uproar. It's actually this martial spirit. This is bad. I didn't expect Guangling Douluo to be so cruel. SHH, don't talk nonsense. Alas, it's a pity for the genius who was born with full soul power. It really fits the saying that a genius who grows up is a genius, otherwise. Everyone sighed, and it was almost time to put an end to this test and that young man. After all, this is the Iron-Horned Rhino. Rhino martial spirits are also among the best among beast martial spirits, usually possessing excellent defense, attack power, and endurance. The Iron-Horned Rhino is different. Not only is its defense weak, but its durability is also very poor. But what they lost was extremely exaggerated attack and destructive power. In the first 3 rings of the Iron-Horned Mad Rhino martial spirit, there will only be 3 identical soul skills, which are strength enhancement. This allows their attack power to reach an expected high level. And when it reaches the soul sect, this martial soul will undergo an even more exaggerated qualitative change. The 4th ring will definitely awaken another soul skill. Destroying Charge. With the support of the first 3 soul skills, the power of this soul skill can reach an extremely terrifying level. Among the same level, anyone who touches it will be injured, and anyone who is hit will die. Even if one is at a higher level, one will be seriously injured if caught off guard. This is a martial soul that is extremely biased. Asshole, you must stop now. Zhu Douluo's expression changed drastically, and he stared at Guangling Douluo intently. The anger in his heart had become real. If Ghost Douluo hadn't tried his best to stop him, he would have rushed forward to end the match. A trace of worry flashed across the Pope's beautiful eyes, and his hands were clenched tightly within his long sleeves. Don't worry, maybe our genius will create a miracle. He he he. Facing Yu Guan's almost cannibalistic gaze, Guangling Douluo only felt extremely comfortable in his heart, and even Zhu Douluo's angry curses seemed so pleasant to the ear. He smiled at Bibi Dong, who had no expression on her face. Your Holiness, is that right? It's not over yet. Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes and glanced at Guangling Douluo. Elder Guangling, please don't rush to draw conclusions. Compared to Yu Guan, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Bibi Dong's worried heart gradually calmed down. Because she saw Su Chen's eyes. His dark eyes sparkled brightly, just as calm as when he first met him. Bibi Dong suddenly remembered the boy's confident attitude, and a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in her mind. Maybe, just maybe, he could win? Thank you for your reminder. In return, I will also give you a friendly reminder. The surging air current blew up the boy's silver hair, revealing his dark eyes. The seemingly thin body is as rooted as an old tree, standing still. Please give it your all and don't underestimate me. OM. A strange wave swept across the entire place, and in the white light, everyone felt the soul power in their bodies shrink slightly for a moment, as if they had encountered an absolute superior and a terrifying natural enemy. The flowers and plants in the distance were swaying joyfully, and the leaves and flowers were brighter. The young man stood in the moonlight, with a faint smile on his handsome face. A circle of deep purple soul ring was slowly moving around his body, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Su Chen, Level 15 Combat Soul Master, Martial Soul, Chakra. Please enlighten me. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 The Strongest State. Chapter 22 The Strongest State. Gumbling. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard continuously in the square, and everyone stared at the dazzling purple, that piercing purple with dull faces. It was too late to question the suppression of soul power brought by Su Chen's strange martial soul. At this moment, everyone's eyes were only focused on the purple halo shining on the young man. Oh, you must be kidding. This is fake, Soul Master. How can a Soul Master? Even if he was a great worshipper back then. Oh my god, I must have seen it wrong. The elders and leaders were mumbling in a dreamlike manner, and some were shaking their heads and rubbing their eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with their vision. But no matter how they looked at it, or how many times they looked at it, that deep purple color still existed. When they were completely sure, they all took a deep breath. 1,000-year soul ring. It is actually the first soul ring in 1,000 years. No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Guangling Douluo's pupils shrank sharply, and the teacup in his hand was instantly crushed by him. He stared at Su Chen intently, veins on his forehead bulged, and ice crystals on his eyes slid rapidly. This is a complete subversion of his cognition. It's actually a real 1,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were dazed for a moment. Although she had some guesses and preparations in her heart, when she really saw this scene, she was still shocked and her heart was extremely excited, and there was even a faint blush on her pretty face. She tightly grasped the scepter to suppress the surging emotions in her heart. As a genius, one who could be called the top genius on the continent, no one understood what this meant better than her. This is something that subverts common sense and all soul master theories. Looking at everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled bitterly at each other. Now do you know how we felt at that time? We both felt like our worldviews had collapsed. This. Wuda looked at the purple soul ring with his whole body trembling, his eyes full of disbelief. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word, and he subconsciously stepped back. He, who had poor thinking ability to begin with, was completely confused at this moment. After a while, he shook his head and looked helplessly at Guangling Douluo outside the field. Even though Wuda didn't know much, he knew what kind of person the first ring of the millennium was. I also know what the consequences will be if I kill such a person. That was a consequence he absolutely could not afford. Perhaps it was because Wuda's expression was too obvious. Guangling Douluo finally came to his senses and his expression suddenly changed. This kid is only 6 years old and he's already 1,000 years old in the first ring. What about the second ring? 10,000 years? What about the third ring? He didn't dare to think any further. I'm afraid within 20 years, this kid's strength will be close to mine. And now, I have completely offended this kid. If this kid is allowed to grow up, Su Chen will definitely not let him go. There was a flickering light in Guangling Douluo's one eye, and after a moment, a crazy idea appeared in his mind. As long as this guy dies, even if he is a great priest, he won't make things too difficult for me just because of a dead person. Wu Dai, take action, don't forget your family. After weighing for a moment, Guangling Douluo gritted his teeth and roared, releasing his martial spirit at the same time. A longbow shining with ice crystals appeared in his hand. The temperature around him dropped suddenly. Cold snowflakes fluttered down and turned into a translucent light shield, blocking Bibi Dong in front of him. Her Holiness the Pope was stunned for a moment, and before she recovered from her excitement, she instantly understood Guangling Douluo's plan, and her beautiful face instantly became extremely cold. You wanna die? Almost at the same time, a huge spider shadow rose from the ground, and its sharp claws, carrying a violent breath of death, stabbed towards Guangling Douluo fiercely. It's too late, ha 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 ha, poof. Guangling Douluo, who endured the blow head-on, spat out a large mouthful of dark blood, but revealed a tragic yet crazy smile. With the speed of the iron-horned rhino, he only needed to stop him for a moment and he could break the boy into 2 pieces. Damn you bastard! Bibi Dong didn't bother to continue attacking. She turned back suddenly, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Wu Da's face was full of pain, but his 4 soul rings lit up one by one. Strength increase. Strength increase. Strength increase. I'm sorry, kid, but I can't let my family die in front of me. Wu Da roared in pain, and his body was wrapped in a layer of dark mist. The black horn became even bigger and shining, and a terrifying sharp force came towards him. A faint breath of death locked onto the silver-haired boy. Destruction charge ah! Boom! The hard bricks and stones shattered under Wu Da's feet, like a speeding locomotive, carrying hundreds of tons of cargo, rushing towards Su Chen with all its might. Stop! Yu Guan's hysterical roar reached the boy's ears, but Su Chen had no time to analyze it at this moment. The single Magadama's Sharingan slowly turned, and Wu Da's running figure slowed down a little. The young man raised his hand to make the seal of the substitution technique, but then slowly put it down. That's great! I also want to see how high my positive strength is now. Su Chen took a deep breath, and his purple soul ring suddenly lit up. First soul skill, Helmet of the Lin Long. OM! The surging chakra rushed into his limbs and bones. In an instant, the silver-haired boy felt that both his strength and vitality had skyrocketed. Helmet of the Lin Long, all attributes increased by 50%. But the boy did not stop, but instead stretched out his hand and pressed on his acupoints. 8 gates of ninjutsu, 3rd gate of life, open. Boom! An extremely strong aura erupted from the young man, raising a cloud of dust. Su Chen's silver hair stood up, a faint blush appeared on his skin, and a green glow surrounded his body. Powerful! Incomparably powerful! Su Chen could feel that he could now kill the 1000-year-old wolf beast with one punch. 30 seconds? That's enough. The boy silently felt the speed at which his chakra was being consumed and slowly clenched his fists. Boom! The bricks and stones under the boy's feet exploded instantly, and spider web-like cracks spread out over a distance of 3 meters. The whole person turned into a blue meteor and rushed head-on towards the galloping iron-horned rhino. Ha 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 ha! God is really helping me! Guangling Douluo, who was struggling to resist the ghostly attacks of Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, saw this scene, laughed wildly, and simply removed the protective shield. Things have come to this point, even a titled Douluo cannot save him. Boom! A loud roar rang out in the square, with gravel flying everywhere and dust scattering everywhere. Bibi Dong had no time to attack and stared at the square. When the smoke cleared, revealing the scene inside, even with Bibi Dong's psychological strength, she couldn't help but be completely stunned where she was. Seeing that Bibi Dong and Yuegwen Gaimei did not continue to take action, but stared at the scene blankly, Guangling Douluo knew that the plan had been successful. Your Holiness, I am very sorry for this matter. I think you can punish me. He looked very embarrassed, but in fact he was deliberately trying to disgust Bibi Dong. After waiting for a long time, he found that the Pope ignored him, and even the elders who were still struggling began to turn their eyes away. Guangling Douluo gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. When he turned around, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The tiny man was wrapped in green energy, but he was able to block the huge rhino shadow, which was several times bigger than him and charged with destructive force, in the middle. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Obtain the 10,000-year soul bone and natural energy. Chapter 23 Obtain the 10,000-year soul bone and natural energy. Kababa. A teeth-grinding friction sound was heard between the two people, cracks appeared under their feet, soul power rose, and smoke and dust scattered. The green and black colors intertwined, forming a stalemate. The huge black rhinoceros shadow kept roaring behind Wu De, but it could not move forward. Impossible! Wu Da's heart was pounding as he looked in fear at the white-haired boy in front of him who was only as tall as his waist. The boy's eyes had turned an ominous red at some point, and he was holding his horn with one hand, and no matter how hard he tried to activate the soul ring, the hand was like it was welded firmly to his horn and didn't move. Did I remind you? The young man whispered, and in his other hand, a blue light had already taken shape and turned into a rapidly rotating ball of energy. Don't underestimate me. The soul sect was blocked by the soul master. Or a martial spirit like the iron-horned rhino that focuses on impact and strength. Hiss, the first ring of 1,000 years is really so exaggerated. You ask me, I don't know either. When the elders were still wondering who to help when Bibi Dong and Guangling started fighting, the situation on the field made them gasp. Guangling Douluo had a bad feeling when he saw Bibi Dong's expression. When he heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. Blocked? Impossible. Even evil has its limits. His neck felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead and he twisted it with difficulty. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. The boy's silver hair fluttered, but his petite body was firmly rooted in place like a mountain, blocking the shadow of the black rhino that was several times larger than him in front of him. Wuda, what are you doing? Guangling Douluo's handsome face was flushed red, the blue veins on his neck were like twisted little snakes, his single eye was bloodshot, and he roared angrily. Stab! The sharp spider claws blocked his way, just one step away from the vital point of the fifth priest. His Holiness the Pope stood in mid-air, his beautiful wine-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Enough is enough, Guangling. She said coldly. Yuegwen and Gaimei also released their martial spirits, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Shadow at the right time, blocking behind the elders whose expressions had changed. However, even so, Guangling Douluo still stared at the field. So what if this stinky woman is allowed to be arrogant for a while? As long as that kid dies, everything can be saved. Come on, Wuhan University. Finally, as he looked forward to it, Wu Da's body finally moved. Only. Boom! A burst of azure light suddenly burst out, and Wu Da seemed to be hit by a meteor. His huge body flew into the air, spinning and flying backwards at a faster speed than when he came, breaking through two stone railings in succession, and dragged a long groove on the rock floor before he finally stopped. When the smoke cleared, Wu Da was no longer possessed by his martial spirit. He lay in a ravine covered in wounds, having passed out. Quiet. Deathly silence enveloped the square, one could hear one's breathing. One move. The iron-horned rhino, which was known for its strength and impact force, fell under this move of the young man. There are no tricks, no strategies. Only an absolute head-on confrontation. The senior executives who were watching felt like they were in a dream. Looking at the young man standing in the moonlight, people realized that his clothes were not messy. Is this the strength of the first soul ring of 1,000 years? It's incredible. If this child doesn't die, perhaps even becoming a titled Douluo may not be his final destination. This is God's blessing on our spirit hall. They had a hunch. In the next 10 years, Su Chen's name will resound throughout the entire continent. Somebody come. Bibi Dong waved the scepter in her hand, and a team of neatly dressed spirit hall judicial personnel surrounded her. Take Guangling away and lock him up. The Pope shouted coldly, and a green light emerged from his hand, binding Guangling Douluo, who was standing there in a daze. The latter did not dodge, but just stared at Su Chen. Your Holiness, 5 offerings to him. The law enforcement captain looked at Guangling Douluo hesitantly, and was unwilling to step forward. Guangling Douluo has been accumulating power in the spirit hall for a long time, so he was a little afraid, but this was an order from the Pope, so he had to obey. Destroying the future of spirit hall and attacking the Pope, aren't these crimes enough? Bibi Dong's pretty face was full of frost. The spider shadow behind her slowly moved forward. Being stared at by the huge spider, the law enforcement captain felt cold sweat all over his forehead. He hurriedly bent down and bowed, then hurriedly took Guangling away. The latter did not resist at all throughout the whole process, but just stared at Su Chen, with an indescribable meaning in his one eye. Seeing Guangling being taken away, Bibi Dong felt relieved immediately. An indescribable joy surged in her heart. Her beautiful eyes looked at the silver-haired boy with burning eyes. This child is truly my lucky star. I'm afraid that Elder Guangling will no longer be able to tell me what to do. Overall, there was nothing wrong with his decision, but the mistake was that he did not have an accurate understanding of the child's strength. Who would have thought that Zhu Douluo was not only not exaggerating, but was even a little conservative? The previous disappointment was quickly thrown out of the window. Looking back now, Su Chen was clearly completely confident before he did it. You really gave me a difficult problem. How should I reward you for helping me so much, Su Chen? His Holiness the Pope murmured to himself, a faint blush appeared on his pretty face, and he was extremely beautiful. Call. Su Chen, who was hurriedly dispersing the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the dragon's helmet state, paused and felt a little dizzy. After standing there for a while, I finally felt a little better. It's still a bit of a stretch. The body is too small, too weak, and the chakra is not enough. It seems that I need to have a laboratory as soon as possible to study ninjutsu and soul power. The young man moved his sore arms and said with some emotion. In the eyes of others, this battle was easy for him, but only he knew how dangerous it was. First of all, this state with attack power comparable to that of a soul master can only last for 30 seconds. If it lasts 1 second longer, the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the helmet of the dragon will completely drain him. Wuhan University also suffered from insufficient information. Otherwise the outcome of a tug-of-war would still be unknown. Of course, when he didn't have any large-scale control soul skills, he could have lasted for a full incense stick of time just by relying on the teleportation technique, but that would have looked a little too embarrassing. Boy, are you okay? Yu Guan and Gui Mei rushed over quickly. The former supported him and released his soul power to investigate without any hesitation. Su Chen was helpless and wanted to break free, but he had no strength at all now and could only be manipulated by this man who was more beautiful than a woman. After a moment, Zhu Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. He's fine, just a little exhausted. He just needs to recuperate for a few days. Before Su Chen could say anything, he excitedly slapped the boy on the shoulder. You are worthy of being able to do this. Hey, tell me honestly, did you know you could win before the battle, so you agreed? I knew it. How could this kid be so uncalm? No, just make sure I don't lose. Su Chen shook his head. Soul sex strength is not that simple. He just happened to meet a lopsided student who was good at one subject and knew nothing about him. No matter what, the soul power is still too low. The power of the raised Nan is among the same level, and even the great soul masters and even the soul masters can cause effective damage, but it is a bit difficult for the soul master. It must be blessed by the helmet of the dragon and the 8 gates. Oh my, forget it, forget it. You don't know how ugly that old man's face is. Douluo laughed loudly and patted his shoulder vigorously. Then he remembered something, took out something and handed it to Su Chen. Here, this is for you. This is your trophy. In his palm, there lay a long red crystal, which was the 10,000-year soul bone that Guangling Douluo took out. Yu Guan smacked his lips in envy, but then burst into laughter happily. Not only did he lose a carefully trained warrior, but he also lost his 10,000-year-old soul bone. Ha 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 ha, I'm not going to cry at night, is that old thing? Ha ha ha. Ghost Douluo on the side looked at him helplessly. Be careful with your words, he is the 5th priest after all. Why am I laughing? Forget about being a 5th rank official this time. It's not even certain whether he can even be an elder. I'm doing this for your own good. Su Chen had no time to pay attention to the quarrel between the two, as his attention was now completely attracted by the soul bone. After holding it in his hand, the vague feeling finally became clear, causing his heart to beat uncontrollably faster. My perception was indeed correct. Natural energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, What should I do if I increase my favorability too much? Chapter 24, What should I do if I increase my favorability too much? Natural energy is a special kind of energy. Unlike chakra which is extracted from cells, natural energy floats freely between heaven and earth. Mountains, plants, soil, and insects may all be attached to natural energy. It is a disordered, huge, frenetic and almost endless source of energy. And closely related to natural energy is a force that can compete with real gods. Immortal mode. In this mode, the power of the original ninja's physical skills will be amplified to several times or even more than 10 times the original. It is also the only means under the 6 paths in the ninja world that can harm the 6 paths level. Therefore, whether in the ninja world or Douluo continent, this is Su Chen's first-tier research project. However, after spending decades in the ninja world to master the magic of the 3 holy places, he discovered when he arrived in Douluo continent that the situation here was even more complicated. Because he couldn't feel the natural energy at all. Even though his immortal body had not fully awakened, it had an affinity for natural energy, but he still could not sense any trace of natural energy. Su Chen once wondered whether the spiritual energy absorbed by this world is natural energy. But in the end, he overturned his own setting. After all, there is no threshold to absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into soul power. It has nothing in common with natural energy that can easily turn people into stone. Su Xiao took him to lush forests and desolate wetlands, but naturally he gained nothing. I thought the sage mode would become extinct in this world, but I didn't expect that today, I would find that long-lost sense of familiarity on this soul bone. Immortal mode. The boy's eyes were burning and his palms slowly clenched. Whether it's the wind-style raised Nan shuriken that can destroy things to the cellular level, or the Nagatakumon that can suppress the 10 tails, or even the wood-style Maki Senjuku Tamdo that is as powerful as destroying the world, they all must rely on the sage mode to activate. And now, this road that I thought was cut off unexpectedly appeared in front of me. How could I not be excited? Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? Yu Guan's voice brought him back from his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw the latter looking at him strangely. Ah, it's okay. I'm just a little excited when I see the 10,000-year soul bone for the first time. Su Chen coughed lightly, put the soul bone into the storage soul guide, and casually dealt with it. Okay. Yu Guan raised his eyebrows suspiciously. There was nothing wrong with what the boy said, but he always felt that this scene was familiar. But just when he was about to ask more questions, he saw Bibi Dong and the elders coming over, and he quickly bowed and saluted. Your Holiness. No need to be so polite. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, bent down, and helped Su Chen up. You are still young, you don't have to bow when you see me in the future. Moon pass. No? He looked at Su Chen with a confused look on his face, who just bowed, and then looked at himself with his waist bent to 90 degrees, and suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. Damn, this kid just snatched away the position most favored by His Holiness the Pope? What should I do if I suddenly feel a little regretful? Su Chen, you are really my lucky star. Tell me, what reward do you want? A faint blush appeared on the pretty face of His Holiness the Pope, and his beautiful wine-red eyes shone with luster. He reached out and gently touched the boy's cheek, and a sweet fragrance filled his face. From Su Chen's perspective, he could even see some of the full curves outlined by the Pope's robe. No, why did you, a woman, do that? Feeling the slightly cold and smooth feeling on his face, Su Chen stiffened and raised his head in a daze. The white-haired boy jumped back suddenly, and even subconsciously used the teleportation technique. Only after he was out of Bibi Dong's attack range did he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Su Chen's body stiffened again. Because the slightly cool and smooth feeling returned to his face, and this time it even pinched his cheeks more excessively. The young man looked at the perfect woman in front of him in disbelief, and also saw the smile in those beautiful wine-red eyes. As if to say, do you think you can get away? Damn, do you have any sense of boundaries, woman? Is our relationship that good? Your Holiness, please respect yourself. Su Chen cupped his hands and said dryly, while taking another step back. This time, Bibi Dong did not follow. She just chuckled and blinked. Why, is our spirit hall's #1 genius still shy? What the hell? No, is this your character? Aren't you cold and heartless? Also, your daughter is so old, how can she not be mature at all? Although this posture is indeed amazing. Su Chen held his forehead helplessly. Improving Bibi Dong's favorability was part of the plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to offend an enemy that he couldn't defeat at this stage. That promise is Su Chen's goal. Now, I have received the promise and the favorability has been increased, but I don't know what went wrong. This favorability seems a bit exaggerated. It has gone far beyond the partner part. What went wrong? Su Chen looked at the Pope with a look of distress, and sighed with a headache. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Elders, let's go back and finish the remaining matters. His Holiness the Pope stood up and resumed his noble and cool appearance. He nodded to the group of astonished elders and returned to the Pope's palace with a swaying figure. By the way, little one, you can come along and listen in. I have something to tell you after it's over. Finally, she waved her hand again and said. The elders looked at Bibi Dong, then at Su Chen, with indescribable strange expressions on their faces. They had never seen His Holiness the Pope in such a relaxed and happy state. This kid, can't he be the Pope? Forget it, forget it, forget it. I dare not say this casually. This kid really resists contact with me. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's mind flashed through Su Chen's expression of resistance and disgust, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What a unique little guy. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. There was a trace of loneliness and pain in the eyes of His Holiness the Pope, and he leaned weakly on the throne. In fact, Su Chen guessed correctly. Now is indeed the most difficult time for Bibi Dong. However, it was even more difficult than he had imagined. She killed Jian Sunji in revenge. Although Jian Daoliu did not kill her, the threat of death was always hanging over her mind. Because the angel Douluo, who had been famous in the world for a long time, had never concealed his naked murderous intentions towards her. Otherwise, how could Guangling Douluo dare to be so arrogant and give orders to her, the Pope, again and again? In Guangling Douluo's opinion, she was just a puppet who was forced to take the position. But despite this, she had to work hard and devote all her energy to this place that made her so sick. Otherwise, Bibi Dong knew very well what the fate of a worthless enemy who killed her son would be. She wants to live. She wanted to destroy this place with her own hands and completely exterminate the angel lineage. Not only that, she and that beastly bastard were carefully taught and guided by Douluo, and their relationship with her, the mother, was as cold as ice. Moreover, spies also kept sending her news that the man she had been thinking about was traveling across the continent with her cousin. Whenever she thought of it, Bibi Dong felt heartbroken and grief-stricken. The high pressure of life and death crisis, the indifference of her own flesh and blood, the betrayal of people she cares about, it can be said that Bibi Dong was on the verge of collapse a long time ago. If it weren't for the growing obsession with revenge in her heart, she would have found a place to end her life long ago. And now, the appearance of Su Chen was like a ray of bright light violently inserted into her dark world. Not only did her terrifying talent give her hope for revenge, she also understood the Spirit Hall's philosophy like a close friend. More importantly, she was able to defeat and destroy Guangling Douluo, the shadow hanging over her head. It was only a small victory, but it was a long-awaited respite, a breath of fresh air that allowed her to breathe. And Bibi Dong also found her unique reaction quite interesting. What a cute little guy! I wish he had appeared earlier. His Holiness the Pope listened to the elder's report on everything, but his beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at the small figure in the corner, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay? This feeling of being watched. Su Chen, who was closing his eyes and thinking about natural energy, raised his head alertly and met a pair of beautiful wine-red eyes. He then scratched his hair in pain. Damn, it's not over yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Master? Just a pitiful and pathetic guy. Chapter 25, Master? Just a pitiful and pathetic guy. After the lengthy meeting in the Pope's palace ended, Su Chen was the first to run out. In addition to not wanting to be pulled around by a group of people and asked questions, he also felt that Bibi Dong's mental state was a little off tonight, so he decided to let His Holiness the Pope calm down for a night before making any further comments. As for what to exchange for Bibi Dong's promise, he had already thought about it, so there was no rush. Only, boy, His Holiness the Pope invites you. Su Chen sighed and looked helplessly at Yu Guan, who was standing in front of him. The latter had a sour face and looked at him with displeasure. Can you not go? Su Chen struggled a little. What do you say? The expression on Yu Guan's face turned dangerous. I don't even get this kind of treatment, and you're secretly happy about it, but you also look unwilling. Okay, I know it. The white-haired boy spread his hands and sighed again. He really doesn't want to see Bibi Dong tonight. Moon pass. I'm so angry, this guy deserves a beating. After passing the Pope's palace and walking along the exquisitely carved stone path for about 300 meters, the boy saw a unique garden. The elegant fragrance blew in with the morning breeze, relieving the boy's fatigue a little. The dawn in the east dispelled the last trace of darkness in the sky, and Su Chen realized that a night had passed. A lot of things happened last night, but... Thinking of the soul bones in the soul guide, a smile appeared on the young man's lips. The harvest is also quite great. We're here, go in. Until they reached the gate of the garden, Yu Guan said something sullenly, then stood aside with his arms folded. Well? You're not going in? The boy asked doubtfully. Moon pass. What do you mean? Of course I stopped here because I wasn't allowed to go in. Go quickly, don't keep His Holiness the Pope waiting for too long. Douluo glared at him unhappily, turned his head and ignored him. A private meeting? Su Chen was really helpless and hoped that this woman would restrain herself a little. As a person, you must have a sense of boundaries. Show your magnanimity as the boss behind the first scene of Douluo. Don't act like a little girl who has never seen the world. But think about it, if you have really seen the world, how could you fall in love with someone like Yu Xiaogang? The garden was lush and full of fragrant plants. It was exquisite yet not crowded. Walking on the tree-lined path, Su Chen felt that his chakra was running a little faster. It's actually a simulated training environment. The young man's eyes lit up and he looked around with great interest. He had always been interested in things that could increase the speed of cultivation, especially since this was used by the Pope, so it must be of the highest level. In an instant, many research topics popped up in his mind, such as the speed of chakra extraction, the speed of spiritual energy cultivation, and even the speed of natural energy absorption. Can they all be amplified here? Also, what is the principle of the mimicry environment? Can't we make a simple core and carry it with us? Can multiple environments be superimposed? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't wait to start research on the spot. Do you like it here? A pleasant voice with a slightly magnetic feel came from his ears, and the boy nodded subconsciously. Then he reacted suddenly and directly launched the instant body movement technique. Then, not surprisingly, he felt a smooth and soft touch on his face again, as a slender jade hand was gently pinching his cheek. In front of a titled Douluo with twin spirits like Bibi Dong, the teleportation technique he could unleash with his current strength was indeed not enough. Fortunately, Su Chen has another trick. Snapped. Smoke rose up, and Su Chen, who was just in his hand, instantly turned into a flower, and he himself instantly appeared 3 meters away. Interesting ability. You really are an interesting little guy. Bibi Dong blinked her big wine-red eyes, put the flowers in her hand on the ground, thought for a moment, picked them up again, and put them in the vase in the pavilion. Your Holiness, please do not touch others casually. Su Chen looked at His Holiness the Pope, who had changed his attire, with a headache. The latter was wearing a pink nightgown, her long, smooth gradient hair cascading down like a waterfall, revealing her delicate collarbone and half of her shoulders. The loose nightgown could not conceal her proud figure, and she looked less noble and more lazy than usual. In short, he doesn't have the character that a big boss should have, and he doesn't have any sense of boundaries. If you like, you can come here to practice in the future. Bibi Dong did not answer the boy's question, but blinked her big eyes playfully. By the way, you haven't told me what you want yet. Think carefully before you make a request. You only have this one chance. Of course, I can satisfy almost anything you want. She meant something. Of course Su Chen knew what Bibi Dong meant. Just like in the Pope's palace, even if he asked for 100,000-year soul bone now, the other party might still satisfy him. But he also knew that if he really made such a request, the relationship between the two would soon return to its original point. After all, Su Chen knew very well what he was doing. The 10,000-year soul bone was already a pleasant surprise, but the 100,000-year soul bone was a bit ungrateful. Bibi Dong is in an inexplicable state now, so naturally nothing will happen. But when she calms down, this greedy attitude will definitely make people unhappy. Even though he won't lose any resources, it will be difficult to achieve mutual trust. Besides, Su Chen had already made plans for his future. In case this soul bone was not suitable for him, he could only use it to study natural energy at this stage. That would be a bit of a waste. So, I figured it out. After a moment, the boy raised his head, his dark eyes flashing with a certain light. I need a laboratory with complete equipment, sufficient earthquake resistance, waterproofing, impact resistance, and eavesdropping resistance, and with sufficient space. That's right, this is what Su Chen asked for. Compared to soul bones or other treasures that can't help him much at this stage, this request is the most appropriate. Only by relying on the huge power of the Spirit Hall can such a large laboratory be supported. After all, Su Chen had checked and found that the materials needed for some equipment were really not cheap. Only with a laboratory can he carry out many of his projects. Wait, what did you say, lab? A hint of surprise flashed across Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, regardless of whether it was this new term or the boy's request. Little guy, you didn't understand what I meant. I mean, you can ask for anything, such as a soul bone that is higher in level than yours, or I can take you to hunt higher level and rare soul rings, or treasures, rare soul guides, or even peerless beauties. In short, do you understand what I mean? She simply stopped hiding it and said it directly. Su Chen thought the first part was quite normal, but when he heard the last part, he suddenly felt that His Holiness the Pope was full of bad taste. He is only 6 years old now, what's the use of having a peerless beauty? Thank you for your kindness, Your Holiness, but I have my own plans. I want this. He shook his head and bowed. You really? Her Holiness sighed somewhat helplessly, but it was visibly that the smile on her face became gentler. The young man is neither humble nor overbearing, neither proud nor impatient, and can resist temptation even in this situation. What an outstanding little guy! Well, then, you explain this first. What is the laboratory used for? What a fresh name, though, lab. Experiment? His Holiness the Pope frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of something very bad. After listening to Su Chen's explanation of the laboratory, her brows furrowed even deeper. So, this laboratory is used to study some theories. The boy's description and the way his eyes lit up when he talked about the so-called experimental research brought back some unpleasant memories. Do you know how talented you are? These empty things will only waste your talent. If you can concentrate on practicing, within 20 years, you will definitely surpass me and become the youngest titled Douluo. Even if you want a 100,000-year spirit bone, I can satisfy you. Although she was beginning to feel anxious, Bibi Dong still patiently explained to the boy. Thank you, Your Holiness. I have a plan in mind. Su Chen secretly sighed that Bibi Dong actually mentioned the 100,000-year soul bone directly, which was enough to show her appreciation for him. But unfortunately, the laboratory is also very important. To him now, it is more important than the 100,000-year soul bone. Humph! Bibi Dong's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She snorted and turned her head away. After a while, she couldn't help but turn back. You like to study these things, so you must have heard of the master's name, right? Mentioning this name again made her feel uncomfortable, but in order to put this outstanding child on the right path, she had to face her own scars. Well, I heard. Su Chen nodded calmly. An ignorant, incompetent, pathetic guy. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Self-Created Soul Skills, Bibi Dong is shocked. Chapter 26, Self-Created Soul Skills, Bibi Dong is shocked. Etc. Ignorant, incompetent, pitiful, sad, this is what the master is talking about? Does the Yu Xiao gang that I know have anything to do with these adjectives? The boy's answer was completely beyond Bibi Dong's expectations. That person is known as the one who has done the most in-depth research on martial spirits. His theories are quite famous in the martial spirit world. He was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, one of the top 3 sects. Although he is not taken seriously, he has also reaped all the benefits of the family. Otherwise, how could someone who couldn't even break through level 30 be qualified to come to the spirit hall to see her? Now, even though he had left her, he hooked up with his cousin again and traveled around the mainland with his friends, making quite a name for himself. It can be said to be extremely chic and unparalleled in its scenery. Ugh! Although the little guy's words made her feel secretly happy, she still had to seek truth from facts. Although Bibi Dong had some resentment towards the master, putting her personal emotions aside, she also admired his theoretical ability. After all, strictly speaking, she is also a beneficiary of the master's theory. It was because of this that she developed a liking for this man who had no future with her. If Su Chen is determined to study it, I will have to show him the master's theory. Little guy, Yu Xiaogong's research is actually quite impressive. Although I don't want you to study martial arts theory, I'm afraid there is really no one in the martial arts world who is more proficient than him in this matter. Bibi Dong sighed somewhat dejectedly. Think about it again. If you still want that, lab, I'll give you his notes. Having said that, His Holiness the Pope actually has no hope. Su Chen is different from other children of his age. He is a child with great ideas, mature and firm thoughts. Once such a person makes a decision, he will not be easily influenced by others. It seems that I can only slowly change his mind in the future. Bibi Dong thought to herself. But what surprised His Holiness was that the young man smiled slightly and did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked him a question. Your Holiness, what do you think of my soul skills? Okay? What does this little guy want to express? Although she was confused, Bibi Dong quickly gave her answer. Exquisite, incomparable, perfect. The youngest titled Douluo in history gave a very high evaluation. But His Holiness the Pope believes that the boy's first soul ring and soul skill are fully capable of doing this. Whether it was the miraculous soul skill that allowed him to escape, or the soul skill that increased his speed, or even the blue ball of light that could temporarily increase his strength and power, they all indicated that the young man was extraordinary. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt a little jealous. Even her 100,000-year spirit ring did not have so many abilities. What if I say? A mysterious smile appeared on the young man's face, chakra surged, the purple soul ring shone with strong light, a powerful aura burst out instantly, and a translucent white flame shone and rose on his body. Heir of the Linlong. Without the cover of the Eight Gates energy. This enhanced soul skill showed its original form for the first time. Is this actually the only soul skill I have? Bibi Dong was wondering why Su Chen released his spirit skill. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. She stood up and looked at the boy in disbelief. What did you say? Perhaps because he stood up too suddenly and the Pope was dressed casually, Su Chen inadvertently saw that both of his breasts bounced a few times. Don't look at what's indecent, don't look at what's indecent. The young man coughed dryly and waved his hand to disperse the helmet of the Linlong. As you can see, I only have this one soul skill from the beginning to the end. This makes sense. 1,000-year soul ring should indeed have only one soul skill. But the problem is, the boy showed more than one ability. So these are not soul skills, they are all. The Pope's rosy little mouth seemed like it could fit a cherry. She stared at the boy blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible shock. Yes. The white-haired boy nodded, took a deep breath, and circulated his chakra. The boy fled 10 meters away in an instant. This move is called the body instant technique. Pang! Smoke rose, and a stone replaced the boy's position, and he had moved horizontally to the right. This move is called the substitution technique. Boom! A violent air current rose up, and the flowers and plants in the yard trembled constantly. The boy was surrounded by green energy, his hair stood up, and a faint red color appeared on his body. This move is called the Eight Gates Ninja Formation. Then, a rapidly rotating ball of azure light quickly took shape in his hand, and the rolling energy emitted a subtle humming sound. This is called Raise Nan. You have also seen it, Your Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong nodded subconsciously, but the next second, a look of deep astonishment flashed across her beautiful wine-red eyes. The young man took a deep breath and made 3 strange gestures. Wei Yin. Pang. The smoke rose again, but this time it was not stones or flowers, but a person who looked exactly like Su Chen, who appeared next to him. This move is called the clone technique. Bibi Dong stared dumbfoundedly at the figure whose aura was exactly the same as that of the young boy, and she felt a little unwell. She had seen the previous abilities and was mentally prepared, but this move completely overturned her understanding. It's not like she hasn't seen spirit skills like disguise and clone before, but those were spirit skills of at least 3 rings and were obviously different from the original body. But even she, a titled Douluo, couldn't tell any difference from Su Chen's clone technique. The breath and fluctuations are exactly the same. Yes, as you expected, Your Holiness, this is the result of my research, a soul skill that is unique to me. Create your own soul skills? How could this be a self-created spirit skill? How could there be such an exaggerated self-created spirit skill? After a while, Bibi Dong came back to her senses. She took a deep breath and felt her confused brain clear up for a moment. She couldn't help but speak. It's not like she hasn't seen self-created soul skills before, and she has also heard of the powerful Chaos Cloak Hammer technique of the Haoshan sect. But it is a crystallization of wisdom that has been continuously inherited and improved by generations of the Haoshan sect and condensed through the efforts of several generations. You, at the age of 6, have researched so many, including some terrifying self-created soul skills? Even evildoers have to have a limit. If Su Chen's background was not so clean that it could not be traced, Bibi Dong would have suspected that he was an old monster who had entered the body of a young man. Your Holiness, have you ever understood your body and martial spirit? The young man put his hands behind his back, walked in front of her, and looked directly at her with his dark eyes. Bibi Dong nodded subconsciously, and then shook her head subconsciously. In the human body, there are more than 130 trillion cells that provide energy. The 8 extraordinary meridians are responsible for absorbing and transforming soul power, storing it in the danshan, and then absorbing it for the martial soul and mobilizing it through the soul ring. Then here's the problem. Master, do you know the shortest route for soul power? Do you know which way to absorb soul power more efficiently? Do you know what other uses soul power has besides releasing soul skills? The confidence and enthusiasm that Su Chen exuded at this moment made her feel inexplicably shocked and awed. At this moment, she seemed to see an extremely tall and majestic figure on that small body. Theory is important, but without practice, everything is just castles in the air. These are the results of my preliminary research. So, may I ask, do you have such results? Bibi Dong was speechless. She sat down on the chair somewhat weakly, wanting to say a few words in the master's defense, but she couldn't say anything. Bibi Dong began to understand why the little guy looked down on the master. What the boy showed was truly too astonishing. With such profound research and understanding, it is obvious that Su Chen has formed his own style and has put it into practice for a long time. According to the investigation data, this child has liked to play with strange things since he was a child. Bibi Dong initially thought that it was just a child's play, but she didn't expect that. Shaking her head, Bibi Dong was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. And many more. If these are all research by teenagers, doesn't that mean those abilities can be copied? If I could let my confidants learn the instant body technique, clone technique, substitute technique, raise nan, and the 8 gates ninja array. His Holiness the Pope's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his beautiful wine-red eyes stared at Su Chen closely, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Looks like he's taken the bait. The young man laughed secretly in his heart, but looking at Bibi Dong's increasingly bright eyes, he couldn't laugh at all. Damn, I'm not exaggerating, am I? End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Ren Shuet. Chapter 27 Jian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong felt extremely happy. Whenever she thought Su Chen had made her happy enough, the boy would always give her bigger surprises in unexpected places. Little guy, you are truly a gift from God to me. His Holiness the Pope murmured, a blush appearing on his pretty face. Then, without further ado, he pulled the former into his arms and held him tightly to his chest. By the time Su Chen reacted, the elegant body fragrance penetrated into his nose, and his face was tightly wrapped by something plump, elastic, and soft. He was shocked. Su Chen was treated like this for the first time in his 2 lives. His mind went blank. After nearly 3 seconds, he finally reacted. He struggled to break free, and used 2 consecutive body flash spells to escape 20 meters away. "What are you doing?" Hearing the boy's somewhat exasperated voice, Bibi Dong showed a mischievous smile on her pretty face, and lightly touched her red lips with her jade finger. "Are you angry? Then I'll apologize to you, okay?" Her Holiness the Pope, who had just recovered from her excitement, also felt that something was a little wrong, but the little guy's reaction was so funny that she couldn't help but tease him again. "It wasn't intentional, I was just too excited and couldn't control myself for a moment." "Forget it," Su Chen said sullenly. What else could he say? He could even get angry with this person and refuse to cooperate with her. How come this woman has no sense of boundaries? "Okay, don't be angry. I promise you that your laboratory will use the best materials, okay?" Bibi Dong chuckled and sat down gracefully. Then her smile faded and her eyes were filled with seriousness. "So, little guy, tell me, can those magical abilities of yours be replicated?" At this moment, His Holiness the Pope was a little nervous. Fortunately, the boy did not disappoint her as always. "Of course, but my research is still very superficial, so there won't be any significant results in the short term." The boy thought for a moment and gave a positive answer. "Of course it is not possible in reality. All ninjutsu in the ninja world rely on chakra to operate. No one else can use it except Su Chen himself." Su Chen had his cheap father experiment with this a long time ago. But just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work in the future. As the one and only chakra martial spirit in Douluo continent, maybe it can have the same effect as the fruit of the sacred tree? In short, it does not affect Su Chen's plan to use it to exchange for better resources and experimental environment. Of course, there is no need to mention the favorability anymore, really. Don't rush. You are still young. The most urgent thing is to cultivate your soul power. This kind of thing can be discussed later. An intoxicating smile appeared on Bibi Dong's pretty face. She was in such a good mood that she looked like a lazy cat. She lay on the table in an extremely relaxed manner, her hot body clearly visible. In other words, she had no intention of defending herself against the young man in front of her. Anyway, Su Chen saw a lot of things that he shouldn't have seen. "But, little one, I know you must be very proud now, and you have every right to be proud." His Holiness the Pope tilted his head, looking at him seriously with his beautiful burgundy eyes. "But remember, looking down on others is a taboo in the spirit world. Yu Xiaogong's research is indeed not as good as yours, but you can't look down on him. After all, he is a senior with a long-standing reputation." Bibi Dong said this not to save face for Yu Xiaogang, but purely as an educational example to instill in Su Chen the principle of guarding against arrogance and impatience. A genius is prone to failure if he is too stubborn, and Su Chen is a genius among geniuses. She doesn't want this child to get into trouble because of his pride. "Excuse me for being blunt, Your Holiness. I have also read Yu Xiaogong's works. I can only say that only geniuses picked out of a million can be educated by his theory. This theory is inherently distorted." Su Chen shrugged. For a genius like this, what difference would it make whether or not he has his theory? It is very difficult for someone like him who loves research to respect people like masters. He felt that the 10 core competitive strengths of Wuhan were not right from the very beginning. Later, when he had the ability himself, he realized that this was a purely empty assumption. First of all, there is the inheritance of martial soul. It is said to be inherited from the blood of parents, but at what level, genes, or something else? If it is inherited bloodline, how do we explain the mutation? None of the actual problems were solved, it just stated that the answer can be found by observing the patterns. There is also the innate martial spirit and soul power are directly proportional. This is also nonsense, let alone anything else. Oscar's martial spirit is just an ordinary sausage, but he has innate full soul power. It can't be that his sausage is also Haitian sausage or blue-silver sausage, right? And what he thought was the most outrageous was that there were no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. What? The clear sky hammer and the hoe are on the same level? This is not even a theory, this is pure poisonous chicken soup. As for the other theories, they are quite normal, but they are also not that important. Relying on these seemingly plausible things, Yu Xiaogang actually became a master. Su Chen really found it hard to understand. That's not necessary, because I am also a beneficiary of this theory. Bibi Dong was about to say a few words in the master's defense when she suddenly froze. It seems that the little guy is right. He has twin martial souls and is born with full soul power. Even if he just practices step by step, the time for him to become a titled Douluo will not be too long before now. Now that I think about it, even if I discard all those theories, it doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Thinking of this, His Holiness the Pope closed his eyes in pain. I used to think that this was all his credit, so I spared no effort to help him and supported him unconditionally. The filter in her memory suddenly broke, and the tall figure of Yu Xiaogang in Bibi Dong's mind instantly became ordinary. When she thought about his recent passionate relationship with her cousin, Bibi Dong actually felt a little disgusted with him for the first time. It seems that the little guy's evaluation is not wrong. Ignorant, incompetent, pitiful, and sad. How could I have fallen in love with such a person in the past and be so obsessed with him? His Holiness the Pope was confused for a moment. Seeing that Bibi Dong was lost in thought, Su Chen left quietly. His purpose has been achieved. Making the Pope less love-minded is also part of the plan. Today, a large part of Bibi Dong's plan has been completed, and the rest will take time to slowly develop. Facing the rising sun and feeling the faint warmth, the young man was in a very good mood. The planning process went smoothly and he finally achieved his goal. The idea of creating my own soul skill has already been revealed, so I can use this as an excuse for future ninjutsu. The reason why he demonstrated the clone technique was because he considered that he would have to use the shadow clone technique in the future, so he wanted to take precautionary measures in advance. As for the relatively buggy skill of transformation, it is easy to cause some unnecessary trouble if it is displayed, so it is better to keep it in hand as a trump card. In addition to these, there is also a 10,000-year-old soul bone, the discovery of natural energy, a well-equipped and best laboratory, and Bibi Dong's trust. This is what we got last night. Of course, it would be better if that woman was less boundless. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a little headache. Forget it, never mind, I should go back and catch up on some sleep. The boy shook his head, threw these messy thoughts out of his mind, and yawned. He was sleepy yesterday. If last night hadn't been so exciting, he would have fallen asleep long ago. Now that I've relaxed, a feeling of fatigue sets in. Just as he was considering whether to find a place nearby to rest for a while, a faint and familiar fragrance rushed into his nose. Fuck, this woman is chasing me. Su Chen was shocked and looked up quickly, only to find a golden figure walking towards him. It's not Bibi Dong, this is Qian Rongxiu. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Rongxiu's Shock, the Weird Bibi Dong. Chapter 28 Qian Rongxiu's Shock, the Weird Bibi Dong. The visitor was a young girl. She is tall, with skin as white as snow, wearing an elegant white dress. Her long golden hair is like silk, shining brightly in the morning light. Her delicate face is somewhat similar to Bibi Dong, but without the charm of seduction, but with more of the youthfulness and purity unique to young girls. Su Chen could recognize her, not only because of the familiar fragrance, but also because of the eyes that were almost identical to Bibi Dong's. Qian Rongxiu's golden eyes were full of indifference. It was a coldness that seemed as if he didn't care about anything at all, even colder than that of His Holiness the Pope. And so is his character. If Bibi Dong was a pure naive girl before she turned evil, and became cruel after she turned evil, then Qian Rongxiu was born with an indifferent personality. After all, this man was a ruthless person who sneaked into the Tiandu palace at the age of 9 to replace the eldest prince Xue Qinghe, and poisoned the second prince of Tiandu at the age of 14. His talent is unprecedented and unparalleled. His innate full soul power is level 20, and he absorbed 100,000-year soul bone at the age of 9. Just talking about this aspect, even Su Chen couldn't help but admire him. But even such a person who has been decisive, calm and rational since childhood and has extraordinary talent, after meeting the God King Tang, still began to lose his intelligence and fall in love. There is no trick in this, Su Chen doesn't believe it. So is Qian Rongxiu, and so is Bibi Dong. The defeat was inexplicable. It is hard to say whether the inheritance of the angel god and the Rakshasa god is a blessing or a premeditated shackle. Anyway, Su Chen felt that it would not be that difficult for these two to become gods if they practiced on their own. However, it is not wise to get involved in the plans of the god realm at this stage. We should be cautious. Su Chen suppressed his thoughts, his eyes lingered on the girl's delicate face for a moment, then he moved aside to make way. The fragrant wind blew, and the two people passed each other in the boy's thoughts. Just when they were completely separated, Su Chen seemed to vaguely feel that the pair of golden eyes were suddenly looking at him. Fortunately, after a moment, the feeling of being watched disappeared. Shaking his head, Su Chen suddenly became curious. At this time, Qian Rongxiu should be in the Tiandu palace. She came back early, so she should be reporting to Bibi Dong, right? He thought so. When I have time, I should ask Bibi Dong indirectly. After all, he also has corresponding plans for the Tiandu Empire. If Qian Rongxiu can maintain a stable position in Tiandu, she will definitely play a crucial role. In his opinion, stealing the country by killing the royal family was stupid and a waste of time. No wonder it failed in the end. With this status and time, monopoly, and control of resources, any of which can be used to control the country quietly and without bloodshed. 20 years is enough time to replace all the key political figures with their own people, control the economic lifeline and military power, and guide public opinion in secret. By then, the royal family will naturally perish without them having to do anything. Of course, in the final analysis, strength is the most important thing. As long as you have the strength, everything will be easy. Forget it, let's take a good rest today. Once we have a laboratory, we can naturally come up with some ninjutsu that can be used at this stage. The young man stretched and thought so. There is a ninjutsu that he has been craving for a long time. After all, that was Su Chen's famous ninjutsu. In the Pope's private gardens, Bibi Dong sat quietly in the garden, her chin resting on her jade arm, her beautiful eyes gazing at the flower that was a substitute for Su Chen in the vase, her mind full of thoughts. After the filter shattered and collapsed, many things that I couldn't understand before suddenly became clear to me. For example, why is Yu Xiaogang able to become famous in the martial arts world? Isn't the biggest reason because of himself? The biggest beneficiary of the 10 great theories is the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Is there anything more sensational than this? For example, Yu Xiaogang clearly connected seamlessly to the next one, but how could she still think that he loved her? When he was most helpless, he was probably having a lot of fun playing with his cousin, right? How ridiculous! His Holiness the Pope's eyelashes trembled, and a flash of crystal light passed by. Fortunately, there was the little guy, otherwise, how long would I have to be sad for that ignorant, incompetent, pitiful, and pathetic person? Thinking of the helpless expression of the silver-haired boy towards her closeness, Bibi Dong felt much better. Well, it seems I have to let the little guy check my body. This was not an opportunity to tease him, but His Holiness the Pope thought that most of his soul rings were absorbed by following Yu Xiaogang's so-called theory. Even though I felt there was something wrong at the time, I subconsciously ignored it because of my love for Yu Xiaogang. Now it seems that those spirit rings may not be suitable for me. In case there are any problems, it is better to solve them in advance. Of course, it would be even better if you could see the little guy in distress. Thinking of this, His Holiness the Pope raised the corners of his lips in pleasure. Your Holiness! You! Just as Bibi Dong was fantasizing about how to tease Su Chen, an unbelievable voice suddenly came from the door. Bibi Dong raised her head in panic, only to see a blonde girl standing at the garden gate, looking at her in astonishment on her pretty face. Qian Rongxiu felt at this moment that her worldview was collapsing. Since she was born, she had never seen a smile on the face of this woman who was called her mother but was actually her enemy. There was only disgust, hatred, and endless gloom and despair. Qian Rongxiu had tried and made many efforts for this, but it was not until her father's death that she fully understood. The two of them could never have a normal mother-daughter relationship, being superiors and subordinates and taking advantage of each other was already the limit. And now? What did she see? Bibi Dong, His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, actually revealed such a gentle and beautiful smile at this moment? It was a beautiful scene that she had never seen, her deceased father had never seen, and her grandfather had never seen. The ultimate charm is exuded without reservation, and the beauty is beyond description. Even though Qian Rongxiu was naturally cold. At this moment she couldn't help but blushing and her heart was pounding. You know you can't just leave Tiandu City right now, right? But then, a cold and extraordinary voice brought the girl back to reality. When she looked again, Bibi Dong had returned to her indifferent expression. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a beautiful illusion of the girl. Qian Rongxiu just felt a little breathless. But after just a moment, she adjusted her state and returned to the same indifferent expression as the person in the distance. The second prince of the Tiandu Empire will disappear within 3 years. Who will be the next target? Qian Rongxiu spoke without any emotion, and in such a light tone. The death of one of the most honorable figures in a country was decided just like that. If this is the only reason you're here, I'm disappointed in you. The wine-red eyes looked coldly at the blonde girl in front of him. Third prince, fourth prince, anyone who may threaten you to sit in that position, don't let them go. In addition, poisoning can only be used once at most. Oh, I see. Okay, you can go now. Remember, don't let the Tiandu royal family find out anything, otherwise it will affect the plan. You know the consequences. His Holiness the Pope waved his hand and stopped looking at her, instead concentrating on looking at the ordinary flower. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Qian Rongxiu wanted to turn around and leave, but when she saw this scene, she stopped abruptly. The girl's heart, which had been forced to be calm, was instantly disturbed, and then, a huge wave surged out. There was surprise, disbelief, and even a hint of jealousy that she herself didn't even notice. Somehow, the silver-haired boy she had just met suddenly came to her mind. The latter's aura was so strong and his attitude towards her was so cold that he didn't look like a child at all, so she took another look at him. Now that I think about it, it seems like he walked out from here. Could it be that Bibi Dong's current strange state is related to him? End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The Pope's Succession Ceremony, Reactions from All Parties. Chapter 29 The Pope's Succession Ceremony, Reactions from All Parties. The person who was with His Holiness the Pope last night. Are you talking about Su Chen? Yu Guan looked at the blonde girl in front of him in confusion and said uncertainly. Because Hulina and others still needed special arrangements, Gai Mei went out to find a suitable area, while he stayed in Wuhan City. Bibi Dong didn't say what she was going to do specifically, but Yu Guan understood it very well. It was obvious that she was asking him to protect Su Chen alone. Jealousy has changed Zhu Douluo beyond recognition. So, when the granddaughter of the great priest, the most talented person in the history of Spirit Hall, appeared before him and asked this question, he reacted immediately. This kid is now deeply loved by His Holiness the Pope. I have never even entered that garden. Zhu Douluo said sourly. So, his name is Su Chen? Qian Rongxiu's mind flashed back to the boy's striking silver hair and dark eyes. She nodded and asked, "Is he a newcomer who has just joined the spirit hall?" "Yes, my martial soul was awakened a few days ago, and I officially became a soul master a few days ago." Douluo thought for a moment and said, "Although it's very unpleasant, this kid is indeed extremely talented. Not only does he have innate full soul power, but his martial soul is also a rare new martial soul. Of course, compared to your innate full soul power of level 20 and your angel martial soul, it is still a lot worse, but..." In fact, Yu Guan vaguely felt that Su Chen's martial soul might even be better than that of an angel. After all, he had seen the angel's martial spirit, and even the previous pope had never made him feel the pressure of encountering natural enemies and superiors, but Su Chen's martial spirit gave him that feeling. But if this is said out loud, it would be too shocking to the world. Just what? Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly. She felt that this might be the key to why Bibi Dong treated the boy so differently. "Ah, his first spirit ring is 1,000 years old, probably around 3,000 years. Before Douluo finished speaking, the blonde girl stood up suddenly, staring at him with her golden eyes, and said in a hurried tone, "This is impossible." Even though she was a top-level martial soul, with an innate soul power of level 20, her first soul ring had reached its absolute limit in just 400 years, and even her second soul ring was only 900 years old. And that is already Qian Rongxiu's limit. No one understood that feeling better than her. Just 100 years of life had passed, and she was surrounded and corroded by the consciousness of the soul beast's death. If she was not careful, her soul power would be disordered and her body would explode and she would die. The first stage is 1,000 years. Not to mention 3,000 years, even 1,001 years is absolutely impossible. Well, don't disbelieve me. Many elders have seen this. Douluo looked at the girl's expression and felt extremely comfortable in his heart. "How about it, do you understand it? The feeling of having your worldview overturned? By the way, he still has 4 soul skills." Yuegwen happily delivered a critical hit. Qian Rongxiu didn't say anything, she just walked out without saying a word. Looking at the girl's somewhat lonely back, Yu Guan shrugged. He didn't even mention that Su Chen had defeated a level 40 iron-horned mad rhino from the Soul sect head-on. If you heard this, your heart would be shattered. The mental quality of today's children is really poor. He had completely forgotten how he reacted when he first saw all this. 1,000-year soul ring. 4 soul skills. She has always been a proud person. Of course, she also has every reason to be proud. With innate soul power at level 20, soul rings are in the best ratio. But now, someone has completely shattered her pride. No wonder that woman showed such an expression, no wonder that woman looked at you with new eyes. In her mind, the young man with silver hair and black eyes became clearer and clearer. Qian Rongxiu bit her lips so hard that she didn't even notice the bleeding. An emotion called jealousy quietly took root and grew wantonly from the girl's suppressed heart. "I want to see how powerful the first ring of the millennium is." Su Chen didn't know that he had been targeted by the future angel god. Otherwise, you will definitely feel that this is an unprovoked disaster. After a few days of peace and tranquility, Su Chen was happy to have some free time and took the opportunity to study his martial soul. Although he can use chakra now, those 5 elements escape techniques are still unable to be used as if they lack some medium. However, according to his guess, it is very likely that a spirit ring is still needed. Fortunately, Su Chen's soul power improvement was not slow. The soul ring of the Linwu silkworm directly allowed him to reach level 15. With the improved soul power training method, he would be able to hunt for the second soul ring in a month at most. By then, we will understand what the real reason is. Just as Su Chen was immersed in his research, a piece of news spread across the mainland. The Spirit Hall is about to hold a ceremony to inaugurate the new pope. As the largest soul master organization on the continent and the dream place of countless soul masters, every move of the Spirit Hall attracts a lot of attention. Although the news that the former pope was seriously injured and died by the genius of the Haitian sect was blocked, it could not be concealed from the investigation of those who were interested. For a time, all the forces, big and small, became restless. At this time when the storm was about to come, the Spirit Hall made a big fanfare and invited many forces to watch the ceremony on site. This move, undoubtedly, touched everyone's heartstrings. But no one acted rashly. Everyone was just watching the reactions of the other 7 major forces, or the 3 most powerful forces on this continent. In a mysterious place, among the beautiful mountains, among the clouds and mist, precious lights are shining and cranes are circling. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew away the clouds, revealing the exquisite and graceful buildings lined up in an orderly manner. This is the first auxiliary sect in the continent and one of the top 3 sects. Kaibao glazed sect. And in a towering building that stands tall among the buildings, a quarrel is taking place. Fengji, I don't recommend you to wade into this muddy water. In the elegant room, there was fragrance and music, but it still couldn't conceal the tense atmosphere. The old man who was speaking was wearing a spotless snow-white robe. His hair and beard were all white, and his long silver hair was neatly combed behind his back. He had a simple appearance, and his face was as delicate as a baby's. At this moment, he was looking at the young man in front of him with a serious face. The Spirit Hall is far from being as simple as you think. The young man had a handsome face, a straight nose and a square mouth. He looked elegant and gentle, and his white robe was spotless. Hearing the old man's serious words, he could only smile bitterly. Uncle Jian, this is not up to us to choose. The Spirit Hall is not here to invite us, but to notify us. If my guess is correct, all the forces and colleges, as long as they are well known, should have received this invitation. Ning Fengzi sighed quietly, with an unresolved hesitation between his brows. The Spirit Hall is forcing us to take sides. It seems that the rumors are true. Tang Hao killed Jian Sunji, and the Spirit Hall has no intention of letting it go. Clear Sky Hammer, it's such a terrifying force, it can even harm angel spirits. Sword Douluo Chenexin frowned and felt the difficulty of the matter. Going or not going, it would not be a good thing for the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. It is not a good thing to be at odds with the Haitian sect, but standing on the opposite side of the Spirit Hall will also bring endless troubles to Kaibao Liulai. So what do you think? Do you want to go? Chenexin asked. He couldn't think of an answer to this question, so he could only throw it to the sect leader. Go, of course. Ning Fengzi thought for a moment, adjusted his glasses, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I believe other people think so too. After all, they have invited us so kindly. We can't refuse to go, right? I just hope that Spirit Hall won't make things worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, The Competition for the Throne, the laboratory is completed. Chapter 30, The Competition for the Throne, the laboratory is completed. In a dim hall, people were looming and whispering. Spirit Hall, you come with bad intentions. I don't think you need to be afraid. Even the Pope was killed by Tang Hao. I think the Spirit Hall is just a facade, weak inside. That's all. Humph, you youngsters, you probably have never experienced the feeling of being suppressed by that scary guy Qian Daoliu. Doesn't the Haitian sect also have one? People, young or old, discussed for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. Finally, they turned their eyes to the figure above. He was an extremely strong old man, with muscles as solid as granite. Just sitting there, he was over 2 meters tall. His white hair was like needles, his eyes were like lightning, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. Just sitting there gave people a feeling of incomparable peace. It seems that if the sky falls, he will hold it up. No need to waste time talking, just go. A low voice like thunder sounded, and the people who had been arguing just now suddenly quieted down. Here, he is the absolute authority. By the way, bring that little bastard Yu Xiaogang back to me. I haven't settled the score with him for separating from the Saint of the Spirit Hall without permission. This time, let him go too. The burly old man snorted coldly. I want to see what's in the Spirit Hall's bag of tricks. A new pope? You are just a young girl, yet you are trying to show off your power. If Jiandaolio shows up, I will give you face. Otherwise, don't blame me, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, for being ruthless. A week had passed when Su Chen came out of his addiction to experiments and cultivation. Douluo brought the Pope's decree, and also brought some unexpected news. A joint competition will be held for the Pope's succession ceremony. The morning breeze was blowing gently, the sunlight was a little dazzling, and two figures, one tall and one short, were strolling in Wuhan City and heading towards the Pope's palace. Along the way, from time to time people greeted Douluo respectfully and cast curious glances at Su Chen. He narrowed his eyes to ease the soreness from using the white eye for a long time, and looked at Douluo with some surprise. Who came up with this idea? The original intention of the succession ceremony was to intimidate the other two of the three sects and prevent them from easily interfering with the policies towards the Haoshan sect. Su Chen certainly understood this inside story. After all, strictly speaking, he was also one of the initiators of the plan. But he didn't know how to deter or what the content of the deterrence would be. I didn't expect it to be this way. However, Su Chen changed his mind and found that this method seemed not bad, or it should be the best solution at present. Not only can you show off your fangs, you can also show off your true strength. If everything goes well, the effect is self-evident. No one dares to provoke a scary neighbor who is strong now and in the future. Of course, His Holiness the Pope. Douluo glanced at him, his gentle face full of admiration. The wisdom of His Holiness the Pope is unmatched. Su Chen. Never mind. I'm too lazy to refute. Shaking his head, the boy remembered something. What does she want from me? Douluo would definitely not look for him specifically for such a thing, and the competition has little to do with him. No matter what, this competition is not one that would allow a 6-year-old to participate. What do you mean she's looking for you? Oh boy, you don't know how lucky you are. Do you know that the Pope has never valued someone so much? You. Douluo glared at him unhappily, muttering with resentment, why, you kid. This man is really hopeless. Not wanting to pay attention to Douluo who kept chattering along the way, Su Chen came to the Pope's palace again after a few days. The Pope's palace was a little empty today. Apart from the stunning woman sitting on the high throne, there were only a few elders reporting some matters. Bibi Dong was still wearing the luxurious and elegant papal robe, her pretty face showing a serious expression of listening attentively. When she saw Su Chen coming in, her wine-red eyes showed a barely perceptible fluctuation. Su Chen did not disturb him, but just stayed quietly in the corner, thinking about the previous experimental results. After the improved dual cultivation method was further improved, the current cultivation speed was advancing by leaps and bounds. Su Chen was thinking about whether to take this out for initial research and report it to Bibi Dong if it was successful. Although it is impossible to achieve the effect of double training without chakra, improving the spiritual energy absorption line can increase the efficiency by 20% to 30%. Combined with the simulated training environment, the overall efficiency can be improved by about 50%, which is a relatively good result. Of course, this is based on Su Chen's standards. But he probably didn't know that the method of increasing the cultivation speed by half can be regarded as a core secret passed down for thousands of years no matter which force it is in. Therefore, when Su Chen took out this later, Bibi Dong's behavior was completely beyond his expectations. After an unknown amount of time, the hall finally quieted down. When Su Chen raised his head with a feeling, he saw the pair of wine-red eyes looking at him with interest. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Nothing much, some research topics." Su Chen shook his head and realized that there were only 2 of them left in the hall. When will you be able to act like a real 6-year-old? On the Pope's throne, the stunning woman stretched lazily, and her graceful figure wrapped in the Pope's robe was fully displayed in front of Su Chen, with her perfect curves clearly visible. This woman. Do you really regard yourself as a man? Can you avoid suspicion? Also, if he was really like a 6-year-old child, he would probably be playing in the mud with Xiaoyu and the others right now. How could he see you? Su Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. Seeing the boy's body stiffen instinctively, Bibi Dong raised the corners of her lips in pleasure, and felt that the fatigue of the day was relieved a lot. Sure enough, I can only relax a little in front of the little guy. Okay, let's go and see your His Holiness the Pope blinked and wanted to take the boy's hand naturally, but he was cautiously avoided. Laboratory. Okay? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked with some surprise, it's already been built. Shouldn't we just say it's worthy of being called Spirit Hall? The largest soul master organization on the continent is indeed worthy of its reputation. If this happened in Shrek or somewhere else, it would be impossible to build it without a year or 2 unless one invested all the money. And in the Spirit Hall, only a few days have passed? 7 days or 6 days. This efficiency is really amazing. A hint of success flashed across her beautiful burgundy eyes, and Bibi Dong took the boy's hand. This time Su Chen did not dodge, or he did not notice at all. His mind is now full of his own laboratory. If Su Chen was not afraid of being too abrupt, he would have wanted Bibi Dong to take him there. That would definitely be a lot faster. So, with the young man full of anticipation, the 2 walked to Bibi Dong's garden. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, Su Chen fell silent. He didn't say anything, just looked at Bibi Dong. The meaning is self-evident. Why, do you suspect I'm lying to you? She chuckled and pulled Su Chen in. When they reached the center of the garden, Bibi Dong suddenly stretched out her hand, and a powerful soul power burst out, outlining a strange symbol on the ground. Then, the ordinary piece of grass suddenly split neatly in the middle and moved to both sides. After a moment, a wide corridor leading downwards appeared. Let's go down and take a look. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. His Holiness the Pope pushed him gently, with a charming smile on his pretty face. That's right, she really has no reason to harm me. Su Chen took a deep breath, nodded, and walked down. The corridor was inlaid with luminous pearls on both sides, so it did not seem dark. After walking down the steps for about 5 minutes, a door appeared in front of the young man. Gently pushing open the door, when the scene inside came into the boy's eyes, even though Su Chen was prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Pope's Order. Chapter 31 The Pope's Order. Big. Very big. An area as big as a football field was evenly divided into 3 parts, separated by thick walls. The ceiling was inlaid with countless luminous pearls, making the dim underground as bright as day. Su Chen rolled his eyes and looked around. The first area was neatly laid out with various test benches, instruments, culture dishes, and nutrient solutions. It was at least 90% restored according to his requirements. Moreover, the walls of this area were inlaid with some kind of solid alloy, and there were complete ventilation facilities. There was also a soft sofa in the distance for temporary rest. The second area looks relatively empty, with several dummies and metal blocks placed inside. The entire area is made of black rock, which is enough to withstand most impacts. As for the third area, the boy looked a little strange. The steaming hot springs, the big bed covered with flower petals, the flower beds, the gurgling water above the rockery, just looking at them makes people feel relaxed and refreshed. The outer layers of these 3 areas are covered with hard alloy, plus a layer of familiar soul power barrier. That's really an exaggeration. Su Chen took a deep breath and murmured, experimental area, training area, a rest area that can accommodate 4 people. Generous. It was a huge deal beyond his imagination. It took only 7 days to create such a perfect underground space. Not to mention anything else, just this layer of alloy that almost covers the entire underground must cost more than 4 million gold soul coins. Not to mention that most of the instruments he requested were made of colored glaze crystal, which had the characteristics of transparency, no color difference, and excellent energy conduction, so the price was not cheap. And there are the nutrient solutions. Although the herbs may not be much compared to the previous 2, what he requires is a long-term supply. After building the entire underground space, it is more than enough to buy a 10,000-year soul bone. Even if it is not particularly rare, you can buy 2 or 3 pieces. It's inhumane, absolutely inhumane. Su Chen knew that the Pope was optimistic about him and might invest more, but he didn't expect that he could come up with so much. As expected of the Spirit Hall, as expected of the Pope. A pleasant chuckle accompanied by a fragrant breeze came behind the boy, and her jade hand slowly stroked the boy's shoulder. Are you satisfied? His Holiness the Pope gently leaned close to Su Chen's ear and breathed out a sweet, moist breath that blew on his cheek. Su Chen subconsciously wanted to turn away, but finally held back. After spending so much money, it's a bit too much for him to not even let me touch him twice. There was a light of success in Bibi Dong's beautiful wine-red eyes. She took the opportunity to pinch Su Chen's face, with the corners of her lips curled up in joy. This woman! Forget it! Forcing himself to ignore the smooth and tender touch on his face, Su Chen looked towards the base and nodded with a little excitement. Satisfied, very satisfied. He was so satisfied. You know, even when he was in the ninja world, he never had such a good experimental environment. Thinking about Su Chen makes me sad. At that time, in order to avoid the detection of the third Hokage and Danzo, he and Orochimaru could only set up laboratories everywhere, either in caves or abandoned root bases. The environment in these places is hard to describe. And when he became the invincible ninja world, before he could realize his dream of building a large laboratory, he was brought here by the dog system. Damn it, this damn system will sooner or later be stuffed into the world of hentai and used as toilet paper. Su Chen gritted his teeth in his heart. As long as you like it, little one, this place will belong to you from now on. Bibi Dong smiled with her hands covering her mouth, looking very charming. However, if you want to bring someone in, you still need to tell me. Well, of course, after all. Su Chen nodded, and suddenly realized that this seemed to be below Bibi Dong's private garden. No, you. The boy was a little dumbfounded. What is this, living together with Bibi Dong? Why? I am doing this to meet your request. You said that we need to be safe. Is there any place in Wuhan City that is safer than here? His Holiness the Pope smiled widely, brushed his jade finger across his red lips, lightly touched them, blinked his eyes, and looked at him righteously. Su Chen. He was speechless. It was true that even if Tang Hao almost destroyed the Pope's palace in the future, it would not affect this place. In a sense, this was indeed the safest place. Forget it. The young man shook his head. Compared to this underground base, this is just a trivial matter. Besides, Bibi Dong is not the third generation, so he is not allowed to do human experiments. As long as he can produce results, he might actively send the materials. Thank you for your kindness, His Holiness. I just happen to have some experience in cultivation methods. Now that I have a laboratory, I will be able to produce results in a few days. Su Chen cupped his hands and said seriously. Originally he wanted to hold on to it for some time, but after seeing this base, the boy changed his mind. After calming down, he realized something. Even if Bibi Dong was the Pope, given her current situation, it would not be easy for her to rashly transfer such a large sum of money to herself, otherwise it might become a target of criticism. If the situation is more serious, Bibi Dong's behavior will be restricted, and he, as an open subordinate, will also be implicated. Su Chen is still very confident in his cultivation method. He won't be taken seriously, but it should be no problem for him to shut some people up. Bibi Dong was stunned, her pretty face showing some emotion. This kid is a little too smart. He even thought of this? A warm current spread through His Holiness the Pope's heart, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Don't worry, it's okay, just take your time. Bibi Dong exhaled softly, and looked at the boy with her beautiful wine-red eyes, which were full of bright tenderness. Su Chen's words made her very happy. Thinking about all the difficulties and questions, His Holiness the Pope didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. However, now she could never imagine what kind of surprise the boy would give her. Then I won't bother you anymore. Bibi Dong tapped the boy's forehead and chuckled, by the way, if you want to enter here, you just need to stand in that position and release your soul power. Only the soul power of the two of us can open this place. Also, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed Su Chen a metal token. Take this. And no one will stop you in the future. Well, you can also take it out if you encounter danger outside. Having said that, His Holiness waved his hand and walked up the stairs. When the graceful figure disappeared from the young man's sight, he focused his attention on the token in his hand. Just as he watched, Su Chen's expression changed. The metal token was all black with a silver border and a few rubies inlaid on the top. Most importantly, it was engraved with a few reliefs that looked very familiar to Su Chen. A sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete human figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. Is this a papal decree? The young man took a deep breath and looked at this token, which could be considered the highest level in the spirit hall, with a complicated look in his eyes. What Bibi Dong said was a bit conservative. With this sign, it is not an exaggeration to say that you can walk sideways in Tiandu. Like the Pope himself. This is what the papal decree means. This is really true. The young man reluctantly put away the heavy token. This woman is very annoying when she has no sense of boundaries. She is also cold and cruel in nature, and extremely cunning. In order to achieve her goals, she can give up everything that can be given up. But if you really care about someone, your devotion to them will reach a pathologically exaggerated level. Etc. Su Chen took a breath of cold air. Could this be the legendary Yandere? End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Going to the Star Forest Again. Chapter 32 Going to the Star Forest Again. In the bright underground base, the silver-haired boy thought of something and shook his head. What does being a Yandere have to do with a 6-year-old kid like me? Kicking all the messy thoughts out of his mind, Su Chen wiped his hands, and impatiently pushed open the door of the experimental area. Measuring cup, alcohol lamp, culture vessel. Looking at the green liquid that occasionally bubbled up, the boy felt a familiar yet strange feeling coming over him. Oh, it's been a long time. The young man stroked the equipment and finally stopped in front of the test bench. Pulling over the flashlight, Su Chen took out 2 things from the soul guide. Body slices of the Linwu silkworm and its 1,000-year-old soul bones that contain natural energy. The former is said to have a tonic effect. Su Chen wants to try to make it into a medicine to improve its utilization rate and absorption efficiency. Not to mention the latter, natural energy is a priority and must be studied. Su Chen rubbed his hands, chakra surged, and his eyes instantly turned jade white. Roll of eyes, perspective. Let me see what secrets you are hiding. In an unknown valley. The roars of wild beasts and low-level soul beasts continued to be heard, along with the faint cries of young boys and girls. What a boring job, these little brats really are. In the very center of the valley, on the tallest tree, Ghost Douluo sat cross-legged on a branch, bored, his mental power spreading out, taking in every corner of the valley. At this moment, except for Su Chen, all the awakened children above level 5 are here. Some were torn apart by wild beasts, struggling and crying desperately, some formed teams, fought hard to hunt and survive, and some hid in the corner trembling, not daring to move. Such scenes are played out in every corner of the valley. Faced with such a tragic scene, Ghost Douluo remained unmoved. Unless someone's life is hanging by a thread, he will release some of his soul power to save him, and then throw him out of the valley directly. Naturally, there will be people who are prepared in advance to pick him up. These are all failures. They will be trained and taught intensively, and when they grow up a little, they will be sent to positions that are not dangerous but have no future. Those who are able to hunt soul beasts in this valley with their own hands, or even those extremely vicious people who are deliberately released here, are the ones that the Spirit Hall focuses on training. Well, although he is not as evil as Su Chen, he is also a rare genius. Ghost Douluo stared in one direction with interest. There, Xiaoyu, Yan, Hulina, and a little girl named Zhangping were struggling to resist the endless tide of beasts. Several of them were almost soaked in blood, their faces were pale, and they were obviously on the verge of collapse. No matter how strong-willed a genius is, he is still just a 6-year-old child. The stench of killing and blood all impacted their shaky minds. Even Xiaoyu, who was the strongest, was almost fainting at this moment. What surprised Ghost Douluo was that Hulina's reaction was actually the best among the few people. At this moment, she was still able to keep a relatively clear mind and was constantly giving orders. This little girl is pretty good. He nodded in satisfaction, then sighed. It's all because of this monster Su Chen who has raised their threshold with his incredible performances time and time again, so that now they are a little unmoved when seeing geniuses of this level. Otherwise, this kind of thing would happen between him and old Chrysanthemum in previous years. This year it's just him. Come on, little girls and kids, there's still a lot of time. Only if you walk out of here can you be called the elite of the future. The pain, suffocation, and the pungent smell of blood almost overwhelmed Hulina's nerves. Her beautiful pink hair had long been dyed red with blood, and her delicate little face was also covered with minced flesh and blood. She couldn't even tell whether it was her own flesh or that of the wild beast that kept pouncing on her. She waved the weapon in her hand almost mechanically, releasing her soul power. Listening to the roars and screams coming from her ears, a pair of dark and bright eyes appeared in Hulina's mind. A day ago, when Ghost Douluo brought them to this valley, she had asked about the whereabouts of the young man. But the answer she got made everyone, including her, silent. Su Chen? What is that kid doing here? Coming to kill indiscriminately? Let me tell you, he can kill his way from one end of the valley to the other by himself without a single eye. Others would have skipped this step long ago. At that time, they naively believed that the beasts here were very weak. Until the first student almost died in front of them. Until they were surrounded and cornered by wild beasts. Even after they tried their best, they only managed to kill a 10-year soul beast. They just realized what Ghost Douluo's words meant. The girl didn't have any special feelings for Su Chen, she was just curious about why the boy was so strong, why he was so calm, and why he could make her feel so warm. She had many questions and wanted to catch up with him to ask. But now, there is suddenly a huge gap between them. Do not. A strong fluctuation of soul power burst out from the girl, pink light spread, and the shadow of the fox demon appeared and disappeared on Hulina's body. The beasts around her seemed to have seen the goddess in their hearts. They stopped their actions and their eyes turned pink. Who? The girl was breathing heavily, her face pale as gold, but she had a happy smile on her face. Now, the gap shouldn't be that big. As she thought so, her beautiful eyes closed and she lost consciousness. Zhangping, who was behind her, quickly ran over and hugged her. This is Nana's soul power, let's go. Xiaoyu glanced around and felt his muscles trembling and he had lost his strength. But if he didn't leave now, he would be dead when these beasts recovered. Yan was still gasping for breath in shock, nodded hurriedly, and followed Xiaoyu. She actually made a breakthrough. This little girl has a really strong talent for seduction. Ghost Douluo narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. Their performance was actually more than enough to get out of the valley, but Ghost Douluo wanted to see what these little brats could do. Well, maybe His Holiness the Pope will accept her as his disciple, of course, if Su Chen doesn't interfere. But, speaking of which, I don't know what's going on in Wuhan City. Has this kid caused any big trouble again? Damn it, I really want to go back and take a look. From the big tree in the center of the valley, faint murmurings could be heard. Su Chen naturally didn't know that Hulina had exploded because of him, and he didn't know that Ghost Douluo was also thinking about him. At this moment, he was standing before the Pope. Level 20? So fast. Bibi Dong opened her red lips slightly and looked at the boy with surprise in her beautiful eyes. It's only been a few days. Already broke through level 20? By this calculation, the little guy is almost the same as the evil offspring that was born with full soul power back then. Both of them had level 20 soul power when they were 6 years old, but the little guy was different from that evil creature. He increased his soul power by 5 levels in less than half a month. This speed is simply terrifying. Well, I'm surprised too. Su Chen nodded helplessly. He had estimated that the breakthrough would not come so soon, probably in a month, but the dominance of natural energy was beyond his imagination. Originally he was just trying to absorb it, but when the natural energy touched the chakra, it was like touching his long-lost newlywed wife. It rushed into the boy's body in a brutal and rough manner, and without any explanation began to flow through the meridians along with the chakra. This scared Su Chen to death. You know, the ratio of chakra and natural energy in the body has very strict requirements, and if you are not careful, you will assimilate with nature. Fortunately, the most terrible situation he had imagined did not happen. It was not known whether it was because there was too little natural energy or for some other reason, but Su Chen did not turn into a stone statue. Instead, his soul power skyrocketed by 5 levels. And that soul bone seemed to have lost its core. It went from being shiny to dull, and even some cracks could be seen. Su Chen could feel that it was slowly recovering, but the time it took was extremely long, so long that it was almost negligible. All in all, this was an experiment that could neither be called a success nor a failure. Little guy, you really give me new surprises every day. After a long time, His Holiness the Pope breathed a sigh of relief, and his beautiful wine-red eyes were filled with the reflection of the silver-haired boy. She patted Su Chen's shoulder gently and said, "Then let Elder Ju go with you to the Xingda Great Forest." End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Ideas about Wood Release, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Chapter 33, Ideas about Wood Release, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. It has to be said that this sudden 5-level winning streak brought Su Chen some unnecessary trouble. If other soul masters heard this, they would definitely want to die together with him. Versailles wouldn't be like this, would it? But for Su Chen, not only was his plan interrupted, but his research on soul bones also came to an end. If he wanted to continue his research, he would have to find a second 10,000-year soul bone. That soul bone could still be absorbed, but Su Chen could feel that the energy and skill power contained in it were only 1/10 of what it was. Not only could it not improve his soul power and physical fitness, he might even have to put in some of his own soul power in order to normally use the skills that had been castrated by 9/10. In addition, along the way, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo never stopped looking at them as if they were monsters. As they approached the forest, Su Chen finally couldn't stand the looks in their eyes anymore and couldn't help but speak. "I don't want to break through in such a short time, okay? Can you please stop looking at me like that?" Ghost Douluo. Ju Douluo. Do you know how much my research progress will be delayed if you break through these 5 levels? No, you don't know. You only care about yourselves. Ghost Douluo. Ju Douluo. If I could, I would trade level 5 for the lost time. The boy sighed helplessly. I'm not pretending, the level can be raised in any way, but the research on natural energy is not so easy. No, I can't stand it anymore, I'm so. Douluo's eyes were red, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to give some childhood education to this bastard who had already started to poke people's hearts at such a young age. Listen, listen. Do people say it? Is this something a person can say? Can you translate this for me? What does it mean that I am willing to exchange 5 levels for the lost time? Calm down, old chrysanthemum. How you bully him now is how he will bully you in 10 years. Maybe we will have to work for him in the future. Ghost Douluo quickly grabbed his good brother and gave him earnest advice. This kid is a bit too monstrous. In terms of overall talent, he is already better than the granddaughter of the great priest. In addition, judging by the love that the Pope has for him now, if he grows up safely, he is almost 100% certain to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Douluo suddenly became depressed. My good brother, what he said makes sense. Although I am upset, this kid is really... Alas! The boy noticed his resentful look and raised his eyebrows. Well, what's wrong? Has Elder Ju finally realized my difficulties? Douluo. Don't stop me, old ghost. I'm going to kill this brat today. Calm down, old chrysanthemum, calm down. Amidst the noise and chatter, the three finally arrived at their destination. Star Forest. Ancient trees that block out the sun, endless green sea, deep abyss, and fluorescent lights all over the sky. No matter how many times he sees it, this forest always gives Su Chen a little shock. Xiao Su Chen, what do you think of your second soul ring? The three of them stopped at the periphery, and Ghost Douluo asked. Regarding Su Chen's soul ring, Bibi Dong specifically reminded her not to interfere too much and just listen to Su Chen's own decision. The two of them had no objections. After all, even they were confused about Su Chen's martial spirit called chakra. Well, if possible, please help me find a water-attributed soul beast that is about 4,000 to 6,000 years old. Su Chen pondered for a moment and gave his answer. If according to his own research, the use of the 5 elements escape technique requires finding soul rings with corresponding attributes, for the first ring, Su Chen still prefers water. Water attribute ninjutsu is not as extremely offensive as fire and lightning ninjutsu, nor is it as defensive as earth attribute ninjutsu. It is relatively balanced overall, with both powerful offensive ninjutsu such as Water Dragon Bomb and bug-proof defensive ninjutsu such as Water Transformation Technique, which can be called an elemental ninjutsu. The most important thing is that Su Chen really wants to try whether he can use the characteristics of the soul ring to integrate the blood limit. The simplest and certainly one of the most powerful is Wood Release, which is a fusion of Water Release and Earth Release. Since Earth Escape has many restrictions, the first choice naturally becomes Water Escape. A water-attributed soul beast that is 4,000 to 6,000 years old. Ghost Douluo pinched his chin and nodded, no problem. Wait for 4,000 to 6,000 years. Isn't this your second ring? He looked at Su Chen with some astonishment. Didn't that master say that the limit of the second ring should be 900 years? The second ring is 4,000 to 6,000 years, so where would my fourth ring go? Any questions? Su Chen looked at him in confusion. My first ring is 3,000 years, so isn't 4,000 to 6,000 years a reasonable range for the second ring? Ghost Douluo fell silent immediately. He suddenly remembered that common sense was useless when applied to the monster in front of him. According to Su Chen, this year is indeed quite reasonable. It would only be reasonable to put it on him. Forget it, this kid knows what he's doing. This time it was Douluo who spoke to comfort him. Look, he didn't even ask for a 10,000-year spirit ring, did he? Ghost Douluo. Thank you so much. The second ring is whether we, the titled Douluo, will be alive in 10,000 years? Go ahead and look for it. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can leave. There is still no result from the last incident. Yu Guan patted Gui Mei's shoulder with a slightly serious expression. He was talking about the last time the Linmu silkworm and the Millennium Wolf Pack appeared at the outermost area. Later, the Spirit Hall sent people to investigate, but found nothing. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also remembered that he seemed to have felt that he was being targeted by some powerful existence last time, but because there were too many things to do, he forgot about it. It shouldn't matter, right? With two titled Douluo, even if the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python come out together, whether they can defeat them is another matter, but they will definitely have no problem running away. Unless those ferocious beasts come out together. But that's unlikely. They should be lying in a very dangerous place sucking the Tianmeng ice silkworms right now. How could they have the time to come out and cause trouble for him? Okay. Then we'll look for it separately, but not too far away. Xiao Su Chen, follow me. Ghost Douluo nodded, grabbed Su Chen's shoulders, and flew deep into the forest. The two of them spread their mental power and carefully searched for each soul beast. And at the same time, deep in the star forest, the almost tangible spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into blue light that enveloped this area. The clear lake was sparkling, and it was extremely beautiful under the reflection of the colorful sunlight. Countless rare and exotic flowers flourished here, vying with each other for beauty, and slowly stretching their plump bodies in the breeze. This is a treasure that cannot be described in words. However, in the starry forest where every inch of land is fought for and fighting continues day and night, such a precious land seems quite peaceful, with birds living safely and fish swimming freely, like a beautiful paradise. Not far from the lake, a round, white, silkworm-shaped soul beast carefully squirmed its body, its small, golden eyes occasionally looking at the two snoring monsters in front of it. Seeing that his movements seemed to have gone unnoticed, a drop of cold sweat fell on the silkworm-shaped soul beast's smooth head. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to crawl forward slowly and firmly. Finally, with its unremitting efforts, it climbed to the other side of the lake. Seeing that the two huge monsters were still motionless, the silkworm-shaped soul beast could not help but grin, his heart filled with unstoppable ecstasy. Is this time I'm really going to escape? Want to escape from this dark hell? God knows what kind of life it has been living for all these years. Thinking about how it had been treated as a snack and bullied for tens of thousands of years, it couldn't help but feel its eyes turn red with sadness. If I knew how to cry, I would be in tears right now. Fortunately, today, all this is over. When I escape, I will immediately find a titled Douluo to sacrifice myself. By then, the mountains will be high enough for birds to fly freely, and the seas will be wide enough for me to leap. What can you soul beasts do to me? With my help, when the titled Douluo becomes a god, none of you who bully me will be able to escape. As it fantasized about the wonderful things, the silkworm-shaped soul beast couldn't help but narrow its eyes and laughed. What good things did you think of, Tianmeng? Why are you smiling so happily? A heavy voice came from behind, and Tianmeng answered subconsciously. Of course I'll take all of you. But in the next second, it suddenly reacted, its body stiffened, and its head slowly turned back. A giant bear and 3 mastiffs looked at it with teasing eyes. Tianmeng could even feel the hot saliva flowing from their mouths, dripping beside him. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Great Crisis, King Bear and King Red are coming. Chapter 34 Great Crisis, King Bear and King Red are coming. Gumbling. Tianmeng swallowed his saliva and felt a chill running from his coccyx to the top of his head. Boss Xiang Jun, and Boss Chi Wang, you, are all well. It shivered, forced a smile on its face, and looked at the two huge monsters in a flattering manner. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Tianmeng cried in his heart, feeling that his end was near. Is there anything worse than running away and being caught? That was the second time. Are you trying to run away again? The giant bear called King Bear clasped its claws together, 2 streams of white air spurted out of its nostrils, and it bared its fangs. Its eyes were full of danger as it looked at the shivering ice silkworm. In my opinion, let the adults eat this kid. If not, we brothers can share it. The Red King shook his 3 heads, and his 6 eyes looked at the white, round body with greed, and his saliva fell to the ground with a hissing sound. That won't do. Lady Baiji said that this kid is very useful. You can only suck it, not eat it. The Bear King shook his big head, licked his fangs, and said maliciously, but, it should be okay to eat a few bites, right? Tianmeng. What's the difference between me being eaten by you two and being dead? I'm dying, I'm really dying. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? No, if you can save my life, you will be my brother from now on. It looked at the 2 soul beasts getting closer and closer with trembling fear, and closed its eyes in despair. It seems that my legend will end here. However, the expected pain did not come. Just as Tianmeng's mind was replaying the revolving lantern, he suddenly felt 2 terrifying auras bursting into the sky, startling a large number of soul beasts and causing them to scream miserably. Okay? What happened? It opened its eyes tremblingly, only to find that Bear King and Red King seemed to have sensed something. They looked at each other and each showed a hideous smile. I didn't expect you to come so soon, damn human soul master thief, I'll kill you. The roar of a bear and the howl of a dog sounded at the same time. The 2 ferocious beasts turned into violent streams of light, crashed into a large number of trees, and quickly disappeared, leaving only Tianmeng trembling in place. After a while, Tianmeng's small eyes widened instantly when he realized that Xiang Jun and Qi Wang seemed to have really moved away. Fuck, there really are good people. Without saying a word, the round body began to wriggle wildly and rushed to the periphery at the fastest speed in its life. Until the place filled with spiritual energy disappeared from the sight, Tianmeng was still running wildly. I don't know how far it ran, but it dived into the ground, its mental power spreading over 100 meters. It didn't react until it saw no pursuers. It escaped. With the help of an unknown soul master, it escaped from that hell. Tianmeng took deep breaths of the dirty air stained by mud from underground, but he enjoyed it. This is what freedom tastes like. At this moment, the Tianmeng ice silkworm seemed to be in a dream. Good man, you will be my Tianmen's elder brother from now on. Although you may not hear me call you elder brother anymore, I will definitely remember this kindness in my heart. It was so moved that it bowed again and again in the direction where King Xiang and King Qi were heading, and couldn't help but sigh. If I could meet you and become your spirit ring, I, Tianmeng, would be willing, but unfortunately, no soul master can survive being hunted by 2 ferocious beasts, not even a titled Douluo. Brother, have a good trip. On the outskirts of the forest, Zhu Douluo was holding a dying white snake-shaped soul beast in his hand and talking to the white-haired boy. The latter pinched his chin, his pretty face full of thought. This one is the wrong year, and it feels a little mottled. After observing for a moment, Su Chen shook his head. It is water attribute indeed, but there is something else too. Take your time. This matter cannot be rushed. Zhu Douluo comforted the young man and threw the soul beast away. After the latter landed on the ground, it struggled to crawl away. Let's see if there are any surprises from the old ghost. It's normal to search for a soul beast for several days. Su Chen nodded. He was about to say something, but suddenly found that Zhu Douluo's face changed. That was a look of fear that had never appeared on the face of this titled Douluo. Su Chen only saw his mouth moving but heard no sound. The next moment, warning signs surged wildly in the young man's heart, an abiding chill permeated his body. Subconsciously, he activated the substitution technique and the instant body movement technique at the fastest speed in his life. Boom! A dazzling wave of light instantly submerged the boy's position, completely emptying the area into nothingness. A violent roar just sounded, trees splashed, and soil rolled. The boy hid behind a stone in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The huge sound made his ears distorted for a moment. "Be careful!" Only then did he hear Douluo's heart-wrenching scream. The star forest fell into complete darkness. Cough cough. The young man coughed dryly and quickly activated his first soul ring. A layer of white flame surrounded his body and the scratches on his body were repairing at an extremely fast speed. With his eyes open, he carefully leaned forward, and when he saw the scene clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's not dark. Instead, it was a giant bear that blocked out the sun and completely blocked out the sunlight in this area. The giant bear swung its huge claws with ease. Each swing could stir up a storm and wantonly destroy everything around it. Under its body, a golden chrysanthemum was struggling to hold on. "That's Mr. Xiang." Su Chen took a breath of cold air. "How did this thing get out?" "Wait, now that Mr. Bear has come out, then." He rolled his eyes and saw, as expected, a three-headed mastiff with fire spitting out of its mouth and nose chasing a group of ghostly figures not far away. Red King. The white-haired boy's face looked grim. "Bear Lord, Red King. The second of the 10 most ferocious beasts. The dark gold terror claw bear with 480,000 years of cultivation, and the three-headed red demon mastiff with 310,000 years of cultivation. Shouldn't these two be sucking the heavenly dream ice silkworm and protecting the Emperor's auspicious beast now?" Su Chen suppressed his breath to the lowest level, observing the battlefield with his eyes rolled back, his mind racing. It was obvious that Zhu and Gui were no match for the two Douluo. And they showed signs of weakness the moment they came into contact. This is normal. Even after more than 10 years, these two people can only be considered to be able to barely restrain the sky blue bull python. Not to mention now, the opponent is still a beast far more ferocious than the sky blue bull python. The most urgent task is to find out the reason for their attack. Could it be? Su Chen took out a piece of Linwu silkworm's flesh with some uncertainty. Is it because of this? If this is the case, then it makes sense. It was probably them that locked onto my aura last time. Hey, it seems like this is the only way. Su Chen took a deep breath and instantly activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Green energy burst out around him, his momentum rose, and this also attracted the attention of the battlefield. "Hey, is this what you're looking for?" The young man threw the piece of meat with force, and it flew towards the giant bear. This action attracted several pairs of eyes. "Damn it, it's you!" The giant bear roared towards the sky, and the violent sound made Su Chen dizzy for a moment. Fortunately, the boy was well prepared. He instinctively bit the herbs in his mouth, and a clear feeling dispelled the dizziness. He threw down another piece of Linwu silkworm meat, turned around without hesitation and ran wildly towards the depths of the forest. "Eat you!" 2 terrifying auras instantly locked onto the young man. At that moment, Su Chen felt his body tremble instinctively, and his soul power almost came to a sudden halt. Fortunately, his chakra quickly returned, preventing the young man from stopping from his rapid movement. Fortunately, his goal has been achieved. Bipolar Forbidden Area. The golden and silver halos circulated in the space, and both the Bear King and the Red King were covered with this glow, and their huge bodies were fixed in mid-air. The two titled Douluo did not waste the moment of respite that Su Chen had fought for, and activated their martial soul fusion skills without hesitation, creating a realm of stillness that even 100,000-year soul beast could not escape from. Call. The young man wiped the sweat from his head. In the past 3 seconds, he had almost used up all his chakra, pushing the helmet of the dragon, the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the body instant technique to the extreme. Otherwise, if you are a step slower, you will end up in pieces. But even so, the crisis has not been resolved. Looking at Xiang Jun and Qi Wang, whose eyes kept rolling in the golden and silver glow, as well as the pale-faced Zhu Gui and Er Douluo, Su Chen knew that he might not be able to control this area for long. By then, not only him, but also Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo would be unable to escape because of the huge consumption of their soul power. Unless... The boy grinned, and both his hands glowed with azure blue light. The next moment, in front of the horrified eyes of Kikuchi and Kairi, he pressed the raised nan fiercely onto the lower body of Xiangjun and Qi Wang. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 The power of the multiple shadow clone technique is revealed. Chapter 35 The power of the multiple shadow clone technique is revealed. The air suddenly fell into dead silence. At this moment, whether it was Xiangjun, Qi Wang, or the two Douluo Ju and Gui, their brains all went blank. What happened? In the end, what happened? Yuegwen and Gaimei felt like the sky was falling. If they had the chance to stand in front of Su Chen at this moment, they would definitely grab his shoulders and shake him hard, shouting hysterically. What are you thinking about? We use this trick to make you run away, not to make you provoke them to death. As they watched with some despair, the golden and silver light on the Bear King and the Scarlet King were rapidly dimming, and it was of no avail even if they tried their best to urge them on. Click! The crisp sound of shattering brought the hearts of Ju and Gui to the bottom. They could no longer maintain the bipolar forbidden field. Their faces turned pale, blood spurted from their mouths, and they fell from the air powerlessly. Not caring about the two culprits who made them unable to move and the young man who escaped with one blow, the two giant beasts checked their lower bodies with some fear. As we all know, no matter how powerful a male is, his lower body is extremely fragile. This principle also applies to 100,000-year soul beasts. Therefore, even though they know that kind of attack cannot break their defenses, they will still instinctively feel fear. After they checked several times and found nothing wrong, they breathed a sigh of relief, but then they became furious at a certain silver-haired kid. Roar! I'll tear you apart alive! With terrifying roars and howls, two violent and terrifying auras instantly spread over 1,000 meters. Wherever they passed, both humans and soul beasts fainted with their eyes rolled back. At this moment, the entire periphery was trembling under the tremendous power of the two ferocious beasts. Now, everyone's attention should be on me, right? Two elders, you have to give me some help. In the distance, the silver-haired boy wiped the sweat from his forehead, listened to the roar that contained endless anger, and nodded with satisfaction. But there was no relaxation in his expression. Because he knew that the real test had just begun. I don't want to die here so hastily. Boom! A distance of several hundred meters can be reached in an instant for 100,000-year soul beast. Like two speeding locomotives, carrying with them a destructive force, crushing and tearing apart everything in their path. Where's that kid? The Bear King was breathing heavily through his nostrils, his pupils were blood red, and after a quick glance, he spotted a speeding silver shadow on the left. Want to run? It smiled ferociously and pursed its lips, signaling the three mastiffs to cut off his retreat. Mr. Bear didn't want this human to die too easily. He must be made to feel the utmost despair. However, the Red King also turned around and sent the same signal to it. Okay? The two beasts looked at each other in confusion, and then looked in their respective directions, only to find two silver shadows rushing in different directions. No. More than two. When Xiangjun and Qi Wang opened their spiritual power, they were shocked to find that there were dozens of figures with exactly the same aura, running wildly in different directions. What is this? Xiangjun and Qi Wang were a little dumbfounded. It's not like they haven't seen the confusing abilities of clones before, but this is the first time they've seen one with exactly the same aura and soul power fluctuations. Just boom! The mountain-like body appeared like lightning 100 meters away, and the huge claws chopped down. The two silver-haired boys had no time to dodge and turned into smoke and disappeared in an instant. Hum hum! The bear licked his fangs and looked at the other shadows that were still running wildly, revealing a cruel smile. Do you think you can escape by just looking at the insects struggle? That's a bit naive. In the blink of an eye, several figures were bitten to pieces by the bear's paws and canine teeth and disappeared into smoke. Boy, you will experience something more terrifying than death. Amid sadistic laughter, Su Chen's shadow clones disappeared one by one. But they didn't notice, or didn't care at all. In the corner, a wooden stake was shaking strangely and rolling towards the depths of the forest. Old ghost, what should I do? At the edge of the messy battlefield, Douluo and Ghost Douluo leaned against each other in a mess. Their breath was weak, their bodies were in tatters, and they had long lost their former extraordinary demeanor. That child is for us. Yu Guan's nose felt sour, and he looked at Gui Mei helplessly. The latter remained silent. As early as when the two ferocious beasts chased Su Chen recklessly and ignored them, the two understood his intention. But this also made them feel even more heavy-hearted. No, I have to save him. After a moment, Douluo wiped his eyes, stood up, and his bleak face was full of determination. That child must not die. He is the hope of His Holiness the Pope and the future of Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo nodded and slowly clenched his fists. Old Ghost, first find a way to pass the message to His Holiness the Pope, and then come and meet me. Yu Guan patted his old friend on the shoulder and smiled freely. If this child dies, You don't have the face to live, do you? As for whether Su Chen could hold on until rescued, the two did not doubt or think about this issue. They firmly believe that young people can create miracles. Just like the previous times. Pang! When the last shadow clone turned into smoke and disappeared in the mouth of the Red King, the faces of the two ferocious beasts finally turned a little ugly. No real body. Although the aura, soul power fluctuations, and even the facial expressions of each clone were exactly the same as that boy, there was no doubt that these were all fake. Asshole! The Bear King roared and punched the ground. The terrifying shock wave instantly destroyed everything within 100 meters. Don't worry, he can't run away. The Red King's 6 eyes flickered, and his enormous mental power locked the area firmly. I just don't believe that he can stay in this forest for his entire life. In a bush, the rolling log finally came to a stop, and there was an unexpected human gasp. Hiss, this feeling is really uncomfortable. It was Su Chen. The clones created by the multiple shadow clone technique will transmit all senses back to the original body when they disappear. The advantage is that they can be used for multiple learning and cultivation. But the disadvantage is that it is like now. Within a few seconds, Su Chen experienced the feeling of dying at the claws of a bear and the mouth of a mastiff in more than a dozen different ways. That was definitely not a wonderful experience. If it were someone with a weak mental state, they would have fainted long ago. But fortunately, the effect is outstanding. This A-level forbidden technique from the ninja world bought Su Chen a lot of time even when facing two ferocious beasts, allowing him to use the equally buggy ninjutsu, the transformation technique, to escape from the battlefield. However, the current situation has not improved much. The Bear King and the Red King will definitely not stay for too long. After all, the leader of the Soul Beasts, the Silver Dragon King, is still seriously injured and certainly has no intention of exposing himself to the Soul Master world in advance. As long as Douluo and Ghost Douluo are fast enough and bring more reinforcements to the big forest, they will be recalled to the dangerous place no matter how unwilling they are. With Ghost Douluo's speed, this time will not exceed 3 days. But the worst thing is that Su Chen's chakra has almost run out, and he can hardly maintain the transformation technique. Once the transformation technique fails, Su Chen will be locked onto by the two ferocious beasts immediately. Is there nothing we can do but move forward? Running away is an absolute dead end, but continuing to go inside will obviously not lead to any good results either. There is no need to say what the fate of a human with exhausted soul power will be in the depths of the forest. Forget it, let's just move on, okay? The boy who decided to move forward was slightly stunned. In Bian's eyes, there was an extremely huge energy source not far away underground. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Encounter, Curious Baby Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Chapter 36 Encounter, Curious Baby Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The visibility here has become quite low. The lush green forest blocks most of the sunlight, and only scattered spots and a few self-fluorescent plants emit a faint light. If nothing unexpected happened, he had completely left the edge area and reached the outer circle. Within a radius of 100 meters, almost all the soul beasts were scared away by the pressure from the Bear King and the Red King, except for the energy source which stayed quietly underground. If Su Chen did not have the white eyes that could see through and sense the flow of energy, he might not have been able to discover its existence. After all, from a perceptual point of view, there is nothing in that area. What the hell is this? The young man who turned into a wooden stake frowned in his heart. The magnitude of this energy was simply the highest level he had ever seen, even beyond that of Bear King and Red King. In the Byakugan's vision, it looked like a scorching sun. But the strange thing was that Su Chen didn't feel any threat from it. The energy index exceeds that of the Bear King and the Scarlet King. The combat power is not as good as that of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. What the hell? Su Chen looked strange. It must be said that the fact that these two completely contradictory characteristics could be concentrated in one organism aroused the boy's curiosity as a scholar. If the current situation was not critical, Su Chen would definitely find a way to cut a piece and study it. Unfortunately, I can only come back later. This situation is not suitable for unnecessary trouble. The boy shook his head and rolled twice, but his body suddenly stopped. It's not right. Possesses the ability to hide even the Bear King and the Red King, a huge energy source, and low combat power. Isn't this tailor-made for his current situation? Pang! As smoke rose, Su Chen turned from a wooden stake into a little rabbit, hopping towards his destination. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a fiery look. Strange, why do I feel like I'm being watched? Deep underground, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, which was rolling in joy, suddenly shuddered. Just now, he seemed to feel a malicious gaze. But nothing was found when scanning with mental power. In addition to the two big guys in the edge area who were eyeing them covetously, the nearest soul beast was also scared away 1,000 meters away. As for the little rabbit, he subconsciously ignored it. That's right, how could my flawless disguise be discovered? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm breathed a sigh of relief, and its round body slid happily. It's not bragging. In terms of mental strength and stealth ability, even the monsters in the Great Evil Land are not as good as him. Want to find it in heavenly dreams? Unless you have X-ray vision. But Xiang Jun and Qi Wang haven't returned yet. It continued to release its spiritual power cautiously, checking the edge of the area. You are worthy of being my Tianmen's savior. You can actually hold on for so long. But having said that, Tianmeng didn't think that his savior could survive. Again, no one can survive being surrounded by two ferocious beasts. It's just a matter of time. Brother, don't worry, Tianmeng, will definitely avenge you. After mourning for a moment for the elder brother he had never met, Tianmeng turned over comfortably and continued to savor the joy of freedom. He just casually swept his mental power and found a little rabbit hovering right above him. Those scarlet eyes seemed to be staring straight at him. Tianmeng's heart tightened, but after a moment, he shook his head in self-mockery. I am really too sensitive. The ferocious beasts that have lived for 100,000 years couldn't even find me. How could a little rabbit that's not even a soul beast be stronger than them? I'm so envious. I wish I could be as free as it is. Tianmeng sighed and was about to change his posture to continue lying dead, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. This is the Stardo Great Forest, where the most dangerous soul beasts on the continent gather. And my position should be on the periphery, where 1,000-year soul beasts and 10,000-year soul beasts often appear. Then the question arises. How did a little rabbit, not even a soul beast, get into such a dangerous place? Gumbling. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm swallowed his saliva, and cold sweat dripped from his round forehead. It moved its position carefully, changing its position bit by bit. But what frightened it was that the little rabbit's blood-red eyes slowly moved with it, and even a strange smile appeared on its face. "Can see me. This little thing can see me." Tianmeng felt as if a ghost was rushing to his head, his whole body was cold, and his teeth couldn't help but chatter. At this moment, it thought of many possibilities. For example, this is a spy sent by a ferocious beast, the incarnation of some strange existence, and so on. No matter which one it is currently unable to resist. But just when Tianmeng was considering whether he could save his life by going out and offering his loyalty now, the little rabbit suddenly opened its mouth. "Don't be nervous, Tianmeng I silkworm, let me in first." It was a clear, young voice that contained a hint of fatigue in its calmness. Hearing this, Tianmeng Binken's extremely anxious heart suddenly calmed down. It certainly didn't sense the hostility. "If that's the case, can I pretend that I didn't? Also, don't pretend you didn't see it. I can sense your every move." The Tianmeng I silkworm suddenly collapsed, its round body trembling, and the soil in front of it parted, forming a narrow downward passage. The moment the little rabbit jumped in, the soil instantly gathered together, as if nothing had changed. "What kind of creature are you? A soul beast? This is the first time a creature can see through my existence." As soon as the little rabbit landed on the ground, Tianmeng I silkworm couldn't help but come over and look at the tiny creature curiously. The former did not answer it, but scanned the surrounding environment with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Are you sure that this place will not be noticed by other beings?" "Of course." Tianmeng I silkworm raised his head proudly, "As long as I want to hide, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast can't do anything to me. So why are you asking this?" "That's good." Su Chen nodded, unable to suppress the intense dizziness any longer, and reluctantly reached out to cancel the transformation spell, then collapsed powerlessly onto the ground. The chakra has been squeezed to the limit. If it is 1 second later, the transformation will be forced to end. But, it should be safe now, right? He quickly glanced at the small underground cave and the white silkworm shadow in front of him. His tense spirit relaxed a little and he felt endless fatigue surging in his heart, as if he would fall asleep in the next second. Human beings. The Tianmeng I silkworm was startled by this sudden change. Its fat body suddenly squirmed backwards and shrank into the corner, looking at the silver-haired boy vigilantly. After a while, it found that the boy did not make any other moves, so it cautiously stepped forward, poked him gently with its round tail, and tentatively asked, "Hey, are you okay?" The silver-haired boy closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. The immortal body is recovering chakra rapidly and this process will not take long. As long as he can move independently, he can actively practice the training method to speed up chakra recovery. As if it realized that he was not a threat at the moment, the Tianmeng I silkworm suddenly became bolder, and its eyes were full of curiosity. "Are you a human or a soul beast? Could it be an orc?" "No, a human beast. I know, half man, half beast." Su Chen was so annoyed by the outrageous questions one after another that he waved his hands and said unhappily, "Be quiet first. I'll talk to you when I recover. If you let it guess again, its own race will be changed." "Oh." Tianmeng I sworm nodded. "So after you become a rabbit, do you eat grass?" Su Chen. If he wasn't in physical distress, he would really like to knock on that fat head to see if there was water inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Aren't You the One That Xiang Jun and Qi Wang Are Chasing After? Chapter 37, Aren't You the One That Xiang Jun and Qi Wang Are Chasing After? Under the threatening gaze of Su Chen's ominous blood-red Sharingan, Tianmeng I silkworm shut up. But judging from the curious look it gave Su Chen from time to time, it had not given up asking those strange questions. It's finally a lot quieter. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen, who was dozing off, began to eyelid and slowly opened his eyes. Su Chen clenched his fists gently, feeling the familiar sense of power. He let out a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. The chakra was not fully restored, but it was barely enough to release several shadow clones and perform transformation techniques for a long time. After this crisis, Su Chen finally realized what his real weakness was. That is, the amount of chakra is insufficient. The amount of chakra that the sage body brings to him is naturally much greater than that of others, and his recovery speed and growth are also much faster than others. But unfortunately, the immortal body has not been fully awakened, and his own abilities are also very mana-consuming. The helmet of the Linlong has a great improvement, but is consumed very quickly. At first glance, the 8 Gates ninjutsu may seem to be on the same level as physical techniques, but the speed at which it consumes chakra is completely consistent with its status as an S-level forbidden technique. As for the other ninjutsu that can be used at present, multiple shadow clones and raise nan are only inferior to the first two. Especially for multiple shadow clones, it is impossible to reach the level of hundreds or thousands like Naruto. He does not have Kurama in his body as an infinite battery for power supply. Even if we drain him dry now, there will only be a few dozen left at most. If I practice magic in the future, my 30 seconds of being a real man will probably become 5 seconds of being a real man. But speaking of 9 llamas, Su Chen pondered in his heart. The essence of the tailed beasts is an aggregation of chakra, the so-called infinite chakra, which means that the recovery speed exceeds the consumption speed. When Naruto was fighting, Kurama was always helping him restore his chakra in his body, thus achieving a good circulation system. So, can this Jinchuriki's technique be applied to soul beasts? If it is feasible, even if you cannot reach the level of infinite chakra, it will not be a problem to turn chakra into Shatanla by combining it with your own sage body, and you can also develop some more powerful combat modes. For example, Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, Sage Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, Power Suit Susanoo and so on. Thinking of this, the boy's eyes lit up. If it really works, there is no doubt that he will develop a whole new power system. Have you thought of something good? Why are you so happy? The curious voice woke the boy from his thoughts. Su Chen raised his eyes and saw Tianmeng Silkworm's chubby face looking at him with curiosity. Well, a hypothesis, if it is feasible, then soul beasts and humans may be able to coexist peacefully. Jinchuriki mode, there is no doubt that this is a power system that completely surpasses the so-called souls and soul rings. Because this system requires no prerequisites at all, a newborn baby can also become a Jinchuriki. As long as he can communicate and understand the tailed beast in his body, he will have excellent combat capabilities. Su Chen thought about it and nodded. Humph, just brag. Tianmeng Silkworm rolled his eyes and immediately lost interest. I wondered what this guy would say. I didn't expect it to be such a ridiculous thing to say. The relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is a rather rough relationship of supply and demand. This has nothing to do with hatred, nor with stance. Unless the soul masters are willing to be ordinary people and the soul beasts curb their ambitions, no matter how many years pass, the relationship between the two will not ease in the slightest. By the way, who are you? Do you know me? But I don't have any impression of you. Tianmeng shook his head and asked with some confusion. This guy revealed its identity as soon as they met, but he was not an enemy. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out when he had met this person. Well, to be honest, I was also quite surprised. Su Chen said with some emotion. His original intention was just to find the energy source to see if he could extend his hiding time. However, after getting closer, when Bun saw the whole picture, he was stunned. Isn't this the special Tianmeng Silkworm? Why is it here? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that the only one in the entire Douluo world who can meet the conditions of having strong energy but low combat power is Tianmeng Silkworm. This man, one of the protagonists 10,000 years later, is a rare million-year-old soul beast with dual attributes of ice and spirit, and possesses wisdom. In essence, he is just a lucky guy who has stolen a lot of natural treasures. But this cannot conceal the huge role of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. It can be said that this silly-looking silkworm contributed at least 60% to Huo Yuhao's future success. He once considered whether to intercept it in advance, but gave up after calculating the time. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. By the way, how did you get out? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. At this point in time, this top-quality treasure should still be in a dangerous place, being sucked by the ferocious beasts with great pleasure. Even the 300,000-year-old soul beasts in the core circle are not qualified to go there. Hey, speaking of that. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm swayed his body happily and said excitedly, "It's Big Brother. If Big Brother hadn't attracted the attention of Bear Lord and Red King, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Big Brother? Su Chen slowly typed a question mark. Is there such a person? Why didn't he remember that the original book mentioned an elder brother? It's a human, but not an ordinary human, and Red King and Bear King haven't caught him yet. There are stars twinkling in the small eyes of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. If it had 4 limbs, it would probably be holding its hands and shaking its tail at this moment. Brother is simply a Superman. If he can survive, he will surely become a god. I, Tianmeng, will follow him till death. Su Chen's expression became more and more strange as he listened. If your elder brother, survives, how are you going to follow him? He asked. Hey, kid, do you think I'm some ordinary soul beast? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm hummed proudly. Brother is the only soul beast in the entire continent, 990,000 years old. As long as Big Brother is close to a breakthrough, I can take the initiative to sacrifice and become Big Brother's wisdom soul ring. This is really... Su Chen couldn't laugh or cry. It turned out that I had accidentally become this guy's savior. But it has nothing to do with a level 20 kid like you. It said in an air of being sophisticated. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. How do you know my name? How did you get here when you're only level 20? You? The chubby ice silkworm asked, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. Yes, that's right. How could he, a level 20 guy, end up in a place like this? It first looked at Su Chen, who was in tatters, and its mental power spread to the distance. It then looked at the 2 ferocious beasts lying motionless on the edge of the area. When I thought about the first thing the young man said when he came in, which was whether it was possible to perfectly conceal his aura here, and he looked like he had just fought a great battle. Gumbling. Looking at the young man's eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, Tianmeng Binkan swallowed his saliva. It looked at Su Chen tremblingly. Bear King and Red King, they are chasing you, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 38 The Sacrifice Begins. Chapter 38 The Sacrifice Begins. But this is impossible. Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm shook his head like a rattle. You are only level 20, how could you possibly survive those 2 monsters? No, it's impossible, it's just impossible. Tianmeng seemed to have convinced himself. He forced out a smile and pretended to be calm. Young man, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but you know that this kind of thing is impossible for a titled Douluo. Its voice stopped abruptly. A deliberately suppressed soul power fluctuation quietly emitted, and a pale white energy brushed against his face. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm instinctively felt comfortable all over, as if the fatigue and depression of the past few days had been alleviated a lot. But Tianmeng Ice Silkworm didn't care about this fascinating feeling at the moment. Its golden eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip and stared at the silver-haired boy in front of it. In other words, the soul ring on his body that emits purple light. The first soul ring of 1,000 years. At this moment, Silkworm's worldview suffered a huge impact. The only first ring of 1,000 years. He doesn't even have a second spirit ring. But how is this possible? Tianmeng's lips trembled. He wanted to continue saying it was impossible, but the ironclad facts were before him. No matter how absurd they were, he had to believe them. But soon, it realized that its worldview had collapsed too early. In the next 2 minutes, the silver-haired boy fully demonstrated to it what a monster is. There were dozens of clones that were indistinguishable from the original. Tianmeng concentrated his mind to the utmost, but was unable to tell the difference between the original and the clones. No matter how you explore, its soul power fluctuations and life level are exactly the same. As well as the strange ability to transform into a little rabbit, the silver-haired boy can also transform into blue-silver grass, flowers, and the like. When he changes into the corresponding form, the aura on his body also changes at the same time. It was as if it was a rabbit, a wooden stake. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to detect the slightest difference. But who would pay attention to the blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere in the Stardo Great Forest? It was not until the boy turned into a round and plump silkworm that the Tianmeng Ice silkworm was completely numb. It is deeply aware of the horror of this ability. Unless one has extremely powerful perception abilities, or the ability to see through things like the young boy, this ability to change is simply unsolvable. Tianmeng finally understood why the silver-haired boy in front of him was able to escape from the pursuit of the two monsters. Because he himself is a monster even more perverted than them. Big brother. Without hesitation, Tianmeng Ice silkworm lowered its posture. When it calls you big brother, it does so with all its heart. His savior is not a titled Douluo, but his future achievements will definitely be more than just a titled Douluo. Become a god. For the first time, Tianmeng Ice silkworm felt that this distant word was so close to him. If a monster like Big Brother can't become a god, then I guess no one in this world can become a god. Get up, there's no need to do this. Su Chen reached out and helped Tianmeng up, patted its head, and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Tianmeng obviously did not have the profit-oriented and cunning character that he would have 10,000 years later. There is even a certain naivety and clear stupidity in the curiosity about everything. After showing enough talent, and with the karma of saving its life, it completely returned. If it were 10,000 years later, it probably wouldn't be so easy. By then, some coercion, inducement, or other means will be inevitable. Forbidden ninjutsu such as tongue root disaster. Of course, if possible, Su Chen did not want to use coercion on this intelligent life that he lived with day and night, because it would only sow disaster for the future. Although it can be fully controlled, can such a spirit ring still be called a smart spirit ring? The current situation is naturally the best. Brother, I am of course very happy to sacrifice myself, but in the process, my mental concealment ability will also be ineffective, so it is better not to. After the joy, Tianmeng Ice silkworm calmed down and his chubby face looked a little serious. It looked at Su Chen seriously, because of the mixture of my soul power, in a short period of time, your magical transformation ability may also reveal flaws. Since you have decided to follow Su Chen, you have to consider how to break the current situation. In Tianmen's opinion, it is best to hide here and not act rashly. As long as time is long enough, those two guys will naturally go back. Having been a treasure in a very dangerous place for so long, it has some knowledge of some secrets. But surprisingly, the boy shook his head and refused. No, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. Before deciding to absorb the Tianmeng Ice silkworm, hiding is definitely the best way, but if you take it as a soul ring, then this method will not work. No matter how powerful the Linmu silkworm is, it is only 1,000-year-old soul beast. The reason why the Bear King and the Red King hunted him down is just a matter of face. But the Tianmeng Ice silkworm is different. Its importance to the Great Evil Land is not at the same level as the Linmu silkworm. Unless it can stay in this place for hundreds or thousands of years like Tianmeng, the ferocious beasts will not give up. At that point, even the spirit hall would have to give up on him. Even if we take a step back, even if he takes it out, how can he absorb it naturally? A soul beast that is close to 1,000,000 years old would probably make even a Douluo like Douluo, who has already broken through his limits, unable to resist being tempted. As long as the slightest flaw is revealed, everything managed by the spirit hall will collapse, and Su Xiao will also be implicated. Therefore, solving the problem here is the best option. Tian Meng, I won't force you to go with me. If you don't want to, I will leave on my own when my soul power recovers. Su Chen pondered for a moment, looked at the pair of small eyes shining with golden light, and said seriously. Stay here, you'll be safe. Tianmeng's silkworm remained silent upon hearing this. Of course it knew that it was safe here. As long as it didn't go out, unless the ferocious beasts turned the entire forest upside down, they would not be able to discover it even after thousands or even millions of years. But after seeing a human who truly possesses the potential to become a god, how could it be willing to live in this narrow cave for thousands of years? What happens 10,000 years later? Continue waiting? In my life, do I have only two choices except lying dead or being forced to lie dead? Do not. It is not willing to give in. In that case, why not take a gamble? Even if you lose the bet, you. Woo, after forming a soul ring, it seems like I will really die if I lose the bet. Tianmeng's silkworm was instinctively a little frightened. It shrank back 2 steps, but then its body stopped. After a moment, the ice silkworm met the young man's gaze. Brother Hu, can you tell me your name? Well, my name is Su Chen. Hello, Brother Su Chen. I am Tian Meng. It took a deep breath, and its body suddenly became a little illusory. A huge and terrifying soul power fluctuation slowly rose, turning into a brilliant stream of light like a galaxy, and rushed towards the young man. Brother Su Chen, hurry up. I'm afraid I'll regret it. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 10,000 Years Soul Ring. Chapter 39 10,000 Years Soul Ring. The outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Green smoke was still billowing from the devastated battlefield, and an area of nearly 500 meters had become ruined. A huge dark gold terror claw bear and a 3-headed demon mastiff stood in the middle of it, and the aura they exuded made it so that no soul beasts within 1,000 meters dared to get close. That kid is so weird, where did he go? The Bear King waved his claws anxiously, and a strong wind swept through, tearing a huge hole. The soul beast hiding in it completely lost its voice before it even had time to scream. We'll wait for a while longer. If we still can't find it, forget it. But if Baiji finds out that we left the auspicious beast, she will definitely not let us go. The Red King opened his senses, but found nothing, so he could only shake his head in anger. I don't believe this kid, and I will never come to the big forest again. None of them wanted to let this human go, but somehow the other party managed to evade their detection. Continuing to wait will definitely yield results, but if you leave the auspicious beasts for too long, nothing good will happen to them if they return. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The bear pounded the ground in frustration, causing a loud noise like an earthquake. The spreading shock wave made the already messy battlefield even more devastated. It roared to the sky in anger. Silver-haired little devil, I will tear you apart. After venting, the anger in its heart finally dissipated a little. It sat down on the spot with its arms folded, releasing all its mental power. Before leaving, you must also try your best to find the trace of that human. If I catch. The Bear King showed a ferocious smile. He had almost figured out how to deal with the silver-haired boy, anyway, he would not let him die too easily. Shouldn't we take care of the guy who's peeping over there? The Red King looked into the distance. Don't waste your time on him. The bear waved his paw. He is just an ordinary titled Douluo. If anyone dares to come over, his life will be taken in an instant. 1,000 meters away from the two beasts, Douluo took a deep breath, withdrew his mental strength, and the frown on his pale face relaxed slightly. It was also a big challenge for him to concentrate his mental power to explore such a long distance. But there is no way. If the distance is closer and I am discovered, I will be killed without even having time to react. Looks like they haven't caught HN yet. Tisk, you're really worthy of being called Monster Boy. Yu Guan thought it was impossible to escape from the hands of 200,000-year-old soul beasts whose strength far exceeded theirs. But it is what it is. Su Chen created a miracle again. Damn it, if you can inherit the spirit hall in the future, I have no doubt that you can unify the continent. He grinned and looked up at the sky. I think the old ghost should have gone to the nearest branch of the spirit hall. As long as the news is passed back to the spirit city as soon as possible, His Holiness the Pope will definitely come to help as soon as possible because of his love for this kid. You little brat, you are so capable now, you must hold on a little longer. We are still counting on living under your thumb. Yu Guan smiled and shook his head, then stood up with great effort. Preparing to move to another place to continue staring at the 200,000-year-old spirit beasts, but at this moment. Boom! A violent shock wave came towards him accompanied by a roar. He staggered and covered his eyes with his hands, struggling to look towards the source of the sound, but his pupils suddenly contracted. A huge beam of light tore through the green sea and rushed straight up into the sky, stirring the sky into a vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. What is that? Yu Guan muttered absent-mindedly. But before he could take a closer look, a familiar fluctuation of soul power came with the wind. This is... Damn it! Douluo's face changed drastically and he ran towards there without hesitation. And at the same time, whether it was the Bear King Red King, or the ghost Douluo who was galloping towards the martial soul hall, or even other soul beasts with thinking ability, all of them turned their eyes to the pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. Silver-haired brat! The former suddenly stood up, looked at each other, and roared to the sky. His huge body rushed towards the light column like a roaring wave. Su Chen, kid! Ghost Douluo stopped abruptly, looked at the beam of light with a serious expression, then gritted his teeth and forced himself not to pay attention to it. The ghostly shadow accelerated again. You must hold on. The Zillow City Wuhan branch hall is right in front of us. Deep in the star forest. Daming, Erming, let's go take a look. I always feel that there is a very comfortable atmosphere there. The girl with scorpion braids sitting on the back of the black giant ape was shaking her crystal feet, looking at the beam of light with curiosity in her big pink eyes, and wrinkling her nose in a daze. Well, it's like being born and touching nature for the first time. Can you feel it? Slam la! A huge bullhead stretched out from the lake, and its huge eyes like gongs and drums looked at the little girl helplessly. Sister Xiaohu, stop making trouble. You have just transformed. It is too dangerous to go to that kind of place. And the eyes of the soul beast with a bull's head and a python's body showed a bit of solemnity. That human is being hunted by both the Bear King and the Scarlet King at the same time. Maybe he is involved in something important. It's best not to wade into this muddy water. And also took the lower bodies of the two. Thinking of the scene that almost scared it to death, Daming couldn't help but shudder, and his lower body began to ache slightly. It hurts just by looking at it. Hey, is he actually a human? How could he make such a big noise while being chased by those two guys? However, the girl with scorpion braids did not flinch when she heard this. Instead, her beautiful eyes lit up and she asked excitedly, what kind of human is it? Male or female, young or old? Is it good looking? Sister Xiaohu, you really are. The barrage of questions made the soul beast with a bull's head and a python's body frown. It shook its head helplessly. With those two here, how can I dare to investigate so clearly? The main reason was that I saw such an exciting scene during my first exploration, so I really didn't dare to continue. Otherwise, if those two knew about it, they might kill me to silence me. I only know that it should be a young human. Maybe it has silver hair. Anyway, Mr. Bear kept shouting something like silver-haired kid and so on, so it could be heard even without using mental power to detect. Silver-haired young man. Yeah, I'll remember that. The girl with scorpion braids muttered to herself, a bright smile spreading across her pretty face. If he can survive, I will go find him this time. Boom! The lightning snake rolled in the dark clouds, and the funnel-shaped vortex slowly turned, emitting terrifying divine power. In the center of the storm, a silver-haired young man wrapped in a golden torrent sat cross-legged. Milky white energy spread out in waves. Wherever it went, grass and trees revived and flowers swayed. In this doomsday-like scene, the area within dozens of meters around Su Chen was as quiet as a peach garden. The running lightning and the howling storm seemed to deliberately avoid the young man. But the strange fluctuations it produced spread very far. The deepest unknown place. The giant black dragon slowly stood up, and the emerald swan sensed something and took the trembling little golden beast under its wings. They stopped together in front of the beautiful lake. Bring this man back. The silver vertical pupils slowly opened, and the voice of nothingness echoed here. Respect the orders of the Lord. Maybe it was a breath, maybe longer. The beam of light disappeared, the sky became clear, and all the fluctuations slowly faded away. At this point, the strange phenomenon finally began to weaken, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the thunder and lightning gradually disappeared. The golden torrent of particles sank into his forehead, and a purple soul ring slowly condensed on the side of the young man. However, the purple color only paused for a moment before rapidly deepening until it became a circle engraved with mysterious runes. Black Ring. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Say hello to the Silver Dragon King for me. Chapter 40. Say hello to the Silver Dragon King for me. Call. The young man exhaled a breath of light white mist and slowly opened his eyes. Only 10,000 years. Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling the sudden surge of strength. He looked at the black soul ring floating around him and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Brother, do you know what you are talking about? You are just a great soul master. 10,000 years is already a very scary one, okay? In his mind, the somewhat speechless complaints of Tianmeng's silkworm came. God knows what the hell its big brother's physical and mental strength is. The first ring of 1,000 years is already ridiculous enough, and he can actually withstand the second ring of 10,000 years. Looking at this spiritual world that was almost indistinguishable from the outside world, a huge village with every detail visible, Tianmeng really began to doubt life. Is this the mental strength that a great soul master should have? Maybe its eldest brother is really the reincarnation of a god? I just don't understand why there are 4 ugly statues on the cliff behind this nice village. Tianmeng is very curious about this place. You're right. Su Chen laughed dumbly. He originally wanted to try 20,000 years, but his physical strength was not enough. 10,000 years was already the limit of the limit. But the silver-haired boy slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they had turned into pure white jade. The bright blue color flashed across those jade-white eyes, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear, making Su Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Just like going from 1080 to 2K, his white eyes have greatly increased in terms of perspective range and depth clarity. More than that. The boy closed his eyes and opened them again, the white color disappeared and turned into an ominous blood color. The originally lonely single Megatama has turned into 3 Megatama. 3 Megatama Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, this is the highest point that the Uchiha Sharingan can reach. No matter how ordinary a person is, possessing the 3 Megatama Sharingan means that he has the strength of a Jonin. Neural reaction, replication, copying, the intensity of all illusions released through these eyes will be greatly increased. As expected. Feeling his mind suddenly become dozens of times clearer, Su Chen's mouth curled up into a smile of pleasure. The evolution of the Sharingan is nothing more than mental stimulation, but it does not necessarily have to be painful stimulation. As long as it can cause drastic fluctuations in emotions, there is a chance that it will promote the evolution of the Sharingan. Of course, through his research, Su Chen discovered that there was a simpler way, which was to directly increase mental strength. Therefore, after absorbing Tianming, a soul beast with extremely high mental strength, his Sharingan naturally evolved into 3 Megatama. As for the higher level Manjiki Sharingan, it cannot be awakened simply by mental strength, but requires something even rarer. System, View Panel. The young man muttered silently in his heart, and a light curtain that only he could see unfolded in front of him. Name, Su Chen. Sex, male. Age, 6 years old. Realm, Level 23, Great Soul Master. Soul Ring. Purple, 3000 years, black, 10,000 years. Soul Skill, Helmet of the Linlong, all attributes increase by 50%. When taking damage, health recovery speed increases by 50% to 100%. The lower the vitality, the higher the recovery speed. Soul Skills, Spirit Detection, Spirit Sharing, Spirit Interference, Soul Shock. Chakra Attribute, None, Water, completely master the operation of water element, can freely release water ninjutsu, the power of released water ninjutsu is greatly enhanced, and the affinity of water element is greatly enhanced. Life Energy, 2500, Standard Great Soul Master 600-1000. Spiritual Energy, 999, Spiritual Sea Realm, Standard Great Spirit Master is 51-100. Soul Power, Chakra 3000, Standard Great Soul Master 900-1500. External Soul Bone, Sharingan, 3 Megatama, greatly improves nerve reaction speed, dynamic detection, can release a large number of illusions with increased power through line of sight, Byakugan, perspective, 360 degrees no blind angle detection, farsightedness 3 km. Characteristic. Perfect Sage Body 20%, your self-healing ability is enhanced, your physical strength recovery speed is enhanced, your vitality is enhanced, your affinity with nature is enhanced, your cultivation talent is improved, and your Sage Mode cultivation speed is increased. The ancestor of eye techniques, you can use all eye techniques without restrictions. You need the Manjiki Sharingan / Eternal Manjiki / Rinnegan, Kamui, unavailable, Amaterasu, unavailable, Tsukuyomi, unavailable. Usable skills, Suchin style swordsmanship, Raise Nan, Suchin style shurikenjutsu, Suchin style fluid flow technique, 3 body technique, 8 gates of ninjutsu, 3rd gate, illusion shiranui, water style water dragon. Almost double the life energy and spiritual energy. The Sharingan evolved into 3 Megatama and the Byakugan was greatly strengthened. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Su Chen now does not activate the Helmet of the Dragon and the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, he can completely defeat the Millennium Wolf by relying solely on ordinary physical skills. As for dealing with the Soul Master of the Iron-Horned Rhino, if the opponent is caught off guard, he can even use the Sharingan to end the battle instantly. Licking his dry lips, the young man focused his attention on the soul skills, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Mental detection, with its powerful penetrating power and ability to analyze details, can make up for the last shortcoming of his white eyes. From then on, in terms of reconnaissance, Su Chen can really be said to have no shortcomings. Spiritual sharing is similar to telepathy. If he wants to build power in the future, this kind of timely transmission ability is indispensable. And with the help of the Sharingan, the power of mental interference and soul shock will reach a terrifying level. Of course, what excited Su Chen the most was the newly added soul power attribute. Water. Use water ninjutsu freely. There is no doubt that his speculations so far have all been correct. If you want to use the 5 elements escape technique, you must first obtain a spirit ring with the corresponding attributes. As for why Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has ice attribute but can obtain water attribute chakra, it is because the ice attribute is originally a combination of water and wind. At that time, he could freely choose to fuse water or wind. However, compared to water, there is not that much wind attribute in Tianmen's body, and it was decided long ago that the second soul ring would be water. As it turned out, he succeeded. Calm down, calm down. Now, let's find a way to deal with the current situation. Su Chen took a deep breath to calm his excited mood. In his perception, 2 extremely terrifying soul power fluctuations were approaching him rapidly. The aura it exuded made his skin feel tingling even though they were 1,000 meters apart. Boom! In just 3 breaths, with a loud bang, 2 figures that blocked out the sky and the sun fell to the ground, creating a huge hole in the ground with a diameter of dozens of meters. In the rising smoke, several blood-red animal eyes as huge as gongs and drums stared at the small silver-haired boy. Lord Bear, Lord Red, has arrived. No wonder I couldn't find you. It turns out that Tianmeng, that traitor, was helping you. A deep voice came from the Bear King's hill-like body. It had been furious, but now it looked exceptionally calm. But only those who are familiar with it know that this is the expression of King Bear, who has been extremely angry. In the Sea of Spirits, in Konoha village, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm huddled in a corner, trembling all over. The terrifying power of the Bear King made it unable to help but recall its past fears. Don't be afraid, Big Brother said he has a way, Big Brother said he has a way. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm shivered and kept comforting itself, not daring to look at the situation outside. But from time to time, he would glance at the still calm boy. The fear in my heart was inexplicably alleviated a lot. It would be fine if you stole the supplements for His Majesty, but today, even Tianmeng was absorbed by you. Good, very good, very good. The Red King's teeth were chattering and his muscular body was shaking. If I lose the supplements, at most I'll be scolded, but what if Tianmeng is gone? It couldn't imagine how it would be punished. At the thought of the horrific consequences, the aura of the Red King suddenly began to become unstable, and the murderous intent in his 6 eyes was so strong that it seemed tangible. Silver-haired brat, you deserve to die. I could kill you 1,000 times, and it wouldn't be enough. The 2 beasts began to approach step by step. The pressure brought by the locked aura alone made Su Chen feel suffocated and dizzy. If it weren't for the surge in mental strength, he would have fainted by now. As if they thought Su Chen would never be able to escape again, the 2 ferocious beasts did not release any pressure, obviously afraid of killing him directly. They wanted to tear him apart alive. This gap is really huge. The silver-haired boy gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the slight swelling in his heart caused by the sudden increase in strength quickly disappeared. Yes, no matter it is 1,000 years or 10,000 years, 10th level or 20 level, it makes no difference in front of these 2. But fortunately, I didn't plan to leave here by doing this. The boy smiled and held out his hand. You too, I have something to say. The 2 giant beasts stopped. At this point, they were very happy to see this calm and composed little kid crying and wailing for mercy. This would make the 2 beasts feel a little better. However, the silver-haired boy still had that annoying smile on his face. Exactly the same as when he attacked them. I'll give you 3 seconds to say your last words or beg for mercy. Who knows, then I might let you die more painfully. Xiang Jun said coldly. No, I just said 1 sentence. Su Chen waved his hand, took a step forward, and walked towards the 2 giant beasts. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in the Sea of Spirituality became limp all over and almost fainted. Finally, he stopped at the feet of the 2 giant beasts. Both Xiang Jun and Qi Wang looked at the little person at their feet with some doubt. For some reason, they both had a bad premonition at this moment. Both of you. The silver-haired boy raised his lips, and a gleam of light flashed in his blood-red eyes. Give my regards to Lord Silver Dragon King. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Naruto's Seeing Technique. Chapter 41, Naruto's Seeing Technique. Boom! It was as if a muffled thunder exploded in the minds of the two ferocious beasts. Both the Bear King and the Red King took 2 steps back, feeling dizzy. They doubted whether they had heard it wrong, but the two beasts knew clearly that this was impossible. The white-haired kid actually uttered the 3 words Silver Dragon King. These 3 words represent the past of the soul beast leader, which happened in the distant past, even before the birth of the ferocious beasts. It was an absolute secret that even they only got a glimpse of. This little devil, this white-haired little devil. This kid, how could he possibly know this name, the existence of that person? King Xiong and King Crimson were terrified, their brains, which were not very smart to begin with, completely shut down. Countless conspiracy theories and terrifying speculations about the great forest flashed through their minds, making the two beasts even more panicked. If it was because of their unauthorized actions that disrupted the common master's plan, I'm afraid that the Black Dragon King will let them realize that death is the best ending. You two, don't be anxious. Just when their brains were about to burn, the clear boy's voice entered their ears again. Yes. And this kid? As long as we catch this guy, catch him, everything can be salvaged. The Bear King and the Red King suddenly woke up from their fear and looked at the boy at the same time. He met those eyes, which had turned into scarlet eyes that exuded an ominous aura at some point. A violent mental fluctuation suddenly erupted, and a huge ice silkworm shadow appeared behind the boy's head. The surging mental energy turned into a real torrent and was all poured into those blood-red eyes. Illusion, Naruto Seeing Technique. Almost at the same time, the silver-haired young man let out a low shout, and the 3 megatama in his blood-red eyes began to move wildly, with faint signs of forming a pattern. The next second, the blood eyes and the beast pupils inevitably intertwined. It's still the same forest, and the same familiar scene. The huge dark gold terror claw bear and the 3-headed demon mastiff blinked in confusion, looking at the green sea in front of them. They are exactly the same, but for some reason, there is always a strange sense of incongruity. And I remember that they seemed to be chasing a silver-haired human, and that human soul masters seemed to have released some soul skills. Xiang Jun and Qi Wang shook their heads, trying to figure out where the sense of disobedience came from, but they caught a glimpse of blood out of the corner of their eyes. Okay. The bear took 2 steps forward, but when he saw the bloody appearance clearly, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Extreme fear occupied his brain, and he lost all ability to think. The Red King behind him tilted his head in confusion, moved forward, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground in fear. It was a bloody corpse of a little golden animal. Hoo-hoo! Su Chen was breathing heavily. The previous attack almost instantly drained all his mental energy and the mental energy that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could mobilize. But the effect can be called extremely amazing. Ha 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 ha! Enduring the stabbing pain and dizziness coming from his brain, the silver-haired boy looked at the 2 motionless beasts in front of him, like 2 statues, and couldn't help but grinning happily. It worked. Illusion, Narakumi no Jutsu. A ninjutsu that can reveal one's deepest fear. Deliberately create an atmosphere to distract the attention of Bear King and Red King, mention that name, completely break down their psychological defenses, and then attack with thunder. Together with the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, the strongest mental state is instantly stimulated. Coincidence, calculation, a long period of preparation, a gamble of giving up everything, and an all-out attack all resulted in this miracle that is simply impossible to exist. As a great soul master, he controlled 200,000-year-old beasts. In the spiritual space, Tianmeng, who participated in all this, has been standing still. After a while, its whole body began to tremble, and it looked at the two motionless beasts, as if it was a dream. My brother actually did it. God. Big Brother is definitely the reincarnation of a god. At this moment, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was extremely excited. In its heart, Su Chen had become the supreme greatness. Hold on to Big Brother's thighs tightly, becoming a god is just around the corner, just around the corner. Ahem, don't get carried away. We have to get out of here quickly. Damn it, I'm going to pass out. Su Chen choked with laughter. He waved his hand and staggered towards an equally familiar aura. Elder Ju, please hurry up. Sieve. Golden light passed through the jungle, and Yu Guan's increasingly paler and charming face could be seen faintly. Hurry up, faster, you little bastard, what the hell are you doing? Ju Douluo gritted his teeth, anxious. He had no time to think about what Su Chen was doing. He was clearly hiding, so why was he making such a big noise? Damn it, why is there no movement? As the place where the light beam disappeared was getting closer, the eerie silence made Yu Guan's heart beat wildly. I won't be late. Ju Douluo swallowed his saliva and felt his legs go a little weak. He took a deep breath and tremblingly pushed aside the bushes in front of him. Then, Yu Guan saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. In the morning light, in the dim light, the little silver-haired boy walked slowly, with a bright smile on his pretty face. Behind him, two giant beasts that blocked out the sky kept their claws outstretched, but did not move. In the sunlight, it looks like a statue coated with gold. Even many years later, when Yu Guan recalled this scene, he would excitedly brag about it to others. He believed that God had come at that moment. 2 days later. Wuhan Hall, the Pope's private garden. Well. The silver-haired boy's eyelids trembled and then slowly opened. The scene before my eyes went from blurry to clear, and what came into view was an exquisite curtain, embroidered with hazy clouds, which was difficult to see clearly. Seeing that it was not the messy battlefield or the forest, Su Chen's tense body slowly relaxed. Although he controlled the 200,000-year-old soul beasts at that time, his situation was also quite bad, and he probably couldn't control them for long. Once he broke free from control and revealed the fact that he knew the Silver Dragon King, he would inevitably be captured and taken back to the dangerous place. Fortunately, it seems that Yu Guan brought me back. Since he was able to come back alive, the two Douluo probably weren't in any trouble. Su Chen closed his eyes again and breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, this is the best outcome. However, before he has the absolute ability to protect himself, he can no longer go to the Stardow forest, and it is best not to get close to any larger forests. Who knows if there are any spies of the ferocious beast inside? However, after paying such a high price, the rewards are quite remarkable. Thinking of this promotion, Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Did you think of anything happy? A familiar, elegant, and cold voice came from above. The boy nodded subconsciously, but suddenly opened his eyes. He met a pair of wine-red eyes with slightly red corners, and that familiar and beautiful face. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, The Miserable Bear King and the Red King, the Land of Great Danger is Shaken. Chapter 42, The Miserable Bear King and the Red King, the Land of Great Danger is Shaken. His Majesty the Pope. The boy sat up awkwardly and touched his nose. He could understand that Yu Guan was thinking about safety, but when he thought about whose bed he was lying on, Su Chen felt a little stiff. As long as you're okay. This somewhat uneasy atmosphere did not last long before it was broken by Bibi Dong. She nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes lowered. Are you still feeling unwell? In fact, on the day when the boy was unconscious, she invited almost all the healing soul saints and even soul Douluos in Wuhan City. If she hadn't been stopped by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and if those soul saints and soul Douluos hadn't repeatedly assured her that Su Chen had simply exhausted his mental energy, she would have even gone to alarm a certain elder who hadn't taken any action for a long time. No problem. The young man nodded. It was just that his mental energy was consumed too much. With his physical condition, he would be able to recover to normal in a day even without treatment. By the way, Douluo should have told Bibi Dong everything that happened in the Stardo Great Forest, right? As for his 10,000-year soul ring, Tianmeng, and the two ferocious beasts that suddenly appeared and whose target was clearly him, he had to think of a better excuse, otherwise he would not be able to deceive this clever Pope. The young man thought to himself and was about to say what he had prepared, but Bibi Dong just glanced at him again and said, "Have a good rest," and then turned and left with a fragrant breeze. "Okay? You didn't even ask?" Su Chen stared at the graceful figure in a daze and noticed the slightly wrinkled robe of the Pope. Obviously, this person felt that he had awakened and hurried over from the Pope's palace. This is really true. Sniffing the familiar aroma in the room, the boy smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I am actually a bit petty-minded and try to judge others by their own standards. It seems that His Holiness the Pope's trust in him is even higher than he imagined. Forget it, let me think about what to do now." Shaking his head, Su Chen threw away some distracting thoughts from his mind, and his thoughts flowed. Although it seemed that the Stardo Great Forest was greatly offended this time, only Su Chen knew that there might be room for easing the situation. Is Tianmeng Ice Silkworm important? Of course it's important. Tianmeng, who is full of pure soul power, is like an inexhaustible treasure from heaven and earth. It is a precious recyclable resource and is an absolute treasure no matter where it is. But if you want to say how important it has not touched the bottom line of the Star Forest. After all, they are already high-level 100,000-year soul beasts. Simply absorbing energy will hardly allow them to make further progress, and losing Tianmeng will not cause too much loss. In Su Chen's opinion, unless someone is like Huo Guo, who kidnapped the three-eyed golden lion, a carrier of the ultimate buff who was born with the law and can enhance the luck of a tribe, he will basically not be hunted down relentlessly in the great evil land. Besides, I didn't hurt Bear King and Red King, right? The boy pinched his chin, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The Star Forest is a very important part of his plan. Needless to say, there is the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. As the half of the Dragon God, she is top-notch in both strength and talent. Most importantly, she and the God Realm are mortal enemies and are natural allies. The three-eyed golden lion, the auspicious beast of the Emperor, has the blood of the golden dragon in her body and is blessed by the fate of the Stardo Great Forest. There is no bottleneck or obstacle in her breakthrough. When she is 10,000 years old, she can be compared to a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and she has her own aura of group luck. Wherever she is, the reproduction and cultivation speed of soul beasts will be greatly improved. It can be said that this is a soul beast that is destined to be extraordinary at birth and will be protected by all living things. It can also be regarded as the last struggle and resistance of Douluo continent against the God Realm. But what can we do? The devil is always one step ahead of us. No matter whether it was the Silver Dragon King or the Emperor's auspicious beast, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being controlled by the Tang Shenhuang family. This led to the near extinction of the Great Forest and even the Soul Beast community. However, Su Chen would definitely not let this happen now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, he has been coveting the half of the Dragon God and the Emperor's auspicious beast for a long time. Su Chen has many ideas, all of which are inseparable from these two, provided that the other party is willing to cooperate with his research. So, this time it's like taking precautions in advance and showing up in a very dangerous place first, so as to avoid being killed the next time we meet. But, just saying these 3 words Silver Dragon King should be enough to give Guyuina a headache for a long time, right? A faint smile appeared on the boy's lips. As for the Xiangjun and the Qi Wang who nearly killed him, I hope I don't get beaten too hard. Boom! Amidst a violent roar, 2 huge bodies flew backwards, smashing a nearly 100-meter-long hole in the lush forest, scaring countless birds and causing soul beasts to flee. Cough cough. As the smoke and dust cleared, the dark gold terror claw bear coughed up a large amount of blood, struggled to get up, and shook his big head. Dragon King, I really don't know what happened to that little brat. Boom. Before the Bear King could utter a complete sentence, a huge dragon claw filled with dark aura swung down like lightning and knocked him out again, adding 3 more wounds deep enough to see the bone to his scarred body. What? Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing a scarlet trail in the air, and along with the painful screams of the dark gold terror claw bear, it spread far away. The 3-headed demon mastiff was not in much better condition at the moment. It lay dying on the ground, with the black dragon reflected in its 6 eyes, trembling with fear. Click! The pain of torn muscles and shattered bones was instantly transmitted to the brain. The Red King wanted to speak, to beg for mercy, but he could not open his bloody mouth. He could only scream silently, watching the black dragon in front of him twisting his legs one by one. In the distance, the golden little beast was trembling and hiding under the wings of an elegant green swan. Its big eyes were flashing with fear, and it was pulling the swan's fluff with its little claws. Anti-Bai, Uncle Ditien is so scary. I have never seen Uncle Ditien look so scary. Xiang Jun and Qi Wang are so pitiful. Can you please? No. Looking at the miserable state of the 2 beasts, a trace of pity flashed across the emerald swan's eyes, but he still shook his head firmly and said seriously. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences will be very serious. It even concerns the survival of our soul beasts. 2 days ago, Bridget and other ferocious beasts all felt an extremely comfortable breath, which even alleviated the injuries of their leader. The leader ordered to bring back the source of the breath, but when they arrived at the place where the breath was born, they only found the Bear King and the Red King who were under some kind of control. Afterwards, King Xiang and King Qi, who had regained consciousness, revealed a shocking news. The existence of the CO leader has been discovered. There is no doubt that this news has completely shaken the entire evil land. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Customized Kunao, Flying Thunder God? Chapter 43 Customized Kunao, Flying Thunder God? Almost all the ferocious beasts came out in droves, turning the entire forest upside down, trying to find the trace of the silver-haired kid described by the Bear King and the Red King. But under Douluo's all-out attack, regardless of the cost and the hidden injuries left on his body, they found nothing. As a result, Xiang Jun and Qi Wang, the 2 instigators, suffered completely. But, I heard from Lord Xiang and King Qi that it was just a human child, right? The little golden auspicious beast muttered, is it really that scary? It was very curious about this human being who could make the entire great evil land nervous. Hearing these somewhat naive words, a barely perceptible worry flashed across the emerald swan's eyes, but she said nothing. She just gently touched the little auspicious beast's head. You are still young, so don't worry about these things. Don't worry, Ditien won't take their lives. Perhaps it was because the auspicious beast had been loved and protected by all living things since birth, and had received nothing but beauty and kindness, making her innocent and somewhat naive about the world. Would ferocious beasts be afraid of a child? Not to mention a 6-year-old child, even if all the titled Douluo on this continent came out in full force, as long as the Lord is still there, the forest will have nothing to fear. What they are afraid of is what the child represents. You know, in this world, there might be someone who knows the identity of the CO Lord. The fact that he could say the 3 words Silver Dragon King must be related to the existence in the sky. However, these things definitely cannot be explained to the auspicious beast. The emerald swan sighed in her heart. Hee, when I grow up, I will catch that guy and vent my anger on Uncle Ditien. The golden little auspicious beast nodded obediently, then waved its little paws and hummed, then we'll go take a look at the human world. I think the latter one is your goal. The emerald swan knocked on the little auspicious beast's head in annoyance. The human world is very scary, don't have such dangerous thoughts, understand? I was just kidding, and bye. I won't go back to such a dangerous place. The little golden auspicious beast rubbed the emerald swan's feathers and agreed obediently. But the curiosity in her heart did not diminish at all, but increased instead. It used to be the human world, but now there is that silver-haired boy. Not long after, the huge black dragon carried the two bloody beasts that were barely breathing and whose shapes could no longer be seen, and threw them in front of the beautiful lake. Its huge body also knelt down. Master, I have memorized the breath of that man. Please give the order and let us bring him back. The dragon's mouth opened and closed, and the sound was low, as if it was stained by darkness, carrying a strong murderous intent. As it finished speaking, several shadows emitting a terrifying aura appeared by the lake. A twisting, tangled demonic tree. A giant purple dragon with a deep purple aura and a fiery breath. An invisible and intangible demon spirit as ethereal as a shadow. The emerald swan placed the little auspicious beast next to it and walked forward. At this point, the ferocious beasts gathered in the Xingda Great Forest. They all knelt respectfully in front of the beautiful lake, quietly waiting for something. After a long time, faint ripples appeared on the calm lake surface, and a sacred and noble aura spread along with pressure. All the ferocious beasts present froze, feeling fear and oppression uncontrollably. It was as if there was a pair of silver vertical pupils, staring at them. Fortunately, this oppressive feeling did not last long, and the ethereal voice resounded in the ears of all the ferocious beasts. No need. He would come to see me on his own initiative. As soon as the words fell, the suffocating aura disappeared. After waiting for a long time, the giant black dragon in the lead slowly stood up and threw the unrecognizable Bear King Red King to the emerald swan with an expressionless face. Don't let them die, and don't let them fully recover. Then, the golden vertical pupils turned to other ferocious beasts. Spread out wherever your spies are, and report immediately if you spot this person. The black flames condensed in the air and gradually took the shape of a young man. It was Su Chen. Yes. The ferocious beasts responded one after another, and then dispersed and disappeared. Human. God. The dragon claws crushed the flaming statue, and Ditien slowly spread his wings and flew into the air, his sharp white teeth flashing coldly in the sunlight. They all deserve to die. Wuhan City, Wuhan Street. People were coming and going on the bustling street, and Su Chen was wandering aimlessly. But his face didn't look good. And the reason is... Brother, is this a human city? It's so big, there are so many of them, and it looks so nice. In his mind, the sound of the Tianmeng ice silkworm shouting and screaming kept coming, giving Su Chen a headache. When Bibi Dong woke up in her residence, Tianmeng, who had exhausted a lot of energy in his spiritual sea, also woke up, and started clamoring to see the human world. It just so happened that Su Chen really didn't want to stay in the Pope's room any longer, so he went to see Su Xiao to report his safety, and then came to the streets of Wuhan City. Compared to Tiandu Imperial City or Xingluo Imperial City, Wuhan City, a city that basically only serves soul masters, is somewhat deserted. But for Tianmeng Ice Silkworm who has never been to the human world, it is already an extremely rare experience. The various buildings, shops, and huge palaces above the clouds made it excited. Okay, you'll see it often in the future, don't make such a fuss. Su Chen held his forehead and waved his hand. Why didn't I know before that this guy is a chatterbox? Shaking his head, the boy inadvertently caught a glimpse of a shop out of the corner of his eye and then raised his brows. That's great, let's do it here. As soon as you get closer, you can hear the clanging sounds and the heat of the fire. Several strong men with bare upper bodies are swinging hammers and hammering the metal ingots in their hands. From time to time, sweat falls onto the furnace, evaporates instantly, and emits wisps of white smoke. Wang's blacksmith shop. Su Chen looked at the brand, observed the metal ingot with his eyes rolled, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a blacksmith from Wuhan City, his skills were much better than those of the blacksmith from the small city he worked in before. Judging from the aura they exude, these blacksmiths are actually soul masters. Child! Where are your parents? Seeing Su Chen approaching, a strong man came out, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and looked around the empty back of the young man in confusion. No, it's just me. Su Chen shook his head and took out the blueprint from the soul guide. Can this be done? The blacksmith took the blueprint, looked at it briefly, and nodded. It can be done. It's not difficult. It will cost 30 bronze soul coins. You can come and pick it up tomorrow. Although this dagger looks strange, its overall structure is not difficult. I guess it's another young master from some family who made the toys. 30 bronze soul coins. The silver-haired boy frowned, knowing that the blacksmith must have misunderstood. At this price, you can't even buy the raw materials to make a kunao. I want 300 of them, all made of iron. Su Chen took out a bag of gold soul coins and placed it on the table, then took out a sign and shook it. This is the deposit and my ID. I will come to pick it up in 3 days. After saying this, he ignored the dazed blacksmith and turned away. After a long time, the blacksmith shuddered, came to his senses, swallowed his saliva, and looked at the bag of golden soul coins and drawings, as well as the sign that flashed by. Is he a student of the Spirit Hall? He is so young. I made a mistake. Fortunately, I didn't look down on the young kid. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a big client. The blacksmith shook his head thankfully, picked up the blueprint excitedly, and turned to greet his men. Brothers, big order, cut in line, cut in line. Even in Wuhan City, such a large order is extremely rare. It was just a convenience for Su Chen to get the kunao custom-made at the blacksmith shop. He wanted to go back to practice, but Tianmeng in the sea of spirituality kept making noises. He had no choice but to continue wandering around. However, it is time to bring that ninjutsu back to the world. His famous trick of silver flash. It was not until sunset that Tianmeng felt unsatisfied and Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't practiced or researched for a whole day, and now he felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to fly to the base immediately and conduct a thorough experiment. However, on the way to the research base, someone Su Chen didn't expect blocked his way. End of this chapter. Chapter 44: A Challenge from Rongxiu. Chapter 44: A Challenge from Jian Rongxiu. The golden afterglow of the setting sun shone on the towering steps of the Spirit Hall, as well as on the blonde girl who was blocking the way. Jian Rongxiu, the Spirit Hall's #1 genius and the future successor to the Angel God throne. It was the same place. A few days ago, Su Chen and her met here by chance. They nodded and greeted each other, but today, the girl deliberately waited here. It was not difficult to tell from the pair of eyes that had been fixed on him since she appeared that she was coming for him. What does it mean? Su Chen was a little puzzled. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't figure out how he had met Jian Rongxiu, so he smiled politely and decided to leave. But he didn't expect that as soon as he raised his foot, he smelled a fragrant breeze and found that the girl was already standing in front of him. It has the same scent as Bibi Dong. You and your daughter are enemies, but you share the same hobby. The silver-haired boy sighed, stopped walking, and looked into the golden eyes. Miss, do you have something to talk to me about? There's no way to avoid it, so at least find out what she wants to do. It couldn't be that it was because I stole her title of the Spirit Hall's #1 genius, right? Jian Rongxiu shouldn't be so naive. As Su Chen was thinking this, he heard the girl speak coldly, You are Su Chen, right? Ah. He nodded. Come and fight me, I will suppress your soul power to the soul master level. The silver-haired boy looked at the serious-looking blonde girl in confusion. No. Is this really why you came here? It seems that the characters of both mother and daughter have collapsed. Su Chen was really puzzled. Why were they all completely different from what he remembered? The boy overlooked one thing. That is now, not a dozen years later. Bibi Dong has not been crushed by reality. She has not been forced by the high-pressure environment of the spirit hall to become a madman with only destruction in her mind. She still has her own youthful pride and sharpness. And Qian Rongxiu is not yet the Shueqinghe who has been cautious in the palace for 10 years, murdered several princes, and was cold and ruthless to everything. She is just an ordinary girl who is a little paranoid, competitive and eager to be recognized by someone. Of course, I won't fight you for nothing. As if she noticed Su Chen's surprise, Qian Rongxiu said lightly. The bracelet on her hand emitted a faint light, and then a crystal-emitting soul power fluctuations appeared in the girl's jade-like hand. That is. Su Chen's dark eyes narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed slightly. This is a soul bone of a 3,000-year-old red water snail. After this battle, regardless of whether you win or lose, it will be yours. Qian Rongxiu said as she casually threw it over. The young man reached out to take it, feeling the gentle fluctuations of soul power. He knew that this was a genuine soul bone. Judging from the shape, it should belong to the left arm bone. As expected of Jian Daoliu's granddaughter, her treasury is indeed rich. She can give away a 3,000-year-old soul bone. Su Chen shook his head secretly. Are there any conditions? He put the soul bone away and asked. When it comes to research on natural energy, the more of it the better. Moreover, a 3,000-year soul bone is probably nothing to this young lady, so there won't be any problem if she accepts it. Have. A ripple flashed across Qian Rongxiu's beautiful golden eyes. She took a deep breath and said, I hope that His Holiness the Pope can witness this competition. As if she was worried that the boy would refuse because of face issues, she added, it's not a public duel. The audience will only be His Holiness the Pope, and at most Elder Ju and Elder Gui. And if you compete with me, no one will blame you even if you lose. Qian Rongxiu comforted the young man for the first time, but perhaps she hadn't said such words for a long time. A faint blush appeared on the girl's delicate face, making her cold demeanor warm up a little. You really spared no effort. Su Chen nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. No problem, you decide the time and place. How could he refuse? Not to mention just fighting in front of them, if you are willing to give me a few more 10,000-year soul bones, I have no problem accompanying you to perform in Wuhan City. Su Chenba would rather come more often for such an opportunity to give away soul bones for free. Okay, that's settled then. I see you're tired too. Have a good rest tonight. See you at the first training ground at this time tomorrow. Seeing that the young man agreed, Qian Rongxiu's cold and pretty face actually showed a smile. The look she gave him became much kinder, and her tone was not as cold as when they first met. The blonde girl's smile at this moment was like melting ice and snow, revealing her original brightness. If seen by other people, they would certainly be extremely shocked as to whether she was still the granddaughter of the great priest, the little ice cube who always had a cold look when meeting everyone. Although it was only a moment, the young man still saw that beautiful moment. This is really true. He watched Qian Rongxiu's slightly excited back disappear into the distance. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this was a girl who was only 12 years old. It turns out that no matter how talented you are still just a child. A child who has been surrounded by his mother's hateful gaze since birth. Perhaps, beneath her cold body, she was hiding a heart that longed for her mother's praise. That was why he wanted to defeat himself, who was favored by the Pope with equal soul power, hoping to get some favored attention. Su Chen weighed the soul bone in his hand, put it into the soul guide, shook his head and sighed. But unfortunately, this is impossible. Qian Rongxiu didn't know that her existence was the source of Bibi Dong's pain. At least 80% of the Pope's depression, despair, and madness come from her dead father. Every time Bibi Dong saw her, it was like opening her own wounds again. Now he is so close to Douluo. Although this might just be the girl's subconscious attempt to seek warmth due to loneliness, or Douluo's deliberate guidance, it also completely shattered the last bit of tenderness that belonged to her mother in Bibi Dong's heart. From biological mother and daughter, they became enemies. Is Rongxiu wrong? No. She was just a child. Everything she came into contact with and knew was artificially instilled. When Bibi Dong didn't explain, the closest person to her was Douluo. But is Bibi Dong wrong? Nor. After all, from beginning to end, she was just a victim. Being in love is a sin, but not to this extent. Su Chen shook his head and walked towards the laboratory as the sun set. Whether it is Bibi Dong or Rongxiu, they are both people with the qualifications to become gods. And maybe I can do something against the Rakshasa gods and angel gods through them. It would be such a shame to let the internal friction affect the future relationship. The young man pinched his chin and thought for a moment, wondering if there was any room for maneuver in this matter. Given Rongxiu's current status, it would be beneficial to have a good relationship with her, and it would be a good opportunity to plan for the Tiandu Empire in advance. But the premise is that he cannot destroy the relationship between him and Bibi Dong, otherwise it would be a case of missing the point. It is obviously not possible to ease the relationship between the two. We can only think of a way to at least reach out to both sides without causing resentment on the other side. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Will it be troublesome if Rongxiu is injured? Chapter 45. Will it be troublesome if Rongxiu is injured? The next day, after spending a night at the experimental base and preparing to have dinner, Su Chen came out of the Pope's garden and ran into Douluo, who was rushing to find him. Can't you just be quiet for 2 days? Have you recovered from your injury? Why are you making trouble again? Yu Guan handed him a steaming hot breakfast and sat down with him in the pavilion nearby. This Douluo looked helplessly at the silver-haired boy who was eating voraciously in front of him. Tell me, you've only been back from the Stardo Great Forest for a few days, how come you're in trouble again? After eating several juicy buns with full meat fillings and drinking a bottle of special drink, Su Chen waved his hand and let out a long sigh. Only then did he feel better about his hungry stomach. How to say? The boy wiped his mouth and looked at Yu Guan with some confusion. Why doesn't he remember what trouble he got into? By the way, these buns taste really good. Where did you buy them? Su Chen couldn't help but eat another one. The skin is thin and the filling is tender. Not only is the meat extremely fresh, but the taste is also amazing. It is worthy of being the food of the spirit hall. Humph, this is made specially for you according to your preferences, ordered by His Holiness the Pope in advance. It uses fine wheat from the Fasno province and meat from a beast called the Bomb. That beast is only fed once a year. I'm here to talk to you about business. Douluo said this a little sourly, but he reacted after a moment and slapped the stone table in frustration. Don't change the subject, kid. Okokokok. The silver-haired boy nodded and continued to finish the buns. Although I don't know what it is, it sounds simple, and it is indeed my favorite flavor. I can see that a lot of effort has been put into it. Bibi Dong is really. If it doesn't affect your own plans, then help her if you can. Forget it, let's get down to business. Yu Guan shook his head helplessly, looked at the young man, and his brows gradually became serious. Tell me how you offended the granddaughter of the high priest. Last night she came to the Pope and us and challenged you to a duel. It turns out to be this. Su Chen suddenly understood. He wiped his mouth and looked at Yu Guan with some doubt. Will it be troublesome if I hurt her? Hit her? Are you kidding me? Yu Guan glanced at the young man and sneered, don't think you are the only genius. The granddaughter of the great priest is even stronger than you. She is a monster with a congenital full soul power of level 20. She broke through to the soul sect at the age of only 12. Although you seem a little more perverted now. Douluo sighed in his heart. Fortunately he was not born in the same era as these two monsters, otherwise he would never be able to hold his head up in this life. Besides, she is not just troublesome, she is very troublesome. It would be fine if she was just the granddaughter of the high priest, she also had a close relationship with the Pope, especially her personality, which was exactly the same. Douluo swallowed his saliva and dared not think about it anymore. In any case, you'd better not get too close to her. His Holiness the Pope has a very bad relationship with her. He warned. Well, did His Holiness the Pope reject her request? Su Chen nodded and asked again. Hey, don't say you refused, you almost did it. Yu Guan sighed and said, you haven't seen the Pope's expression. I rarely see her so angry. No, it seems that both times I was angry were because of this kid. Douluo is a bit emo again. As expected, if Jian Rongxiu made this request directly, it would definitely not be agreed to. But she probably won't give up. Su Chen thought so. But in the end, she seemed to have proposed some conditions to His Holiness the Pope. They talked for a long time, and finally His Holiness the Pope asked me to ask for your opinion. If you agree, then agree. If you refuse, then refuse. Douluo looked at Su Chen with some doubts. Speaking of which, what kind of magic power do you have? His Holiness the Pope and the granddaughter of the High Priest are willing to make concessions for you. This is the first time in the Spirit Hall. Anyway, he had never seen that cold girl quarrel with His Holiness the Pope over anything. Even a great priest probably couldn't do this, right? Moreover, this kid seems to have been living directly with His Holiness the Pope these past 2 days. Damn it, don't you have your own home? If I had known this earlier, I would have sent him home directly. At most, I could have just squatted at the door for a few nights to protect his safety. There was a lot of resentment in Yu Guan's eyes. I always feel that my status has been declining since this kid entered the eyes of His Holiness the Pope. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Chen smiled and said, I agreed to this. It's just a competition. I will be there on time. Now that I've received the payment, I have to go through the motions, and I also want to get in touch with this rich young woman. I knew you wouldn't say no. Douluo sighed, then I'll give you her information later, by the way. He came over, blinked his eyes, and whispered, you got the second spirit ring, right? What year? 3,000 years, or 5,000 years? The scene in the big forest that seemed like a god descending to the earth still lingers in Yu Guan's mind. Coupled with the previous fluctuation, he knew without thinking that the young man must have had some adventure. But I never had the chance to ask. After all, the situation was really serious at that time. He tried his best to catch up with Ghost Douluo, who had arrived at the Wuhan branch hall and intercepted him before he could pass the message back. The two of them traveled almost day and night to send the boy back. Because of overdrawing their soul power, the two have been recuperating for the past 2 days, and they still don't know the result of this trip. Well, you'll know tonight. The boy smiled. I hope you won't be too surprised then. I'll go do my work first. Just leave the information at the door when the time comes. After eating and drinking, Su Chen stood up and stretched, looked at Yu Guan, who was blowing his nose and glaring, waved his hand, turned and walked into the garden. The research on natural energy has been expanded in stages, and he can also start resuming training in a ninjutsu that he has been looking forward to for a long time because his physical fitness, chakra amount, and nerve reaction speed have been greatly improved. In addition, the improved cultivation methods also need to be sorted out. We have to produce some results to help Bibi Dong gain a firm foothold before the plan can be implemented. This kid, why is he still pretending to be mysterious to me? Yu Guan looked at the young man's back and rolled his eyes. Humph, 6,000 years at most, 8,000 years at most. Anyway, it is impossible to exceed 8,000 years. Even evildoers have their limits. Yu Guan thought so. Of course, this kid is used to being evil, what if he gets 9,000 years or? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically. 8,000 years is definitely the limit, any higher would be too terrifying. In short, it's impossible. Hey, you still want to surprise me? I prepared myself mentally in advance, and there is absolutely no way I would lose my composure like the first time. This wave, I'm on the 5th floor. Yu Guan was full of confidence. He stood up and was about to leave, but he caught a glimpse of the direction the boy was heading out of the corner of his eye. Hey wait, no, you really don't plan to go back. A moment later, the angry roar of Elder Ju Douluo was heard in the quiet area. Su Chen, come back here. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, The Power of the Holy Angel, 2-year-old Four-Ring Soul Sect. Chapter 46, The Power of the Holy Angel, the 12-year-old Four-Ring Soul Master. Su Chen naturally didn't know that he had accidentally poked Yu Guan's fragile heart. At this moment, he was immersed in that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. Feel the spatial nodes and plant anchors. The boy closed his eyes, holding a kunao, with a faint smile on his face. It's really a long-awaited lesson. With the flash of invisible waves, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Immediately, crackling sounds were heard in this underground base. The first training ground. This is one of the many training grounds of the Spirit Hall. It was the original training ground, but it was eliminated for various reasons and is now abandoned. But today, this dusty training ground welcomed several people who had no chance of coming. Hasn't that boy arrived yet? Yu Guan crossed his arms and stared at the door with resentment. The air here is too bad, my skin is going to get worse. Ghost Douluo. He wanted to advise his brother to have some sense, but didn't he see that the Pope didn't say anything to that person? And Ghost Douluo glanced at the two beautiful figures, one big and one small, that seemed to have been fished out of an ice hole, and couldn't help but shuddering. What a sin, Su Chen, why did you get into a fight with Jianrongxiu? I've said it before, I will suppress my strength to the point where the Soul Master and he can compete briefly, there won't be any danger. Jianrongxiu was wearing a white tight-fitting suit that perfectly outlined her slender figure. Her long golden hair was tied behind her head, making her look heroic, like a fledgling Valkyrie. She stared into the pair of cold and noble wine-red eyes in front of her and said without any emotion, I'm not so mean as to attack a 6-year-old child. Opposite the girl, His Holiness the Pope was still wearing the platinum robe, with a graceful figure, noble and seductive. His temperament was completely opposite to that of the girl, yet they were inexplicably similar. I don't care what you want to do, but if the little guy really gets hurt, believe me, you will regret it. She glanced at the girl coldly, the disgust in her eyes barely concealed. Also, I'll remember your threat to me. You'd better pray that your mission goes well, otherwise. Bibi Dong raised her lips in a mocking arc, I would be happy to send you directly back to that old guy and see what he says. Jianrongxiu clenched her white fists upon hearing this. She took a deep breath, ignored the woman in front of her, and chose to walk to the middle of the training ground, sit cross-legged, and close her eyes to rest. Humph! His Holiness the Pope snorted coldly, turned around and walked upwards. But when she turned around, a hint of imperceptible fatigue flashed across her beautiful wine-red eyes. Pang! The last human-shaped target was shattered by the water-style ninjutsu. The silver-haired boy jumped down from the wall lightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hello, it should be about time, right? He looked at the clock on the wall, put his towel on the rack, took off his training clothes, and walked into the bathroom. After a while, the silver-haired boy dressed in a brand-new training suit, tidied himself up, and walked out of the underground base with a stack of notes. The sun sets in the west and a gentle breeze blows. The boy sniffed the fresh air with enjoyment and then looked at the map. First training ground, this direction. Well, I hope it's better than I thought. The training ground is relatively remote, but Su Chen's speed is now much faster than before. He uses the instant body movement technique almost non-stop and arrives there quickly. Looking at the training ground in front of him, which was almost embedded in the mountain and was 2/3 the size of a football field, the young man couldn't help but marvel at it. That's how wealthy people are, they would abandon such a large area at will, but people like him who need land have to consider a lot. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to take over this venue in the future. It's empty anyway, so we might as well give it to him for research. The boy thought so and opened the door. Crunch! Dust was flying, and Su Chen used his soul power to easily shake it away, and then he felt 4 pairs of eyes paying attention to him at the same time. But the meaning contained in it is quite different. The blonde girl's eyes were full of high fighting spirit, and there was a hint of inexplicable emotion. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo felt relieved. As for Bibi Dong, the boy saw worry, tension, boredom, anxiety, and deep fatigue. It seems that Bibi Dong has not had a good time recently. Su Chen was silent. He remembered that this woman had rarely seen him in the past 2 days. The possibility of this happening is either being busy with work or encountering some resistance that you are not aware of. Or maybe the resistance came from himself. Forget it, let's finish the fight first. The boy shook his head, looked deeply into those wine-red eyes, and focused his attention on the blonde girl who was slowly getting up in front of him. How do you want to compare? Su Chen asked. After all, they have given benefits, which makes them feel somewhat involved. It doesn't matter. As long as one party begs for mercy or falls down, that's all. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath, and her golden eyes instantly became serious and earnest. To be fair, I will suppress my strength to around the peak of the Soul Master, and will not use the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th soul skills. But don't underestimate me because of this. I am not the same as the Soul Master you defeated. The gold flowed like water on the skin as white as frost and snow, gradually forming a close-fitting golden skirt armor. 2 light golden wings made of energy slowly opened behind her. Bright golden light burst out from her body, and an invisible sacred aura quietly spread, making people want to worship her. Stupid! A faint feather of light fell, the girl slowly floated up, and her soul ring gradually condensed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 soul rings with the best matching ratio were arranged in order, and the shadow of the 6-winged angel was looming behind her. Qian Rongxiu raised her hand, and looked down at the boy with her golden eyes. Qian Rongxiu, 12 years old, martial soul 6-winged angel, 4th ring fighting soul sect, please teach me. So strong. This was the first thought of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Even though they knew Qian Rongxiu was a genius, when they actually saw the 12-year-old soul master, they couldn't help but be amazed. The granddaughter of the great priest, with such talent, is probably unprecedented and unparalleled in the Douluo continent. Especially this kind of martial soul that is born at the pinnacle of martial souls. This kid is going to flip over. This was the second thought of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Although Su Chen has never been defeated, this time is different. He is facing a monster again, a monster that has practiced for many years longer than him. You have a trump card, but others may not have none. The gap between soul sect members is also huge. Damn angel! Seeing the girl's gorgeous goddess-like appearance, Bibi Dong almost bit her teeth to pieces. All angels deserve to die. She no longer had any hope for this battle. Although she wished that all the angels would die, Bibi Dong also knew what this kind of martial spirit represented. Invincible at the same level, challenging opponents of higher levels is the norm. Qian Rongxiu did not underestimate the enemy, and even directly activated the possession state right from the start. Ah, there is no need to suppress soul power. Su Chen shook his head and spread out his palms. Energy fluctuated, and the milky white energy spread out, which actually neutralized and calmed down a lot of the sacred power. Su Chen, 6 years old, martial soul chakra, second ring Great Soul Master, respectfully ask for your guidance." The young man smiled, and a brilliant purple soul ring condensed. Although she was prepared, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the deep purple color. But what happened next made everyone present excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, As Black as Ink. 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Chapter 47, As Black as Ink. 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Spirit Hall, the first training ground. It was getting dark, and only a streak of rosy clouds in the sky illuminated the arena and the incredulous faces of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. At this moment, the soul ring surrounding the boy was black. Rich black as night. 10,000 years. 10,000 years soul ring. The two of them took a deep breath and felt their lungs aching, their eyes sore, and their hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. Although they had expected the boy's second ring year, the scene before them completely shattered their expectations. At this moment, Zhu Douluo just felt like a clown. Even though he had used his best knowledge to guess how evil the young boy was, he could not catch up with him no matter what. Ghost Douluo smiled bitterly and shook his head. The second ring of 10,000 years? Haha, who would dare to think? Boom! Bibi Dong stood up suddenly, and her delicate hands crushed the chair beneath her unconsciously. Her face flushed, her breathing became rapid, and her beautiful eyes stared at the young man surrounded by purple and black light, her heart filled with turbulent waves. 10,000-year soul ring. Is this kid serious? It's so scary. She now completely understood why Su Chen looked down on Yu Xiaogang. His current existence had undoubtedly slapped Yu Xiaogang's face. Brat! She kept murmuring, with a hint of morbid madness flashing in her eyes. This is impossible. When the black soul ring appeared, the blonde girl's pupils shrank sharply, her heart was shocked, and even the angel wings behind her dimmed a little. The first ring takes 1,000 years, the second ring takes 10,000 years, why and how is it done? She clenched her pink fists, and her sharp nails pierced into the delicate skin, causing blood to drip down. However, the piercing pain did not wake the girl up. She still stared blankly at the young man in front of her and the two soul rings surrounding his body. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu felt that her title of the number 1 genius was extremely harsh. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Bibi Dong was so special to Su Chen. If it's to this extent. As she glanced at the beautiful figure that focused almost all her attention on the young man, a barely perceptible dimness flashed across the girl's eyes. In fact, she had already lost. With this kind of talent, it was certain that he would surpass her in the future. Besides, the other party was only 6 years old. This competition opportunity that he had worked so hard to get, instead made him the most ridiculous person. She bit her lip until it bled. After a long time, Qian Rongxiu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, those beautiful golden eyes had become sharp again. Hu Suchen, I admit that you are very talented, even beyond my imagination. The girl took a deep breath, and the angel wings behind her became full and bright again, and the sacred aura spread again. It's impossible for me to admit defeat like this. Boom! Golden light surged, and the girl's first yellow soul ring lit up instantly. All the sacred energy gathered on her fists. A golden shield loomed, and with wings flapping, it rushed towards the boy. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. Defeat me fairly and squarely. And the title of Spirit Hall's number 1 genius will belong to you. The silver-haired boy's bright black eyes gazed at the shining angel in the sky with admiration, with a faint smile on his face. Although I am not interested in this title, you are a rival worthy of respect. Not everyone has the courage to fight back when they see something beyond their understanding. People who possess this quality are rare. Su Chen respects such fighters. So. Boom! Chakra surged, the purple soul ring lit up, white flames surrounded the body, and the black soul ring soaked in chakra shone brightly, spreading like a wave, even suppressing the sacred golden light by 3 points. At this moment, he was surrounded by black light and white flames, like a demon king from the underworld, competing with the angels in the sky. The black light and the golden light, one swallowed up the earth, and the other occupied the sky. "I won't hold back," the silver-haired boy said seriously, and then his hands quickly formed several seals like a phantom. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After a moment of silence, a shark made entirely of water appeared out of thin air and opened its bloody mouth towards the girl who was rushing towards it in mid-air. Danger! Even before she got close, Qian Rongxiu sensed the powerful aura contained in it. Her intuition told her that she must not be bitten by the shark, otherwise something very bad would happen. However, the shark was moving faster than the girl had imagined. After just a moment of hesitation, the damp and cold touch was already within reach, and the biting chill was everywhere, as if she was really in the deep sea, being hunted by sharks. Seeing that the sharp teeth were about to bite the girl's delicate body, even Zhu Gui and Douluo couldn't help but sweat for her, but Qian Rongxiu showed her excellent fighting qualities at this time. The holy shield condensed by her fists was pushed out and stuck between the shark's teeth. When the two were in a stalemate, the two light wings waved, and the girl instantly moved to the right side of the shark. The moment the light shield was torn into pieces by the sharp teeth, the two fists wrapped in golden light also hit the shark hard. Pang! The shark's body disintegrated and turned into liquid that scattered on the ground. After a successful attack, the girl did not stop, but turned around instantly and rushed towards Su Chen. Crushing the shark was not as easy as it looked, on the contrary, it was like attacking a piece of solid steel. This situation undoubtedly made Qian Rongxiu feel difficult. If this kind of soul skill is used more than once, then once it becomes a protracted battle, then I will definitely be the one who fails. Therefore, you have to force him into your own rhythm first. Her thoughts raced like lightning, and the distance between them quickly narrowed. Seeing that the silver-haired young man was within reach, Qian Rongxiu's second soul ring suddenly lit up at this moment. Brilliant golden light burst out from the girl's eyes and shot towards the boy. The second soul ring, Angel's Light. At such a close distance, Su Chen had no time to dodge. Click! But just when it was about to hit the boy, a white smoke rose up, and a wooden stake instantly replaced the boy's position, and was shot into pieces by the golden light. But despite such a strange phenomenon, the blonde girl was not at all panicked. The first soul ring then lit up, and the two fists wrapped in golden light attacked fiercely to the right. And the young man happened to appear there. Hiss, the second soul skill is just to trick Su Chen into using his substitute. Zhu Douluo widened his eyes and slapped his hands. How insidious! There's nothing we can do about it. The battle between soul masters is a back-and-forth battle. Ghost Douluo shook his head and spread his hands. Even though both sides knew some information, this guy was still able to let her get close. This is the difference in combat experience. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a lot this time. This move is not pleasant. He didn't think Su Chen would fail so easily, but it would definitely not be easy. Facing an experienced genius like Qian Rongxiu, losing the initiative means that the battle has entered the opponent's rhythm. No matter how high the soul power is, it will be eroded bit by bit. You are still too young. What? Zhu Douluo shook his head with emotion, but the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. It was seen that the two fists wrapped in golden light did hit the young man, but they passed through his body without reservation. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Water Mirror Technique, 2 Rongxiu. Chapter 48 Water Mirror Technique, 2 Qian Rongxiu. Wow! Water splashed everywhere, and under Qian Rongxiu's shocked gaze, the silver-haired boy actually melted into a pool of liquid, then condensed in the distance and regained his human form. The secret technique of water escape, the water transformation technique. Is this the ability of the 10,000-year spirit ring? Yes. The blonde girl frowned. Her angel assault had a suppressing effect, but it had no effect on the boy. That soul skill can actually make one immune to one's own angel attack? Despite her confusion, Qian Rongxiu's attacks were not slow at all. After one unsuccessful attack, brilliant golden light burst out from her eyes and attacked the young man's human form, which had not yet fully recovered. Boom! The water rippled, the mist rose, and the golden light disappeared. A light mist spread, making everything in the venue blurry. The art of water release and Kirigakuer. With the last rays of sunset, the girl only saw a fleeting bright reflection. Qian Rongxiu suddenly became alert and flapped her wings, trying to fly higher immediately, but at that moment, whoosh! A golden light came towards her at lightning speed. This soul skill? The blonde girl's face changed drastically and she quickly dodged to the side. The golden light continued to move forward, leaving deep marks on the rock wall of the training ground. Qian Rongxiu looked at the familiar attack method, and stared at the mist with an unpleasant expression on her pretty face. Pat, pat! Amid the sound of skirts and armor colliding with each other, a slender figure walked out of the mist, staring at the blonde girl with her beautiful aqua blue eyes that showed no emotion at all. It was actually another Qian Rongxiu. Fuck, is this the ability of the 10,000-year spirit ring? Transform into water? And what the hell is this? Douluo almost bit his tongue and his eyes almost popped out. Ghost Douluo was also extremely shocked. Something's wrong, they are exactly the same, except for the color, there is no difference at all. This is a clone whose strength is no different from the original. He spoke rapidly, staring at the two identical figures, his mouth full of amazement. Exactly the same? So perverted? Damn, why isn't my 10,000-year spirit ring this powerful? Douluo was stunned with shock. The noise from the two reached Bibi Dong's ears. The beautiful eyes of the Pope became brighter and brighter, and his eyes flickered as he kept looking at the silver-haired boy who was standing next to a mirror in the mist. Looking at the figure in front of her, who was exactly the same as herself in terms of aura, appearance, and figure, Qian Rongxiu felt the young man's terrifying power intuitively for the first time. Is this the 10,000-year soul skill? The girl took a deep breath, and her chest, which had begun to take shape, rose and fell. Her agitated mood calmed down a little, and a hint of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then let me understand the power of this 10,000-year soul skill. Sieve. The wings flapped, scattering feathers of light all over the sky. Qian Rongxiu flapped her wings and flew high, the second soul ring lit up, and a golden beam of light shot towards the water blue figure. The latter also floated up quickly when the girl rose. His blue eyes shining and a water blue beam of light rising into the sky. Zzz. One up and one down, one gold and one blue, the two beams of light constantly protected and eliminated each other when they came into contact. The ear-piercing sounds of violent energy rang out one after another, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. After a few seconds of stalemate, the two figures separated at the same time, drew two opposing arcs in the air, and collided violently. Boom! 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 The blue-gold shadows kept colliding in the air, making a loud roar. Blue-gold light shield fragments kept falling from the sky, as if a gorgeous drizzle was falling. Another collision and separation. Hoo! Qian Rongxiu was panting, looking at the aqua-blue figure standing in the distance with a sullen face, and could not help but clench her teeth. Not only were their strengths equal, but even their combat habits and experience were no different from hers. With this thing blocking her, she had no chance of attacking Su Chen. How is this played? Crystal clear sweat slid down the girl's snow-white skin. She clenched her fists in hatred, ready to try again. The girl is not afraid of losing, but what does it matter if she loses to such a soul skill? If there was no other solution, Qian Rongxiu turned her gaze into the fog. You can only go in and take a gamble. As she was thinking this, she felt a tingling sensation on her skin. She looked up suddenly and found that the aqua-blue figure had moved, and the third purple soul ring on its body appeared, emitting a dazzling light. And many more. Qianrongxiu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she suddenly thought of a terrible situation. If this copy had the same abilities as the original, I would be restricted by the rules and unable to use the second and third soul rings. However, this is completely different. 3 scorching rays of light mixed with flames came at her. Qianrongxiu could only dodge hastily, but she caught a glimpse of the blue figure flapping its wings rapidly approaching, and at the same time, the 4th purple soul ring appeared and lit up. Damn it! The blonde girl only had time to curse angrily and hurriedly condense a light shield to block her vital points, and the surging beam of light submerged her. Boom! Amid the violent explosion, black smoke came out of the blonde girl's body and she flew backwards from the air. The light of her wings was dim, and it was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. But Qianrongxiu's pretty face, which was covered with black dust, showed a hint of a smile. Now, you are not interested in chasing the defeated. Sure enough, the blue figure stopped attacking after seeing her flying out and stood there motionless. She knows herself too well. Unexpectedly, there would come a day when she would take advantage of my weakness. The girl laughed at herself self-deprecatingly, and her aura exploded. She flapped her wings and flipped in the air, golden light bursting, and she headed towards the deepest part of the fog. In the previous few rounds of fighting, she also determined the boy's position. As long as you kill him, no matter how powerful the summons are, they will stop. The golden eyes flickered, and the air waves blew away the mist, revealing the young man and the bright water mirror next to him. But the silver-haired boy was not as panicked as imagined, and still had that calm smile on his face. I guess you don't know me well enough. Su Chen's clear voice reached Qianrongxiu's ears. Before she could react, she saw the other party's hands dancing rapidly, and in less than a breath, several different marks were produced. The girl had a strong sense of foreboding. She vaguely remembered that the shark had only changed a few marks. How could it be so complicated? What kind of ability could it have? Roar! A deafening roar gave her the answer. It's not like I don't have the ability to fight back. The girl didn't hear what was said, she was already stunned. A gigantic water dragon several dozen meters long roared and appeared out of thin air, its scales, whiskers, horns, and tail looking lifelike. Its winding body, with terrifying power, slammed into the speeding angel. The unparalleled impact force instantly overwhelmed and blocked the angel. The water dragon kept circling and roaring in the training ground. The golden light struggled and gradually dimmed. Qianrongxiu was already exhausted, and she forced herself not to use her higher realms. She ran head-on into the terrifying water dragon, fainted on the spot, and fell from the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Another Soul Bone? Chapter 49 Another Soul Bone? Seeing this, the aqua-blue shadow in the air flapped its wings to catch it, then slowly landed in front of the young man. Thanks for your hard work. Reaching out and hugging the girl's soft and light body, Su Chen nodded, put away the water mirror technique, and the water-blue figure also disappeared. Qianrongxiu looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Her long golden hair was wet, her light wings were almost gone, drops of water were still sliding down her snow-white skin, and her wet clothes perfectly outlined her slender body that was beginning to take shape. She no longer looked strong and cold, but rather pitiful. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful golden eyes slowly opened. After a moment of confusion, she lowered her head sadly. Obviously, she failed, and it was a miserable failure without any suspense. From beginning to end, the boy never even used his first spirit ring. What kind of soul skill is that? She asked in a low voice. Please put on your clothes first. Su Chen tilted his head, reached out to take out a robe from the storage soul guide and handed it to her. The girl then realized her current situation and quickly struggled to get down and put it on awkwardly. Thank you. Qianrongxiu struggled to stand still, a blush passing across her pretty face. After all these years, this is the first time I have found myself in such an indecent state in front of someone, and that person is a boy. Well, although he is still young. But the blonde girl still felt somewhat unnatural. You're welcome. Seeing Jianrongxue dressed neatly, Su Chen took the initiative to remove the fog hiding technique that blocked his vision, allowing the situation in the venue to be revealed. How is it going? Douluo looked at the field anxiously. He could certainly use his mental power to directly investigate the situation of the fog, but he was afraid that his mental fluctuations would interfere with the fight between the two, so he only observed with his naked eyes. Seeing the fog dissipate at this moment, he couldn't wait to stick his head out. It looks like Su Chen won. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath and said with emotion, "This kid is really terrifying, Lao Ju, I think we are being conservative. I'm afraid that within 10 years, this kid will be able to beat us up." It's not that they didn't think Su Chen would win, but it was definitely not so calm and carefree. Tell me, if the restrictions are lifted, can the granddaughter of the great priest win? Douluo looked at the two people who were talking off the court and asked. It's hard to say. She didn't use her full strength, so did Su Chen use his full strength? Ghost Douluo shook his head. Don't forget that kid has a soul skill that can instantly increase his strength, and that blue light ball. When he was a soul master, the power of that light ball was no less than that of a soul master. Now that he has become a great soul master and has the second ring of 10,000 years, no one knows how strong he is. Moreover, that move of copying other people's moves. As Gui Mei spoke, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really too terrifying." If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be possible to create a combat force similar to the enemy out of thin air? Yes. Yu Guan nodded in agreement. The boy had other strong abilities. But this one was the most perverted in his opinion. Your Holiness! Hey! He turned around to greet Bibi Dong, but found that the beautiful figure was already walking towards the boy. My move is still very limited. It's not as powerful as you think. Su Chen shook his head and looked at the blonde girl in front of him with his dark eyes. You just lost because you know too little about me. The boy did not lie about this. The water mirror technique is indeed a rather buggy ninjutsu, but its flaws are also very obvious. First of all, the copied shadow is not controlled by the boy. It will only actively attack the target, and its fighting style and experience are taken from the main target, which can be easily prevented and cracked. Secondly, the chakra consumed by this soul skill is terrifying, so terrifying that it can drain all his soul power in an instant. And the stronger the target, the higher the consumption. If Su Chen wants to copy a titled Douluo now, he can't copy it even if he beats him to death. Soul Sect is already the limit of the limit, and it won't exist for too long. Why did Su Chen only release one ninjutsu, Water Dragon Bullet? That's because his chakra has reached its limit. If it weren't for the continuous recovery of his immortal body, it would be difficult for him to release his second soul skill. In short, this ninjutsu should be used with caution in the future, at least before the chakra turns into chakra, it is better to use it less. If I lose, I lose. There's nothing to say. I'm just curious. The blonde girl shook her head, looked at Su Chen deeply, then looked at Bibi Dong, who was almost next to the boy but didn't even look at her. A hint of self-mockery flashed across her pretty face. You really do deserve all of this. You really deserve it. After she said this, she limped out of the training ground. The frail figure disappeared into the darkness. Sure enough, you are the only one who will never let me down, little one. The cold voice with a hint of tenderness rang in the boy's ears. Su Chen retracted his gaze and instinctively distanced himself from her. He looked helplessly at the pair of wine-red eyes that were staring at him without blinking. The boy cupped his hands and said, Your Holiness! I told you not to be so polite. Bibi Dong raised her red lips and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. There was a faint blush on her beautiful face, making her look incomparably gorgeous. Unlike Jianrongxue, Her Holiness the Pope has displayed her charm as a mature woman to almost the extreme. Tell me what reward you want. She stretched her waist lazily, revealing her perfect curves in front of the boy. Her full and round body was even trembling mischievously, revealing a touch of crystal white. This woman really doesn't avoid him at all. No, this kind of thing is not worthy of a reward. Su Chen sighed and waved his hand. He has already received the reward, 1,000-year-old soul bone, which is enough to make a big step forward in research. This is the Pope's order. You can't refuse it. Besides, this is a very happy thing for me. Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, then thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. By the way, I see that you seem to really like studying spirit bones, so I will reward you with a piece of spirit bone. As she spoke, the ring on her hand glowed. And a crystal emitting fluctuations of soul power was stuffed into the boy's hand by Bibi Dong without any explanation. 2 elders, let's go. Oh, little guy, you can come and sit in on the meeting in half an hour. We will have to deal with each other in the future anyway. His Holiness the Pope waved his hand, called to 2 elders who looked somewhat resentful, and left the first training ground. Only Su Chen was left, looking at the soul bone in his hand that was emitting strong soul power fluctuations, and the soul bone placed in the storage soul guide, and fell into deep thought. 1 fight, 2 soul bones? Remember in the final of the Soul Master competition, there were only 3 soul bones? They are worthy of being the 2 biggest and richest ladies in the Spirit Hall. Can this kind of opportunity come more often? End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Good Fellow. Coming for me? Chapter 50, Good Fellow. Coming for me? After putting away the soul bone, the young man smacked his lips with some regret. Of course, this kind of good thing can only be thought of. Don't be fooled by the fact that he obtained these soul bones easily. That was because of the combination of various factors and the fact that Bibi Dong had a high enough favorability towards him that led to this situation that is impossible to replicate. Otherwise, even an ordinary 1,000-year soul bone would be priceless if placed outside, and countless forces would scramble for it, not to mention a 10,000-year soul bone, in which even the titled Douluo would personally take action. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall and the cooperation with Bibi Dong, it would have been a long time before I could see a soul bone outside. But the more of this stuff, the better. The young man murmured in a low voice, his face turning bitter when he thought about his research on natural energy. If his research direction is correct, natural energy is a substance that probably only exists in soul bones, except for the treasures like the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that have not yet been explored. This means that whether he continues to study or absorb, or even enters the sage mode in the future, he has to hold on to the 2 soul bones. Not to mention Bibi Dong, even the Spirit Hall couldn't bear it. I'm afraid His Holiness the Pope would not have thought that the Soul Master's treasure that was fought over so fiercely in the outside world is just a consumable in Su Chen's hands, right? Forget it, forget it. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. As one of the biggest trump cards for the future, Sage Mode must be practiced no matter how difficult it is. As for how to solve the problem, we will have to talk about it later. Su Chen shook his head, suppressed his thoughts, closed his eyes, and felt something carefully. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Found it! Behind the Spirit Hall, on top of a mountain. A young girl sat alone on the edge of a cliff. She just sat there quietly, without moving, looking at the lights of thousands of homes in Wuhan City. The night wind blew up her golden hair, revealing a pair of confused and lonely eyes. Pat! Footsteps came from behind, and the girl's eyes suddenly became sharp, but after sensing that familiar breath, she couldn't help but relax. The scenery here is really nice. A clear voice sounded, and a body emitting a faint warmth sat down next to her, causing the girl's body to tense up involuntarily. What are you here for? She asked in a low voice. Perhaps it was because the person next to her was the first person to defeat her, or because he was the person that woman currently valued the most, or for some other reason, Qian Rongxiu did not dislike Su Chen, and no longer spoke to him in that cold and distant tone. I just came to see if my opponent has fallen so far. Su Chen put his hands behind his back, looked at the starry sky, and said softly, "Do you have any conflicts with His Holiness the Pope?" Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu's delicate body stiffened for a moment. "It's none of your business." After a moment, the girl said coldly, "Okay, you've seen my current situation. If you don't want to show off, just leave." What a contradiction, if only it were that simple. She thought bitterly in her heart. Well, theoretically speaking, this matter has nothing to do with me, but I am the first genius of the Spirit Hall after all. I might inherit the position of Pope in the future. If the former Pope and the second genius are at odds, it will be my loss. The boy smiled faintly, and turned his dark eyes to the girl. "You said so. You guy." Qian Rongxiu was so angry that she almost laughed. "How old are you and you're already thinking about the papacy? And who says I will be willing to be under your command in the future? Don't be too complacent, I just lost once. There is still a long way to go in the future, and it's still uncertain who will get that position." She glanced at the boy indifferently and snorted. As soon as she said this, Qian Rongxiu regretted it. She had no interest in that position at all, but looking at the boy's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but want to refute. "What a hateful guy! Haha, then I really have to look forward to my opponent." The boy smiled brightly, stood up, stretched, and looked at her seriously. "I'm here just to tell you that there is no love or hate without reason in the world. When what you know cannot answer your doubts, it only proves that you don't know enough. No need to thank me. We are friends even though we didn't know each other until we fought, right?" As he said that, Su Chen patted her shoulder gently and walked away. Having said that, the seeds have been planted. Whether they can sprout depends on Qian Rongxiu herself. He also had to go to the Pope's palace to attend a meeting. If he arrived late, Bibi Dong would inevitably be suspicious. If she used her mental power to scan and found that he and Qian Rongxiu were together, then he would be doomed. Being unable to answer questions only proves that you don't know enough. The girl stared at Su Chen's back in a daze, with these words echoing in her mind. Could it be that? She recalled her impression of her father, her grandfather's words, and Bibi Dong's attitude of extreme disgust towards her from beginning to end. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the girl's mind, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grasp it. "Humph, why don't you explain yourself more clearly?" Qian Rongxiu angrily punched the place where the boy had just sat with her pink fist, but she couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it, you don't know either." Even though the doubts and confusion in her heart were not alleviated much, the girl's mood was much better. Looking at the starry sky, Qian Rongxiu was in a daze. Friend? This was a rather unfamiliar word to her. Since she was born, her grandfather told her that she was the owner of the noble six-winged angel spirit and had the potential to become a god, and was not on the same level as the mortals on the continent. Then, until today, she has always been alone until the boy arrived. So this is what it feels like to have friends. The girl recalled the feeling of Su Chen patting her shoulder, which was neither light nor heavy, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Not bad either. When Su Chen hurried to the Pope's palace, the debate inside had reached a fever pitch. So far, a total of 39 sects and academies have responded to the Pope's succession ceremony, but the Haoshan sect has not responded to our order notice. What are the reactions of Shipoliuli and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? The two parties are already on their way. The sub-palaces along the way send us messages every 3 hours, but they refuse to contact us. In addition, Tiandu and Xingluo have also expressed their intention to attend the ceremony, and Tiandu's eldest prince Xueqinghe has already arrived at Wuhan City. Humph, your wolfish ambition is obvious. While no one was paying attention, the young man quietly approached and stood beside the sleepy Jew Douluo. High up in the throne, His Holiness the Pope, who was resting with his eyes closed, slightly moved his eyebrows and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Alas, if His Holiness the Pope hadn't suddenly mobilized so many healing spirit masters, these sects wouldn't be so arrogant. Suddenly someone said something angrily, and the scene became quiet as if receiving some signal. After a moment, a flurry of voices rang out. Yes, they probably thought one of our priests was seriously injured. And the nearly 10 million gold soul coins that were mobilized a while ago. Sigh, this money can provide several years of salary for the several servants. Your Holiness is really too kind to that kid. Su Chen, who was about to have a good sleep, opened his eyes with a strange look on his face. Good guy. Coming for me? End of this chapter. Chapter 51, The Return of Guangling Douluo. The Battle Between the Angel and the Pope. Chapter 51, The Return of Guangling Douluo. The Battle Between the Angel and the Pope. The atmosphere in the Pope's palace suddenly became a little weird, and Su Chen also sensed some vague gazes looking at him. Here we go again. Aren't you tired of watching this every day? Zhu Douluo next to him opened his eyes, muttered softly, stood in front of Su Chen, and blocked all kinds of gazes for him. Okay? Does this happen every day? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. It seems like he was still going for Bibi Dong, but I just happened to catch up with her today. That's right. This is already a regular part of our routine. But it's okay. When that old man Guangling was still around, the situation was much more dangerous than it is now. These people can't cause any trouble. Zhu Douluo shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Just think of it as hearing a dog barking. He did not lower his voice when he said this, and Su Chen instantly felt several unfriendly gazes looking at him. You have a good map shot. The young man shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and looked at the pretty figure sitting on the high and distant seat, his brows slightly furrowed. Sure enough, using certain privileges for himself still brought some trouble to Bibi Dong. After all, the position of Pope is not stable to begin with, and there are people watching her everywhere. Bibi Dong did these things without any intention of concealing it, so it is normal for her to be caught by others. But as Yu Guan said, without a leader of sufficient weight, these things will have no effect other than making people upset. So why today? It is the Pope's right to mobilize healing spirit masters. Besides, our number one genius has indeed been seriously injured. While Su Chen was still thinking, a familiar chuckle suddenly sounded at the door of the hall, attracting everyone's attention. That is. Su Chen raised his head and looked at the familiar grey-robed figure, and the expression on his face suddenly became solemn. So that's how it is. Is this all laying the groundwork for today? If this person comes back, then everything will make sense. Fuck, how can this old guy come back? Zhu Douluo suddenly widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and looked at the handsome one-eyed boy with hatred. Attacking the Pope, attacking and killing the genius of the Spirit Hall, which crime is not enough to kill him? Are the people in the Elder Hall crazy? That's right, the person standing at the door was none other than Guangling Douluo, who was taken away that day. At this moment, he had long lost the hideous hatred he had that day, and became like a graceful and elegant young man in troubled times. As if he had noticed Su Chen's gaze, he nodded slightly at the young man, like a kindly elder, without any trace of the murderous intent he had that day. The group of people who had just been denouncing Bibi Dong now turned around and bowed, completely ignoring the cold look on the Pope's face. Looking around, it turned out that more than half of them were like that. Alas, Elder Yueguan is wrong. I was just impulsive at the moment. Your Holiness the Pope and the High Priest are more generous and have naturally forgiven my minor mistakes. Seemingly very satisfied with the result, Guangling Douluo smiled and nodded, not caring at all about Zhu Douluo's undisguised curse. Instead, he looked at the cold and beautiful figure at Jeyuan's seat. Besides, I was able to return here thanks to His Holiness the Pope. He still had the same expression, but the boy could see obvious pride in the upturned corners of his mouth. Su Chen frowned, looked at Bibi Dong who remained silent, and suddenly understood. It seems that His Holiness the Pope had some kind of deal with the seraph lineage. The content is not known yet, but it should have grasped Bibi Dong's weakness. Otherwise, how could someone like Guangling who committed a serious crime have a chance to come back to the stage? There is no doubt that the appearance of Guangling is a huge blow to the power of the Pope, and it also shows these high-level officials who is the real controller of the Spirit Hall. Su Chen now understood why His Holiness the Pope was so tired these days and remained silent in the face of these people's attacks. But the young man looked at the smug Guangling Douluo and shook his head. The Angel clan was really one step behind this time, and they actually chose to send this idiot back. Being so arrogant in front of the Pope's palace, do you really think Bibi Dong has no temper? Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the cold and beautiful figure slowly raised her head, and her wine-red eyes glanced around fiercely. Crack! The purple-black energy arc twisted like lightning, surrounding the beautiful figure. An oppressive and terrifying aura spread out. The senior officials in the front were horrified and began to retreat. They couldn't help but shout in panic, "Calm down, Your Holiness! Your Holiness, please don't be anxious! Please don't be anxious! Master Guangling, please stop talking!" Guangling offering. The people who had been flattering him just now began to give him advice, some even accused him of something, which instantly froze the smug look on Guangling Douluo's face. When that noble and cold figure even slowly stood up, and his power increased instead of decreased, he suddenly became a little panicked. After all, he was the one who spoke first. If that woman really hit him, wouldn't he fight back? If they fight back, it would mean they are attacking the Pope again. If this crime happens again, neither the Temple of Worship nor the Hall of Elders can cover it up. That's not a slap in the face of the Pope, but a slap in the face of the person behind him. But if I don't fight back, wouldn't I be totally embarrassed? Damn crazy woman! Guangling Douluo was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his face was twitching, but when he thought of the consequences, he still suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth and bent down. "Your Holiness, I was wrong." But before he could finish his words, the violent momentum disappeared instantly. The only sounds in the entire spacious hall were Guangling Douluo's constantly echoing voice and the lone figure standing in the middle, bowing and saluting. For a moment, it felt like a cold wind was blowing and you could hear a pin drop. Su Chen, who was watching from the side, almost laughed out loud. She is worthy of being the woman who will rule the Wuhan Empire in the future. Although she is still a little immature now, her fierce methods have already begun to show. This is a simple and crude conspiracy. The six-winged angel forcibly restored Guangling Douluo to announce to the higher UPS who was the real controller of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong also told everyone in this way that she was indispensable to the Spirit Hall. So what if you are the messenger of the six-winged angel? As long as I am the Pope, you will always be under me. There is no doubt that this behavior is not only impeccable, but also maximally frustrates Guangling Douluo's spirit and minimizes her losses. Moreover, Su Chen was certain that the great priest would definitely ask Guangling to go back and keep a low profile. After all, as long as Guangling Douluo stands in the Pope's palace, it will be the best display. His behavior was purely out of revenge, which gave Bibi Dong the opportunity to seize the opportunity, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the demonstration. If this matter gets back, I guess the worship hall won't let him off easily. You! Guangling Douluo's face turned pale and blue. No matter how stupid he was, he now realized that he had done something bad. He was about to curse angrily, but he saw the mockery in Bibi Dong's eyes. This woman is tempting me to make a mistake again. His heart suddenly woke up, and he took a deep breath. Instead of standing up, he bent down even lower. Your Holiness, Guangling knows he was wrong. This guy is not completely stupid. A trace of regret flashed across her wine-red eyes, and a faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's pretty face. Then let's go back. If you know your mistakes and can correct them, there is no greater good. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, One's Own People Betrayed One's Own People? Guangling's Hidden Killer MO. Chapter 52, One's Own People Betrayed One's Own People? Guangling's Hidden Killer Move. Lore. Su Chen couldn't help but applaud Bibi Dong. Ha ha ha, the old dog is going to be pissed off. Ghost Douluo covered his mouth and laughed with glee, but no one cared this time. Several high-ranking officials who were already neutral looked at the graceful figure on the high and distant seat, then looked at Guangling Douluo who could barely maintain his expression, their eyes flickering. Even though the six-winged angels are quite powerful, Her Majesty the Pope has also shown her own fangs at this moment. Everyone then remembered that His Holiness the Pope had surpassed Tang Hao and became the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Plus, everyone's eyes shifted slightly and focused on the white-haired boy at the back. You know, this person is also an extremely evil being. The first ring of 1,000 years is the best in ancient and modern times. It has never been seen before and it is likely to never be seen again. Now the angels are naturally more powerful, but what about 10 years later, or 20 years later? Until the two of them grow up completely, everything is still unknown. Your Majesty the Pope. Feeling the flickering gazes around him, Guangling Douluo suddenly became anxious. The purpose of his coming back safely was to deter threats and put the high-ranking officials of the Pope's palace in a state of confrontation. If most of them sided with Bibi Dong, how would he explain to the one in the worship hall? The single eye flashed rapidly, and Guangling Douluo simply bowed again, attracting all eyes. Your Holiness, that Lord asked me to tell you that Su Chen is in very good health. Don't go looking for him easily next time. After all, he doesn't have much time left. Every action must be approved by the great priest. As soon as these words were spoken, the Pope's palace fell into a brief silence. After a moment, there was an uproar. For a moment, all eyes in the field looked at the three people with surprise and disbelief. The Pope whose aura suddenly turned cold, Guangling Douluo who slowly straightened his back, and Su Chen who looked confused. What the hell? The deal Bibi Dong made with the angel clan was to ask a titled Douluo of the healing element who couldn't easily take action to heal her? Didn't you go look for it? Ju Douluo patted his forehead helplessly, looking at Su Chen with a bitter smile. You kid, sometimes I even wonder if you have given His Holiness the Pope some kind of drug to make him mad. No, I'm just running out of energy. Su Chen himself was also quite confused. How miserable did he look at that time to make Bibi Dong want to ask for a healing titled Douluo, and even let Guangling come back for this? Brother, I forgot to tell you that the beautiful human woman up there came every night when you were unconscious. I covered it up for you for several days to avoid being exposed. The voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sounded in my mind. In the spiritual world, inside Konoha village. The round silkworm body lay on the Hokage rock, basking in the sun comfortably. He peeked at the fun and said a little embarrassedly. She is too strong. I just recovered and didn't know who was friend or foe at first, so I suppressed your mental fluctuations to the lowest level. I only released the suppression when she found someone to rescue you. Grass. Su Chen made the same forehead-covering gesture as Yu Guan. With Tianmeng's strength, it is extremely easy to conceal the fluctuations of his mental power. Even a titled Douluo would not be able to detect any clues. Therefore, in Bibi Dong's opinion, she was probably on the verge of death suddenly, and she couldn't find any reason. In a desperate situation, she went directly to find the most authoritative person in the spirit hall and made the deal. So, this is one of our own people accidentally betraying one of our own people? Brother, did I do something wrong? As if sensing that Su Chen was in a bad mood, Tianmeng asked cautiously. No, you did a great job. This is just a misunderstanding. Su Chen shook his head, comforted Tianmeng, then pinched his chin to think of a solution. Tianmeng certainly cannot be blamed for this. He consumed too much energy after using all his strength to activate the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Tianmeng was also affected because it had become his own soul ring, and his mental state was very depressed. It neither knew Zhu and Gui Douluo, nor had it ever been to the human world. Faced with this situation, using this method to protect itself was the safest way. No other intelligent creature can do better than it. As for Bibi, after having someone check on her and declaring her safe, she found herself in a near-death state in the blink of an eye. The first person she thought of was definitely a being who was more professional than Soul Sage and Soul Douluo. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was created. Wait, couldn't this be an opportunity? Su Chen thought of something, his black eyes lit up, and he looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the high and distant seat. The specific situation will depend on how His Holiness the Pope responds and how far Guangling will go. Damn thing! Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, revealing her veins. Her sharp nails pierced deeply into her flesh. As she looked at Guangling Douluo, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in her beautiful wine-red eyes. She never wanted others to know about this kind of thing, especially Su Chen. Su Chen is the future of Spirit Hall. Does Guangling have any objection to my doing this? There was murderous intent in her heart, but after experiencing all the previous things, Bibi Dong had grown a lot. At this moment, there was still a faint expression on her cold and beautiful face, without any fluctuation. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Everyone was a little surprised. A genius like Su Chen would have to be carefully cultivated no matter which force he was in. Even if the healing titled Douluo was less and less likely to take action, it would definitely be worthwhile to use him. Even if His Holiness the Pope is just following the normal procedure, he must take action. Rather, it is more admirable that she was willing to put aside disputes and hatred to ask the High Priest for help in saving the future of Spirit Hall. Yes, I also think that His Holiness the Pope is very wise and is willing to pay so much for the future of our Spirit Hall. Guangling Douluo showed a smile of success at this moment. He sincerely stretched out his hands and bowed, with the presence of His Holiness the Pope, the Spirit Hall will surely prosper and dominate the world. No one responded. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was not right with Guangling Douluo at the moment. What do you want to say? Bibi Dong frowned and said in a cold voice. She always has a bad feeling. Ha 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 ha, I'm just feeling emotional. His Holiness the Pope cares about Spirit Hall so selflessly. This is a blessing for our Spirit Hall. Guangling Douluo stood up slowly, looking at Bibi Dong's obviously unstable breathing, a hint of satisfaction and viciousness flashed in his one eye. Then may I ask, what did His Holiness the Pope use those 9.76 million gold soul coins for this genius? End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Su Chen stood up in response to Bibi Dong's disappointment. Chapter 53, Su Chen stood up in response to Bibi Dong's disappointment. As Guangling Douluo asked the question, the hall fell into silence. After a moment, someone hesitated and said, Master, if the 9 million gold soul coins are actually spent on training talents, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Soon after, many people began to echo. Yes, yes. The cost of the elite program is also hundreds of thousands per day. The Pope must have a reason for doing this. Isn't Guangling Gong making a big fuss? Listening to the cacophony of rebuttals around him, Zhu Douluo clapped his hands excitedly, lowered his head and said to Su Chen behind him, Look, there are quite a few people with brains. Really? Su Chen frowned. More than 9 million gold soul coins is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small amount either. Moreover, once such a matter is brought to the surface, it will definitely not be that simple. With so many people agreeing, it seems a bit weird to try to downplay it. He saw one or two of them who saluted when Guangling Douluo came in. Moreover, rather than being an excuse for Bibi Dong, this is more like adding fuel to the fire and pushing the matter towards a more serious direction. As expected, Guangling Douluo smiled as he listened to this and waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 of course I have no intention of questioning your Majesty's decision. As long as your Majesty is willing, let alone more than 9 million, even if it's 10 million or 100 million, as long as it's for Spirit Hall, then we will fully cooperate. It's just that. He changed the subject and his expression became serious. As far as I know, Your Holiness, you didn't use the money to buy soul bones and elixirs, nor did you do any targeted training. Instead, you hired a large number of craftsmen and bought extremely expensive protective metals and countless custom consumables. So, Guangling Douluo narrowed his single eye and looked at the beautiful figure sitting on the high and distant seat. Please enlighten us, Your Holiness the Pope. What kind of training does our first genius need to use these things? Craftsmen, metals, supplies? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. These do sound unrelated to cultivation, but rather a bit like becoming a blacksmith. What does it mean? The Pope wants to support the number one genius to learn forging? Isn't that missing the forest for the trees? And that's such a waste. This is more than 9 million gold soul coins, enough to buy a piece of the best soul bone. If the Pope really used the money to purchase training materials privately, they would not say anything even if they felt uncomfortable. After all, Su Chen was indeed worth the price. But if you come to learn something that is not presentable, they will be dissatisfied. I'm sure you all must be confused by this. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Guangling Douluo nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling for silence. I have another piece of gossip. It is that our number one genius has been as passionate about research as that Wuhan world theory master since he was a child. He glanced at Bibi Dong, who had been silent since the beginning, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was like a poisonous snake that had been accumulating strength for a long time and finally bared its fangs. Now that I think about it, these materials seem to be enough to build a very advanced experimental site. Boom! It was like dropping a spark into a table of boiling oil. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall suddenly exploded. The senior executives were whispering to each other, looking at Guangling Douluo in doubt and surprise, as well as Bibi Dong, who was emitting a cold aura but did not refute a word. If what he said is true, then this matter is really intriguing. Humph, stupid, absolutely stupid. An old man angrily waved his sleeves and left, and when he passed by Su Chen, he glared at him fiercely. No one stopped. This old man had served 3 generations of popes. Although he was not very powerful, he had made great contributions to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, he was usually highly respected. Although he was not an elder, his status was not lower than that of an elder. He was one of those who were friendly to Bibi Dong, but from the look of regret when he left, we could also see his disappointment in Bibi Dong. The Pope opened his red lips slightly, as if he wanted to call him, but in the end he sighed secretly and stopped. Among them, some neutral senior officials looked at Bibi Dong with disappointment and regret. If using that money to let Su Chen learn forging would be a waste of gold soul coins, then letting him study such illusory things would be a pure sin. Who in this world of martial arts doesn't know the name of Master Yu Xiaogang? But as the most authoritative expert in the martial arts world, isn't he also half a laughing stock? In the world of martial arts, strength is ultimately respected. Wasting money is a small matter, but burying genius is a big deal. What's more, Su Chen is only a 6-year-old child. Isn't it ridiculous to expect him to research something? Doing such a ridiculous thing out of personal selfishness also indirectly reflects that there are big problems with the Pope himself. This is the fundamental reason for their disappointment. They could tolerate the Pope's preference for Su Chen, not participating in the elite program, not going to college, and even attending classes in the Pope's palace at such a young age. But it is absolutely unacceptable to use the resources of the Spirit Hall to support him in doing such ridiculous things. Your Holiness, you have gone too far this time. An old man shook his head and sighed, his disappointment evident in his words. As expected, she is a young girl, acting on impulse and based on her own preferences. How can she be worthy of being the Pope? I think it would be better to let the old Pope come back. That's right, that's right. She is so unwise to favor a child today. Isn't this going to sow even greater disasters in the future? Many old men who usually only participated in discussions but not in debates stood up and mercilessly criticized the beautiful figure on the high seat. Bibi Dong said nothing, just stood there, silently enduring these accusations. She could angrily rebuke Guangling Douluo, and she could be at loggerheads with the six-winged angels, but she could not say a word to these old men who only had the Spirit Hall in their hearts. Just bear with it and it will pass. Anyway, Qian Daolio won't let me step down, right? Not the first time. Bibi Dong smiled self-deprecatingly and looked at the silver-haired boy with some guilt. This time I wanted him to feel the atmosphere here in advance and prepare for the future, but I didn't expect to implicate him. But when she looked over, she was slightly stunned. Because the boy's black eyes were still as calm as a still pond, as if he was not affected at all. But more importantly, he was leaving his position. Your Holiness is still young, it's normal for her to make mistakes, ha 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 ha, please give her more chances. Guangling Douluo couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. If the atmosphere wasn't so inappropriate, he would really want to laugh out loud right now. You stinky woman, you have come to this day too, ha 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 ha. Listening to the accusations around her that she could not refute, Guangling Douluo felt happy in her heart. Well, but don't go too far, just make her behave herself. Thinking of this, Guangling Douluo coughed dryly, and was about to come out and act like a good person, when a clear young man's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, can you listen to me for a few words? The main hall fell into silence. Everyone subconsciously looked back, only to find that the silver-haired boy was already standing in the center of the hall, looking at them with a smile on his handsome face. Although it's not necessary, I'll still explain it briefly for His Holiness the Pope and me. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Bet on 2 more soul bones. Chapter 54 Bet 2 more soul bones. Su Chen's coming forward seemed to be beyond everyone's expectations. Not only the people in the hall were stunned, Bibi Dong was also stunned, the anxious Zhu Douluo was also stunned, and even the old man who walked to the door stopped slightly and turned to look at the young man with some surprise. Old man, could you please wait a moment? Looking at the earnest eyes of the silver-haired boy, the old man moved his mouth, sighed, and finally stopped where he was. He had been quite optimistic about this kid before. On the one hand, there is the innate full soul power and the unprecedented first ring of 1,000 years, on the other hand, there is Su Chen's calm attitude at all times and in all places. Whether he was facing Guangling Douluo or facing so many Spirit Hall high-level officials, he was calm and intelligent, not like a 6-year-old child. This is the most valuable thing. Geniuses are common, but geniuses who are so smart and mature from a young age are quite rare. Now it seems that this child is not as perfect as I thought. But when I think about it, how can I have such high expectations for a 6-year-old child? But even so, he couldn't help but want to hear what Su Chen wanted to explain. Just think of it as your last hope. Why, could it be that our first genius has a different opinion? Someone couldn't help but sneer, go back, kid, this is not something you can get involved in. What if they really research something, such as the 11 core competitive advantages of martial spirits? The other person responded in a sarcastic tone, but he started laughing as he spoke. Ha 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 ha, maybe it's true. Did you buy it with more than 9 million gold soul coins? That's quite a profit, ha 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 ha. Laughter broke out in the hall, as if mocking the young man for being ignorant. Enough! Bibi Dong shouted coldly, her wine-red eyes scanning the crowd with chilliness. I make the decision, and I take full responsibility for all problems. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. She was in a terrible mood now. She never expected things to come to this point. Glancing at Guangling Douluo, His Holiness the Pope felt a strong murderous intent in his heart. One day, this man must die. Ha 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 ha, Your Holiness, please don't be impatient. The latter was completely unaware that he was already on Bibi Dong's must-kill list, and he continued with a smile, why not give our number one genius a little more time? I believe that he will be able to come up with research results worth more than 9 million. Is that not right, Your Holiness? I won't bother with you if you just act like a coward. If you dare to stand up, don't blame me for being rude. Guangling Douluo did not hide his malice at all. At this point, it is no longer necessary. He was wary of Bibi Dong, but he would definitely do everything he could to suppress Su Chen, a genius who had already offended him to death, when necessary. A hint of coldness flashed in his one eye, and Guangling turned around and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Guangling! Bibi Dong let out a low cry, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man. The jade hand in her sleeve was emitting a thick purple color, with blue veins exposed, looking extremely hideous. His Majesty the Pope! The boy's soft chuckle pulled Bibi Dong out of her rage. She was stunned and looked at Su Chen, who raised one hand. Su Chen signaled His Holiness the Pope to stay calm, looked at the people who were looking at him, and finally stopped at Guangling Douluo, smiling and said, My lord, you left in a hurry last time, and I didn't have time to thank you for your soul bone. The boy's face was filled with an innocent smile, as if he was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. Thanks to you, some of my impossible things have made progress. That's right. Without that soul bone, Su Chen might still be struggling with the region and would never have thought of attaching natural energy to the soul bone. I don't know how much trial and error time was involved. For this, he was sincerely grateful to Guangling Douluo. Ha 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 ha, we should really thank them. After all, that's a 10,000-year-old soul bone, ha 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 ha. Ju Douluo didn't care at all about Guangling Douluo's ugly expression and laughed wantonly. He had been feeling aggrieved for a while, but he finally got rid of his anger. The people around laughed quietly. They could tell the boy was genuinely grateful, and that was what made it even funnier. How could it not be of great help? That is a rare 10,000-year soul bone. I guess Guangling Douluo himself was hesitating about who to give it to, but he didn't expect that Su Chen would snatch it away. Even Bibi Dong's lips curled up slightly at this moment, and her mood improved a lot. But the other protagonist's mood was not so beautiful. Looking at the young man's earnest and grateful expression, Guangling Douluo's face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out of it. That is not an ordinary soul bone, but an extremely rare soul bone of a 10,000-year-old blood tiger. If his own soul bone did not have a corresponding part, it would have been absorbed long ago. He was reluctant to give it even to his own son, preparing it as a gift for an adult. Ever since he lost that soul bone to Su Chen, Guangling Douluo's heart bleeds every time he thinks of that kid's smug touch on his face and using his beloved soul bone. Just like, cough cough. In short, no matter what, this soul bone must be taken back, and then it will be cleaned and nurtured well, and it will become a clean and flawless treasure again. Humph, if you just want to say such meaningless words, then you should go back and stand. Guangling folded his arms and snorted coldly, looking Su Chen up and down sinisterly. I hope that after today, you will still be in the mood to use your spirit bones. The young man ignored his threat and waved his hand, smiling, Master Guangling, are you interested in making another bet with me? Let's bet on whether I can really come up with research results. If I win, the Lord may give me another 10,000-year soul bone. If I lose, I will return everything the Spirit Hall has given me and then quit the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Guangling raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something, but the young man said, of course, it's not Yu Xiaogong's empty talk. Su Chen looked at everyone and said word by word, it is a result that can truly increase the strength of the spirit hall. What? Hearing this, the old man at the door could not hide his disappointment in his eyes. He shook his head and prepared to leave. I thought he would have something to say, but it turned out to be such an unrealistic and outrageous statement. You little brat! We've been patient enough with you. Now get out! Some other hot-tempered old men could no longer bear it and pointed at the door and shouted angrily. He was obviously very angry. Others also shook their heads in disappointment. You might as well say that you reached level 20 in the past 2 days and got a 1000-year spirit ring. That would be more reliable than this. It seems that I really need to reconsider whether to support Bibi Dong. Hey, wait, since our first day just has an idea, everyone should not be anxious. Guangling Douluo was so overjoyed that he wanted to jump up on the spot. Good. What does it mean to bring about your own destruction? With so many people witnessing this today, it will be too late for you to regret it. Bibi Dong can't save you. He called the old man at the door with a smile and looked at Su Chen kindly and gently, with such a look that the latter got goosebumps. No problem, not to mention 1 soul bone, as long as you can take it out, I will give you 2. Patting his chest with great pride, Guangling immediately took out 2 shining crystals and placed them on the table. It was actually a 1000-year soul bone and a 10,000-year soul bone. Master Guangling is straightforward. Su Chen's black eyes instantly became sparkling. He could sense the rich natural energy contained in it. Although it was not as good as the first one, it was definitely a superior soul bone. What a good man he is! Su Chen even feels reluctant to plot against him. This. The angry old man hesitated, shook his head, sighed, closed his eyes and stepped back. Wasn't his angry roar meant to protect Su Chen? But looking at the boy's eyes, it was obvious that he had been blinded by greed. Self-destruction, self-destruction. He murmured and sighed. Bibi Dong and Zhu Douluo felt nervous at the same time. The former wanted to stop it, but when she saw the boy's eyes full of confidence, she gritted her teeth and stopped. At worst, we can forcibly send him out of the spirit hall and protect him, and then deal with it later. Since Lord Guangling is so sincere, there is no point in me hiding it. Su Chen took out a stack of papers covered with dense handwriting and the outlines of several human figures from his soul guide. He bypassed Guangling Douluo who was reaching out to take it, activated his soul power, and floated towards the old man at the door. Lightling Douluo. He withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly. Humph, you little beast, let's see how long you can be so proud. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the stack of papers fell into the hands of the old man at the door. He glanced at Su Chen and turned his gaze to his hands. After just a moment, the old man trembled all over and frowned deeply. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Please Su Chen is my spirit hall holy son. Chapter 55, Please Su Chen is my spirit hall holy son. Master Yin, what's wrong? Is it possible that you are not even as competitive as the top 10 martial spirits? Guangling Douluo crossed his arms and said. He didn't believe that Su Chen could come up with any theoretical research. This thing is not like talent that is innate. It requires a lot of time and systematic learning and even experience to accumulate. It is something that can only be achieved through trial and error. You are only 6 years old this year, what knowledge do you have? Unless you studied this in your previous life and remember it in this life. Thinking of something funny, he couldn't help but glanced at Su Chen and said with a smile, Mr. Yin, just say it directly. I think our number 1 talent can bear it. Ha 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 ha. Stop making noise, shut up. An angry shout resounded throughout the hall, and it was actually from the old man called Old Yin. He waved his hand impatiently and continued to look at the paper in his hand with great concentration, muttering something. Guangling Douluo's laughter stopped abruptly, and his handsome face suddenly became distorted. "Damn it, old man, if I wasn't familiar with the old pope, I would have killed you." Elder Yin's sudden anger caused an uproar in the hall, but the next moment, they realized something and their faces changed. They looked at the stack of papers with some doubt, as well as Su Chen, who remained calm so far. Etc. "There can't really be something there, right?" Douluo clenched his fists even more tightly at this moment, and they trembled slightly with excitement. Bibi Dong looked calm on the outside, but she was actually holding the Pope's scepter tightly nervously. And Guangling's expression also turned gloomy. He looked at the two soul bones and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. For a moment, the only sound in the magnificent hall was the sound of flipping papers. All eyes were focused on the old man's hands. Crash! Mr. Yin flipped the pages faster and faster, and the expression on his face became more and more complicated. Hesitation, shock, disbelief, and emotion flashed on his face, making everyone's heart beat fast. This was the first time in all these years that they saw such a rich expression on the old man's face. Call. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the old man finished reading all the pages and breathed a long sigh of relief. "How about it? Is it at the level of the top 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits? If one really has the level of the top 10 core competitive strengths of martial arts, this matter can be barely covered up. After all, Su Chen is only 6 years old, and it is exaggerated for a 6-year-old child to have this level. As for what I said before, it is definitely not counted. It is normal for children to talk nonsense. But if it was just a bunch of fabricated stories, then even a god couldn't save Su Chen." But under the gazes of everyone, Mr. Yin shook his head. "What, this?" The impatient old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but could only sigh and gave Bibi Dong a helpless look. "I tried my best. This kid is not even at this level but still so arrogant. No one can save him." The others also shook their heads in disappointment. "I thought it was some big deal, but this is it. Why do you have such a rich expression?" "Ha ha ha ha, that's what I said." Compared to the disappointment of others, Guangling Douluo felt relieved and laughed heartily. "About this? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet." Old Yin rolled his eyes, ignoring Guangling Douluo's stiff body and ugly expression. He took a deep breath, looked at the paper in his hand with fiery eyes, and raised it reverently. "The 10 core competitive strengths of Wuhan are not even worthy of carrying its shoes. I believe that this is the foundation of our Wuhan Hall's inheritance for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. With it, the Spirit Hall's strength in the next 10 or 20 years will be enough to dominate the continent." The old man's hands were shaking with excitement. He fell to his knees, looking at Bibi Dong with burning eyes. "Your Majesty, I propose that Su Chen be conferred the title of Holy Son of our Spirit Hall." "What?" Everyone was startled by Mr. Yin's sudden enthusiasm, and they looked at the old man kneeling on the ground in shock. "Do you know what you are talking about? How can something made by a 6-year-old child serve as the foundation of our Spirit Hall for 10,000 years, or even dominate the continent for 20 years? Do you also want to canonize Su Chen as the Holy Son?" If this person was not Mr. Yin, they would definitely think he was a lunatic. No, even if he is Mr. Yin, he now looks like a complete madman. "You get up first." Even Bibi Dong was a little overwhelmed by this sudden change, but in an instant, her strong psychological quality allowed her to react and realize that this little guy must have researched something incredible. "Sure enough, you are the only one who will never let me down." His Holiness's heart began to beat fast, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. She forced herself to calm down, tapped the staff lightly, and a gentle spirit force helped Elder Yin up. "Tell me slowly, there's no rush." The latter stood up, glanced at the people with dazed faces, and snorted coldly. "I know, you all think I'm crazy now, right? Third brother, fourth brother, come and take a look, and you will understand after you see it." He waved, but nothing happened. The third and fourth child. Old Yin frowned and shouted angrily, and the two old men suddenly woke up as if from a dream. They swallowed and looked at each other, then quickly stepped forward and took the paper from old Yin's hand with trembling hands. After a moment, the two of them breathed rapidly, their faces flushed, and they waved their hands excitedly. This is simply God bless my spirit hall. The foundation of all ages, the foundation of all ages. The Holy Sun, he must be the Holy Sun. If Su Chen doesn't become the Holy Sun, I will be the first to disagree. The two men were yelling and screaming like crazy, and their rapid breathing made them choke and cough constantly, making people wonder if they would faint at the next moment. Is this so exaggerated? What is that? Everyone turned their eyes to the stack of papers and felt their mouths dry and their throats itchy. It's barely explainable that Mr. Yin was mentally ill alone, but it's really impossible that three people were mentally ill together. Let me see too. Finally, someone couldn't help but ran forward quickly, got closer, and took a quick look, then suddenly widened his eyes. This. Hiss. Several senior executives rushed forward impatiently and started shouting, looking at Su Chen as if they were looking at a monster. No, monster isn't enough. The Son of Heaven, this is definitely the Son of Heaven. That's right, otherwise how could such a thing be born? More and more people came over and started to become a little crazy, until a die-hard supporter of Guangling Douluo came over and his face began to change wildly. Guangling Douluo finally couldn't bear it anymore. Show me. He could no longer suppress his anxiety, his soul power surged, and he reached out to take it, but he didn't expect that several figures would block his way. What do you mean? Guangling had a gloomy expression on his face and squinted his eyes as he looked at the old men who were blocking him, especially the one in the lead. Mr. Yin. I'm sorry, Master Guangling, this is the origin of my Wuhan Hall's eternal foundation. You have a history of attacking the Holy Sun, so it's better for you to stay away from this thing. The old man showed no fear and took a step forward without hesitation, pushing his skinny chest forward, as if to say, kill me if you are capable of it. You. Guangling Douluo was so angry that he almost spit out blood. He pointed at Su Chen angrily and said, he is not even a Holy Sun yet. And how do I know if you have formed an alliance? But before he could finish his words, he felt that he had done something stupid. If Bibi Dong had the ability to get this group of people to act with her, would that still give him a chance to perform? Let me see, I promise not to do anything. He gritted his teeth and patiently explained, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Besides, even if I destroy it, that kid can still write it again, right? Okay then. Mr. Yin took a step back, thought about it and it seemed to be true. He hesitated and handed the paper in his hand to him, be careful, don't damage it. Oh. Damn. Guangling Douluo almost vomited blood. He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, closed his eyes, nodded, and took the paper. At this moment, he just felt extremely humiliated. As a priest of the Spirit Hall, when have I ever been suspected and humiliated like this? But for the sake of what he had in his hands, he endured it. I want to see you. Guangling narrowed his eyes, looked up and down, and was immediately stunned. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his mind froze for a moment. As a veteran titled Douluo, Guangling could tell at a glance that this was an extremely complete cultivation method. Moreover, it is the kind that far outperforms the existing cultivation methods of the Spirit Hall in terms of efficiency. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Su Chen's cultivation method is the Spirit Hall's foundation for 10,000 years. Chapter 56 Su Chen's cultivation method is the Spirit Hall's foundation for 10,000 years. Big drops of cold sweat slid down Guangling Douluo's forehead. He swallowed and turned the pages tremblingly. The foundation of 10,000 years, subverting the Spirit Hall. Impossible, impossible, This is all nonsense, nonsense. Guangling Douluo kept muttering to himself, his single eye filled with bloodshot, looking over and over again, his movements becoming faster and more violent, and faint wet marks appeared on the back of his grey robe, which made Yin Lao frown and look at the paper with great distress. Impossible. But no matter how you look at it or how you calculate it, this is a complete practice method that cannot be faulted at all. The author has also thoughtfully made a lot of annotations. Even a newcomer can quickly get started and use it in a short period of time, and achieve perfect results within half a year at most. Impossible. He estimated the improvement it would bring, but got a number that almost made him dizzy. Even if you are just getting started, practicing the cultivation method for 3 days can increase your cultivation speed by more than 10%. And if one can master this cultivation method perfectly, one can increase the speed of cultivation by at least 30%. The most terrifying thing is that this speed of cultivation is not only applicable to low-level cultivators, but also has the same effect on titled Douluo. It may vary from person to person, but the results won't be too different. Impossible! Guangling roared and threw the paper into the sky. The soul power in his hand surged, and he was about to blow it to pieces. But at the same time, several huge soul powers came out and blocked it. In the hall, gorgeous spirit rings were colorful. Several people stood in front of the stack of papers and Su Chen with great momentum, looking at the panting Guangling Douluo vigilantly. Guangling worshipper, please do not make a mistake. A cold and stern shout came from high above, and Bibi Dong had already released her soul rings. 9 soul rings neatly covered her figure, and the last scarlet halo exuded a heart-pounding aura. Someone! Control him! A huge spider shadow appeared behind her, with several compound eyes staring at Guangling Douluo, and the breath of death slowly emerged. His Holiness the Pope waved his scepter, and Zhu Douluo, who had been unable to contain himself for a long time, let out a strange cry and released the Qirong Tong Tianju, and rushed forward in a hurry. The people around looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed, surrounding Guangling worshipper in the center. With this practice method, the positions of Su Chen and even Bibi Dong are almost impossible to shake. Even if the great priest and the hall of priests want to depose the Pope, they have to think twice. But is this possible? An outstanding Pope and the youngest titled Douluo, a genius who is unparalleled in the world, and a priest, is there any doubt about which one to choose? Looking at Guangling Douluo, who was suppressed by several soul powers and could not move, and roared madly, only one sentence echoed in everyone's heart. Guangling Douluo is finished. Not only that, before Su Chen and Bibi Dong betrayed the spirit hall, the battle between the new pope and the 6-winged angel lineage could be temporarily ended. No one is willing to give up the opportunity to become stronger, and no one is willing to offend someone who can make you stronger. In particular, this opportunity to become stronger has almost no threshold and will benefit you for life. This is the general trend, and even great priests cannot reverse it. The weather is going to change. Seeing Guangling Douluo being tied up by the law enforcement team, the senior executives were shocked. Although the Spirit Hall is the largest spirit master organization on the continent, it does not recruit all lone spirit masters. However, once the Spirit Hall announces this method of cultivation, those lone spirit masters will definitely consider the Spirit Hall first. Especially those soul Douluo and titled Douluo who have been stuck in the bottleneck period for many years and are struggling to break through, they will probably go crazy. There is no doubt that this cultivation method is a historic creation that can bring about tremendous shock and change to the Spirit Hall. Impossible, they are all liars. How can a 6-year-old child create something like this? You are a bunch of idiots, fools, you can be fooled like this. Won't you view? Guangling Douluo continued to howl until the captain of the law enforcement team in charge of the escort shook his head helplessly and covered his mouth. You're already in this situation, why are you still offending others? But why is it this guy again? The law enforcement captain looked curiously at the silver-haired boy who was protected in the center of the crowd. He remembered that the last time he took Guangling away, it was because of him. Who is this guy? How could he have screwed this priest twice in a row? Please wait a moment. The law enforcement captain was thinking about this question when the young man spoke up. Okay? What is this for? I still have to thank Guangling for his offering. Su Chen shook the two gorgeous crystals in his hands, with an extremely sincere smile on his face. Although we may not have the chance to see each other again in the future, I will always remember you. You are a good person. Law enforcement captain. Everyone. What is this? Murder, but also torture? They looked at the young man with some toothache, and at Guangling, who was twisting his body wildly after a brief daze, and suddenly felt that the latter was a little pitiful. Before Su Chen came, Guangling Douluo's status in the palace was basically comparable to that of the Pope, and he could use all kinds of forceful means to snatch Bibi Dong's right to speak. But after that silver-haired boy came, everything changed. Both encounters ended in complete failure, and each time the outcome was more miserable than the last. On the other hand, Su Chen's status had risen greatly, and he even got 3 soul bones. This is a bit too tragic. Of course, no one would really feel sorry for Guangling. Right now, there were more important things before them. Ahem, Master Yin, that cultivation method. Everyone came forward and stared at the stack of papers tightly held in old Yin's hand, wishing they could stretch their necks directly onto the papers. No. Elder Yin shook his head, holding the stack of papers tightly in his arms, and wrapped it with his soul power. He turned to look at Bibi Dong and said, Your Holiness, I beg you to seal the cultivation method completely. We need to discuss and decide who can practice and who is qualified to practice. Fuck you, you old man, you are so mean, you want to overturn the pot after eating it yourself. The other senior executives stared at Mr. Yin with unpleasant expressions, rubbing their hands and preparing to start arguing. Besides, old Yin glanced at everyone with a sharp look. I request the spiritual master to erase the memory of me and everyone else who has read the content. Grass. You are vicious. Everyone retreated angrily. The feeling of having one's memory erased for a psychic soul master is extremely painful, and if one is not careful it may even damage the brain. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is some kind of torture. What else can you say when people are like this? Mr. Yin, there is no need to do this, right? Bibi Dong frowned. In my opinion, even if we have to discuss it, you are definitely qualified to use the cultivation method. No, Your Holiness. Elder Yin shook his head and said seriously, you underestimate the impact this cultivation method will have on the spirit hall, no, the entire continent. The low threshold and easy entry also mean that confidentiality is extremely difficult. If the spirit hall leaks its cultivation method when it fails to seize the initiative, what it will bring will not be dominance but destruction. Okay, then it's up to you. After pondering for a moment, Bibi Dong nodded. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. Well, let's all work overtime tonight and come up with a set of rules for this matter. Her Holiness turned around and sat down, and everyone stood in an orderly manner, waiting for her orders. There was no longer the suspicion and disdain of the past in those eyes, but instead they were filled with expectation and eagerness. Bibi Dong was stunned. This kind of scene of unimpeded obedience has never occurred since Bibi Dong ascended the throne. It was as if she just waved her hand and someone carried out her orders without thinking, without rejection, without argument, and without any oppression from the 6-winged angels. Bibi Dong suddenly felt her whole body relax, and the urgency and oppression from her soul disappeared for the most part. It seemed as if only today did she truly become the Pope who holds power. This feeling. A charming blush appeared on the Pope's beautiful face, his breathing became rapid, and the scorching heat in his wine-red eyes almost swallowed up the silver-haired boy in the distance. Calm down, calm down. She forced herself to suppress the surging emotions in her heart, raised the scepter and faced everyone. So, let's start. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Something bad happened to the chief priest, the 5th priest was taken away by the law ENF. Chapter 57, Something bad happened to the chief priest, the 5th priest was taken away by the law enforcement team again. The Pope's palace is brightly lit tonight, and the area within dozens of miles is under forced martial law and cleared. The fluctuations of soul power and mental fluctuations cover it like a filter, and not even a fly can fly out. However, Su Chen, the culprit who caused all this, was protected in the center by 3 titled Douluo and left the Pope's palace early. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the night wind is blowing fast but slow. The silver-haired boy was surrounded by 3 people and walked along the stone path towards the Pope's garden. I said, we don't have to do this, right? Looking at the 3 people following closely, Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This road is only a few hundred meters long, and it's behind the Pope's palace. The effect of the practice method was a little unexpected, but it was also good, as it cleared some obstacles in advance. At least I wouldn't be bothered by messy disputes in the future. But it's really too good. When Su Chen proposed to go back to sleep, Old Yin insisted on having 3 titled Douluo escort him personally. Surprisingly, no one objected. Not to mention Bibi Dong, if she was not indispensable, she would send her there personally. Your Highness, you must understand your importance now. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head seriously. He is Snake Spear Douluo. Yes, Your Highness, you'd better be more careful. The red-haired middle-aged man also nodded. He is the thorny porpoise Douluo. Then, they both looked at the third person who had not spoken. I think it should be nothing. Well, you are right. Zhu Douluo scratched his head, met the serious looks of his 2 colleagues, gave in, and responded. I'm not the son of God yet, and it's not that exaggerated. The silver-haired boy spread his hands helplessly. This is recognized by everyone. I don't think there will be another holy son in the spirit hall, and there won't be anyone like you. Snake Spear Douluo shook his head, and a flattering smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Well, Your Highness, can I use that cultivation method? Yes, I agree very much. Holy Son, I also want to practice this method. Porpoise Douluo swallowed his saliva and watched eagerly. No, do you really need to? Zhu Douluo looked at his 2 usually serious colleagues with disbelief at seeing such fawning expressions, and he gritted his teeth in anger. What should I do after you guys have finished your expressions and actions? Ahem, Holy Son, given our relationship, I must have a copy of that cultivation method. He coughed dryly and came over. Su Chen. Being stared at affectionately by 2 big men and a she-male, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He took 2 steps back with some disgust, looking at their pitiful eyes, and thought for a moment. In the original novel, Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear Douluo were both people who fought for the Spirit Empire until the last moment, so there was no problem with their loyalty, and there was no problem in giving them cultivation methods. However, this move seems to be an attempt to win people's hearts. Bibi Dong has taken on great power today. And it is hard to say whether her character has changed. The young man's black eyes flickered, and after a moment's silence, he smiled and said, Of course there is no problem, but the original manuscript of the cultivation method is with Elder Yin, and it is not clear to dictate it. I will rewrite a copy tomorrow and give it to Elder Zhu. You can ask him for it. Okay. Thank you, Your Highness. Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo nodded in ecstasy, their gestures becoming more respectful. Only Zhu Douluo seemed to realize something and looked at the young man with gratitude. This kid is really thoughtful. Yu Guan was almost moved to tears. At this moment, his determination to be loyal to Su Chen became even stronger. Okay, I'm here, you guys can go back. As they were talking, they had arrived at the Pope's garden. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Su Chen inexplicably relaxed a lot. He smiled and waved his hand, and the three of them thanked him profusely before leaving. Back in the rest area of the laboratory, the boy soaked his whole body in the hot spring and closed his eyes comfortably. The harvest of the day was huge. Including Jian Rongxiu's, Bibi Dong obtained 3 soul bones. Her relationship with Jian Rongxiu deepened, and the obstacles she faced in the spirit hall were basically cleared, and her own position also rose. The spirit hall basically won't have any problems in the short term. With the powerful weapon of cultivation method, even Jian Douluo won't do anything to him. For the prosperity of spirit hall, this man could even forgive the murder of his son, let alone a priest. Next, in addition to continuing the research on natural energy, external layout should also begin. There is also the Star Do Great Forest. I must go back again within 5 years. Su Chen looked at the Tianmeng Ice silkworm sleeping soundly in the spiritual world and thought in his heart. In short, there is still a lot to do. The young man thought so and slowly fell asleep. Under the moonlight night. Behind the majestic Pope's palace, in front of a slightly smaller palace, Jian Rongxiu looked at the 3 glittering golden words Elder's Palace, hesitation written all over her pretty face. But after a moment, the blonde girl took some hesitant steps and finally walked in. Compared to the magnificence of the Pope's palace, this hall is not only much smaller, but also much simpler. It is more like a very large conference room than a hall. Pat, pat. In the empty hall, only the sound of the girl's light footsteps echoed. Although the light was dim, the girl seemed to have been here many times. She walked around the huge conference table that occupied 1/3 of the hall and came to the back with ease. In front of a towering statue of a 6-winged angel. With 6 wings spread out, a slender figure, hands folded in front of the chest, a beautiful face, and a sacred feeling of compassion. Jian Rongxiu stopped in front of the statue and stared at the 6-winged angel that exuded a sacred aura all the time. A rare trace of confusion flashed across her beautiful golden eyes. "What's wrong, Shuer?" The old voice, with a slightly kind smile, brought the girl out of a certain emotion. She then withdrew her gaze and looked at the old man who had appeared under the statue at some point and was looking at her with a smile. The old man was wearing a simple white robe, his hair and beard were all white. His face was weathered, and he had a kind smile. "He looks like an old man next door." "Grandpa, I..." The girl hesitated and spoke with difficulty. "Did she really kill my father? Could there be some misunderstanding, or..." "Humph." Before Jian Rongxiu could finish her words, the old man snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out from nowhere. At this moment, all objects in the hall began to tremble, as if the heaven and earth were also terrified at this moment. It was not until the blonde girl was almost suffocated by the stagnant air that the omnipresent violent power slowly dissipated. "Who?" Jian Rongxiu's pretty face was pale, she was shaky and gasping for breath, but she still stood there stubbornly, looking straight at the old man, refusing to bow her head. Looking at the miserable appearance of the girl, a trace of pity flashed across the eyes of the old man in white robe, but he still spoke in a cold voice. "Shuer, don't feel sympathy for that woman. She is just a lunatic without emotions. She does everything for her own benefit and goals. If it weren't for the spirit hall, I would have let her go down there to accompany your father." The voice was as loud as thunder and pierced into Jian Rongxiu's mind. A madman without emotions who does everything for his own interests and goals? The girl bit her lip, but her mind recalled the bright smile she saw that day, and the nervous expression on Su Chen's face last night when she proposed to fight with him. If she had never seen this, she would have always thought so. Although I have never owned those things, it is undeniable that they really exist. If you can't explain the current situation, it only proves that you don't know enough. The words of the silver-haired boy flashed through his mind. The girl lowered her eyes, and at this moment, for the first time, she began to doubt her grandfather, whom she trusted so much. Great priest, something bad has happened. Just as Qian Rongxiu was thinking about how to ask, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the door, and then a man ran in breathlessly, with a panic-stricken look on his face. The fifth priest has been taken away by the law enforcement team again. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. This child will definitely become Shwetter's greatest help. Chapter 58. This child will definitely become Shwetter's greatest help. The blonde girl's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden voice. She looked up at the middle-aged man who came to report with some curiosity. 5 offerings? She did have some impression that the first time was because Su Chen was captured. It was from that time that I began to feel curious and competitive towards him. What does it mean to be arrested again? Shut up, what are you doing so flustered? Qian Daoliu raised his eyelids and snorted coldly, which frightened the visitor so much that he became silent and could not utter a word. The chief priest didn't even look at him, but instead looked at Qian Rongxiu, and his old eyes regained their kind and gentle look. Shwetter, you must be exhausted. Go back and rest first. You need to think carefully about what Grandpa said tonight. Although the face was still the same one Qian Rongxiu was familiar with, the girl still felt that the warmth of the past had a slight crack. Qian Rongxiu did not doubt that her grandfather was good to her, but she needed the truth that she had longed for a long time. The girl bit her lip, lowered her head and nodded silently. She knew that she might not get anything useful from her grandfather. Why not ask him if he has any solution? The image of the silver-haired boy appeared in Qian Rongxiu's mind. Although the other person is not very old, he sees things like this much more clearly than I do. She wasn't really good at thinking about these things. Tell me, what happened to that idiot? Seeing Qian Rongxiu leave, the kindness on the chief priest's face suddenly disappeared, and he turned cold again. He turned his back to the person who came and said lightly. It's Su Chen, he. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, recalling the scene in the Pope's palace, with a look of deep disbelief in his eyes. Okay? The blonde girl stopped. Her keen hearing allowed her to hear a familiar name. That guy, has something happened again? Qian Rongxiu hesitated for a moment, but still walked back quietly and listened attentively. That kid? He's really restless. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. He also knew something about Su Chen, the emerging genius. After all, the first soul ring of 1,000 years and that amazing fighting ability are unique even among the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. But it's just some understanding. As the pinnacle of Douluo continent and the representative of gods on earth, things like the first ring of 1,000 years did not attract much of his attention. Since that woman Bibi Dong treated her with such importance as if she had found a treasure, Qian Daoliu was happy to have one more handle to control her, and he sent Guangling back at the same time. Just take it as a warning for her to be honest. As for whether Su Chen would follow Bibi Dong wholeheartedly, Qian Daoliu never minded it. No one can escape his control. Just think of it as letting that woman train the next generation for the Spirit Hall. I didn't expect that just after letting Guangling go back today, something bad happened again. Guangling is also a waste, he can be broken twice in the hands of a 6-year-old child. It seems we have to consider whether to retain the place where he is enshrined. No, Your Highness, that kid. That kid has developed a training method that can increase the training speed of soul masters of all levels by 30%. The middle-aged man swallowed and said in a trembling voice. What? Qian Rongxiu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide. The training speed of soul masters of all levels will be increased by 30%? Can these three really be linked together? Also, Su Chen actually studies this? Do you know what you're talking about? Qian Daoliu frowned and stared at the person in front of him. The 30% increase in cultivation speed also includes all levels of soul masters, soul Douluo, and titled Douluo? Do you think this is possible? Facing those deep eyes, the middle-aged man was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. He first shook his head desperately, then nodded desperately, and took out a stack of papers tremblingly. This is the portion that was given to the hall of worship after discussion. I have brought it back. You will know the answer at a glance. The latter frowned even more tightly, and as a result, his pupils contracted instantly when he glanced at the stack of papers. This is real. With his strength, he could see at a glance the innovation and horror of this practice method. Okay. Qian Daoliu's frown instantly relaxed, he laughed a few times, and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Okay, it's simply the blessing of an angel. Even with his nature, he couldn't control his joy at this moment. Just like what Elder Yin said, Qian Daoliu also saw from this technique the possibility of Spirit Hall's dominance and even its eternal foundation. As long as this cultivation method is firmly held in the Spirit Hall, then all the talents in the world will be in the hands of the Spirit Hall. This kid is really a treasure. At this moment, Qian Daoliu understood why Bibi Dong valued Su Chen so much. But unfortunately, he does not have angel blood. The chief priest shook his head and said with some regret. Since he did not have the martial spirit of a six-winged angel, he would not have the chance to gain the favor of the angel god. Even if he was more outstanding, the position he could eventually reach would at most be similar to his own. However, this person can be a great help to Xue'er in the future. We must make him completely loyal to Xue'er. Looking at the blonde girl eavesdropping at the door, a gleam of light flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes. Qian Rongxiu had no idea that her grandfather had already plotted against her. Her mind is now full of that cultivation method. No. 30% increase in training speed. If this is true, then she wants it too. The blonde girl's beautiful eyes were sparkling. If it wasn't too late, she would have rushed to Su Chen right away and asked him everything. What on earth can Su Chen do? Qian Rongxiu walked out of the Douluo hall with joy, wondering what excuse she should use to find Su Chen tomorrow to exchange for a new cultivation method. How many times have you helped him? It seems that they are even stronger than me. Why not just give him a few more soul bones? Forget it, I guess he doesn't lack soul bones now. The girl thought distressedly, and her figure gradually disappeared into the night. Tick tick tick. Warm drops of water fell on the silver-haired boy's forehead. His eyelids moved and slowly opened. Am I asleep? His black eyes blinked in confusion. And when the familiar decorative style around him came into view, he realized that he was still in the hot spring. A day of training, a night of fighting, and a confrontation in the Pope's palace, more than 10 hours of concentration. Once he relaxed, he fell asleep uncontrollably. With a 6-year-old body, his energy and strength are indeed still a little weak. Su Chen looked at his hands, shook off the water droplets, shook his head, grabbed the bath towel beside him and prepared to come out. Wait, little one. A familiar cold voice came from the side, causing Su Chen's hand that was trying to grab the bath towel to stop instantly. Wait, Bibi Dong, why is she here? The silver-haired boy froze subconsciously. But before Su Chen could figure out the problem, his eyes widened instantly the next moment. Crash! Amid the gurgling sound of water and the diffuse mist, a beautiful figure walked out of the hot spring pool next to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Bibi Dong's Honesty. Is there something else going on in the old story? Chapter 59, Bibi Dong's Honesty. Is there something else going on in the old story? His Holiness the Pope, who was walking towards him, stretched his almost perfect body lazily. His snow-white skin that was reflective was faintly visible in the water vapor, and water droplets flowed down along his graceful curves. Everything that should be seen and should not be seen was displayed in front of Su Chen without reservation. What's wrong, little one? In her beautiful wine-red eyes, she looked at Su Chen, whose whole body had stiffened, with interest. Are you shy? The silver-haired boy's brain went blank. In his 3 lifetimes as a human, this was the first time he had seen such an exciting scene, not to mention a top-level beauty on the continent like Bibi Dong. You. He moved his dry mouth, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stretched out his hands to form a seal. As the smoke rose, the boy's figure disappeared. Really? I'm not shy, why should you be shy, a 6-year-old kid? His Holiness the Pope leaned lazily on the edge of the hot spring, his arms stretched out horizontally, his long pink hair falling like a waterfall, hiding some of his beauty. She looked at the boy's back with a gentle smile on her face, but a hint of imperceptible tension and pain flashed in her wine-red eyes. The boy who returned to the room naturally heard these words and smiled bitterly with some helplessness. It would be fine if he was really a 6-year-old child, but the problem is that there is an adult soul inside his body. Okay, don't be angry. As if she was aware of the boy's unhappiness, when Bibi Dong came in again, she was already wearing her usual white one-piece nightgown. Even though her delicate collarbone, large areas of white flesh, and long, straight legs were still exposed, this was only child's play compared to before. So, Your Holiness came to see me so late at night, is there something going on? Taking a few deep breaths of the slightly fragrant air, the young man calmed down a little and regained his calm look, looking directly at the beautiful woman in front of him with his black eyes. Sometimes I really doubt whether you are really only 6 years old. Bibi Dong sat opposite Su Chen, her beautiful legs crossed, her wine-red eyes blinking, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, with a hint of curiosity and amazement. Why were you so calm after taking out that thing? Did you know that the whole Pope's palace was in a frenzy tonight? Several old men over 90 years old almost started a fight on the spot. As if she was thinking of the scene at that time, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents and she smiled softly with her hands covering her lips. So, maybe you're an old monster disguised as this, right? Bibi Dong talked to herself. She came closer and looked at the boy. The two were so close that they could almost smell each other's breath. Su Chen smelled the sweet scent and a hint of alcohol. He took a step back calmly. Your Majesty, have you drunk? Bibi Dong ignored the boy's words and instead stretched out her hand to pinch his cheek. Forget it, forget it. There shouldn't be an old monster with such a thick skin. Otherwise, wouldn't you have taken advantage of me today? She blinked and said mischievously. Who are you talking about? Whoever is shameless, I don't want to become a child, okay? It's all because of that damn system. System? In his heart, he lashed out at the incomprehensible system countless times. The young man raised his head and sighed, Your Majesty, whether I am an old monster or not does not affect what I see. Besides, don't you think it's time for you to go to bed at this late hour? Drunk women are very troublesome, and Tsunade had experienced this deeply in his previous life. In the middle of the night, he would come and knock on his door, saying that he was drunk and had nowhere to go and wanted to stay for the night. Who the hell are you kidding? You, the Princess of Konoha, have nowhere to go? My house is full of precious experimental materials, so I don't have the time to give them to you. I paid for her to open a hotel with my own money, but she still got angry and smashed things. I really don't understand women, especially drunk women. Pfft, I never thought that the person who allowed me to take the initiative to soak in a hot spring with someone for the first time in my life would be a 6-year-old boy, and he even disliked me so much. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were slightly curved, and her smile was so beautiful that it made the branches shake and the waves surge. It was a long time before she stopped, with tears of laughter still in the corners of her eyes. You. Bibi Dong wiped her eyes, and the expression on her pretty face suddenly became a little complicated. Couldn't you have shown up earlier? The room fell silent for a moment, with an indescribable emotion filling the air. Su Chen was silent. For some reason, he felt that Bibi Dong's expression looked familiar. Tsunade, Uchiha Mikoto, Uhi Yujeo, and who else? It seemed as if I had said similar words to him before, with regret and emotions he couldn't understand. But I no longer have the chance to figure it out. Tonight is the happiest night I've had in decades. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Can I call you that? Bibi Dong's voice brought Su Chen back to reality. She simply lay down on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. You probably don't know, Xiao Chen, what your appearance and actions mean to me. The woman's voice was like a dream talk. She stared at the boy. There was no more ambition and madness in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with infinite tenderness and clarity. So, there are some things I think I should confess to you. Su Chen was still wondering when he agreed to the weird name Xiao Chen. When he heard Bibi Dong's words, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What does it mean? Be honest, what do we have to be honest about? I am an orphan. I was adopted and raised by the Spirit Hall when I was young. Because of my good talent, I was accepted as a disciple by the previous Pope Jian Sunji and was named a saint. Without waiting for the boy to answer, she continued on her own. I was very happy at that time, and I practiced hard every day, hoping to help my teacher as soon as possible, until I met Yu Xiaogang. Yes, that's right, it's the person you look down on, Xiao Chen. But at that time I thought he was the smartest person in the world. Even if his martial soul mutation failed, it had no effect at all. So, I believed everything he said. I used my identity as a saint to help him with whatever he wanted and whatever he wanted to do. How about it? Bibi Dong turned around and looked at the silent boy and chuckled, do you think I'm stupid? Isn't that nonsense? Su Chen shook his head in his heart, but sighed secretly. However, if you put yourself in their shoes, it seems reasonable. Rich girls would be deceived by spirited young men by waving their flowery hands, and the class beauties and school beauties would prefer social men and rappers. Such stories were common in Su Chen's first life. Is it because they are stupid? No, it's just that those things that are difficult for ordinary people to touch are readily available to them. On the contrary, those people whom they will never meet in their entire lives will arouse their curiosity. Yet, I also feel stupid, really stupid, so stupid that I actually believed his lies and his promises. Bibi Dong's voice suddenly rose, and her aura became unstable, emitting a dangerous aura. Okay? Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. Is there any hidden secret behind this matter? End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Everything will be yours sooner or later. Chapter 60 Everything will be yours sooner or later. Looking at Bibi Dong, who was emitting murderous intent, Su Chen was a little confused. Although Yu Xiaogang is indeed irresponsible and extremely cowardly, your love-mindedness probably plays a big role in this matter. Otherwise, why would he say he wanted to leave the Spirit Hall, etc.? Yes, even when Bibi Dong almost became a madman in the finale, she never did anything ungrateful. How could she say that when she was young? Su Chen also realized something. Even if she was in love, Bibi Dong was already 17 or 18 years old at that time and had her own thinking ability. Yu Xiaogang's importance could not possibly exceed that of the Spirit Hall, his mentor, classmates, and friends with whom he grew up. After a long time, Bibi Dong Fang calmed down, and a deep hatred flashed in her wine-red eyes. At that time, we had just returned from the Sea God Island after suffering a great defeat, and it was at that time that Yu Xiaogang proposed the idea of marrying me. This was probably the first time in her life that she had suffered such a devastating defeat, and she was hit hard. Therefore, when faced with her lover's active request to marry her, the young girl did not think much about it and agreed with great joy. Nothing is more inspiring than an everlasting vow. But before I could tell the teacher the good news, he said that the Pope would never agree to me being with a loser who could never break through level 30. If possible, could I quit the Spirit Hall for him? He would be willing to take me to visit all the beautiful scenery on the continent, which are things that I can never see in the Spirit Hall. Damn it! So it was Yu Xiaogang who brought this up? Su Chen's face was filled with shock. But then again, Yu Xiaogong's words are definitely very lethal to inexperienced girls. Spending the world with their lover is the dream scene of many girls. You agree? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Obviously, there are still some differences between reality and words, even if the ending is known. I'm very excited. Bibi Dong nodded with some self-mockery. I grew up in the Spirit Hall, and I also want to see what the mainland is like. If possible, of course I am willing to do so. But that's impossible. She shook her head. I am the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. If I leave, how will I face those who have been expecting me, those who have helped me, and those who blocked the spirit skills for me on the Sea God Island, and how will I face the Spirit Hall that gave birth to me and raised me? However, his words also gave me inspiration. Although I won't really quit the Spirit Hall, it shouldn't be a problem to scare Kyungsunji and make him agree to my request. That was the most regrettable decision I've ever made in my life. At this point, Bibi Dong's body trembled violently, her aura fluctuated, and purple and dark green soul powers appeared alternately in her body, looking extremely terrifying. My teacher, the previous Pope Jian Sunji, raped me and said that he wanted to keep me forever. He also forced me to break up with Yu Xiaogang, otherwise he would kill me. I have no choice but to break up with Yu Xiaogang, but... She spoke word by word. Deep hatred emerged in Bibi Dong's eyes, and her beautiful face looked a little hideous at the moment. Later I realized that everything was done for me. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted me to leave the Spirit Hall, but they failed. After being discovered, they were threatened by Kyungsunji and staged this drama. I have long been chosen by Kyungsunji to be the carrier of the angel bloodline. He just needs an excuse that makes sense and won't arouse my suspicion. Veins bulged on Bibi Dong's forehead as she spoke these words almost hoarsely. These are the information I captured from his consciousness after I killed him and devoured him with my own hands. From that day on, I decided that I would destroy the Spirit Hall and the angel lineage. She gasped and closed her eyes in pain. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes trembled and crystals sparkled in the corners of her eyes. Is that so? Su Chen was stunned with shock. I never expected that there was such an inside story in this matter. This can explain why the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was so miserable during the subsequent soul hunting operation. As the mother clan of Yu Xiaogang, not only was it not spared, but it was the one who died the cleanest among the three clans. It's really a case of leaving no one alive. I'm afraid Yu Yuanzhen could never have imagined that his impulsive actions back then would lead to such tragic consequences. I originally thought that Yu Xiaogang was just a pawn like me, but that day, Xiao Chen, your words reminded me. He is by no means innocent. After a long time, Bibi Dong opened her eyes again and had regained her composure. If it weren't for you, maybe I would still have fantasies about that person. Of course, I don't care now. It's like an insignificant person died in memories. It would be fine if he never appeared again, but otherwise, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall would not mind letting him taste the pain. Ha, how about it, Xiao Chen, now you know what kind of person I am. He is not the Pope you think he is. He is just a madman who only wants revenge and wants to destroy the Spirit Hall and the angels. Now that you know all this, do you still want to follow me and help me? Do you regret doing so much for me? His Holiness the Pope came closer, with a beautiful smile on his pretty face, his red lips slightly parted, a burning sweet scent and alcohol emanating from him, his beautiful eyes staring at the boy. But within that smile, there was an imperceptible tension and bitterness hidden, and even the body was trembling slightly. Su Chen didn't answer. He just remained silent, as if thinking about something. As time went by, Bibi Dong only felt her heart gradually contracting, the heat in her body was lost, and she became colder and colder. Really, you don't want to? That's right, people like me will only drag everything into the abyss. You should have given up this fantasy long ago, Bibi Dong. You are just a destined avenger. Declaring war on the world is your mission. Everything else is redundant. Just as her vision became increasingly blurry, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. The scorching heat made Bibi Dong instinctively look up. Since you want to sleep here, I'll go to another room. He gently pushed the stunned Bibi Dong onto the bed and pulled a quilt over her. Go to bed early, Your Holiness. You still have a meeting tomorrow, and I still have training and research to do. The silver-haired boy yawned, waved his hand and prepared to leave. And many more. Just as Su Chen walked to the door, Bibi Dong spoke. He turned around and met a pair of wine-red eyes filled with tears. Mr. Yin suggested that you become the Holy Son, but I refused. Would you be unhappy? The boy stopped. What? He rubbed the back of his head and smiled. It's only a matter of time, isn't it? After saying that, he gently closed the door and walked out. The light in the room dimmed, but Bibi Dong was still staring at the door, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly started laughing, and her laughter became louder and more exaggerated, until she laughed until tears streamed down her face. She tightly grasped the quilt with a familiar smell, then took off her nightgown and wrapped her whole body in it. Yes, sooner or later, everything will be yours. His Holiness the Pope smiled a beautiful smile with tears in his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. But no matter how you look at that smile, it seems a bit morbid. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, Participate in the competition for the succession ceremony. 3 soul bones? Chapter 61, Participate in the competition for the succession ceremony. 3 soul bones? Su Chen, who went to another room, suddenly realized a problem. Were the secrets I heard tonight a little too big and too many? There is no doubt that Bibi Dong told him almost everything about herself, including killing the Pope and her future plans. This is really... Su Chen sighed with a headache. Sure enough, drunk women are trouble. I hope she won't regret it when she wakes up. The boy shook his head and lay down on the bed. Silent all night. The next morning, in Su Chen's original room, His Holiness the Pope slowly opened his eyes, his long, slightly curled eyelashes trembling slightly. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, a trace of confusion flashed across Bibi Dong's beautiful wine-red eyes, and then she remembered that she seemed to be in Su Chen's room. Thinking of her actions last night, her pretty face turned slightly red. But it's really a bit too bold. Xiao Chen is a boy after all and he will grow up. But that's it. Bibi Dong thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared on the corner of her lips. It's time to go to Parliament. She yawned, reluctantly let go of the quilt that was filled with the scent of youth, stretched herself, and stretched her perfect body that made people excited and even crazy, and she felt relaxed all over. It has been a long time since I slept so soundly and peacefully. It seems that I need to come here more often in the future. His Holiness the Pope chuckled, casually put on his nightgown to cover his beautiful body, hummed an unknown tune, and walked out. Boom! The training dummy made of ironwood shattered instantly under the blue light. A spiral hole the size of a football appeared on its chest, which instantly penetrated out and smashed several dummies that pounced on it from behind. Kaka. More dummies gathered around, and the silver-haired young man in the encirclement was punching and kicking slowly. Although his movements looked simple and plain, with each kick, a dummy flew backwards and hit the wall hard. If you look closely, you can see that most of the training dummies have broken hearts or joints, killed by a precise blow. Soon, the young man was the only one left standing around him. Boom! The metal blocks on his waist and legs were thrown to the ground, and clear cracks were created on the hard black stone ground. Oh no, I forgot to add weight today. Su Chen slapped his head in annoyance. It's okay, I'll find someone to fix it. A familiar chuckle was heard, and the boy raised his head and saw Bibi Dong looking at him not far away. His Holiness the Pope looked at the mannequin with damaged joints, and then at the metal ingots that could crush an ordinary soul master to death. A hint of curiosity flashed across his beautiful eyes, Do you train like this every day? For combat soul masters, the benefits brought by martial souls are enough to make their physiques become very strong. Generally, only auxiliary soul masters deliberately train their bodies to increase their survivability. But Su Chen's training intensity is so intense that even a beast spirit master known for his physical strength would probably not be able to withstand it, let alone an auxiliary system. Yet, about 3 hours a day. Su Chen nodded and put the props away. Physical strength is related to the amount of chakra he can extract and the extent to which he can use the 8 gates, so it is necessary to train. If possible, he would even like to exercise more than 6 hours a day. But unfortunately this is not possible. Cultivating soul power and chakra, researching natural energy, and reviewing and developing other ninjutsu also take a lot of time. Su Chen wished he could split 1 second into 2. Anyway, remember not to hurt yourself. Bibi Dong stared at the boy, reached out and tore off a corner of her nightgown from the chest, and handed it to him in Su Chen's confused eyes. Wipe your sweat off and come up to eat with me later. I have something to discuss with you. She slowly covered her exposed body, turned around and left, leaving only her slim back. No, what does this mean? Can I have a towel? Never mind, I'm almost used to it. This woman would get a little crazy from time to time. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, looking at the fragments in his hand that still had some warmth and fragrance. I wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, I put it into the storage soul guide. I always feel like something terrible will happen if I lose it. What? You want me to go to the Spirit Master Academy in Wuhan City for further studies? Su Chen, who was eating a bun, looked at Bibi Dong opposite him in a daze. Yes. His Holiness the Pope had already put on the noble papal robe and was sipping tea elegantly, nodding slightly. Only in this way can you represent the Spirit Hall in the Pope succession competition. No, I'm not going. Su Chen refused without any hesitation. Excuse me for being frank, but no one in the entire Douluo continent, let alone the Soul Master Academy in Seoul City, knows the Soul Master system better than him. Instead of going to college and playing house with a bunch of little kids, you might as well do 2 more experiments. Not to mention that competition, it would be a waste to let him participate in such a meaningless competition. The reward for the champion team is 3 soul bones. Bibi Dong reached out and took the bun that the boy had bitten, opened her lips slightly, took a light bite and said, "Okay, I'll go." Su Chen was stunned at first, then he sat up straight, looked at Bibi Dong seriously, and said, "Please let me participate." "Of course, I don't need to study." You. Bibi Dong laughed so hard that her body shook. She gently tapped the boy's forehead and said angrily, "I knew you couldn't refuse soul bones. I will find a way to give you more. Then I would like to thank His Holiness the Pope first." Su Chen touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. "There is no way, there is a big gap in natural energy. Don't be so distant, just call me sister." She pinched the boy's cheek unhappily. "However, you must attend this training, otherwise you won't get any soul bones. Don't worry, I have prepared a surprise for you." Bibi Dong stood up and left without finishing her words, leaving the young man with only a mysterious smile. What is this woman planning? Su Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. But soon, he was immersed in this sudden good news. 3 soul bones. With these 3 pieces, we should be able to master the extraction of natural energy, right? As for Bibi Dong's request, he selectively ignored it. It's impossible to call her sister, but Dong might be able to cough. Shaking his head to get rid of his messy thoughts, Su Chen pinched the bun and took a bite, thinking about Bibi Dong's words. The competition for the Pope's succession ceremony. It looks like this time, the scale should be quite large. 3 soul bones are already the standard for the Continental Soul Master competition, and the Spirit Hall has invested a lot of money in order to allow more people to come. Once this news gets out, some small sects and academies will probably join in the fun. It's not small. Why, you don't want to participate? A cold voice sounded at the door. The boy raised his head and saw the blonde girl walking straight in and sitting in the seat where Bibi Dong had just sat. Not caring whether Su Chen had taken a bite of it or not, Qian Rongxiu took the bun from his hand, took a bite and spoke vaguely. I advise you not to wade into this muddy water. The danger this time is beyond your imagination. Well, you have good taste. The girl narrowed her beautiful eyes, took his drink and drank it all, patting her flat belly with a look of unsatisfied feeling. Anything else? End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Ren Shui's bottoming out, plan changes. Chapter 62, Qian Rongxiu's bottoming out, plan changes. You two mother and daughter are really... Su Chen shook his head helplessly and simply gave all the buns to her. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, no one can resist the temptation of buns. When they were in the ninja world, Minato and the others seemed to like eating this kind of mysterious oriental food. It can be regarded as my tiny remembrance of that vast land of mountains and rivers. You seem lonely? Why, is the Pope not treating you well? The girl's voice woke Su Chen up. He raised his head and saw Qian Rongxiu puffing her cheeks and looking at him curiously. It looks like a little golden hamster. Eat yours, that's not the case. Su Chen couldn't laugh or cry. After getting to know me, this girl completely let herself go. Rather, this is her original appearance, right? After all, no matter what, she was only 12 years old, at an age where she longed for friends, longed for care, and was confused about the future. It's really hard for her to pretend to be cold all day long. Thinking of this, the boy couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll get more. He said warmly. What? Qian Rongxiu shuddered, touched Qi Shuangxiu's arm, and looked at Su Chen with disdain in her beautiful eyes. Your tone just now was exactly like my grandfather's. Poor ass. Little girls and the like are just as annoying as drunk women. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Why did you come to see me? Su Chen glared at her unhappily. She came in right after Bibi Dong left. She looked like a starving ghost, so she must have been waiting outside for quite a while. Well, that is to say, Speaking of this, Qian Rongxiu's eyes wandered and her little face gradually turned red. Even though she had rehearsed it many times since last night, when it really came to this moment, she didn't know how to say it. Such a precious thing, even if they are friends, they have known each other for too short a time. If they say it rashly, it may hurt the feelings between them. Although she didn't feel any gap between her and the boy. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to muster up the courage to act so familiarly with Su Chen. No, here you go. Before the girl could figure out how to start speaking, a stack of papers was handed to her. Qian Rongxiu looked up and met the pair of smiling black eyes. Friends are supposed to help each other, right? He said so. After thinking about it, Su Chen understood why Qian Rongxiu came. The only thing I have that can help her right now is the cultivation method. However, this information is really well informed. Is it Qian Daoliu? It seems that there are still many Qian Daoliu people in the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong should also know about this, right? You. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. She looked at the paper full of words, then looked at the boy. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. At this moment, the girl's nose felt a little sour. She carefully put the paper away, took a deep breath, and looked at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes very seriously. Yes, you are right, friends should help each other. You are my best and only friend. Qian Rongxiu added silently in her heart. Looking at the girl's eyes filled with various emotions, Su Chen felt a little complicated. Compared to Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu grew up in an environment that was no less extreme. Otherwise, How could she trust him so much just because of a cultivation method and the identity of a friend? Even if you don't want this thing, I'm afraid Douluo will give it to you tomorrow. Well, anyway, I still have to thank you. Oh, I actually have some more. The blonde girl seemed to remember something and spoke hesitantly. But this time it was obviously not because of Su Chen, but the topic they talked about seemed a little nervous for her. Just tell me, I'll be happy to help you if I can. Su Chen took the drink from the girl, took a sip, and raised his hand to signal her to speak. Yes, I have a friend. Puff. The young man couldn't help but ejaculated, but luckily he moved to the side in time and didn't ejaculate on Qian Rongxiu. But even so, the girl was still frightened. Are you okay? She screamed and hurried over to help Su Chen, but the boy waved his hand and refused. It's okay, I just couldn't hold it in for a moment. You go on. It's been a long time since I've heard this kind of rhetoric of making friends out of nothing. Su Chen wiped his mouth and wanted to laugh, but felt it was impolite. Oh, well, that's it, I have a friend. Qian Rongxiu looked at Su Chen worriedly, but still sat back, nodded, and took a deep breath. My friend, her mother killed her father. Puff. Su Chen, who had just taken another sip, spat it out again, but this time it was purely out of shock. What? No, you and your daughter made an appointment to come to me to expose your secrets. Is this something I can hear? Su Chen was stunned. Bibi Dong, why are you coming too? I know it sounds incredible, but according to my friend's grandfather, and with her own analysis, it seems to be true. As Qian Rongxiu spoke, her beautiful eyes dimmed. My friend's grandfather said that it was because my friend's mother was born an evil person. She always did things for herself and never considered other people's feelings. I used to think so too, until recently, when my friend discovered something different. She discovered that her mother might not be as bad or evil as her grandfather said, and that there might be something else going on. She looked at the thoughtful boy hopefully. But her mother is unlikely to communicate with her, and her grandfather still uses the same rhetoric as before. What do you think my friend should do? Even though the two had known each other for a short time, Qian Rongxiu still felt an inexplicable sense of security. In front of the boy, I could neither pretend nor act strong. Perhaps it was his strength, his calmness, and his thoughts that entered his heart. Well, let me think about it. Su Chen pinched his chin and pondered. He realized instantly that this was an opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu to ease their relationship. No, we have to seize this opportunity, otherwise it will be too late when Qian Rongxiu leaves Wuhan City. Originally, Su Chen just wanted to secretly reach a deal with Qian Rongxiu and make arrangements in the Tiandu Empire. But now, plans have to change. Well, there is a way. After thinking for a moment, the boy snapped his fingers and looked at the girl. It's just that it might be a bit embarrassing. Do not worry. Qian Rongxiu shook her head with a determined look. I just want to know the truth about this matter. Don't mention embarrassment for it. I am willing to pay any other price. This abnormal relationship has been lingering in her mind for several years, and now it has reached a point where she can no longer tolerate it. How embarrassing can it be? End of this chapter. Chapter 63, All the forces are gathered, and the Pope's succession ceremony is about to begin. Chapter 63, All the forces are gathered, and the Pope's succession ceremony is about to begin. Qian Rongxiu went back contentedly. The naive girl doesn't know what kind of socially fatal situation she will face next. Anyway, for now, she has received Su Chen's reassurance. This is really true. Su Chen shook his head, stood up and walked towards the underground base. Given his current relationship with Bibi Dong, he can be considered to be able to intervene in this matter. However, there is no rush, we need to take things slow. The boy thought so and began his experiments and training. A month passed in a flash. During this month, a huge shock occurred in the spirit hall. Just as Elder Yin said, the emergence of the cultivation method is not only an impact on the spirit hall, but also an impact on the entire cultivation system of Douluo continent. No soul master can refuse to improve his strength. This move even alarmed many titled Douluo who had long since retired and lived in seclusion. The worship hall and the elder hall all came out to look for Bibi Dong and inquire about the secrets of her cultivation method. And Bibi Dong did not give up this good opportunity. With the help of the power of cultivation, he cleaned up the neutral and high-level angels on a large scale. Some were punished and some were transferred away. Before Qian Daoliu could react, he split and modified the news and spread it to the middle and lower levels, causing a huge sensation. With the support and solidarity of middle and low-level soul masters, and with this as the core, she attracted many priests from the Elders' Hall and the Worship Hall. For a time, Bibi Dong's power and prestige almost reached its peak. For the first time, the future Empress of the Wuhan Empire showed something other than her unrivaled talent in cultivation. That is the bloody, decisive, and toughest political approach. As one of the core persons in the incident, Su Chen, the inventor of the cultivation method, had a rare period of peaceful time. He practiced according to the routine, conducted experiments, exercised ninjutsu, talked with Tian Meng, or occasionally went out for a walk with Qian Rongxiu and took Su Xiao to regulate his body. Since that night, Bibi Dong has been very busy and rarely returns to the garden. When she occasionally comes back, she just stands quietly at the gate of the base for a while. When Su Chen notices her beautiful wine-red eyes full of fatigue, she disappears quietly. Su Chen felt a little awkward at first, but gradually got used to it. But this peace did not last long and was broken by sudden news. Have all the forces arrived? The young man was wearing a white coat and black-framed glasses. He was shaking the solution in the cup. He looked up when he heard this and asked in surprise. Yes. It should be said that all the major forces arrived a few days ago. Qian Rongxiu nodded. The girl was now sitting gracefully on the sofa, looking at the thing in the boy's hand with some curiosity. She was wearing a simple white long skirt today, which covered her knees and revealed a section of her fair and well-proportioned calves. Is this how Su Chen developed the cultivation method? Looking at those completely unfamiliar instruments and experimental subjects, the girl had an expression of confusion and awe. Big power. Su Chen paused slightly, placed the solution on the shelf, and placed a crystal in it with tweezers. A faint strange fluctuation quickly spread out, but disappeared after a moment. I failed again, never mind. Let's stop here for today. The boy shook his head in disappointment, put the measuring cup on the shelf, took off his glasses and white coat, revealing his simple training suit. After washing his hands, he picked up the teapot, poured 2 cups, and handed one to Qian Rongxiu. You go on. He is still very interested in this, after all, he might have to play on the court at that time. It's always good to have more information. Well, as far as I know, the top 3 sects and the bottom 4 sects, except for the Haoshan sect, have all sent people, as well as the 2 major empires, the 5 major academies, and some less well-known forces. Qian Rongxiu withdrew her curious gaze, picked up the teacup and took a sip, thought for a moment and said, anyway, if you want to participate in the competition, you might have to face students who are much older than you, and all of them are geniuses. The reward of 3 soul bones was enough to attract the attention of all forces. Coupled with the age limit being the same as that of the Soul Master competition, even the Tiandu royal family changed their minds and temporarily formed a team to try their luck. If that's the case, then it's indeed difficult. Su Chen pinched his chin and pondered. He didn't want to expose his spirit ring in such a mixed competition. The first ring of 1,000 years can barely be explained, but 10,000 years is a bit too scary. Up to now, the only ones who know this secret are Bibi Dong and Zhu Gui. Especially in this kind of continental level competition, it is easy to be targeted by the gods if you are not careful. That would be troublesome. After all, where we live now, there are God's representatives on earth. It is indeed a rather troublesome problem to defeat the genius team composed of all forces without using martial spirits. Really? And I heard that the competition system has been changed this time. There will be a big melee at the end. Qian Rongxiu added, if you need any information, I'll ask someone to send it to you later. Dang dang dang. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Su Xiao stuck his head out and said, Son, Elder Zhu is here. He seems to want to talk to you about something. Do you want to? His gaze lingered on the somewhat uneasy beautiful blonde girl for a moment, then he looked at the boy and winked secretly, Stop for a moment. Sorry, I disturbed you for too long. See you later. Qian Rongxiu stood up somewhat awkwardly, a blush appearing on her pretty face. She bowed hurriedly and walked out in a hurry without waiting for the boy to stop her. Dad, you are really... Su Chen looked at Su Xiao helplessly, can you please stop teasing the little girl all the time? In order to discuss some plans, Qian Rongxiu had to come to Su Chen frequently. For convenience, he simply moved all subsequent experiments at home. Anyway, the preliminary research has basically been completed, and what remains is mainly to repeat simple practices. But he didn't expect that, after a few interactions, perhaps because of their frequent secret conversations, Su Xiao misunderstood something, and from then on, he treated Qian Rongxiu as his daughter-in-law. Poor Qian Rongxiu had never experienced such a thing, especially since this was the father of her only friend. She couldn't hit him, scold him, or say anything to him. What's more, he didn't have any ill intentions and even took better care of her. Over time, the girl even developed a phobia for Su Xiao and would flee in a hurry every time she saw him. I wonder if Su Xiao would be proud if he knew that he could scare the future angel god away. Nonsense, how could I be funny? I can see that the little girl's eyes are full of you. Su Xiao shook his head and spoke earnestly. You better hurry up. I've only seen His Holiness the Pope, a girl this beautiful and with such a good temperament. Dad is helping you, don't you understand? Su Chen was a little impressed by the vision of his cheap father. Could it not be similar? They are mother and daughter. Dad, I'm only 6 years old. He sighed, didn't you say that Douluo was looking for me? Oh, that's right, look at my memory, let's get out of here. Su Xiao patted his head, took 2 steps, turned back, and snorted, what's wrong with 6 years old? When I was 6 years old, 14 years old, I touched your mother's hand. As my son. The young man ignored his muttering and walked into the living room, where he saw Douluo staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, his charming face looking much more haggard. Seeing Su Chen coming out, he slowly turned his head, his eyes trembled, and 2 lines of tears actually flowed out. You. It's been so hard for me to find it. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Desensitization Plan, Taking Rongxiu to see Bibi Dong. Chapter 64 Desensitization Plan, Taking Qian Rongxiu to see Bibi Dong. Damn it! Su Chen was shocked. He looked at Douluo who was crying loudly in confusion, and felt a little unwell. When had he ever seen Douluo like this? I'll go make some tea. Su Xiao behind him swallowed his saliva, turned around with the steaming teapot in his hand, went into his room and closed the door tightly. No matter how brave he was, he knew that he couldn't bear to watch such a scene. Don't be in a hurry, take your time and tell me what happened. Su Chen ignored his father's little tricks, sat opposite Yu Guan, and handed him a piece of paper. The latter took the paper, wiped away all his tears carefully, sniffed, and said with some resentment, Xiao Su Chen, let's be honest, have I ever cheated you? No. Su Chen shook his head. Did I save you? Yes. Then I will bring you before His Holiness the Pope and guarantee you. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Since he entered the spirit hall, the second elder Zhu Gui has indeed helped him a lot. No matter what the reason is, Su Chen has kept it in mind. We should still have a conscience. Since I have done nothing wrong to you, why did you cheat me? Douluo was anxious and angry, and his finger pointing at Su Chen was shaking constantly. It would have been fine if you just left the Pope without saying a word, but you actually got so close to Jianrongxiu. You, did I ever remind you that she and the Pope are incompatible? During this month, because Bibi Dong's prestige and power had grown tremendously, the status of these elders of the Pope's faction had also risen. Not only had their salaries doubled, they could now walk around with their heads held high in the spirit hall. Of course, there is a lot of work that comes with it, but for Yu Guan, this is a happy trouble. But just as he was humming a little tune and working with dark circles under his eyes, this news came. God have mercy on me, Yu Guan was stunned when he heard the news. Thinking of Bibi Dong's eyes that could almost freeze people to death, Yu Guan's calves are trembling now. You say you. He looked around and said in a low voice, it's okay for you to meet her, but can't you be more low-key? Why are you walking around the streets? Are you afraid that others won't know? You don't really think that if you leave Her Holiness the Pope, she won't have someone follow you? Yu Guan stared at Su Chen with his bloodshot eyes and dark circles. Come on, tell me, what do you think? Su Chen was silent. He turned his head away with a guilty look on his face. Well, Elder Ju, I will handle this matter, just leave it to me. If that was the case, then he really had nothing to say. Because it was intentional. As early as a month ago, when Su Chen agreed to Jianrongxiu's help in contacting Bibi Dong, he had already been conceiving of this plan. After all, he and Jianrongxiu don't have much time together. Once the succession ceremony is over, Jianrongxiu will definitely return to the Tiandu Palace and continue to pretend to be Shui King He. If I want to meet you again, I don't know when. It is even more difficult to say whether Jianrongxiu will still have this mentality after she grows up and kills a few princes. Although after that night, the depression and shadow in Bibi Dong's heart should have dissipated a lot. It does not mean that she can accept her own pain and uncover her scars. Asking directly or asking Su Chen to act as a matchmaker would only have the opposite effect. So, he chose to proceed step by step. It started from meeting Jianrongxiu, training together, going shopping, and finally bringing her home, gradually stimulating Bibi Dong. Su Chen called it desensitization training. When Bibi Dong reached her limit, the Pope would probably be more patient and explain a few words to Jianrongxiu. There is no doubt that this is a gamble on Bibi Dong's tolerance towards herself. Before he took out his cultivation method, he definitely wouldn't dare to play like this. If you are not careful, you will stimulate 2 barrels of explosives at the same time. But now it's different. He and Bibi Dong have formed a close chain of interests. Even if he fails, the relationship can be quickly restored by producing some results. Besides, he couldn't just sit back and watch 2 future god-level fighters go their separate ways and consume each other. These are all high-quality combat forces for future counterattacks against the divine world. Now, he finally received Bibi Dong's reaction. The effect seems to be good, and Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. It's just poor elder Yueguan, who suffered such misfortune in vain. Deal with. Douluo looked at the boy suspiciously. How are you going to deal with this? Just go and explain it properly, right? You're not really in a relationship with Jianrongxiu, are you? Su Chen. Well, don't worry about it. The boy responded casually. It's more than just a relationship. I'm going to take her to see the Pope later. My dear little ancestor, can you please let me be more at ease? Yu Guan slapped his head and fell weakly on the sofa, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. After dealing with Su Chen for such a long time, I have some understanding of him. When I saw the young man's face, I knew that he was going to cause some big trouble. Forget it, forget it. I don't care. Now, immediately, come with me to see the Pope. Douluo stood up like crazy, picked up Su Chen, and rushed out in a hurry. Wait, we're waiting for someone. Su Chen broke free easily, shook his wrist, and pointed to the door. She will be here soon, in a few minutes. Who? Yu Guan was a little confused. Will it help us? Before he could figure out what Su Chen meant, he saw a blonde girl walking out from the corner. In front of outsiders, Qian Rongxiu returned to her cold appearance and nodded slightly to Yu Guan as a greeting. Okay, now that we're all here, let's go. Su Chen looked at Yu Guan with a smile. The latter fell silent. After a while, he raised his finger with trembling hands, pointed at Qian Rongxiu, then at Su Chen, with an expression on his face that said, "Are you fucking kidding me? After all this time, the person you are waiting for is actually her. Going to her with the source of His Holiness the Pope's rage, are you crazy or am I crazy? Su Chen, why don't you think about it carefully?" Taking a deep breath, Douluo forced a smile, glared at the silver-haired boy with gritted teeth, his eyes flashing wildly. If you want to die, don't drag me along. If Qian Rongxiu hadn't been by his side, Yu Guan would have really wanted to take Su Jinfei to the lake for a soak to see if he could sober up this crazy boy. Believe me. Su Chen smiled and patted the former's arm, waved his hand, and the blonde girl followed. Ah, sooner or later I'm going to be killed by you. Seeing the two people walking away, Yu Guan pulled his hair in pain and quickly followed them. Wait for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Douluo, is this something I can know? Chapter 65, Douluo, is this something I can know? Wuhan City, in the Pope's palace. Today, this magnificent hall seemed a little empty, and vaguely there were only 4 figures. Bibi Dong was still wearing the noble and elegant Pope's robe that outlined her graceful figure. There was no expression on her perfect face, and her beautiful burgundy eyes looked coldly at the 3 people below. The smiling silver-haired boy, the trembling Yu Guan, and Qian Rongxiu. Looking at the face that was somewhat similar to her own, but younger, an unknown fire began to rise in the heart of His Holiness the Pope, causing her to clutch the scepter involuntarily, and several blue veins appeared on her slender, white hands. Or rather, this flame had already started to ignite since the boy moved out, but at this moment, seeing them standing side by side, it rose to its peak. The so-called matter must be reversed. The extreme anger did not make the Pope lose his composure, and even her expression did not change at all. She just glanced at the 3 people calmly, and her eyes stayed on the girl's hand for a moment. The blonde girl seemed calm, but Bibi Dong still keenly noticed her slightly trembling hands. Ah! The corners of His Holiness' lips curled up in a mocking arc, and somehow the anger in his heart suddenly eased a little. Her bright eyes stared at the silver-haired boy. Xiao Chen, don't you have anything to explain to me? Besides. She stuck her chin out towards the blonde. Do you know who she is? As soon as the words fell, the air in the hall seemed to be frozen. Gumbling. Yueguan's Adam's apple rolled up and down. He was so scared that he dared not breathe and wished he could bury his head in his neck. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I really owe it to you. This kind of thing. Why should I get involved? Yes, I know her. She's Qian Rongxiu, the granddaughter of the great priest. The young man kept smiling and nodded, looking at the woman in front of him. After not seeing her for a month, Bibi Dong's temperament has changed significantly. The suppressed madness and frenzy almost completely disappeared, replaced by nobility, elegance, and peace. Su Chen could already see some shadow of the future empress of the Wuhan Empire who would look down upon the world, the god of Rakshasa. The rate of growth is amazing. Perhaps Qian Daoliu's failure was due to the fact that he felt he was in control of everything, but he could never have imagined that the silly girl back then would grow up in just a few years into a behemoth that constrained him in every way. But the more this is the case, the more important it is to do now. The young man raised his lips and looked straight into those wine-red eyes. Or your daughter? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Guan collapsed to the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and his whole body shaking as he looked at Su Chen. What did he hear? Daughter? The Pope's daughter is Qian Rongxiu? The granddaughter of the great priest? Damn it! This shocking news almost blew his brain apart, and he was too dizzy to react. Did she tell you? Bibi Dong closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath, and her hand holding the scepter began to tremble. A cold breath of death slowly emerged, causing the already solidified air to drop to freezing point. Qian Rongxiu stared at the smiling boy in amazement. She didn't say it. I'm talking about my friends, not me. No, Your Holiness, I guessed it myself. The smile on Su Chen's face gradually faded. He sighed and looked at Bibi Dong, whose breath was unstable. This is not difficult to guess, is it? Click click. The floor began to crack as the breath continued to burst out, and the cracks gradually spread towards the young man. But after searching for a moment, it stopped. So, this month, you are. She kept taking deep breaths, suppressing the anger and pain in her heart, with a hint of disbelief and pain in her eyes. Yes, I did it on purpose. The boy nodded. Boom! A green light suddenly appeared, and the thick pillars exploded and shattered in an instant, countless bricks and stones flew everywhere, and smoke rose. Bibi Dong's body trembled, and she slowly withdrew her hand. Her chest heaved violently, and an abnormal blush appeared on her pretty face. Yuegwen, you go out first. She whispered. Your Majesty, I think. Roll. Douluo nodded hurriedly, then ran out crawling. Before leaving, he gave Su Chen a look that said, may you be lucky to him. I tried my best, really. Damn brat. Can't you just let me go out and talk? Is this something I can listen to? Will you? I knew that nothing good would happen today, would I be silenced? Boom. The door was closed, and there were only 3 people left in the hall. You know it, you know it. As soon as Douluo left, Bibi Dong could no longer restrain herself and slumped down on the Pope's throne. 2 lines of tears fell from her cheeks, and a crazy flame ignited in her eyes. Qian Rongxiu watched all this with a pale face. It was the first time she had seen the Pope, her nominal mother, so vulnerable and out of control. Just because Su Chen brought her here. Is your hatred towards me so deep? The blonde girl opened her mouth, but no words came out. At this moment, she just wanted to turn around and run. Yes, I know that she is the source of your pain and your bloody scar, but, Sister Dong, do you think this is your fault? Su Chen sighed, walked forward slowly, and gently grabbed Bibi Dong's hand. Snapped. The latter slapped him away, staring at the boy with bloodshot eyes. His aura surged, and a huge spider shadow emerged, opening its big fang-filled mouth as if it wanted to swallow him in one gulp. The dangerous signs stimulated every cell in Su Chen to send out a warning. Tianmeng in the sea of spirituality was already trembling with fear. The strong murderous intent and madness almost drowned him, making his bones make sounds as if they could not bear the burden. But even so, the boy's expression remained unchanged. He was just stubborn and grabbed Bibi Dong's hand again. The hand was slender, white, and smooth as cream, but it had no temperature at all and was as cold as a piece of ice. Let yourself go. Young man's voice. The victim is innocent. The phantom shattered like a water mirror, and the murderous intent disappeared instantly. Bibi Dong was stunned. The words of the silver-haired boy kept echoing in his mind, like a drop of clear spring water falling into a raging fire and dead silence. Instead of evaporating, it fell firmly, slowly soaking the heart that had long been scorched and riddled with holes, allowing it to slowly regenerate fresh flesh and blood. Woo! At this moment, The endless grievances accumulated over the years surged into her heart and burst out uncontrollably. She hugged the boy in front of her desperately and burst into tears. Qian Rongxiu, who was about to turn around and leave, was also stunned at this moment. It wasn't just her mother's imageless appearance, but more importantly, she heard a word she had never thought of appearing on her mother. Victim. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Mother and Daughter Reconciliation. Chapter 66 Mother and Daughter Reconciliation. Bibi Dong has had a lot of halos around her since she was a child. A peerless genius with innate soul power, the Pope's only disciple, the most beautiful woman in the continent, and later the youngest Pope in history, and so on. Qian Rongxiu had also heard many people's comments about her, including those who were envious, jealous, and admired her. But the only word I haven't heard is victim. She had a strong premonition. The truth that I am pursuing is closely related to this word. After a long time, His Holiness the Pope finally stopped crying. His beautiful eyes were red and swollen, and he got up from Su Chen. He turned away embarrassedly. Sorry, Xiao Chen, I. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he felt his upper body almost soaked. Is this woman made of water? It's okay, no problem. He waved his hand, and milky white chakra floated up, guiding the moisture on Su Chen's body, gradually condensing into a water ball and throwing it aside. Feeling better now? The boy asked with concern. Much better, thank you, Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong nodded. She looked at the boy, her beautiful wine-red eyes shining with a luster she had never had before, as if she wanted to engrave him firmly in her heart. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt reborn. So, I think, sometimes, it may just be a simple communication problem. Su Chen clapped his hands and looked at Qian Rongxiu, who was silent. Tell me about your problem. Turning her gaze to the blonde girl, Bibi Dong's expression instantly turned cold. Even though she felt relieved, the process would not be too fast, and the issue between her and Qian Rongxiu was not about their backgrounds. She really wanted to throw Qian Rongxiu out directly, but since this was what Su Chen wanted to do, Bibi Dong didn't want to disappoint the boy. You'd better have something important to do. Otherwise, get back to the Tiandu Empire mission right now and don't let me see you for the next 10 years. His Holiness the Pope said coldly. The latter didn't care about Bibi Dong's tone, or maybe she had gotten used to it. The girl bit her lip, took a deep breath, looked into those wine-red eyes and asked. Did you kill my father? Under her expectant gaze, Bibi Dong revealed a beautiful yet cruel smile, then nodded vigorously. That's right, I killed him. Not only did I kill him, I also plucked out his soul bones one by one, devoured his flesh and blood, and ate away his soul. Let him completely and cleanly disappear from this world. The Pope's pretty face flushed with a sickly blush, and he looked at the pale and shaky blonde girl. Why? Do you want to avenge him? You. Qian Rongxiu clenched her fists angrily, staring at the laughing Bibi Dong, gnashing her teeth. Grandpa is right, you are indeed cold and heartless. Ugh! The slender and delicate hand shot out like lightning, grabbed the girl's neck in an instant and lifted her up. The Pope's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. I'm warning you, if I hear that old man's name from your mouth again, you will never be able to return to the spirit hall in your lifetime. Boom! After saying that, he threw it to the ground. Cough cough! Qian Rongxiu's pretty face flushed red, and she coughed dryly as she got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, still glaring at Bibi Dong with hatred. There is no doubt that having lacked maternal love since childhood, Kyungsunji is the person she respects the most. The girl originally still held on to a glimmer of hope, but now that she saw Bibi Dong admit it herself, she finally gave up completely. What about me? She asked. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes and slid down her face. She growled in a low voice. Then am I your daughter? Hearing the girl's hysterical scream, Bibi Dong's eyes trembled for a moment, and a hint of complexity flashed across her pretty face. After a while, she took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Although I don't want to admit it, your mistake is half my blood. Bibi Dong couldn't say some cruel words after all. The girl's paranoia and stubbornness were exactly the same as hers. Then why don't you ever? Qian Rongxiu was stunned, as if she didn't expect Bibi Dong to admit this problem, so she wiped her tears and questioned. But before he could finish his words, Bibi Dong interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Why? Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold again. She stood up and looked down at the girl, with a smile on her lips that was either mocking or self-deprecating. You ask why? Of course it's because your dead father raped me and gave birth to you. Qian Rongxiu raised her head suddenly and her pupils shrank sharply. Why? Do you know how much your father did to have a legitimate reason to use me as a pawn to maintain your angel bloodline? Master and disciple, saint, hee. Your father treated me as a breeding machine, your grandfather treated me as a puppet and a pawn, and you regarded their words as the truth. Tell me. She leaned down, got closer to Qian Rongxiu, and spoke word by word. Why? It was like a bolt from the blue. Bibi Dong's words were so deafening that the girl subconsciously took 2 steps back, her mind going blank. I am actually the product of rape? Her most respected father, the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, was actually such a criminal who schemed against his disciples? The girl moved her lips. She wanted to say something, and also wanted to directly question and refute. But all signs indicate that this is very likely to be true. Her father's embarrassment, her grandfather's reaction, and the hatred she had for herself over the years. This way, everything can be explained. Isn't my own existence a bloody scar? I'm sorry. She opened her mouth with difficulty and struggled to bend down and bow, but no emotion could be heard in her muffled voice. Sorry. The girl repeated it over and over again. Bibi Dong's fingers trembled slightly, but after struggling for a moment, she let go. I don't know how many times I said sorry. The blonde girl staggered to her feet and wanted to leave, but was grabbed by a hand. Wait, you haven't said that yet. Qian Rongxiu turned to look at the silver-haired boy, who also looked at her with his bright black eyes. Communication is a two-way street. Why don't you tell me why you have been actively staying away from her since you were a child? Su Chen asked softly. Bibi Dong snorted when she heard that and leaned back in her seat with an indifferent look. In fact, my ears pricked up quietly. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head and stammered, I'm very scared. Since I was a child, she has always looked at me as if I were an enemy. Even if I secretly looked at her, gave her something, or wanted to talk to her, she would scold me with very unpleasant words. The girl didn't say anything, but everyone could imagine the rest. Countless times of taking the initiative to get close to someone, only to be met with unimaginable hatred. Not to mention children, even adults cannot bear it. You. Bibi Dong opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Because Qian Rongxiu was not wrong. So, for many things, communication is the key. Su Chen came over, stood between the two of them, and pulled up one hand from each of them. Since you are not wrong, she is not wrong, and the person who is really wrong is dead, why can't you just get along with each other? As he spoke, the young man put his hands together. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, The Power of Magic is so terrifying. Chapter 67, The Power of Magic is so terrifying. Qian Rongxiu was immersed in sorrow, while Bibi Dong recalled the scene at that time. The little blonde girl tiptoed through the crack in the door and looked at her. Then she ran over with her short legs and carefully handed her a beautiful flower. However, at that time, my heart was filled with madness and pain, and my eyes were blinded by hatred. I could neither sense her timidity nor the courage she was trying to muster, nor could I see the desire in her eyes. Naturally, she ruthlessly knocked the flower down and cursed her with the most vicious words. Only when I see the tears of fear and grievance in the little guy's eyes can I feel the pleasure of revenge in my heart. Thinking about it now, she must have been very sad at that time. But if I remember correctly, she was on the second day, the third day, and the fourth day. Have been here too. It's just that I never cared about it. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered, with a hint of complexity and guilt. Just when she was about to say something, she felt her hand being grabbed by the boy and placed on his other hand. Bibi Dong? Qianrongxiu? The two of them looked up at the same time, looked at each other in surprise, and then involuntarily looked at the young man in the middle who was smiling with satisfaction. Seeing you guys reconcile is really... The young man nodded with emotion, but before he could finish his words, a huge force knocked him out, and then transformed into gentle soul power in mid-air, allowing him to land lightly on the ground. Su Chen? He stood up in confusion, just in time to meet two pairs of beautiful eyes filled with shame and anger. Bibi Dong's pretty face flushed slightly. She suppressed her inner shame, glanced at the boy, and withdrew her hand. Qianrongxiu was even more unbearable, her blush almost spread to her ears. She glared at the boy fiercely, covered her cheeks and ran out. Hey? What's this? Repaying kindness with enmity. Su Chen stared in amazement at Qianrongxiu who was running away and Bibi Dong who had her back to him, feeling extremely sad. Women are indeed unreasonable creatures. But the boy didn't know that when Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong saw the boy at that moment, they both thought of the same identity. And the look they gave each other confirmed each other's thoughts. Just like the indispensable position in a family. In desperation, shame, and anger, Bibi Dong couldn't control herself. I am leaving. Although I don't know what the mother and daughter were crazy about, but at least judging from the results, it seems to be going smoothly. Depressed Su Chen waved his hands and decided to go back to the laboratory he had not visited for a long time. Only research and knowledge can soothe his wounded heart. Wait. Bibi Dong's voice came from behind him. Su Chen turned around impatiently and saw a golden crystal flying towards him. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. It's my fault. I really thank you. This soul bone is a gift from me to you. I hope you... The Pope looked at the boy with some regret, but was interrupted by the boy's wave of his hand before he could say anything else. Do not talk. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled, and only the golden crystal remained in his eyes. Based on his experience, this is a soul bone that is at least 40,000 years old. It is the head soul bone, which is second only to the external soul bone in rarity. In the boy's vision, rich natural energy was gushing out, at least equivalent to the amount of 3 soul bones. I understand, I completely understand, so it's okay, then, see you tonight, I'm leaving first. The young man nodded unconsciously and grasped the soul bone tightly. He was already thinking about how to use this soul bone, and his legs walked out involuntarily. Now he only has one idea. Putting together the final piece of the natural energy puzzle. Boom! The door opened and closed again, leaving Bibi Dong standing there dumbfounded, with her hand stretched out alone. Am I being ignored? This kid, what does he need so many soul bones for? You can just live with the spirit bones from now on. But then again, she is really reliable, and does the child trust her so much? The beautiful wine-red eyes flickered, and His Holiness the Pope recalled the feeling just now in his mind, and the disappearing blush reappeared. A family? Boom! Green bubbles rose slowly in the test tube and then exploded at the highest point. The boy carefully held the golden soul bone and poured the liquid on it. Hum! The golden soul bone suddenly burst out with a striking light, as if stimulated by something, and the light quickly turned into a light green. Almost at the same time, the young man released his martial soul without hesitation. 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, suddenly shone and vibrated rhythmically. The milky white energy completely enveloped the soul bone. A magical energy wave slowly spread, constantly intersecting and entangling with the chakra. The young man's forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He controlled the amount of chakra and carefully drew the already extremely rich green into his body. Time passed bit by bit, and with Su Chen's control, the green gradually merged with the milky white, transforming into a new energy that was as clear as a green spring, slowly surrounding the young man, and finally bit by bit it was retracted into his body along with the chakra. Buzz! As the last bit of energy was completely absorbed, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. Colorful arcs intertwined, and dots of light spread through the golden pupils, forming a cross pattern. Light golden eyeshadow appeared on his face, gathering into a mysterious golden mark between his eyebrows. The robe fluttered without wind, a powerful aura emanated from it, and a noble and mysterious breath slowly spread. Oh, this familiar feeling! It was as if endless power was spreading throughout his limbs and bones, his mind was clear, his 7 orifices were active, and his body was as light as a swallow. Clenching his fists, he could feel his physical strength and intensity increased by more than 5 times. This is Sage Mode. The young man exhaled a puff of white mist, his eyes flashed, and he took light steps. Boom! In a flash, he appeared in the training ground, and a huge hole appeared where he was standing originally, with dense cracks spreading all over the place. As the young man appeared, the training dummies on standby seemed to be activated and gathered around him. That's great, let's give it a try. A ripple appeared in the eyes, which were intertwined with prismatic and golden colors. Su Chen's mouth curled up, and he moved his fingers slightly. A raised nan with a diameter of more than 1 meter condensed in an instant. It was still the same brilliant azure blue, but the center had turned into pure white like jade. The violent wind pressure kept blowing as it rotated, plowing tiny grooves on the wall. Xian Foray's Nan. Boom! It was as if a missile exploded in the center of the dummy, with broken limbs flying everywhere. In the intense white light, everything around was destroyed. Clear cracks appeared on the ceiling, walls, and even the foundation, which were covered with alloy and black rock. And this is just the power of the aftermath. The smoke cleared. In the center of the explosion, a huge hole nearly 10 meters in size appeared in front of the boy. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, Dragon Immortal Mode, Competition Requirements. Chapter 68 Dragon Immortal Mode, Competition Requirements. Douluo. Fragments of black rock fell from the ceiling, and the wide training ground was in ruins. The remains of the training dummy were scattered everywhere, and the area around the pit was covered with dense cracks. Even the laboratory next door was affected. No one would have thought that the culprit behind such a huge destructive force was just a great soul master. Ha 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 ha. The boy looked at his hands, feeling the familiar power surging, and laughed wildly. Immortal Mode. And it is a sage mode that combines all the advantages of the 3 holy places and is unique to him. As early as in the ninja world, Su Chen discovered through contact with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as Tsunade who had a slug summoning contract, that although the sage mode of the 3 holy places was powerful, each had many flaws. The frog sage mode is too strong but very rigid in its flexibility, the snake sage mode is too feminine and indecisive, and although the slug sage mode does not have the disadvantages of both, it has also lost their advantages, and its own inertia is extremely strong, which can easily cause negative effects on chakra. No matter which of these 3 sage modes you practice, it means fixing your own chakra practice method. Therefore, for nearly 10 years, his research direction was how to combine the essence of the 3 schools and remove their dross. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Take the strengths of the 3 and eliminate their weaknesses. The harmony of yin and yang, the balance of hardness and softness, gives birth to an endless cycle. The sage mode that belongs only to him. Its name is Dragon. A totem used to commemorate the inheritance of an ancient country that we can never return to. But now, facing this power, even with his character, he can hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. However, this excitement did not last long. After just a few breaths, the boy's face changed, the eyeshadow on his face quickly faded, and his golden pupils returned to normal. A feeling of weakness quickly hit Su Chen's body, making him sit on the ground feeling a little dizzy. Chakra, exhausted again. He took a breath and smiled bitterly. Now it's my 6-year-old body that's holding me back. Obviously, Su Chen's high mana consumption skill group has added another member. Moreover, its magnitude is far greater than that of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the first soul skill. Putting aside the fact that Sage mode requires soul bones, his current chakra can only allow him to enter Sage mode for 10 seconds. If soul skills or ninjutsu are used during this period, this time will be further shortened. But the improvement it brings is unimaginable. In Sage mode, he can almost instantly kill all opponents he has encountered before, whether it is the Soul Master, the Linwu Silkworm, or even Jian Rongxiu at full firepower. Oh no, now I really get to be a real man for 10 seconds. He patted his head and murmured helplessly. It's quite painful that all the software is top-notch but the hardware can't run it. It seems that the Jinkriki plan needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. To be honest, Su Chen has been coveting this for a long time. It is impossible to contract with Emperor Tian Baiji, but if you can get along with Gu Yuina, there might be some hope to contract with a Red King Bear King. If that doesn't work, Daming and Erming will also be fine. Forget about Xiao Wu, but the rabbit should have transformed by now. Wait a little longer. I guess the wanted order for him in the Great Forest is still at the highest level. For now, we should get those soul bones first. Putting away the dim golden soul bone in his hand, recalling the incomparable power just now, Su Chen became more determined to participate in this competition. Want to defeat me magnificently? Moon stars are rare. The fireflies in the garden are flying among the flowers, shining little lights in the night, complementing the beautiful scenery here. In the pavilion, 2 graceful figures, one big and one small, sat opposite the young man, and the table was filled with exquisite delicacies. They were discussing the issue of Su Chen's participation in the Pope's succession competition. The silver-haired boy was leaning back in his chair, frowning as he stared at the stunning woman opposite him and repeated his question. Gorgeous defeat, are you serious? Perhaps there was someone else there. She was not wearing that bold nightgown, but a beige long skirt, exuding a youthful and beautiful temperament, with a unique taste of temptation. His Holiness's beautiful wine-red eyes sparkled in the starlight, his long eyelashes blinked, and he nodded with a smile. Yes, it should be gorgeous, but not revealing your full strength. She added. After these words were spoken, not only Su Chen, but even Jian Rongxiu, who was feeling a little awkward beside him, was stunned. Are you mistaken? Those who participate in the competition are not just passers-by who come here to make up the numbers, but the geniuses and elites from various sects and academies. She glanced at Su Chen and couldn't help but speak. In the girl's opinion, it is somewhat difficult for Su Chen to participate in such a competition at his age. Although he is very strong, can those people be weak? There's the age gap. No, others can't, but he can. Bibi Dong shook her head and said confidently. It was as if the one participating in the competition was not Su Chen but himself. It's a little difficult, I think. As long as they can realize the power of the Spirit Hall, I will let Jian Rongxiu give you another soul bone. The young man frowned and was about to say something when he saw Bibi Dong smiling and raising a finger. We will continue to work for the Spirit Hall no matter how difficult it is. It is our duty to serve the Spirit Hall. Su Chen's expression changed immediately and he patted his chest righteously. Why didn't you just say it earlier? No, you. I. Jian Rongxiu opened her mouth slightly, looked at Bibi Dong in surprise, then looked at Su Chen. No, what does this have to do with me? And you really like soul bones so much? Why, didn't that old man Jian Douluo give you the soul bone? Don't lie to me. Bibi Dong turned her head, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of danger. She was still upset about Jian Rongxiu's insistence on keeping in touch with Jian Douluo. Can you please stop calling me Grandpa Lao Dong? I agree to this. The girl nodded helplessly. Soul bones are not a big problem. Even if there is no competition, considering Su Chen's great help this time, it would be no problem for her to give him, let alone $1, even her entire fortune. Anyway, her soul bones have already been arranged by Douluo, and she won't need the inventory. Humph, I advise you not to get too close to that old man. The angels have nothing else in their minds except their divine heritage. They are only nice to you because of your talent. Bibi Dong folded her arms, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. Although she was resentful in her heart, she would not force Qian Rongxiu to make a choice, but just gave her a reminder. The blonde girl nodded silently. Qian Rongxiu is not a fool, she has noticed it over the years. But she cannot use this to deny that Qian Douluo is very concerned about her training. During the period when her mother was resentful and her father was busy, it was the old man who accompanied her through the most difficult times. To be honest, the girl's heart was confused and conflicted. It is an indisputable fact that the mother killed the father, but she was also a victim, and revenge is a legitimate reason. But the problem is that these two people are his relatives. Qian Rongxiu longed for maternal love, but felt guilty towards her father and did not dare to think about what would happen if her grandfather knew about this. Extremely complex emotions intertwined in her heart, becoming more and more entangled, making her more and more irritated. Hey, take it easy. At this moment, a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. Qian Rongxiu looked up and saw the pair of bright black eyes. The restless heart slowly calmed down. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, Struggle on the Street, Mysterious Martial Spirit? Chapter 69, Struggle on the Street, Mysterious Martial Spirit? I don't think we need to change too much. Just give each other some time, okay? Su Chen patted the girl's thin shoulders, then shook his head at Bibi Dong. Acceptance is acceptance, but the knot between them has been built over decades, can it be untied overnight? It's already very good to be able to reach this point. Seeing the two of them relaxed their brows, the young man shrugged and looked at them. By the way, I need to leave something on you, do you mind? Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong were slightly stunned, and nodded with their pretty faces slightly blushing. This boy, why does he speak so strangely? Faced with such blatant teasing, if it weren't for Su Chen, the mother and daughter would have already started fighting. You? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the two girls' white wrists stretched out in front of him at the same time. He shook his head, stretched out his hands and gently patted them. Two silver dragon patterns the size of seals appeared on their wrists. What is this? Qian Rongxiu turned it over with some curiosity. The dragon pattern glowed faintly in the moonlight, and she could feel the mysterious aura emanating from it. And she had a feeling that unless she broke her arm, there would be no other way to remove the dragon pattern. Compared to the curious and vague guess of the blonde girl, Bibi Dong's feelings were much clearer. She opened her mouth in surprise, with some disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Is this the power of space? Looking at the shining dragon pattern on his wrist, His Holiness the Pope was filled with surprise. Space. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu widened her eyes in surprise. You know, even the 8th or 9th soul skills of most soul masters cannot touch the edge of the word space. And if you touch upon them slightly, they will all be extremely terrifying abilities. For example, Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo's bipolar forbidden area. It requires the martial soul fusion technique used by two titled Douluo to trap 100,000-year soul beast. Ah! The boy smiled and twirled the kunao in his hand. There is also a similar silver dragon pattern engraved on the handle of the kunao. It's a kind of insurance. As for the effect, you will know in 2 days. The next morning, as soon as it got light, Su Chen left the experimental base. Walking on the road in the morning light, the young man stretched himself. Thinking of the gnashing teeth on Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong's faces when they chased after him and asked him questions last night, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Regardless, after the two set their sights on him, their relationship did progress a lot. Ah, by the way, where is Wuhan City Academy? Su Chen played with the kunao in his hand and looked at the surrounding buildings. Perhaps because the succession ceremony was only a few days away, this city, which was usually not crowded with people, suddenly became lively. Sects, forces, and academies from all over the continent, businessmen who smelled business opportunities, spies who wanted to fish in troubled waters, countless good and bad people, all entered the city. After walking only a few hundred meters, Su Chen saw more than 20 completely different force symbols, some of which he even had some impression of. Tian Shui, Kamikaze, or Five Elements Academy. The silver-haired boy glanced at the group of beautiful young girls bargaining with the stall owner, and the young people who followed them closely, and couldn't help shaking his head. He thought Feng Xiaotian was an exception, but he didn't expect it to be a tradition. This Kamikaze Academy is probably full of bootlickers. Su Chen deftly walked around the crowd and planned to go to another street. If you still can't find it, you can only ask someone else. About half an hour later, the silver-haired boy squeezed out from the crowd on another street with a rather ugly look on his face. It was impossible to find it, it was impossible to find it at all. Moreover, the flow of people on this street was even more outrageous, and the deacons in white who were there to maintain order were somewhat stretched to the limit. How about asking someone to ask? Su Chen muttered. Wuhan City College is considered one of the major colleges, so it should be quite well known. Monster, go away, are you worthy enough to be here? Get out of here! Just when Su Chen was about to ask someone, a loud and noisy sound suddenly came into his ears. Okay? The boy's eyes instantly turned jade white, and he looked in the direction of the sound towards the somewhat agitated crowd in front of him. When he saw the scene inside clearly, his eyes widened slightly. No way! Bang bang bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding was accompanied by screams one after another. Several young men in pale blue clothes spurted blood from their mouths and flew out. The rest of them took 2 steps back trembling, looking at the figures they surrounded with fear on their faces. It was a teenager. He was wearing a black and green suit with a simple chest protector and leggings. His dirty face was covered in sweat and dust, his short black hair was disheveled, and his wild green eyes could be vaguely seen. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, bared his snow-white fangs, and glared at the people in front of him like a lone wolf, scaring them so much that they quickly retreated. Humph, you bastard, you're looking for death! A cold shout accompanied by a strong gust of wind came towards him. The latter's pupils shrank slightly and he quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late. Click! The sound of bones breaking and the boy's painful groan were intertwined. His body flew backwards like a cannonball, hit the wall behind him hard, and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It's Teacher Yet! Teacher Yet, please help us! He beat Ah-san so hard that he vomited blood. Teacher Yet is a soul sect master, he will definitely teach that monster a lesson. The young people seemed to have seen some backbone and started shouting excitedly. A middle-aged man in pale blue clothes walked out of the crowd, rubbing his wrist, and glared at the group of young people with some disappointment. You have really brought shame to Kanghui Academy. Why don't you take them for treatment right away? Then, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to the young man who had begun to slowly get up, and a trace of pity and jealousy flashed in his eyes. I didn't hold back just now, but this monster can't die? What a hateful talent! If it weren't for your father's sake, I would have killed you right now just for the crime of beating up a student. Yes, Haikyuu snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed. Now, go back, you are disqualified from participating in this competition. The young man who was trying to get up looked up suddenly after hearing this, and his emerald green eyes under his black hair stared at Yes Haikyuu. The soul power surged, and a faint shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings appeared on his body. The soul ring lit up, and the boy's skin quickly turned blood red. The sweat evaporated into mist in an instant. He roared and rushed towards Yeshikyu. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? Chapter 70, Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? Boom! The wild boy flew back at an even faster speed, completely knocking down the wall and causing a burst of exclamations. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. You are just a great soul master. Yeshikyu snorted coldly, and the green-black tortoise martial soul was released. 4 white, yellow, purple, and yellow soul rings appeared one after another. He shook his neck and looked at the young man buried in the ruins, whose life or death was unknown, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But since you are seeking death, you can't blame me. Who is this guy? Next to the street, in an elegant tea house. The young blonde boy watched the commotion downstairs with interest, pointed at Yeshikyu who was pinching the wild boy's neck, and asked the person next to him. Reporting to His Highness Weiss, this person is an intern teacher at Kanghui College. The waiter beside him immediately bent down and explained respectfully. Kanghui Academy. The blonde boy looked at him in confusion. Your Highness Weiss, this is just a second-rate academy. It will not pose any threat to the geniuses of our Xingluo. Humph, the teacher is just a fourth-ring rubbish, and the student is a loser who was beaten to a pulp by a great soul master. My cousin would have dirty his hands if he killed them all. Davis curled his lips in disdain. By the way, if the Spirit Hall law enforcement team comes later, go and help them. The waiter was stunned. Help the Spirit Hall. Idiot, you must be helping him. Davis looked at him like he was a fool. What do you think we are here for? But remember, don't expose our identities. Just find someone to stand among the crowd and shout a few times. Looking at the team of white-robed deacons rushing over, his eyes flashed with a wise gleam. Someone will help us do the rest. Brother Weiss, why are you standing here? Hey, what are you doing with the stool? The little black-haired girl poked her head out and looked curiously at Davis who was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back. The air fell into silence for a moment. The latter's profound expression on his face suddenly broke out. He climbed down the stool in a rage and yelled, Zhu Zuyun, you idiot! Wivu, Brother Weiss, please don't scold me. At most, I'll let you be the titled Douluo next time. Shut up, idiot! Who wants to play house with you? Woohoo! Ugh! The wild boy's face turned red and he kept struggling in the air. Yeshikyu pinched his neck with a grim smile on his face, but he was terrified inside. I have already used all my strength, but it is extremely difficult to suppress it. With such a terrifying talent, if this kid and his sect are not eliminated, our Kanghui Ming dynasty will be in danger. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Yeshikyu tried even harder, and the boy's struggles gradually slowed down. His eyes turned white and he was about to lose his voice. Some of the onlookers gloated over the misfortune, some sighed in regret, and some just watched the fun for the sake of human rights. No one stepped forward to stop it. After all, this is Wuhan City, and it is obviously an internal dispute. If you intervene rashly, you will only get yourself involved. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. And Yeshikyu subconsciously let go. The young man was able to catch his breath and began to breathe in big gulps of fresh air. Private fighting is prohibited in Wuhan City. A team of deacons in white clothes hurried over. The leader looked at the collapsed walls and bloodstains on the ground with a grim expression. His chest heaved violently, and he was obviously very angry. Just because he was not careful, he got into such a big trouble. The captain was going to scold him to death. The leader felt bitter, and looked at Yeshikyu with an increasingly hostile look. Why don't you put it down quickly? I'm sorry, sir. I will compensate for the damage, but this is a private matter of my academy, so please don't get involved. Yeshikeu's ears twitched slightly, and his panicked expression instantly became confident. He straightened his chest and pointed at the half-dead wild boy in his hand. His name is Douluo, and he is a disciple of a small sect under my Kanghui. You can check our registration list. Let's save these words for the interrogation room. The leader of the law enforcement team snorted coldly and waved his hand. Take them all away. Sir, is this the spirit hall's style? But Yeshikeu did not resist. He allowed the deacon in white to pull his body. He just looked around and spoke loudly. We, small sects and academies, don't even have the right to handle our own private affairs. The leader froze in his tracks, and his expression instantly became uglier. He turned around, looked at the smiling Yeshikeu, and said word by word, we in the spirit hall never interfere. However, before he could finish his words, voices of doubt suddenly arose from the crowd. Yet, why are you so overbearing? They are just cleaning up the mess. Why do you have to meddle in their business? If you break something, can't you just pay for it? Tisk tisk, this is the spirit hall, they are used to being domineering. It was as if a stone caused 1,000 ripples. In an instant, countless condemnations came overwhelming, drowning the leader of the law enforcement team in the waves. Look! Davis smiled smugly, it's not just my Xingluo family who are trying to take advantage of this news. Who on this continent doesn't hope for the fall of the spirit hall? Your Highness is wise. The waiter was very impressed. Brother Weiss is awesome. Can I stand on the stool with Brother Weiss? Shut up, you idiot! On the field, in the center of the crowd, the leader of the law enforcement team looked at Yeshikeu with gritted teeth. The latter was slowly straightening his clothes, as if it was not him who had just been caught. Don't worry, we have no intention of going against a behemoth like the spirit hall. I'm just doing my own thing. If I've broken your rules, please forgive me. Can you let me go? Yeshikeu patted the hand that was holding him, adjusted his collar, pulled the wild boy over with a smile, grabbed his neck, and exerted force instantly. Ugh! The young man groaned miserably, rolled his bloodshot eyes, and could only breathe out but not in. You! The leader was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wished he could punch through that damn smiling face, but he was also extremely hesitant. If we allow the other party to kill the child, we will lose all face. But if he rescued him, the spirit hall would be accused of interfering with other sects. And he could not afford that in such a serious situation. Well, I know you are very busy with official duties, so I won't bother you anymore. I will send the money for repairing the wall this afternoon. Seeing that several people were hesitating and confused, a hint of pride flashed in Yeshikeu's eyes. He exerted force with his hands and was about to completely solve the problem of the wild boy. But the next second... Ah! Yeshikeu screamed and flew backwards. The hand that was holding the wild boy had been pierced by a dagger engraved with a dragon pattern. Hey, you guys, why are you still being polite to him? The long and clear voice echoed in everyone's ears, and they saw that where Yeshikeu had originally stood, a silver-haired boy had appeared without them noticing. He turned the dagger in his hand, and his black eyes swept across the crowd, finally stopping on the howling Yeshikeu. Wouldn't it be better to kill such a person? End of this chapter. Chapter 71 You almost beat my law enforcement team to death. Chapter 71 You almost beat my law enforcement team to death. The crowd that was noisy just now fell into silence in an instant. No one expected that such a person would appear midway. Moreover, judging from his age, he is only about 11 or 12 years old, but he could actually knock Yeshikeu away head-on? Who is he? Are you okay? Su Chen grabbed Du Wudi's hand, pulled him up, reached in and took out a bottle of healing pill, opened his mouth and fed the pills into his mouth. This series of actions made Du Wudi fall into a state of extreme confusion. His emerald green eyes were a little dazed. It was not until he swallowed the warm pill that he reacted. He hurriedly jumped back a step and looked at the silver-haired boy vigilantly. So fast. I didn't see clearly how he appeared. But since he saved me, does that mean he is a good person? Go away, this is my own business, don't get involved. He said solemnly. No matter what, I have to fight King Hui, so it's better not to involve innocent people at this time. Damn boy! A roar of shame and anger came from the front. Yes, Haikia covered his arm in pain, staring at Su Chen. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack the academy teacher in Wuhan City, Wuhan Hall will not let you go. He has not completely lost his mind and knows how to take advantage of the situation. Anyone who could defeat a soul sect master like him at this age must be at least a genius from a big sect. But so what? The Spirit Hall's law enforcement team is here, and they have no choice but to ignore it. Just go away and leave me alone. Hearing this, Du Wudi suddenly became anxious and wanted to push Su Chen out. However, after just a little force, he felt as if he was pushing a mountain that could not be moved at all. You! He stared at the boy in amazement. I said, it's okay. The silver-haired boy patted Du Wudi on the shoulder, chuckled, turned his head and looked at the law enforcement team leader who had already been stunned, pointed his chin at Yes Haikia whose face changed slightly. Did you hear that? As a law enforcement team, you should enforce the law impartially. Your Highness, I'm sorry, you are right. The captain of the law enforcement team looked at the silver-haired boy in front of him with some excitement, nodded vigorously, and looked at Yes Haikia, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Take it! He shouted loudly, and the other team members understood. They moved and surrounded Yes Haikia. The sudden change caused the crowd to stir, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on the smiling silver-haired boy, with everyone expressing surprise, doubt, and speculation. Who is this boy? Why can the law enforcement team be mobilized directly? The captain of the law enforcement team actually called him Your Highness? Who is that boy? In the tea house, Davis held onto the windowsill and stared at Su Chen, looking a little exasperated. He was almost successful, you damn bastard. It was obvious that they were about to severely damage the reputation of the Spirit Hall, but they didn't expect to be disrupted by this kid. Your Highness Weiss. The waiter looked a little solemn. As for this person, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the peerless genius who has been in the limelight of the Spirit Hall recently, the person that Pope Bibi Dong values the most, the future Holy Son, Su Chen. This genius suddenly became famous a month ago, and almost everyone in the Spirit Hall, from top to bottom, knew him. He has full innate soul power. At the age of 6, he has already reached the level of a great soul master. He defeated the soul master of the iron-armored Mad Rhino head-on. According to legend, he also has a 1,000-year-old first soul ring. He is also a master of theoretical research. Stop, stop, stop. No, don't you think this is a bit too ridiculous? The waiter was interrupted impatiently by Davis before he could finish his words. A 6-year-old great spirit master, why don't you say that he became a titled Douluo at the age of 14, and a master of Millennium Spirit Ring research? Do you think it's possible? I think that's because the Spirit Hall knows that it's difficult to take care of both ends, so they put forward such a so-called genius to boost their confidence. He curled his lips in disdain, turned back and continued to look at the street, obviously not taking it seriously. Hey, I didn't do anything. Yes, Haikia raised his hands in panic and looked at the crowd for help, hoping that the onlookers would support him again. But he was soon disappointed. All those who were trying to take advantage of the situation in the crowd were suspicious of Su Chen's identity, and naturally did not dare to be the first to step forward. Without a leader, who would dare to bring bad luck to the Spirit Hall? What's more, this young man's identity is obviously extraordinary. Damn you guys! Yes, Haikia clenched his teeth in anger. He stood up just now because he heard someone telling him that as long as he was willing to speak out, he would be able to get what he wanted and also gain benefits. The current situation is very clear. Because of the appearance of that kid, the person who sent the message abandoned him without hesitation. That boy, who is he? Yes, Haikyuu, are you a teacher at Kanghui College? Just as he was thinking hard, he heard the young man's voice. Yes, Haikyuu quickly agreed and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Very good. Su Chen nodded, you have been removed from the competition. Go through the withdrawal procedures. What? The crowd was suddenly in an uproar, looking at the nonchalant boy in surprise. With just one sentence, an academy was forced to withdraw from the competition? How could he have so much power? Davis, who was watching upstairs, and some people hiding in the dark couldn't help but gasp. Why, don't you understand? The silver-haired boy raised an eyebrow and looked at the dazed Yes Haikyuu. Do you need me to ask the responsible party to come out and make an announcement? Why? The moment Yes Haikyuu realized what was happening, he was furious and wanted to rush over, but he was immediately held down by the law enforcement team. He struggled and stared at the boy intently. Is this the Spirit Hall's style? They let the academy withdraw from the competition for no reason. He intended to stir up the emotions of the people around him, but unfortunately, everyone watched it all in silence. So, you need a reason. Su Chen smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Boom! A middle-aged man was thrown out from the crowd by the law enforcement captain with a scream. He was thrown to the ground like a rag, with blood gushing out of his body. Tell me how you managed to stalk Yes Haikyuu, stir up emotions, and slander our Spirit Hall. Su Chen stepped forward and half-squatted, saying in a gentle voice, tell me what happened, and I can give you a quick death and not pursue the people behind you. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The middle-aged man was shaking like a sieve. Hearing this, he looked at Su Chen gratefully and pointed at the trembling Yes Haikyuu without hesitation. Yes, I sent him a message, asking him to stir up emotions and deliberately embarrass the law enforcers. You are talking nonsense. Yes Haikyuu shouted with a pale face. For this competition, Kanghui invested a lot of resources and temporarily improved the students' strength. If it is really confirmed, the academy will lose its qualifications, and he will be the sinner of Kanghui. I do not. He wanted to make some excuses, but when he thought back, he seemed to have said and done everything. Looking at the hateful eyes of the people around him, Yes Haikyuu opened his mouth but could not say anything. Of course, this is actually irrelevant. The most important thing is that you beat up my Spirit Hall law enforcement team, which made me very unhappy. Su Chen said slowly. No, that's slander, I didn't. Hearing this, Yes Haikyuu looked up suddenly and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. He didn't even dare to fight back. Is it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver-haired boy laughed, reached out and tore off the badge of the law enforcement officer next to him, and slapped it on Douluo, who was in a state of shock and confusion. It seems to me that you almost beat him to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. If others doubt you, you'd better really have the ability to do so. Chapter 72. If others doubt you, you'd better really have the ability to do so. The crowd fell into silence. They stared in amazement at Su Chen's blatant confusion of right and wrong, but could not say anything. Asshole, Douluo is obviously. Yes Haikyuu's eyes turned red, but before he could finish his words, someone covered his mouth and took him away. With the sound of woo as he struggled, Yes Haikyuu disappeared into the crowd. Your name is Douluo, right? The silver-haired boy asked. The latter nodded blankly. Yes Haikyuu, the nightmare in his heart, the man who could even decide the death of their sect with a single word, actually had his future decided by just a few words from the young man in front of him. Even in front of him, he wantonly rewrote the facts. But all Yes Haikyuu could do was to make excuses and feel helpless and furious. Ants. These two words flashed through his mind. In Yeshike's eyes, he was an ant, and in front of this young man, Yeshike was also an ant. Listen carefully. Su Chen glanced at the crowd and raised his voice several degrees. If others suspect that you are arrogant, overbearing, ruthless, or even have the final say. His eyes turned cold instantly, and those who saw him were overwhelmed by his aura and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then you'd better be able to do it. After saying that, the young man waved his hand, signaling Du Wudi to follow. The crowd automatically made way for him, and the eyes they looked at him were filled with fear. At the last moment, Su Chen looked back in a certain direction and revealed an unfathomable smile. Why does he have the right to be so arrogant? Davis clenched his fists, his face flushed, and he pounded the table angrily. The spirit hall is clearly surrounded by enemies, yet he actually... Thinking back to the boy's domineering look and those words, he felt uncontrollable anger and a hint of jealousy that he himself did not even notice. Your Highness, he has the capital. The waiter sighed and said, moreover, it seems that we need to reconsider whether the spirit hall is as strong on the outside but weak on the inside as the rumors say. Humph! I won't. Davis looked fiercely at the direction where the boy left. Go find those 2 people and continue to spread this kind of talk among the crowd. I don't believe he can bump into them every time. However, unexpectedly, the waiter who had always treated him with great respect shook his head. Your Highness, he has discovered us. Not interrogating or questioning the spy is to give me and other forces the last bit of respectability. He recalled the boy's last meaningful look and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What a horrible young man! Until now, he still hasn't figured out how his spy was exposed, and how he and His Highness Davis were discovered. What? Impossible! The blonde boy was stunned for a moment and was about to refute, but he saw the waiter's face suddenly became serious. Your Highness, please do not forget the purpose of coming here. You are just following His Royal Highness for a tour. He looked at Davis, whose expression changed slightly, and bowed. I beg your Highness to stop causing any more trouble. Don't forget that you are no longer the only crown prince. Davis fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, he snorted, Daimyo-bai? Do you think a 2-year-old kid can be a threat to me? Having said that, the young man no longer talked about the spy. He turned around and looked at the crowd that had been cleared by the white-robed deacon, his eyes flickering. Su Chen? Wait, I won't be outdone by you. Yet, Brother Davis thinks he's handsome too, right? Who, if others suspect you of being arrogant and overbearing, you'd better have the ability to do so, hee. Very handsome indeed. Davis nodded subconsciously. After a moment, he looked at the black-haired girl who was gesticulating with shame and anger. Zhu Ziyun, shut up. How can he be handsome? He is just a little brat. Wow, Brother Davis is jealous. Brother Davis is not a good boy. Shut up. Wuhan City Hotel, top floor luxury suite. Tisk, 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 a carpet made of the wool of a 1,000-year-old soul beast, a walking sheep, a crystal chandelier, and a sperm whale aromatherapy. It's really exaggerated enough. The easygoing and elegant young man looked at the luxurious decoration of the suite and looked at the accompanying old man with a smile. Ha! Everyone says that our 7 treasures glazed tile sect is luxurious and wealthy enough to rival a country, but now it seems that the spirit hall is the one that hides the deepest. As he spoke, his smile gradually disappeared. Everything he saw in Wuhan City these days made him extremely frightened. Strict guards, extremely high discipline, perfect internal circulation, and a large number of soul masters. Whether it is low-level or mid-level, the number of soul masters belonging to the spirit hall is outrageous. It can be said that the embryonic form of a country already exists here. This reserve of power is enough to make anyone who knows the truth despair. I don't understand these, but I advise you not to get too close to those crazy people like Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex." The old man in white shook his head. "If things don't work out, get out of this in time. Don't forget, you are a father now." Hearing the old man's words, Ning Fengzi's frown relaxed a little, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Yes, I have wrong, so that's why this thing has to be done. Even if it fails, at least, don't let the spirit hall's power continue to expand. Otherwise, in 20 years, who on this continent will be able to resist this behemoth? By the way, Uncle Jian." Ning Fengzi suppressed his thoughts and his expression became solemn. "Regarding that boy who has become famous, and that cultivation method, what do you think? A great soul master who is only 6 years old, a genius in theoretical research, the next generation saint of the Spirit Hall, and even has his first soul ring of 1,000 years. When all these impossible halos gather on one person, others would definitely think that this is nonsense and is meant to boost morale. But Ning Fengzi is different. He would never rashly reject any information, especially since this news came from within the Spirit Hall and was showing signs of getting more and more serious. If the kid named Su Chen is very different from the rumors, it will deal a serious blow to the morale of the Spirit Hall. Would the Spirit Hall's top brass really make this kind of common sense mistake? Even in such a serious situation? It's hard to say. I know Bibi Dong a little bit. She's definitely not someone who would do something without a purpose." Jian Douluo frowned. "But that cultivation method is really too incredible. Ignore the 30% increase in level training speed. This is something that can drive all the soul masters in the continent crazy. If this is true..." Ning Fengzi walked to the window, looking at the magnificent city-state under the scorching sun and the majestic palaces above the clouds. A hint of bitterness flashed in his eyes beneath his glasses. "Then, I'm afraid nothing can stop the rise of the Spirit Hall." End of this chapter. Chapter 73, The Soul of the Body? The chance for the soul to awaken for the second time. Chapter 73, The Soul of the Body? The opportunity for the soul to awaken again. In another hotel, Yu Yuanzhen drank the wine in big gulps. The green nectar flowed down his beard, flowed over his large muscles, and dripped onto the luxurious carpet. There was no expression on his rough face as he listened to what the person in front of him was saying tremblingly. On his side stood a young man and a lively boy. Anyway, that's exactly what the kid said. The visitor swallowed his saliva and lowered his head humbly. Before Yu Yuanzhen could say anything, the young man next to him couldn't hold back any longer. "If others suspect you of being arrogant and domineering, you'd better have the ability to be so domineering. I like it." There was a gleam in the boy's eyes and he waved his fist excitedly. "This guy named Su Chen should be the same age as me. He is really amazing. Oh my!" He screamed in pain, looking at the young man swinging his fist beside him with tears in his eyes. "Dad, why are you hitting me? Little idiot, that's the enemy." Yu Lingsheng glared at him. "Also, did Thunder Academy allow you to come back?" "I told the teacher that I wanted to go back to see my grandfather, so I was allowed to come back." Yu Tianxin covered her head and said a little aggrievedly. "Besides, we are only 1 year apart, why can Tianheng stay at home while I have to go to Thunder Academy? It's obvious that my talent is almost the same as his." The young man was indignant in his heart. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xiao Tianxin is jealous." When Yu Yuanzhen's rough laughter sounded, Yu Tianxin felt a rough big hand ruffling her hair into a tangled mess. "Grandpa! Eh!" He only had time to scream before being shaken dizzy by the big hand. "Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Are you shy?" "It's not woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo." Yu Lingmian looked at the grandparents playing around and said helplessly, "Grandpa, are you spoiling him a little too much?" "Just shut up, I'm spoiling my grandson, what does it have to do with you?" With a glare from his tiger eyes, Yu Lingsheng immediately stopped. "Yes, you are the boss and you have the final say." After playing for a while, Yu Yuanzhen looked at Yu Tianxin with a smile. Tianxin, go back first, I have something to talk to your father. Okay, goodbye grandpa, goodbye dad. Yu Tianxin nodded as if she understood, waved her hand and walked out. As the young man disappeared, the smile on Yu Yuanzhen's face suddenly disappeared and turned gloomy. That guy must be eliminated. He looked at Yu Lingsheng, whose face changed drastically, and said word by word, otherwise, you will definitely be a more troublesome person than Qian Sunji in the future. Is it so exaggerated? Could it be that those rumors are true? Yu Lingsheng was shocked. It was the first time he saw his father with such a serious expression, not to mention it was directed at a 6-year-old child. No, it doesn't matter whether those rumors are true or not. Just based on what he said today, even if he is a useless person with no ability, he can still have a huge impact on the spirit hall. The chief of the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus Rex took another big gulp of wine and looked at Yu Lingsheng deeply. As for Tian Heng's admission, finalize it with Tian Dou as soon as possible. We, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, are still a little too thin. Yes. Sect Master. Yu Lingsheng took a deep breath, bowed and nodded, then what about the cultivation method? This is pure nonsense. Don't pay any attention to it. If such a thing really existed, Spirit Hall would have spread the news long ago, unless you believe that it was really developed by that 6-year-old kid. Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand, then looked out the window and asked casually, Yu Xiaogang, any news? Not yet. Yu Lingsheng shook his head and sighed, but the noise he and his friends are making is getting bigger and bigger. The Golden Triangle is now well known to everyone. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Yu Lingsheng still cares a lot about his younger brother. Humph, just playing house. It's just that people know he is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and don't want to bother with him. Yu Yuanzhen snorted coldly. If he had followed the arrangement and married the Saint of the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't be so passive. An old man like me has to personally attend the succession ceremony, he said, angrily crushing the cup in his hand. Yu Lingsheng looked at his father's chest heaving violently in silence, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Maybe Xiaogang is really not suitable for that kind of life? For someone who can't even break through level 30, it must be very stressful for him to be with the saint. But from what I know about you, you will definitely come to this ceremony, right? Finally found it. It wasn't easy. Wuhan City College. Su Chen looked at this extremely large academy and the 5 words on the huge plaque at the entrance, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. God knows why this academy covers such a large area but so few people know about it. Along the way, I asked for directions dozens of times. The smile on his face was a little stiff. Aren't you the holy son of the Spirit Hall? How come you don't even know about this place? After following him through countless detours, Du Wudi finally couldn't help but ask. Besides, I shouldn't know you, right? Why are you helping me? Su Chen paused slightly and looked back at the wild boy, seeing the hesitation and uneasiness on his face. Du Wudi has been in this neurotic state since he was rescued by him. Correction of 2 of your mistakes. The silver-haired boy raised 2 fingers and said with a smile. First of all, I'm not the son of God, or not yet. Secondly, do you think I need to go to school? It makes sense. He looks much younger than me, but their strength is far different. Even Yes Haikyu, that beast, is. As for why I saved you, it's also very simple. Hearing this, Du Wudi's ears perked up and he looked at the silver-haired boy nervously. I'm attracted to your martial spirit and I plan to have you work under me. Do you understand? Su Chen shrugged and said so. My martial spirit? But they all call me a monster. Du Wudi opened his mouth and lowered his head dejectedly. He did not doubt the boy's words. After all, there was nothing about him that the other party would like. Maybe this monster's martial spirit has aroused other people's interest. Monster? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed with great joy, which made Du Wudi feel a little confused. Monster. In a sense, it's not an exaggeration to call it a monster. A monster among soul masters is still a monster, isn't it? After all, this is the martial soul that shines brightly 10,000 years later, the original martial soul. It has infinite possibilities and can even produce a second awakening, with its own martial soul as its original martial soul. 10,000 years later, the body sect led by the two brothers Du Buletin Si and Du Bai Si could even stand on equal footing with the Shrek Academy inherited by the God King Tang. This shows how powerful and terrifying it is. Moreover, this kid's name might be the ancestor of Du Buletin Si and Du Bai Si. This is also the reason why Su Chen saved Du Wudi. He saw the opportunity for his martial soul to awaken again. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Unexpected Teammates, Bibi Dong's Purpose. Chapter 74 Unexpected Teammates, Bibi Dong's Purpose. The reason for this idea is that Su Chen realized that the origin of chakra comes from the energy extracted from human cells. So, in a sense, it can also be regarded as the original martial soul, or at least it is related to the original martial soul. Following this line of thought, the second awakening of chakra will not be impossible. What will happen after awakening? Higher level energy, or the sacred tree itself. Once successful, it will be more important to Su Chen than the sage mode. Well, are you willing? Although his thoughts were racing in his mind, Su Chen's expression did not change at all. He just asked with a smile. It's okay if you don't want to. It's just that research is going to change from voluntary to forced. I am willing. Fortunately, Du Wudi nodded without much hesitation. To him, the young man in front of him was not a bad person, and his strength also convinced him. Besides, could it be worse than before? But I have one more request. Du Wudi gritted his teeth, knelt down in front of Su Chen, and kowtowed hard. I hope you can also take over my father's sect. There are many monsters like me in it. We are excluded everywhere and can only rely on the academy. As long as you are willing to accept it, my life will belong to you, young master. I will be your slave, and I will have no complaints whether it is life or death. Is it the original martial spirit of a sect? It seems that this is the predecessor of the body sect. Su Chen's eyes moved slightly. This was an unexpected surprise. To others, they are a group of monsters, but in his opinion, they are rare talents. A group of talented people who will be 100% loyal to you as long as you lend a helping hand. Moreover, with the support of the Spirit Hall's resources, they can grow at an extremely fast speed. Get up, and don't kneel anymore. The silver-haired boy shook his head and threw him a small token. The token is only half the size of a palm and is extremely exquisite. It looks like a miniature version of the papal decree. This is the Order of the Sun. The meaning is self-evident, it means the presence of the Son of God. Bibi Dong had given him this token some time ago, but this was the first time he used it. Take this and go find the Dean of Kanghui College. I will escort your entire sect to Wuhan City within 3 days. With one less person, he won't have to do his job as dean anymore. Although Su Chen's words were calm, Du Wudi felt deeply shocked. At this moment, he only felt his nose a little sour, and some of the heavy things pressing on him were gently wiped away by the young man. Young master, you. Du Wudi wiped his nose, his emerald green eyes flashing with incomparable determination. Don't worry, from now on, the entire sect will live only for you. Du Wudi is gone. When he came, he was just an oppressed servant. He couldn't stand the humiliation anymore, so he rose up in resistance and even prepared for death. But when he left, he had become a close confidant of the future Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and a member of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team. When the Dean of Kanghui College, whom he had no right to meet in the past, carried the half-beaten Yez Haikyu and knelt in front of him to beg for forgiveness. Douluo finally realized the value of the token that the young man threw to him. Until that moment, he still felt as if he was living in a dream. It seemed as if everything in Wuhan City was just a bubble of fantasy that would shatter at the touch of a finger. However, even if it was a dream, the boy had engraved the name of his loyalty deep in his soul. Su Chen. Of course, this all happened after the competition was over. After seeing Douluo off, Su Chen walked into the huge campus alone. Looking at the boys and girls coming and going, the breath of youth came towards him, and Su Chen couldn't help but miss the days in the ninja school. I have to say, that was his happiest time. But having said that, Su Chen didn't want to experience this kind of school feeling again. This kind of basic education was a pure waste of time for him. And he had no interest in arguing with a bunch of kids. Speaking of this, a little girl with a charming face suddenly appeared in his mind, Hulina. This girl's talent is quite good. According to the timeline, she should be participating in the Spirit Hall's elite program. When she comes out, let Bibi Dong accept her as her apprentice. While Su Chen was thinking, he had already reached the teaching building. Because of his deceptive height, no one stopped him. Grade 3, Class 1. Following the class name given to him by Bibi Dong, Su Chen found a classroom at the end of the corridor. When I pushed open the door, a pungent smell of smoke rushed in my face, mixed with the screams of men and women, and something was constantly being knocked, creating a rhythm that made people inexplicably excited. What kind of place is this where bad guys gather? Su Chen frowned. He felt like he was back in the youth hut of his first life. Boom! The metal door was knocked hard, and the harsh sound waves spread, interrupting the screams of men and women and the rhythmic knocking. The room fell into silence for a moment, and then a moment later, an angry voice was heard. Fuck, who did this? Court death. I'm tired of living. In a moment, several people rushed out from the smoke with great momentum. Among them were men and women. After looking around, they locked their sights on Su Chen. You did it? Who are you? The leading boy had dyed yellow hair. He looked at Su Chen nonchalantly with his eyes wide open. He reached out and pushed him. Ah, it hurts. Before he could say anything, the silver-haired boy grabbed the yellow-haired man's arm with lightning speed and pulled it down, causing the former to scream like a pig being slaughtered. This sudden scene made the originally aggressive young boys and girls take a step back, swallow their saliva, and look at Su Chen in fear. Huang Mao is the strongest among them, but he was instantly defeated by the boy in front of him. Hey, we are the contestants this time. Yes, the teacher allowed us to do this, you. The girl with dyed green hair stepped forward bravely and shouted in a stern voice, but after being glanced at by Su Chen, she could not say anything and went back with her head in her hands. Su Chen picked up the screaming yellow-haired man and threw him aside. Looking at this group of frightened young people, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What is Bibi Dong doing? Just give him this bunch of stuff? Their soul power is not low, basically above level 35, and there are even 2 soul masters. But their discipline and courage are extremely poor. It would be better for him to go on stage alone. You're done, kid. No matter who you are, my grandpa will. The yellow-haired boy relaxed for a moment, then screamed in pain. Boom! He punched him in the ear casually, causing gravel to splash everywhere. A huge hole instantly appeared in the thick wall, and the entire wall was covered with huge cracks. The shouting stopped abruptly. The yellow-haired boy was trembling all over, his legs were shaking, and he looked dully at the empty space behind him and at the boy who was wiping his fist carelessly. The same was true for the other young boys and girls, all of them looked at the extremely shocking scene in front of them with pale faces. Gumbling. In the silent space, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Brother, I was wrong. You are my grandfather. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 The Son of God cannot face the darkness. Chapter 75 The Son of God Cannot Face the Darkness. A few minutes later, in another classroom. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. You can go directly to Elder Ju and tell him my name. Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with some apology. He was the principal of this college. I just knocked down a wall, which alarmed a lot of people, and even the school security team rushed over. Of course, after seeing the Pope's decree presented by the young man, they all retreated quietly. Then, the principal came rushing over and earnestly arranged for them to change classrooms. Your Highness, you are being too formal, aren't you? The principal wiped the sweat off his head, with a flattering smile on his face. Your presence today is a great honor to the college. This little loss is nothing compared to the good fortune you have brought. By the way, Your Highness, my last name is Gao, you can just call me Xiao Gao. I am totally unworthy of being the principal in front of you. Seeing such a humble appearance, those bad boys and girls were stunned. No, is this still the majestic and dignified principal who was neither humble nor arrogant even when meeting the old Pope? Of course the principal didn't know what they were thinking, otherwise he would have been dismissive. Be neither humble nor arrogant, but that depends on who is better, right? Besides, this person in front of him will obviously become the leader of the next generation of Spirit Hall, and is now the confidant of the Pope who is in the limelight. The most important thing is, the principal of the university has some inside information, that the cultivation method was said to have been invented by this person. As long as I can establish a good relationship with this person, I will kowtow to him twice, let alone bow down to him. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes became even hotter. Principal, you must not do that. You are the elder and there is a hierarchy. You must not break the rules. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Besides, I'm not the Holy Son yet. But don't worry, I will report this matter to His Holiness the Pope truthfully. As expected, those who can hold high positions in Wuhan City are all smart people unless their strength has reached the top level. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Since you are busy, I won't bother you for now. Upon hearing this, the principal's smile grew even brighter. He bowed, and without even looking at the group of students, he walked out. The silver-haired boy watched him leave, then heard a few trembling voices behind him. Are you His Highness Su Chen? Su Chen turned around and saw several pairs of excited eyes. As for the yellow-haired man, he hid behind him with a bitter face, looking at him resentfully. Look at you, why didn't you just say that you were Su Chen earlier? If you knew you were the future Holy Son, how could I dare to be so arrogant? You know me? The silver-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Of course not. In this month, your name is well known in the Spirit Hall. The red-haired girl clenched her fists excitedly, the youngest genius in the history of the Spirit Hall, a 6-year-old great spirit master, and the legendary cultivation method you researched. Yet, we knew that a long time ago. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have had the chance to play this game. As she spoke, others also spoke in unison, with admiration and curiosity on every young face. It's not that exaggerated. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What exactly does this woman Bibi Dong want to do? Originally, he thought that the law enforcement team and the principal respected him because of the Pope's decree. Now it seems that Bibi Dong has been building momentum for him during the month he disappeared. What is this going to do? The young man pinched his brows with a headache. He always felt that many of the things this woman did since she opened up her heart were a little beyond his expectations. Forget it, there is no harm in this matter, and he himself has no intention of interfering with Bibi Dong's independent actions. As long as it doesn't affect your plans. Since you know me, you must know what we are going to do. Su Chen raised his dark eyes and scanned the group of boys and girls. By this time tomorrow, dye your hair back and wear school uniforms. If you can't do it, withdraw from the competition. The boys' sharp eyes made them take a step back and nod their heads frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Okay. It's still helpful. He nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. If this group of people continue to play rebellious games with him, Su Chen will definitely not show mercy. How scary. Yet, I don't dare to move. Isn't he only 6 years old? Maybe a 6-year-old Great Spirit Master is this tall? We've never seen one before. Looking at Su Chen's back, the boys and girls started a heated discussion. Have you visited your teammates? How are they? In the Pope's garden. Bibi Dong was wearing a pink nightgown, leaning lazily on a recliner, her graceful curves clearly visible, her long legs crossed, her delicate pink toes swaying in the air, like a newly blossoming bean. She blinked and looked at the silver-haired boy sitting in the pavilion, with a sly smile on her lips. Also, are you satisfied with my arrangement? But Bibi Dong was soon disappointed, because the boy's face did not show the annoyance or impatience she had expected, but still had a calm expression. Those people are the descendants of the high-ranking officials, right? Su Chen thought for a moment, looked at her and asked. He probably knew Bibi Dong's plan. Does he want to quickly have a team that can call on resources but is his own and highly malleable? Can't you just be like a 6-year-old sometimes? The Pope lay back down somewhat discouraged and sighed, yes, those are the grandchildren of Elder Yin and his men. They have clean identities, no problems with their positions, and they have a considerable amount of resources that can be mobilized. She stared at the boy's delicate face, a hint of tenderness flashing in her wine-red eyes. After this competition, you will officially appear in public, and you will need some helpers. When you become the Son of God, some things will no longer have anything to do with you. His Holiness the Pope mentioned it vaguely. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. The reason why he wanted to swallow up the body sect, besides for research, was also because of this. By the way, some elders and priests may come to see you later, so you have to be careful. Having said that, Bibi Dong snorted coldly and gave a warning. Those elders and priests are all old people who will not do anything without profit. Don't think they are respectful to you now. It's because we have meat in our hands and we are hanging them. If we go back to the situation we were in before, they will just come and add insult to injury. Bibi Dong said this as she hugged him gently and placed her chin on the boy's shoulder, her voice sounding like a dream. Anyway, if those old guys come to you and say something later, don't believe a word they say. Whatever they can give you, I can give you double, and whatever they can't give you, I can give you all. End of this chapter.